Chapter 1. The Successful Binding of the Cold Beauty System. Ye Zhou, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend? In Haicheng, Dragon Country, on the playground of the first high school, a stunningly beautiful girl with porcelain skin nervously bit her lower lip, gazing anxiously at the handsome youth before her. This must be a dream. The most talented and beautiful girl in the school, by Meng Xue, is confessing to me. I must be dreaming. Right? I heard that when one is dreaming, pinching oneself doesn't hurt. Ah, that really hurts. Ye Zhou grimaced as he rubbed the inner thigh of his right leg. This is not a dream. Ye Zhou quickly realized. At 17 years of age, Ye Zhou was a traveler from another world. In his previous life, he had saved a stray cat from being run over by a dedicated dump truck, which unexpectedly transported him to this extraordinary world of martial prowess. This world was peculiar. Everyone could awaken supernatural abilities ranging from the weakest grade to the mightiest SS grade. Unfortunately, Ye Zhou had traversed into the body of a boy who, due to prenatal damage, was unable to awaken any powers. However, fortune smiled upon him as this boy was the eldest son of the prestigious Ye family in Haicheng. Having spent a week in this new realm, Ye Zhou had yet to encounter the essential system that typically accompanies travelers. Yet today, unexpectedly, he received a confession from the school beauty by Meng Xue. Ye Zhou, can you be my boyfriend? Observing Ye Zhou, who had previously pursued her relentlessly due to his status as the Ye family's heir, now appearing somewhat dazed after her bold proclamation, by Meng Xue bit her lip again. Her face flushed as she spoke firmly once more. You said you want me to be your boyfriend. Ye Zhou finally responded. Yes. Bai Meng Xue lowered her head, her cheeks crimson, yet her tone remained resolute. Bai Meng Xue was widely recognized as the school beauty of First High School, the epitome of beauty itself. Many sought her affection, but she remained indifferent to all, earning her the nickname Ice Mountain Beauty. From the original owner's memories, Ye Zhou understood that he had always pursued Bai Meng Xue, yet she had consistently ignored him. Now, with her sudden confession, Ye Zhou sensed something amiss. However, in order to fulfill the original owner's long-held dream, he felt compelled to reluctantly agree to Bai Mengsu's request. This way, he would both realize the original owner's dreams and meet Bai Mengsu's desires. It truly was a win-win scenario. Ye Zhou, you truly are a good person. Having made his decision, Ye Zhou couldn't help but praise himself inwardly. I agree. Just as Ye Zhou was about to voice his acceptance, he was abruptly interrupted by a sudden system notification. Detection of host triggering system binding task. The strongest king system has been activated. Please make your choice. Choice 1. Agree to Bai Meng Xue. Binding fails. Consequences. The host must fend for themselves, and the system will not reappear. Choice 2. Reject Bai Meng Xue. Binding succeeds. The host will receive system rewards and embark on the path of the strongest king. System prompt. Women only slow down the host response time. Countdown of 10 seconds. Please make your choice. If the host fails to decide within 10 seconds, the system will choose randomly for the host. Ye Zhou was about to utter 2 words when the system's sudden voice interrupted him. However, gazing at the binding choices presented by the strongest king system, Ye Zhou found himself momentarily hesitant. I choose 2. Reject Bai Meng Xue. Ye Zhou hesitated for merely a second. Any longer would be disrespectful to the system. Indeed, women would only delay his response time. I'm sorry. I cannot agree. Ye Zhou's eyes brimmed with determination. Bai Meng Xue gasped in surprise, but her expression soon turned pale. I cannot agree. Ye Zhou reiterated, while inwardly urging the system to grant him his reward. Seeing Ye Zhou's firm rejection, Bai Meng Xue turned and fled in a state of panic. As he watched her long legs sprinting away in the cold wind, Ye Zhou felt a fleeting urge to shout, I would. Yet, the system's voice echoed once more in his mind. The host has decisively rejected Bai Mengsu's confession. The strongest king system binding is successful. The host has received 1 chance for a system lottery. System, I want to draw now. As he gazed at Bai Mengsu's graceful silhouette fading into the distance, Ye Zhou couldn't shake the image of her long legs from his mind. Thus, he needed the lottery to numb his disheartened soul. Beep. System lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 SS grade awakening pill. SS grade awakening pill description. Consuming it allows the awakening of SS grade supernatural talent. An SS grade awakening pill Does this mean I can awaken my powers and no longer be seen as a spoiled rich heir who squanders family wealth? I'm about to rise to greatness. System, where's the pill? I want to consume it now. Ye Zhou felt an overwhelming impatience. As for the school beauty, she had long been cast aside from his thoughts, lost to the recesses of his mind. No sooner had Ye Zhou finished speaking than he felt something round and smooth appear in the palm of his hand. He quickly raised his hand to inspect it and found a black pill, roughly the size of a pigeon egg, resting in his palm. This is the SS-grade awakening pill. But isn't it a bit too large? Never mind, it'll awaken my powers first. Without a second thought, Ye Zhou popped the pill into his mouth and began to chew. He contemplated swallowing it whole, but its size deterred him from risking choking. Surprisingly sweet. That was Ye Zhou's initial reaction upon consuming the pill. However, the sweetness vanished in the next moment, replaced by an overwhelming bitterness, bitter to the extreme. Congratulations, host, you have awakened the SS-grade top-tier talent. Replication. SS-grade top-tier talent replication can replicate any supernatural talent from others, ranging from grade to SS grade, with no side effects. As the saying goes, after hardship comes ease, the bitterest experience leads to the sweetest reward. Indeed, the ancients do not deceive me. SS grade top-tier talent. Replication. Does this mean that as long as I desire someone's powers, I can replicate them as my own? And there are no side effects? Ye Zhou gazed at the system's description of his awakened powers, feeling as if he might ignite with fervor. In that moment, he sensed the distant echoes of the melodies from the Moon Palace, his blood boiling and igniting with passion. At that instant, he looked at the students passing by, or rather, the repository of supernatural abilities that walked past him, his eyes gleaming with greed. Chapter 2. Awakening the SS grade ability replication. Since I have awakened the SS grade replication ability, does that mean I can replicate all SS grade abilities? Ye Zhou's gaze lingered on the students around him. System prompt. To replicate another's abilities, physical contact is required, with the duration of contact determined by the level of the other's abilities, from lowest to highest. As Ye Zhou prepared to test this out, the system prompt rang out once more in his mind. What? Replicating abilities requires physical contact. The man is relatively easy to deal with. But if it were a woman, wouldn't they think of me as a lecherous, debauched heir? As Ye Zhou pondered this, realization struck him. I am indeed a lecherous, debauched heir. Moreover, I am recognized as the foremost debauchee in Haishur. The body Ye Zhou has traversed into belongs to the sole heir of the Ye family. Due to a conspiracy against his mother during pregnancy, she tragically died in childbirth. Consequently, his father, burdened with guilt, indulged him, resulting in his current disposition. Having just arrived in this world, Ye Zhou felt compelled to maintain the original owner's lifestyle to avoid revealing his true identity, which included the pursuit of the campus beauty by Meng Xue. By Meng Xue, she seems to be an SS-grade ability wielder. The thought brightened Ye Zhou's mind. However, I just rejected her. Seeking her out now feels somewhat masochistic. A flicker of regret crossed his eyes as he recalled his callous dismissal of her. This world is not the peaceful realm of his past life. In the age of interstellar travel, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, ferocious beasts roam freely, and alien races have descended upon the planet. A single scrayed beast could effortlessly obliterate a city. Furthermore, extraterrestrial beings aim to reduce the entire planet to ruins. In this world, mortals are reduced to mere ants. Had Ye Zhou not been the scion of the Ye family in Haicheng, he would likely have already succumbed to the grave. Thus, his reputation at First High School is far from favorable. Without the title of the Ye family's esteemed young master, he might have been a target of bullying. System, you wretched thing, you betray me. Ye Zhou mused, reluctant to abandon by Meng Xue. For her SS-grade ability is a rarity among the student body of First High. Only 2 exist. Even among the faculty, only 3 possess such prowess, and throughout Haicheng, the number remains minuscule. Ye Zhou found it peculiar that by Meng Xue would approach him, a widely acknowledged underachiever. In Class 1 of senior year at First High, Ye Zhou assumed the original owner's guise, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, swaggering into the classroom. The previously boisterous classroom fell silent for 3 seconds upon his entrance, with students scattering to maintain a distance of at least 2 meters from him. Young Master Zhou, you've arrived. While some recoiled from him as though he were a plague, others treated him as their benefactor. Indeed, Ye Zhou's only follower at first high, Wang Laohu, beamed with obsequious delight as he approached. Laohu, you've done well, accept this reward. Without hesitation, Ye Zhou extracted a 100 yuan bill from his pocket and slapped it atop Wang Laohu's head. Thank you, young Master Zhou. Wang Laohu's smile only grew more genuine, unfazed by the act. A worthless individual who cannot awaken abilities, accompanied by a sycophant. Zhang Chao had always harbored disdain for Ye Zhou's arrogance. Believing he was merely fortunate to be born into a prosperous family, otherwise, he would not even qualify to attend first high. Old tiger, I cannot abide someone barking at me. Ye Zhou cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Chao. Just watch and learn, young master. Wang Laohu nodded vigorously, turning to confront Zhang Chao. In an instant, Wang Laohu's expression darkened ominously. Wang Laohu, with your great ability, why grovel before a talentless waste? Is it merely because he's the son of the Yi family and possesses wealth? Despite his bravado, Zhang Chao was genuinely intimidated by Wang Laohu, who ranked among the top 10 in the school, wielding the great ability Inferno Devastation. While all students were currently classified as first-level ability wielders, the disparities between their abilities were immense. The gulf between F-grade and SS-grade abilities was vast. A-grade wielders could easily overpower F-grade ones, and the higher the grade, the greater the divide. Young Master Yi is a figure of significance, one you should not mock. With that, Wang Laohu extended his palm, conjuring a brilliant orange fireball that danced in his grasp. Without any apparent effort, he released it, sending it hurtling towards Zhang Chao. Wang Laohu, this is a classroom. Do you dare to act so recklessly, fearing the teacher's wrath? Zhang Chaos' eyes widened with fear, but faced with the approaching fireball, he could only prepare to defend himself with his water-based ability, the Water Wall, which boasted formidable defense. Yet, even with such high defense, he could not withstand the might of a great ability. Boom! The collision of water and fire echoed through the room. In an instant, Zhang Chaos' water wall shattered, though the fireball's force was significantly mitigated. Seeing this, Zhang Chao hastily grabbed a nearby desk to shield himself. Boom! Another resounding crash ensued as he was flung against the classroom wall, the desk before him engulfed in flames. Clatter! Just as Wang Laohu prepared to continue his assault on Zhang Chao, a torrent of water extinguished the blazing desk. Wang Laohu, you've gone too far. As the flames were doused, a bespectacled student, resembling a refined rogue, named Zhou Gongxian, admonished Wang Laohu. Indeed, Zhang Chao merely spoke a word about Ye Zhou, and you've nearly caused him grave harm. Is it not permissible to speak of Ye Zhou's inability to awaken abilities? At that moment, a girl, unmistakably a schemer named Hu Yuchen, stepped forward to voice her disapproval. The fact that Ye Zhou cannot awaken abilities is a well-acknowledged truth at first high. Had he not been the son of the Yi family, how could he attend the top-ranked first high, let alone be in the best class? After Hu Yuchen spoke, Lu Shui also chimed in agreement. Chapter 3. System Tasks and Rewards. Hu Chunyu and Lu Shui, two individuals who habitually trailed behind Zhou Guxuan, could be aptly described as the quintessential green tea types. They relished the opportunity to mock Ye Zhou, and Zhang Chao was also among their ranks. It was likely that Zhang Chao's derisive remarks today were instigated by Zhou Guxuan. However, Ye Zhou found himself perplexed. While Zhou Guxuan often mocked him, it was typically context-dependent. Why, then, did he choose to do so just before class today? Though Ye Zhou had yet to unravel the intricacies of the situation, as an outstanding keyboard warrior of the 21st century, he would not allow anyone to gain the upper hand in verbal exchanges. Ding. System notification. As a man aspiring to become the strongest of all, one cannot simply endure ridicule without a response. System task. The master of retorts. Task 1. Endure the verbal humiliation from others without retorting. Reward. 3 days of misfortune for the host. Task 2. Embody the master of retorts, confronting heaven, earth, and the very air itself. Reward. 1 gathering spirit pill. Effect of the gathering spirit pill. It enhances physical prowess and spiritual energy. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, individuals among humanity have awakened to extraordinary abilities. and this essence aids in augmenting their strength. Is it not rather stingy of the system to offer just a single gathering spirit pill? Ye Zhou could not resist voicing his complaint upon seeing the rewards. If the host fails to make a choice within 10 seconds, the system will randomly select for the host. Just as Ye Zhou's words fell from his lips, the system's notification chimed in his ears. System, I choose option 2. Task 2. Ye Zhou hastily shouted in his mind. He feared that the wretched system might, out of spite, force him into task 1, subjecting him to 3 days of unwarranted misfortune. Ye Zhou had every reason to believe that the misfortune mentioned by the system could indeed be quite severe, perhaps even resulting in unfortunate incidents such as water getting stuck in his teeth or flatulence causing him to trip. Having selected task 2, Ye Zhou raised his gaze with icy intensity towards Zhou Guxuan and the 2 green teas. He was acutely aware of Hu Chunyu and Lu Shui's intentions. They merely sought to elevate their status by clinging to the high branch that was Zhou Guxuan. Zhou Guxuan hailed from the Zhou family, whose influence in Haisher was only slightly inferior to that of the Yi family. This was also the reason for Zhou Guxuan's disdain towards Ye Zhou. Since you wish to irritate me, do not expect to find joy yourselves. Zhou Guxuan, I am wealthier than you, and I have a father of considerable means. If you possess any capability, acknowledge me as your father, a father with abundant wealth. As Ye Zhou berated, he extracted a bundle of 100 yuan notes from his pocket and tossed them to Wang Laohu. Good job, Tiger. This is a reward from me. Thank you for your generosity, young master. Wang Laohu bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude as he accepted the stack of bills. Do not get too complacent, Zhou Guxuan remarked, nearly incensed to the point of losing his composure at Ye Zhou's unabashed demeanor. He yearned to unleash a torrent of invective. Yet the presence of his classmates in the classroom restrained him. To maintain the dignity he had previously exhibited before them, he swallowed the words that hovered on the tip of his tongue. What do you mean by that? Ye Zhou abruptly interrupted Zhou Guxuan's speech, redirecting his gaze toward Lu Shui and Hu Chunyu. And you too, with your duplicitous natures, do you even take a moment to assess your own reflections? With your lack of worth, do you genuinely aspire to enter the Zhou family? Even as a mere mistress, Zhou Gongxian would not cast his eyes upon you. Ye Zhou was not inclined to extend courtesies. His reputation in the class was far from admirable. Aside from Wang Laohu, no one else paid him any heed. Ye Zhou, you speak nonsense. You are merely a useless individual incapable of awakening any abilities. Indeed, while we maintain a cordial relationship with Zhou, it is not tainted in the manner you suggest. We merely seek to learn from him about his extraordinary powers, considering he possesses S-class abilities, while you remain a pitiful creature unable to awaken any talents. Lu Shui's face darkened, betraying her despite her attempts to counter Ye Zhou's remarks. I may be pitiful, but I possess immense wealth, do you? I may be deemed useless, yet I wield considerable riches. Individuals like you, with your abilities, I could easily crush under the weight of my fortune. Ye Zhou scoffed, producing a thick wad of cash from his pocket and tossing it to Wang Laohu. Thank you for your generosity, young Master Yi. Wang Laohu conjured a blazing fireball in his hands, standing dutifully behind Ye Zhou, exuding an air of unwavering loyalty. Lu Shui and Hu Chunyu were rendered momentarily speechless, their indignation palpable as they grappled with how to retort. Indeed, Ye Zhou was genuinely wealthy, for the Yi family was among the most distinguished in Haiqing, wielding vast resources. Congratulations, host. You have successfully retorted and earned a spirit-gathering pill. The voice of the system prompted an exceedingly proud smile to grace Ye Zhou's face. However, before his smile could fully blossom, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed behind him. This is bad. There is a scheme afoot. Ye Zhou's gaze darted to Zhou Gongxian, where he discerned a barely perceptible smile on his face. Just then, the soft clacking of heels came to a halt behind him. Ye Zhou, Wang Laohu, you two are to step outside and stand by the door, a cold female voice commanded. Without glancing to identify the speaker, Ye Zhou spun around and dashed toward the door with astonishing speed, hiding behind the wall. Observing his somewhat disheveled state, some classmates could not suppress their laughter. Meanwhile, Zhou Gongxian turned around, his expression brimming with satisfaction as he cast a glance at Bai Mengshui, who sat quietly in the center of the room. Yet, at that moment, Bai Mengshui's gaze was fixed upon Ye Zhou by the door. Humph! Zhou Gongxuan's countenance darkened abruptly. His targeting of Ye Zhou stemmed from his interest in Bai Mengshui. Having seen her approach Ye Zhou on the playground earlier, he sought to teach him a lesson in the classroom. However, Upon witnessing Bai Mengshue's gaze fixated upon Ye Zhou, his mood plummeted to an all-time low. Zhou Gongxian, how dare you conspire against me? Just wait, I shall make you pay dearly. Though Ye Zhou stood outside the door, his eyes remained glued to the classroom. The reason he had so swiftly dashed out to take punishment was that the individual who had just spoken was none other than their homeroom teacher. She was also the only instructor in the school with an SSS-level extraordinary ability. Her name was Gu Yudi, a strikingly beautiful 25-year-old whose looks rivaled those of Bai Mengxue. Yet, her temperament was somewhat fiery, earning her the reputation of a notorious strict teacher. Ye Zhou feared her, for she would not hesitate to disregard the Ye family status and impose physical punishment upon him. According to the memories of the original owner, Gu Yudi had always held an unfavorable attitude towards him. Chapter 4. Gu Yudi's targeting. Gu Yudi did not spare a glance at Ye Zhou or Wang Laohu. Instead, she ascended the podium and grasped an electronic pen. With deft strokes, she inscribed the words 100 days until the college entrance examination upon the multimedia screen behind her. Dear students, in just 100 days, the day of the examination will arrive. I hope that through your diligent efforts in these final 100 days, you may gain admission to your desired university, rather than, like me, relying on family wealth to act with impunity. Gu Yudi extended a slender, fair finger towards Ye Zhou's direction. Teacher Gu, I assure you, this time it is not I who instigated trouble. Rather, I was first mocked as an incapable waste, unable to awaken any extraordinary powers. If punishment is to be meted out, I implore you to ensure fairness and allow them to join me. Although Ye Zhou feared Gu Yudi's physical punishment, he could not allow Zhou Gongxian and the others to revel in his misfortune. I know your character well. Punishing you would not be unjust. Gu Yudi paid no heed to Ye Zhou's words. Instead, she waved her hand, and a mahogany box materialized in her grasp. Here are 50 packets of spirit gathering powder, which I procured from the principal for you. Each of you shall receive 1 packet. And with the assistance of the spirit gathering powder, your internal spiritual energy should advance further. With a flourish of her hand, 1 packet after another, brimming with spiritual energy, vanished into thin air, only to reappear before each student the next moment. Even Wang Laohu found a packet before him. Yet, in front of Ye Zhou, there lay nothing but emptiness, devoid of any trace of the spirit gathering powder. Teacher, you cannot show such favoritism. Ye Zhou protested, peering once more at Gu Yudi, a hint of indignation in his voice. Ye Zhou, as the young master of the Ye family, I presume you find a mere packet of spirit gathering powder beneath your notice? Gu Yudi finally cast her gaze upon Ye Zhou. In truth, she did not harbor much disdain for him. Her targeting stemmed from his usual demeanor, which she found somewhat distasteful. Faced with Gu Yudi's sharp retort, Ye Zhou found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had just boasted in front of his classmates about being reduced to mere wealth, a statement that had backfired spectacularly. Ding. System notification. As the most formidable wielder of the King's system, the host cannot be looked down upon by others. Thus, a time-limited mission is now initiated for the host. Task 1. Within 100 days, astonish Gu Yudi and significantly alter her attitude towards the host. Reward: 1 system lottery draw. Task 2. Within 1 month, leave Gu Yudi utterly astounded and drastically change her attitude towards the host. Reward: 2 system lottery draws. I choose Task 2, Ye Zhou declared without a moment's hesitation. The rationale for his choice was self-evident. Having awakened the ability to replicate powers, he realized that to astonish Gu Yudi, he merely needed to absorb Bai Mengshue's SSS-level ability. During the upcoming monthly examination, showcasing this prowess before his classmates would undoubtedly leave Gu Yudi in awe. Thus, Ye Zhou spent today mostly enduring a standing punishment. However, he had grown accustomed to it, so it mattered little. Yet, he was not idly passing the time. His gaze remained fixated on Bai Mengxue. Her unexpected confession earlier that day struck him as highly irregular. As the possessor of an SSS-level ability, Bai Mengxue was a key candidate for nurturing at the first high school, with even elite universities for top-tier abilities having extended early offers to her. Nevertheless, she had temporarily declined these, citing unfinished studies as her reason, despite being an exceptional talent. Today she appeared somewhat distracted, a conclusion Ye Zhou reached after observing her through several classes. What could possibly be troubling Bai Mengxue? Ye Zhou pondered, perplexed. Ding-ling-ling. The school bell rang, shattering the calm of the first high school with a cacophony of noise. At the entrance, a luxurious, gold-plated Rolls-Royce, with a design reminiscent of science fiction, arrived punctually. Though the students passed it daily, they still cast envious glances, a testament to the allure of such extravagant vehicles. At this moment, Ye Zhou, bearing the envious and resentful gazes of his peers, felt a twinge of embarrassment as he approached his own Rolls-Royce. Although the vehicle exuded opulence, its garish gold hue seemed rather gaudy. He could hardly fathom what the original owner had been thinking to consider such a color as imposing. As he reached the car, the butler, the elderly Zhao, hurried over to open the door for him. "Young master, did you find today a school day exhausting?" Zhao, nearing his 60s, was amiable and treated Ye Zhou with great kindness. He was also a trusted confidant of Ye Zhou's father. "Ah, Zhao, your concern warms my heart," Ye Zhou replied, grasping Zhao's arm firmly. "You mustn't do this, young master. It breaches decorum," Zhao protested, attempting to withdraw his arm, but Ye Zhou held on tightly. In the memories of the original owner, it was only his father and Zhao who treated him with such kindness. Thus he held Zhao in high regard. "Old Zhao, it matters not. In their eyes, I am merely a debauched scion, and regardless of my actions, they shall never regard me with respect." Upon delving into the memories of the original owner, Ye Zhou discovered that his existence within the Ye family was far from favorable. Due to a treacherous plot during gestation, his mother perished in childbirth while striving to save him, and he himself, having suffered damage in utero, was unable to awaken his extraordinary abilities. The Ye family stands as one of the preeminent clans in Haiqing, yet as the sole offspring of the family head, he remained devoid of powers. Consequently, apart from his father and old Zhao, others in the Ye family treated Ye Zhou as an outsider, never bestowing him with a glance of acknowledgement. Had it not been for his father's presence, he would likely have been cast out long ago. "Young master, pay no heed to those individuals. With the family head present, you shall be safeguarded for life." Old Zhao's eyes brimmed with compassion. Amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers, Ye Zhou assisted old Zhao into the luxurious Rolls-Royce. "Young master." As soon as Ye Zhou entered the vehicle, he was met with a waft of fragrant air. 4 exquisitely beautiful women, clad in form-fitting kipeos, gracefully bowed to him. "Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, you must have yearned for me dearly." Ye Zhou moved forward and reclined upon the alabaster thigh of the woman known as Spring. Meanwhile, the lady designated as Summer hurriedly retrieved a crystal grape that had been prepared earlier, squatting beside Ye Zhou to gently feed him. Summer is indeed the most considerate. Understanding the young master's heart best, Ye Zhou opened his mouth and consumed the grape. These 4 women, Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter, were specially trained by Ye Zhou's father, Ye Wentian, as his personal guardians. Though they were all in their 20s, their extraordinary abilities were all rated A-class or higher, a result of Ye Wentian's considerable investment in gathering them from various cities. Chapter 5. The Hero Saves the Beauty. Having grown up together, Ye Zhou, the original owner, only dared to indulge in verbal flirtations and light physical contact, refraining from deeper advances. Each of the 4 women possessed distinct personalities. Spring and Summer were both extroverted and playful, while Autumn exhibited a gentle demeanor, and Winter was somewhat aloof. Nevertheless, they executed Ye Zhou's commands with unwavering loyalty. "Autumn, sing a song for the young master." To conceal the truth that the soul of this body had been replaced, Ye Zhou adhered to the memories of the original owner. Of course, he himself was by no means a lecherous individual. The reason he reclined upon Spring's smooth and supple thigh, gazing at Summer's ample bosom while listening to Autumn's melodious voice, was all due to the original owner. It had no relation to him whatsoever. "Younger master, it appears that your classmate, Bai Mengxue, is ahead." Just as Ye Zhou was savoring the moment, old Zhao whispered in his ear, "Bai Mengxue." Ye Zhou abruptly rose to his feet and gazed through the car window into a narrow alley, where Bai Mengxue found herself encircled by several tattooed brutes. "How dare they lay hands on my woman?" Enraged, Ye Zhou commanded the driver to halt and swiftly made his way towards the alley. "Bai Mengxue, today marks your final deadline. If you fail to gather 20 million by tonight, both you and your mother will be sold to our organization, the Di Luo Society, as per the wager signed by your father." The leader of the tattooed men spoke with a sinister grin while scrutinizing Bai Mengxue, standing at a height of 170 centimeters, with her long, slender legs and an alluringly exquisite visage. It was nearly impossible for any man to remain indifferent to her, especially considering she was an awakened SSS-level superhuman. "What does your wager have to do with us?" Bai Mingxue's eyes reflected no fear, only an icy resolve. With a rustle, a piece of paper was unfurled by the burly man. It bore black characters on white, adorned with a red fingerprint, all meticulously pinned by your father, Bai Su. This document serves as a testament to his debts. Should you fail to repay, we possess the authority to seize everything your family owns, including the house where you and your mother reside, as well as your very selves. The tattooed giant refrained from resorting to violence in public. After all, Bai Mingxue was a woman coveted by their leader, and they dared not lay a finger on her. My mother has long since divorced him, and that house belongs to my mother and me. Bai Mingxue frowned, her brows knitting in displeasure. Humph. I am merely here to inform you, not to negotiate. This is your final ultimatum. If we do not see the 20 million by 8 o'clock tonight, your father will be disposed of like refuse in the sea. As for you and your mother, our leader has made it clear that he would not mind sharing a bed with mother and daughter alike. A lewd glint flickered in the burly man's eyes as he spoke. How audacious of you to covet my woman. Just then, an audacious voice resounded from behind the brute, disrupting his moment of triumph. Who dares meddle with our Ye Zhou society? The four hulking men turned in fury towards the source of the voice, revealing a strikingly handsome young man, standing over 180 centimeters tall. Yet, the disdainful glint in his eyes stirred a profound loathing within the tattooed giants, as if he regarded them with utter contempt. Ding. System task. As a man determined to become the strongest ruler, how could the protagonist overlook an opportunity to rescue a damsel in distress? System task 1. Rescue Bai Mingxue. Reward: 1 gathering spirit pill. System task 2. Aid Bai Mingxue in overcoming her current predicament. Reward: 5 gathering spirit pills. System task 3. Women will only impede the protagonist's draw speed. Abandon the rescue of Bai Mingxue. Reward: 10 gathering spirit pills. Upon encountering the sudden emergence of the system tasks, Ye Zhou instinctively disregarded the third option. System, I choose task 2. Ye Zhou contemplated and decided to directly select task 2. From the tasks presented by the system, it was evident that Bai Mingxue's troubles extended far beyond the 4 burly men before her. Ye Zhou sought to replicate her SSS-level superpower, and perhaps this presented an opportunity. Furthermore, he harbored a fondness for Bai Mingxue, which might be influenced by the memories of the original owner. Each time he encountered her, his heart raced. Ye Zhou Society. I've never heard of it, Ye Zhou remarked, gesturing with his hands to indicate his unfamiliarity with the organization. You haven't even heard of the Ye Zhou Society, yet you dare to interfere in our affairs? The 4 muscular men exchanged glances, revealing predatory expressions, particularly as their eyes glinted with greed upon seeing the 4 women, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, behind Ye Zhou. What caliber is the Ye Zhou Society that would warrant my attention? Ye Zhou noted a large man gripping a folded sheet of white paper. Observing this, old Zhao swiftly appeared beside him, and in an instant, the paper was presented before Ye Zhou. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, teach them a lesson, Ye Zhou commanded, his gaze fixed on the contents of the paper as he spoke. Yes, young master. The 4 women, meticulously trained talents by Yi Wenyang, though still young, had received resources for cultivation nearly equal to those of the Yi family. Among them, Winter was the most formidable, already a level 5 superpowered individual with an awakened S-level talent. The other 3 were all level 4 superpowered individuals, each awakened to A-level abilities. Superpowered individuals rank from levels 1 to 9, and those surpassing level 9 are referred to as extraordinary superpowered beings. Beyond the extraordinary, the original owner's memories did not recall any mention. A single level's difference among superpowered individuals represented a vast chasm, and to challenge above one's level required reliance on one's awakened abilities. Although the 4 opponents were also superpowered, Ye Zhou was confident they were no match for the meticulously trained spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Indeed, within moments, the 4 tattooed men were swiftly brought to the ground by the women. Meanwhile, Ye Zhou had finished reading the contents of the paper and understood why Bai Mingxue had suddenly professed her feelings for him that day. Why did you choose me? Ye Zhou inquired as he walked past the writhing men on the ground to stand before the composed Bai Mingxue, who had been quietly observing the scene. Upon hearing his question, Bai Mingxue's expression first registered surprise, followed by a hint of bewilderment. However, in the next moment, she grasped the meaning behind Ye Zhou's words. Chapter 6. SSS-level superpower, icebound for miles. They desire too much. Bai Mingxue's words were simple, reflecting her straightforward nature. Otherwise, the original owner could not have been so infatuated with her, viewing her as his own guiding light. Ye Zhou instantly understood her sentiments. Ye Zhou inquired why she had chosen him, subtly implying that with Bai Mengshua's SSS-level extraordinary abilities and her striking beauty, many would be willing to offer her 20 million or even intervene to placate the Di Luo society. Why do you think my demands are modest? Ye Zhou chuckled softly, his body gradually inching closer to Bai Mengxue. As he drew nearer, his heart raced with increasing fervor. Was this the allure of a white moonlight? Ye Zhou mused. Yet he continued to approach her, wishing to seize the opportunity to replicate her SSS-level powers. Although women held significance, after enduring a life of toil in his past existence, he yearned for strength. I perceive no avarice in your gaze, he remarked. Bai Mengxue sought to retreat, but understood that if she did, Ye Zhou might cease his assistance. Her confession to him stemmed from her father's gambling debts and her mother's plight. The Di Luo society had already visited them multiple times. Currently, the outer wall of their apartment bore the ominous words "debt repayment" scrawled in red paint by the society's members. Despite her awakening of SSS-level powers, the brevity of time since her awakening meant that her spiritual energy was insufficient to unleash the full potential of her abilities. Presently, she was merely a level 2 ability wielder, leaving her little choice but to yield to the threats posed by the Di Luo society. Moreover, her mother's illness could not withstand the relentless disturbances caused by their relentless visits. In this world, everyone plays a role. How can you ascertain that the version of me you perceive is the true essence of my being? As he spoke, Ye Zhou reached out and clasped Bai Mengshue's delicate hand. The smoothness of her skin elicited an involuntary shiver from both of them. Bai Mengxue instinctively attempted to withdraw, yet Ye Zhou tightened his grip. This was a rare opportunity, and he was not one to exploit another's vulnerability. Copy. He silently exulted, his heart racing with exhilaration. Though he had already awakened the SSS-level ability of replication, it was a supportive power that could not be showcased publicly. Thus, the thrill he felt while holding Bai Mengshue's hand was profound. As he concentrated, a peculiar force, perceptible only to him, began to envelop Bai Mengshue's entire being. It was his first attempt at replicating another's power. Sensing Ye Zhou's grip tighten, Bai Mengxue wished to retract her hand, yet after a moment's hesitation, she ultimately relinquished her struggle. To her, Ye Zhou represented an opportunity, a chance to free herself from the Di Luo society's entanglements. Despite her remarkable talents, without maturation, she remained a mere object in the eyes of some. At only 18, Bai Mengshue's circumstances had imparted experiences that far exceeded those of her peers, rendering her more mature than her age would suggest. Ye Zhou, let us strike a deal, Bai Mengxue said, biting her lip, as she finally mustered the courage to speak. She perceived that today, Ye Zhou was somewhat different from his usual self. A deal? Ye Zhou expressed surprise, yet he continued to hold Bai Mengshue's hand. Could you lend me 20 million? You may set any interest rate you desire, Bai Mengxue articulated through gritted teeth. Fully aware that this proposition was inherently unfair to Ye Zhou. Do you truly believe that repaying 20 million will persuade the Di Luo society to spare you? Ye Zhou chuckled lightly. He had encountered such traps employed by the Di Luo society many times in his past life. Bai Mengxue was momentarily at a loss for words. Old Zhao, I want to know everything about the Di Luo society within 3 minutes, including how they ensnared my father, she instructed. Having been momentarily silenced by her own inquiry, Ye Zhou turned to old Zhao, who was busy binding the 4 burly men. Young master, rest assured, old Zhao replied, nodding as he produced an exceptionally thin phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Xiaohu, please investigate any information related to the Di Luo society and send it to the young master within 3 minutes. Upon issuing his command, old Zhao fixed a menacing gaze upon the 4 captives. I have a deal of my own. Would you care to consider it? Ye Zhou, after directing old Zhao, turned his attention back to Bai Mengxue, whose hand he still clasped. The process of ability replication continued, and indeed, as the system had suggested, the higher the innate talent, the more prolonged the replication. Moreover, during this replication, Ye Zhou distinctly felt changes within his body. Alongside his replication power, an additional chilling force surged within him, which he recognized as Bai Mengshue's awakened SSS-level ability, Icebound Expanse. Bai Mengshue's power was formidable, if unleashed to its maximum potential. It could encase everything within a vast radius in ice in an instant. Such a powerful ability was not something Ye Zhou could overlook. His criterion for selecting abilities was simple, the strongest, without exception. One could only imagine the spectacle that would unfold when Ye Zhou, adorned with a plethora of SSS-level abilities, made his entrance before the world. What sort of deal? Bai Mengxue inquired cautiously. Although she sensed that Ye Zhou would not harm her, she understood the necessity of maintaining her vigilance. Consider the 20 million as a loan from me, to be repaid once you have earned your fortune. Additionally, I can assist you in dealing with the Di Luo Society, ensuring they dare not trouble you again. Furthermore, I can facilitate your father's complete withdrawal from gambling, preventing him from harassing you and your mother, Ye Zhou stated, his demeanor unusually serious and earnest. Bai Mengxue remained silent, acutely aware that no kindness exists without ulterior motives. She also discerned that Ye Zhou was not the lascivious scion that the outside world portrayed him to be. She had observed the four stunningly beautiful women near Ye Zhou, albeit slightly less captivating than herself. What do you desire? Bai Mengxue wished to withdraw her hand, yet they had been holding hands for 3 minutes. And Ye Zhou showed no intention of letting go. Ye Zhou could feel the chilling power within him intensifying, indicating that his abilities were on the verge of duplication, which ignited a fervor within his heart. After all, he had been in this world for 7 days, and without any powers, he had been exceedingly cautious, fearing that others would discover his true identity. I want you to pretend to be my girlfriend until the college entrance examination concludes. Chapter 7. Bai Mengxue's Dilemma. What? Bai Mengxue was somewhat taken aback. She had somewhat anticipated the request Ye Zhou would make, but when he proposed that she only pretend to be his girlfriend, it still caught her off guard. What? Are you unwilling? Ye Zhou, thinking Bai Mengxue was reluctant, countered with a question. Bai Mengxue recalled her bold confession to Ye Zhou on the playground today, only to be decisively rejected by him. Why did you refuse at that time? After a moment of hesitation, she voiced her lingering curiosity. Because I could see you were compelled, and I am not the type to take advantage of someone in distress. Ye Zhou feigned a serious demeanor, naturally refraining from disclosing the truth about the system. As for why he did not directly ask Bai Mengxue to be his girlfriend, it was because he understood that haste makes waste. Since impatience would not serve him, he preferred the approach of gradually nurturing their relationship, believing that one day, Bai Mengxue would willingly fall into his grasp. Upon hearing his explanation, Bai Mengxue could not help but gaze at Ye Zhou with renewed interest. Their hands remained intertwined, and though she attempted to retract hers, Ye Zhou tightened his grip. Realizing he would not release her, Bai Mengxue refrained from forcefully pulling away. At this critical juncture of duplicating his abilities, it was impossible for her to expect him to loosen his hold. Ye Zhou sensed the chilling energy within him growing ever more abundant, the duplication nearing completion, and his heart raced with excitement. I accept your proposal. After much contemplation, Bai Mengxue acquiesced to Ye Zhou's request. Her reasoning was straightforward. As long as she gained admission to a top-tier academy for extraordinary abilities, the 2 million would pose no challenge for her, a testament to her confidence in possessing an SSS-level power. The moment she agreed, a subtle smile graced Ye Zhou's lips. The duplication of his powers had been completed, the force of replication dissipated, but a formidable chill now surged within him. He yearned for a place to test the SSS-level ability, Icebound Expanse, that he had just acquired from Bai Mengxue. However, he was acutely aware that it was not yet the time to reveal his awakened powers. Though he had awakened an SSS-level ability, his spiritual energy was still insufficient to unleash its full potential. Just then, the 3 minutes swiftly elapsed, and he felt a vibration in his pocket. He hurriedly pulled out his phone to check information regarding the Di Luo Association. The screen of the phone illuminated, flashing a few words. Ye Zhou unlocked his device, glanced at the contents, and then put the phone away. Mengxue, it's getting late, and the streets aren't safe. Allow me to escort you home. He cast a brief look at the 4 tattooed men squatting in the corner before turning his gaze back to Bai Mengxue. Perhaps it's best not to, she replied, her eyes drifting toward the ostentatious Rolls-Royce. Ye Zhou forced a wry smile, acknowledging that the vehicle was indeed rather excessive. Observing Bai Mengxue's departing figure, a subtle grin crept across his lips. Although he and T accompanied her home, today had been remarkably fruitful for him. He had acquired the SSS-level ability of Icebound Vastness, and secured Bai Mengxue's promise to be his girlfriend, lifting his spirits to unprecedented heights. Young master, how should we deal with the 4 of them? Lao Zhao approached to inquire. Those 4? Ye Zhou pondered for a moment. I'm in a good mood today, so let us start by breaking one of their legs. Understood, young master. Lao Zhao regarded him with mild surprise, noting that today Ye Zhou seemed different from his usual self. Previously, although spoiled by the family head and somewhat arrogant, he lacked the confidence and ruthlessness evident today. However, Lao Zhao felt a sense of relief. Ye Zhou, being the only son of the family head, had suffered physical setbacks that hindered his ability to awaken powers. If he were too weak, the consequences could be dire. In a large family, internal strife was a constant, which was why Ye Wenyi had trained 4 assassins to protect him. For piercing screams erupted behind Ye Zhou as he returned to the vehicle with the 4 women of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The D Luo Society. The leader, Luo Ding, possessed a level 5 ability, having awakened the B-grade power of Earth Wall. Luo Ding was cunning and ruthless, a bold fighter who established the D Luo Society in the Bar district of South City, capitalizing on his powers. The society boasted over 100 members, with ventures in bars, upscale clubs, casinos, and arcades, ranking as a second-tier gang in High City. As Ye Zhou reclined on the soft thigh of spring, his eyes remained fixated on the information on his phone. Lao Zhao, it will soon be your turn. He directed his gaze toward Lao Zhao, who was indeed formidable. Ye Zhou had yet to witness his true capabilities. What outcome do you desire, young master? Lao Zhao leaned in, whispering in his ear. The D Luo Society must be eradicated, Ye Zhou casually remarked while munching on grapes. Understood. Lao Zhao nodded, fully comprehending the implications. It seemed everyone had underestimated the young master. He sighed inwardly, wishing fervently that Ye Zhou could awaken his powers. In South City, the Bar District thrived in a society where the entertainment industry flourished. Many ability users would venture outside the city to hunt ferocious beasts, only to return to the bars for leisure. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, not only have extraordinary abilities awakened among humans, but ferocious beasts have also gained strength, often proving to be more formidable than individual humans. Consequently, hunting these beasts has become an exceedingly perilous endeavor. As night fell and the lights illuminated the streets, the Bar District bustled with life, adorned with luxurious vehicles parked outside. At that moment, a flamboyant, golden luxury car, with an extravagant and futuristic design, made its way into the bar street. Though designated as a pedestrian zone, the car seemed oblivious to this fact, barreling straight into the crowded throng. Upon sighting the vehicle, the crowd instinctively parted, none daring to obstruct its path. Young master, the data indicates that Luo Ding frequents the Luo Club bar under the D Luo Society every night. An aide reported, "It is best to resolve this matter swiftly. By the way, where is Bai Su at present?" Ye Zhou suddenly inquired. "Young master, he is also at the D Luo Society, and in the finest private room," Lao Zhao replied, a peculiar expression on his face. The finest private room? A glint of murderous intent flickered in Ye Zhou's eyes. Investigations have confirmed that Bai Su has accrued a debt of 20 million due to gambling. Yet, he has voluntarily offered to sell his wife and child to Luo Ding for 40 million. Lao Zhao relayed the findings regarding Bai Su. He truly does not deserve to be a father or a husband. One of the 4 women, Xia, exclaimed vehemently. Humph. Such a person should not exist in this world. Chun echoed, equally scathing. The 4 women, having been purchased by Ye Wenyi, presumably bore their own tragic histories. He is indeed deserving of his fate. Ye Zhou's eyes narrowed, lost in contemplation. Let us confront this Luo Ding. Meanwhile, the luxury vehicle had come to a halt at the entrance of the Luo Club bar. The doorman, upon spotting such a prestigious car, hurriedly approached with a broad smile, eager to assist in opening the door. However, just as his eager face appeared at the car door, it swung open automatically, and a size 42 shoe promptly imprinted itself upon the doorman's smiling visage. With a resounding thud, the doorman was sent flying. Bah! What kind of fool dares to open the door for me? Ye Zhou cursed as he retracted his foot, stepping out of the luxury car with an air of arrogance. Behind him, the 4 enchanting women, Chun, Xia, Qiu, and Dong, formed a line, while Lao Zhao stood respectfully by his side. What young master is this? Such a grand display. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of many onlookers, and the noise at the entrance quickly drew the attention of the D Luo Society members. A dozen men clad in black, exuding an intimidating aura, burst forth from the Luo Club bar. Yet, upon witnessing the spectacle at the entrance, they were taken aback, each hesitating to advance. At long last, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit emerged from the bar, A smile plastered across his face as he approached Ye Zhou. Please forgive me for any shortcomings in my hospitality upon the arrival of the young master. Despite being unfamiliar with Ye Zhou's identity, the seasoned man quickly discerned the lavish car and the array of stunning women lined up behind him, along with the dutiful butler standing nearby. Clearly, this was the entourage of a wealthy heir. Thus, regardless of who he was, it was only fitting to address him as young master. The middle-aged man bowed and approached Ye Zhou, eager to ingratiate himself. However, unexpectedly, a resounding slap struck his face. Smack! A cry of anguish escaped the man as he fell to the ground, stunned by Ye Zhou's sudden aggression. How dare you, a nobody, dare to cavort before me? Have I granted you the privilege to act so brazenly? Ye Zhou declared with audacity, his foot pressing firmly against the man's chest. Who exactly are you? The black-clad man attempted to summon his abilities in resistance, but in that moment, a frigid gaze fell upon him. In an instant, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his body rendered immobile by sheer terror. It was that elder. It matters not who I am. What holds significance is that the De Luo society shall vanish from Haicheng after today, Ye Zhou proclaimed, his gaze directed arrogantly towards the second floor of the Luo society bar. What young master are you? You haven't even matured yet. Yet you dare to engage in such violent antics? Just then, a window on the second floor swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a leather jacket with slicked-back hair, a cigarette dangling from his mouth as he leapt down from the balcony. Impudent! How dare you insult my young master? From behind Ye Zhou, a typically cold figure, Dong, interjected with a reprimanding tone. Ah, these four beauties. Your young master hasn't even come of age yet. Why not follow me instead? I can guarantee you a life of luxury, Luo Ding remarked, his eyes ablaze with desire as he took in the appearances of the four women accompanying Ye Zhou. Furious, Dong was incited by Luo Ding's words, launching an attack without hesitation. As a level 5 ability user with an S-class ability known as Wind Wings, Dong spread forth her wings, unleashing an overwhelming pressure directed at Luo Ding. The onlookers were compelled to retreat, intimidated by the sheer force emanating from her. A level 5 ability user, an S-class ability, Wind Wings. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they observed the unfolding scene. Which young master is this, to have such a formidable guardian by his side? Questions arose, yet no answers were forthcoming. After all, the Yi family's stature was too elevated to be associated with such places. While the crowd felt the residual power emanating from Dong, Luo Ding, who faced her directly, was drenched in cold sweat. Though he too was a level 5 ability user, his own ability was merely B-class. The disparity between the B grade and S grade is immense, especially considering that both individuals are level 5 ability users. Thus, it is entirely expected that Luo Ding finds himself overwhelmed by Dong from the onset. Multiple wind blades materialize before Dong, prompting Luo Ding to urgently muster all his strength to erect an earthen wall in front of himself. However, in the next moment, the sound of slicing wind resonates as the wall shatters instantaneously, cleaved into fragments by the wind blades. Behind the crumbled wall, Luo Ding is beset by a multitude of wounds, and he is violently propelled backward, crashing against the wall of the Luo Club. With a gasp, he spews forth a copious amount of blood, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. Humph! After delivering that blow, Dong lets out a cold snort and retreats to stand behind Ye Zhou. At that moment, Ye Zhou himself is taken aback, witnessing Dong's formidable prowess firsthand. He truly comprehends the vast chasm that exists between different abilities. A thought crosses his mind. If he were a level 5 ability user wielding an SSS grade power, unleashing a freezing tempest, what a sight it would be. However, Ye Zhou is aware that now is not the time for such musings. He strides toward Luo Ding, who is gravely injured and on the brink of collapse. The black-clad individuals of the Luo Club instinctively retreat as he approaches. The shock from the earlier display is overwhelming. The president, renowned for his impressive defensive capabilities, has been severely wounded by a single strike. This fundamentally alters their worldview. With each step Ye Zhou takes, they collectively back away, not daring to obstruct him as he reaches Luo Ding. Who exactly are you? Fear is evident in Luo Ding's eyes. Who I am is of little consequence. What is significant is that you dare to lay your hands on my girlfriend, Ye Zhou declares, placing his foot directly on Luo Ding's wound. Ah! Luo Ding emits a cry of agony. Young master, you must be mistaken. Even if you gave me 100 times the courage, I would never dare to target your girlfriend. Though he is writhing in pain, he is more eager to clarify. Still claiming innocence? Ye Zhou intensifies the pressure, causing Luo Ding to convulse in torment. Brother, I truly did not have the audacity. Luo Ding, in desperation, cannot fathom how he has incurred the wrath of this formidable figure. Bai Su. Seeing that Luo Ding remains oblivious, Ye Zhou decides to cut to the chase. Uttering a name. Bai Su. Are you referring to Bai Mengxue, the daughter of Bai Su? Luo Ding's eyes widen in realization. Chapter 9. A deathly apology smack. Ye Zhou delivers a resounding slap to Luo Ding's face. Now, do you remember? The matter concerning Bai Mengxue has nothing to do with me. Luo Ding hastily tries to explain. It has nothing to do with you? I have heard from your subordinates that this entire scheme was your idea. Ye Zhou's gaze turns frosty, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. This was all orchestrated by the young master of the Zhou family. He compelled me to act in this manner. Luo Ding's expression is one of terror, yet beneath it simmers a deep-seated hatred. The young master of the Zhou family? Ye Zhou furrows his brows. Indeed, it is young master Zhou from the Zhou family in Haiqing. Luo Ding nodded. Bai Su frequented our gambling den, and just last month, young master Zhou approached me, requesting that I orchestrate a trap for him, promising a reward of 20 million afterward. He did not conceal his intentions. He sensed a murderous intent in Ye Zhou's eyes. Zhou Gongxian, 20 million. Ye Zhou recalled the targeting he faced from Zhou Gongxian today. However, Bai Su is no virtuous man either. Before I could propose selling his daughter, he had already named a price. Luo Ding continued to explain. Lao Zhao with my status. It should not stir trouble to eliminate one, right? Ye Zhou turned to Lao Zhao, then smiled as he spoke. Young master, in Haiqing, as long as you do not commit a grave crime, eliminating one or two individuals can be suppressed given our Yi family standing. Lao Zhao understood and collaborated with Ye Zhou. What? You are the young master of the Yi family. Luo Ding exclaimed in astonishment. The Yi family is a top-tier family in Haiqing. While the Zhou family is formidable, they remain a second-tier family, and the disparity in power is vast. If that is the case, since you dare to plot against me, you shall pay with your life. Lao Zhao, eliminate him, from today onward. The Luo society will be expelled from Haiqing. Ye Zhou did not even glance at Luo Ding. Although Luo Ding had concealed his intentions well, Ye Zhou firmly believed in the principle of eradicating the root of the problem. Young master, spare me. Luo Ding did not anticipate Ye Zhou's ruthless nature, leaving him no chance for retaliation. Lao Zhao acted swiftly. A flash of spiritual light passed, and Luo Ding's head soared into the air. No one expected that in a bustling bar street of Nanqing, a figure like Luo Ding, who had dominated for over a decade, would meet a tragic end due to offending a seemingly youthful boy. At this moment, Ye Zhou had already entered the Luo society's bar, and those present did not dare to obstruct him. Some wise individuals had turned to flee, fearing they might be implicated by Luo Ding. Within a luxurious private room of the Luo society, a corpulent middle-aged man was embracing a lady, singing joyfully. However, just as he reached the climax of his song, the door was forcefully kicked open. Ah! The two ladies within the room screamed in shock. Who the hell let you in? Where is Luo Ding? How is he conducting his affairs, unaware that I am a senior VIP? The middle-aged man glared at Ye Zhou with fury. Scum! Without a second thought, Ye Zhou kicked him over, followed by a flurry of punches raining down upon him. Although Bai Su is Bai Mengxue's father, Ye Zhou held the utmost disdain for those who sell their own children. Having been an orphan in his past life, he had no knowledge of his biological parents. After countless blows, he finally ceased when Bai Su's face was covered in blood, his head swollen like a pig's. Young master, how shall we handle him? Lao Zhao inquired, aware of Bai Su's status, thus seeking guidance. After all, Bai Su's identity, in his eyes, was somewhat unique. Lao Zhao, I have heard that my father controls a vein of spiritual stones. Let him commence mining. Ye Zhou understood that individuals like Bai Su, who have succumbed to gambling addiction, often find it exceedingly difficult to break free. Should he be left unchecked, he might very well commit acts of indiscretion. It would be more prudent to confine him, preventing any further trouble for Bai Mengxue and her daughter. Indeed, young master. Lao Zhao nodded, advancing to seize Bai Su. By the way, while he is to mine, we must ensure he remains unharmed, Ye Zhou added thoughtfully. Rest assured, young master. Lao Zhao was well aware of Ye Zhou's concerns and would make all necessary arrangements. At that moment, Lao Zhao felt a sense of gratification. Ye Zhou had previously exhibited a frivolous demeanor, and this was the first time he had witnessed his serious side in handling matters. He was resolute when necessary, approaching issues with a level of prudence reminiscent of the family head in his youth. Alas, if only the young master could awaken his abilities, it would certainly bring peace of mind to the family head. Lao Zhao sighed. In a street of bars in South City, onlookers chattered animatedly as luxurious cars passed by. This incident spread through South City like the wind. The ostentatious Rolls-Royce had become a taboo among the denizens of South City. The Ye residence, located in the heart of the coastal city, sprawled over 1,000 acres, designed as a traditional Chinese courtyard. All members of the Ye family resided within its confines. Ye Zhou's room was situated at the very center of the estate. Although he could not awaken any supernatural abilities, he remained the sole heir of the family head. Within a lavishly adorned bathroom, Ye Zhou lightly tapped the surface of the bathwater, and in an instant, the steaming water was transformed into a thick layer of ice. Is this the power of supernatural abilities? How wondrous! Ye Zhou curiously examined his palm. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A sly smile crept across Ye Zhou's lips. Upon exiting the bathroom, Chun, Xia, Qiu, and Dong had prepared everything for him. Upon seeing Dong, Ye Zhou suddenly had an idea. Qiu, the young master wishes to hear a tune. Sing one for me, he commanded, pulling Dong down to rest his head upon her lap. Dong's demeanor was typically aloof, and it was indeed the first time he had laid upon her legs. How delightful! Ye Zhou exclaimed. What brand of perfume are you wearing, Dong? It is truly exquisite. With audacity, Ye Zhou, without seeking Dong's consent, grasped her delicate, pale hand and brought it to his nose for a gentle sniff. Dong was momentarily taken aback, as it was indeed the first time Ye Zhou had reclined upon her lap, leaving her somewhat flustered. It was precisely this moment that made it easy for Ye Zhou to seize her hand, and now, retracting it seemed somewhat late. Young master, Dong does not wear any perfume. This is her natural scent, Chun remarked, unable to resist teasing Dong at her flustered state. Meanwhile, Ye Zhou silently began to harness his duplicating abilities. A peculiar force manifested in his hands, subsequently enveloping Winter. The awakening of Winter's extraordinary ability. Classified as S-rank Wings of Wind, although not on par with the SSS rank ability of Frozen Expanse, is indeed a rare power. In Chapter 10, the replication of abilities is revisited. Although Ye Zhou successfully copied the SSS rank ability of Frozen Expanse, such a formidable power is exceedingly alarming. To the onlookers, he appeared merely as a waste, incapable of awakening any abilities. If he were to suddenly unleash the SSS rank Frozen Expanse, it would undoubtedly provoke fear and suspicion among others. While the Ye family possesses significant strength, it is not without its superior entities. Currently, the pinnacle of the Ye family's extraordinary abilities is merely at the 9th level, with no transcendent ability users emerging. Having perused numerous novels about survival in his past life, he comprehends the critical importance of concealing one's strength and developing cautiously. Furthermore, the sudden awakening of S-rank abilities by the eldest son of the Ye family would be more readily accepted by others. Most importantly, he replicated by Mengshua's ability. If both were to wield the same extraordinary power, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Therefore, for the sake of prudence, the replication of Winter's ability seemed the wisest course of action. After all, Winter is his loyal guardian, and few are aware of her powers. Apart from old Zhao and his father, there are but a handful who know. Even if exposed, these few would ardently defend and justify his actions. A decision he arrived at after much contemplation. While Ye Zhou secretly replicated his abilities, old Zhao entered a classical study. Greetings, master of the house, he said, bowing to Ye Wentian, who was seated behind a mahogany desk, intently focused on the images displayed on an electronic screen. I have heard that the young master has taken a life today. Ye Wentian did not look up, continuing to observe the screen. It was I who acted, old Zhao, he replied. Old Zhao was well aware that Ye Zhou's affairs could not be concealed from him. I have told you countless times to simply call me Wentian in private. Ye Wentian sighed. Master, we must not disregard the hierarchy. Old Zhao, being somewhat obstinate, left Ye Wentian with little recourse. I have heard it was for a girl. Ye Wentian remarked, frowning. She is no ordinary girl. She possesses an SSS rank talent and boundless potential for the future. Old Zhao was privy to the recent endeavors of the master of the house. An SSS rank talent. It seems Zhou has an excellent eye. Ye Wentian chuckled lightly. Indeed. That girl is remarkable and quite suited for the young master. Old Zhao extolled her virtues. Ah, Uncle Zhao, I know what you are thinking. Zhou is also my child, and I wish for him to pursue what he desires. However, precisely because he is my son, Ye Zhou, I agreed to that marriage for his future planning. As he spoke, his tone was heavy with resignation. Master, yet with the young master's temperament, he may not consent. Old Zhao expressed his concern, his expression grave. He must consent, whether he wishes to or not. Though I am the head of the Ye family, there are many who secretly harbor intentions against me. Due to her congenital physical impairments, Zhou heir is unable to awaken her extraordinary abilities. As the son of the family head, his inability to awaken such powers is a cause for concern. Zhao uncle, you are aware that if I were to truly be gone one day, what would become of him? Although this marriage may seem somewhat unfair to Zhou heir, it promises him a lifetime of safety. A deep sense of guilt lingered in Ye Zhou's eyes. Master, we may still have a chance. The young master is not as he appears. He is not merely a reckless spendthrift. In fact, he bears a striking resemblance to you in your youth. Old Zhao, having watched Ye Zhou grow up, regards him as his own grandson, wishing to spare him any hardship. Ah, I wish he were not so clever. Being a carefree wealthy heir, as he is now, seems quite pleasant. At least he can remain untroubled. Ye Zhou sighed. Having a clever child is undoubtedly a blessing, yet within a prominent family, the inability to awaken extraordinary powers becomes a curse instead. Those from the second lineage have become increasingly arrogant lately. Old Zhao, seeing he could not dissuade Ye Zhou, directed his ire towards the second lineage. The Ye family is divided into two factions, the family head's lineage and the second lineage. Since Ye Zhou cannot awaken his powers, the second lineage has entertained notions of replacing him. Thus, they frequently target Ye Zhou, particularly since a genius with SSS-level abilities has emerged from their ranks, leading them to conspire against Ye Zhou. Those individuals are merely short-sighted. In these tumultuous times, with ferocious beasts rampant and even the vicinity of Xingyuan in unrest, they remain oblivious to anything but their internal conflicts. Ye Zhou felt helpless. But what about the young master? I have noticed he seems quite fond of that girl. Old Zhao lamented. That will depend on his fate, Ye Zhou replied, equally concerned for Ye Zhou. All that he does is in preparation for the day he might face misfortune. If only Zhou heir could awaken his abilities, Ye Zhou sighed. Master, I have heard that within the depths of Xingyuan, there are some extraordinary treasures in the hands of the other races. Zhao uncle, Xingyuan is far too perilous. Since the other races tore through the sky and established their domain, very few have been able to enter. You are aware of their formidable strength. Before he could finish, Ye Zhou interrupted him. He understood what Zhao uncle was contemplating, which is why he interjected. Otherwise, given Zhao uncle's nature, he might truly venture into Xingyuan for Ye Zhou's sake. The replication of extraordinary powers has been completed. It seems that replicating S-level abilities indeed requires significantly less time than SSS level ones. Ye Zhou felt an immense joy as he sensed the wind attribute power within him, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. After the replication was complete, Ye Zhou feigned fatigue to send the few women away to rest. He then eagerly inquired of the system. System, the task regarding by Mengxue has been completed. Where is my reward of the gathering spirit pill? Ye Zhou was keenly aware of the system's tasks. Congratulations, host. The task has been completed, and the rewards are stored within the system space. Should you wish to utilize them, simply recite the name of the item in your heart. The mechanical voice of the system resonated. System space, why did you not mention this earlier? Ye Zhou complained. In the next moment, a sudden flash of brilliance revealed a small jade vial in his hand. Ye Zhou eagerly opened the vial, and an invigorating fragrance of medicine wafted through the air. The gathering spirit pill, though available in the Ye family, was scarce. This pill is crafted from various spiritual herbs, which are predominantly found in desolate mountains teeming with ferocious beasts, making the gathering of these herbs exceedingly arduous, and thus, the price is exorbitant. To sell the gathering spirit pill, one must use the universal currency among ability users, the spirit stone. The spirit stone is immensely precious, containing pure spiritual energy essential for the cultivation of ability users. With 6 gathering spirit pills, he wondered if they would elevate his ability level. Without hesitation, Ye Zhou consumed all 6 pills in one go. Chapter 11. Ye Zhou, let us make a deal. Although 6 gathering spirit pills may sound abundant, they are merely the size of 6 small pills. They dissolved upon contact, with a slightly bitter taste reminiscent of licorice. Yet, despite their unpalatable flavor. The medicinal potency was significant. Ye Zhou could distinctly feel the spiritual energy within his body surging. If one were to compare the spiritual energy of a first-level ability user to a small puddle, once it is filled through cultivation, a breakthrough to the second level is possible. After achieving the second level, the puddle would transform into a pond, just as the pond overflows. The cultivation of ability users follows a gradual progression. However, Ye Zhou perceived that although his spiritual energy puddle was evidently filled, there were no signs of a breakthrough. Instead, the puddle seemed to be expanding. What could this mean? Ye Zhou pondered with some confusion. Host need not be alarmed. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. You are the man possessing the most formidable king system. A larger puddle is entirely normal. System. To what extent must I reach to break through to a second-level ability user? A sense of foreboding gripped Ye Zhou. Cannot disclose, cannot disclose. The system merely replied with 6 words. Ye Zhou, frustrated, felt an urge to confront the system physically. Ultimately, after consuming all 6 gathering spirit pills, he still did not achieve the breakthrough to the second level. Undeterred, he opened the safe and retrieved the 20 spirit stones accumulated by the original owner. He was resolute in his belief that absorbing such a substantial amount of spiritual energy would surely propel him to the second level. As time passed, throughout the night, Ye Zhou absorbed and refined the energy from the 20 spirit stones, yet still could not ascend to a second-level ability user. However, the spiritual energy puddle within him had transformed into a large pond. After feeling the surging power within him, Ye Zhou finally opened his eyes, refreshed. Young master, breakfast is ready. Chun appeared promptly at the door. After completing his morning rituals, Ye Zhou approached a drawer and opened it. Inside lay neatly arranged stacks of 100 yuan bills. The original owner had inexplicably set a rule for himself to spend 100,000 daily. After taking 10 stacks of bills, Ye Zhou exited his bedroom. Walking through the garden, he arrived at the dining hall. The chef, a 5-star private cook hired by the Ye family, was reputed to be the finest in Haiqing. Useless. Just as Ye Zhou stepped into the dining area, Yi Qing stood in his path. Yi Qing, the eldest daughter of the second lineage, had awakened an A-grade ability and attended the same school as Ye Zhou, albeit in class 2 of her senior year. Good dogs don't block the way. Ye Zhou paid her no heed. Ye Zhou, don't get too proud. After the college entrance examination, let us see if you can still be so arrogant. Yi Qing said, her eyes ablaze with anger, though she dared not act against him. The authority of Yi Wentian in the Yi family was not something she could provoke. I said good dogs don't block the way. Chun stepped forward and pushed her aside. Ye Zhou ignored her entirely and took his usual seat. The Yi family had a rule that all members must dine together. Otherwise, Ye Zhou would rarely come to this place. Qinger, you need not trouble him every day. In another area, a young man, seemingly around Ye Zhou's age, cast a cold glance at Ye Zhou's retreating figure. Brother, I simply cannot tolerate that wasteful arrogance. He is merely a useless individual who cannot awaken any abilities. How dare he claim the title of the Yi family's eldest son? Brother, you awakened an SSS grade ability and are a top genius, sought after by the best ability academy in the capital. If it weren't for your reluctance to leave so early, you would already be studying in the capital. With your exceptional talent, you should rightfully be the Yi family's eldest son. Yi Qing was infuriated by Ye Zhou's arrogance. Qinger, your temperament is still too rash. Although Ye Zhou cannot awaken any abilities, he is, after all, the only son of our uncle, the head of the Yi family, and thus the sole legitimate heir. Ye Zhou maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke to Ye Zhou. Brother, you are too kind. With your talent, the future of the Yi family undoubtedly lies with you. Why should a waste like Ye Zhou occupy such valuable resources? Yi Qing's ire only grew with his words. Zhou, you are just too benevolent. I have heard that Ye Zhou has even insulted you behind your back. Yi Lin interjected, equally feeling that Ye Zhou was being unfairly treated. Ye Zhou may not be able to awaken abilities, but he must be suffering greatly within. Let him insult. It is his own burden. You all should trouble him less. It is not easy for him either. Ye Zhou's expression remained serene, exuding a profound sense of calm. Brother, must you be so kind? You may tolerate him. But I cannot, Yi Qing exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table. I cannot endure it either, Yi Lin echoed, equally indignant. Alas, Ye Zhou sighed softly before adding. Ye Zhou has truly faced many trials. Humph. Yi Qing remained silent, yet the flames of indignation in his eyes blazed brighter. At that moment, Ye Zhou was voraciously devouring his breakfast, eager to leave this place. "Young master, the car is ready." Old Zhao hurried to greet him as Ye Zhou exited the dining hall. "Old Zhao, today we shall forego the Rolls-Royce. Let us opt for a more understated vehicle, perhaps a business sedan," Ye Zhou instructed. Haicheng No. 1 High School stands as the finest secondary institution in the city. Just past 7 o'clock, students from Class 1 of the senior year began to trickle into the classroom. They clustered in small groups, sharing their breakfasts. Bai Mingxue had spent a sleepless night, her mind troubled by the deal with Ye Zhou, which left her exceedingly anxious. Consequently, she arrived early, so preoccupied with her thoughts that she forgot to purchase breakfast. Typically, her demeanor was cold and unapproachable, resulting in a limited circle of friends. Only Ye Zhou persistently pursued her companionship. As Bai Mingxue pondered how to navigate her relationship with Ye Zhou, a delightful aroma wafted toward her. "Mingxue, I've brought you breakfast." Ye Zhou approached her, beaming, with a takeout bag from the Yi family dining hall in hand. "Ah," Bai Mingxue gasped in surprise, nearly squealing. "As your boyfriend, it is my duty to prepare breakfast for you. Why are you so astonished?" Ye Zhou settled beside her, a seat that rightfully belonged to him. After all, one must protect their own cherished light. Ye Zhou's voice was far from quiet, drawing the attention of classmates who regarded him with bemusement. As this was not the first time he had made such a declaration, they could almost predict that shortly, Bai Mingxue would respond with her usual icy indifference. Rejecting Ye Zhou's overtures. Chapter 12. Ye Zhou's arrogance. This fool is akin to a toad yearning for a swan. "I wager Bai Mingxue will surely discard that breakfast." One classmate scoffed. "No need to wager. She will undoubtedly throw it away. Were it not for his status as the young master of the Yi family, he would scarcely pass through the gates of our school." "Exactly. Just observe how ostentatiously he behaves. Now look at Ye Zhou from the adjacent class. He too hails from the Yi family and has awakened an SSS-level ability, yet he remains remarkably modest, never flaunting his lineage. The disparity between these two is stark. One soars high, while the other wallows in filth. And indeed, the one in filth is Ye Zhou. Yes, Ye Zhou is but a pile of refuse. Devoid of the Yi family, he is nothing." The classmates of Class 1 buzzed with mockery, all directed at Ye Zhou. However, amidst their chatter, Bai Mingxue hesitated for a moment before, with a slight blush, accepting the breakfast Ye Zhou had offered her. This scene left those who had initially anticipated witnessing Ye Zhou's embarrassment utterly astonished. What? Bai Mingxue actually accepted the food handed to her by Ye Zhou, which indirectly validated his claims. Gasps of surprise erupted, and this moment was precisely observed by Zhou Gongxian, who had just entered. His previously cheerful demeanor darkened instantaneously. Bai Mingxue was the woman he had long desired. Had it not been for Ye Zhou's constant presence beside her, Zhou Gongxian might have made his move. However, Bai Mingxue accepting Ye Zhou's breakfast essentially implied her acknowledgement of being his girlfriend. "Ye Zhou." Zhou Gongxuan's expression contorted with fury as he forced those two words through clenched teeth. Witnessing Bai Mingxue accepting the breakfast, Ye Zhou turned back to cast a triumphant glance at those who had mocked him earlier. "Bai Mingxue is my girlfriend. From this day forth, if any of you dare to come within 3 meters of her, I shall break your legs." Ye Zhou showed no hesitation in confronting them. "Ye Zhou, you are exceedingly domineering." Zhou Gongxian seethed with rage. Upon hearing his arrogant declaration, the volcano of his anger erupted. "Zhou Gongxian, what are you even? How dare you boast in front of me? Do you believe I could have my father send someone to annihilate the Zhou family?" Ye Zhou felt a murderous intent rise within him. Upon learning of Zhou Gongxuan's despicable intentions towards Bai Mingxue, he had placed him on his hit list. Zhou Gongxian was taken aback by Ye Zhou's words. The Zhou family was indeed no match for the Yi family. Otherwise, he would not have been so accommodating. "Get out of my way and do not disturb my girlfriend while she eats." After delivering this, Ye Zhou took a spoon and scooped up a spoonful of seafood porridge, bringing it to Bai Mingxue's lips. She attempted to refuse, but upon meeting Ye Zhou's gaze, she obediently opened her mouth and took a bite. Zhou Gongxian watched this scene, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, yet he dared not retaliate against Ye Zhou. The other students, witnessing the intimate exchange between the two, were bewildered by how Bai Mingxue would agree to be Ye Zhou's girlfriend. Consequently, rumors began to circulate in the school that Bai Mingxue was a gold digger. Ding ding ding. The class bell rang. Wang Laohu and the homeroom teacher Gu Yudi entered the classroom together, clapping her hands 3 times. Gu Yudi gathered everyone's attention before speaking with satisfaction. Students, we will not have class today. Instead, we will gather on the playground shortly. Recently, the grain base outside the city has been besieged by wild boars. After strict examination by the Ministry of Education, it has been determined that these wild boars, although exhibiting some mutations, are primarily ordinary boars, with only a few classified as F-grade mutated boars. Therefore, it has been decided by the higher authorities of our school and the Ministry of Education that the senior students of both our school and the second school will address this pig infestation, serving as a trial for the upcoming college entrance examination. Furthermore, students who excel in this trial will receive spirit stones as a reward, jointly provided by the Ministry of Education and school administrators. Students ranked first in their schools will receive 3 spirit stones, while those in second place will be awarded 2, and the third will receive 1. Students ranked 4th to 10th will be rewarded with 2 packets of spirit gathering powder. As Gu Yudi concluded her announcement, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. 3 spirit stones, surely, that could purchase a spirit gathering pill. The school and the education department have truly been generous this time. Once the initial shock wore off, the students' faces lit up with excitement. Hunting ferocious beasts outside the city is a dream for many. However, due to their studies, their parents would never consent to such an endeavor. The wilderness is not a benevolent place. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, ferocious beasts roam freely, and a moment's carelessness could lead to becoming prey. Students, while there may not be significant danger this time, I must remind you that the outside world is far more perilous than the city. Danger lurks everywhere, Gu Yudi reiterated. We understand, teacher. A student shouted exuberantly. This excursion outside the city marks the first for the majority, including Ye Zhou. In his memories, the original host had ventured out before, escorted by Ye Wentian. For the Ye family possesses enterprises beyond the city limits. The most notable of these is a small spirit stone mine. Ye Wentian had fought fiercely for this mine in the past. Noticing the students' excitement, Gu Yudi merely smiled faintly. Soon, dozens of heavily armored buses rolled into the campus. Under the envious gazes of the first and second-year students, the third-year students boarded the buses with heads held high and expressions of pride. Class 1 was assigned to the first bus, making it easy to locate. Upon entering, Ye Zhou chose a double seat and invited Bai Mengxue to sit beside him, which elicited a chorus of envious murmurs from others. Bai Mengxue was quiet, rarely speaking. Her naturally serene demeanor made it challenging for Ye Zhou to pursue her, especially given her father's circumstances. Rest assured, the Di Luo Association has been dealt with. They will no longer appear before you, Ye Zhou whispered as soon as she sat down, leaning in closely. His breath brushed against Bai Mengxue's fair, smooth neck, sending a tingling sensation through her, leaving her feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Ye Zhou noticed her reaction and couldn't help but smirk subtly. Ye Zhou, you're doing this on purpose, Bai Mengxue, perceptive as ever, quickly discerned his teasing intent. You promised to be my girlfriend, so this is perfectly acceptable, Ye Zhou chuckled lightly. Bai Mengxue was well aware that in a battle of wits, she could never match Ye Zhou. What has happened to my father? She redirected the topic. He is well. Ye Zhou anticipated her question. Chapter 13. The soldier I have sent him to the mine. Originally, Bai Mengxue felt a sense of relief upon hearing Ye Zhou speak of his father in a positive light, but her expression faltered slightly upon hearing the subsequent words. Your father has a gambling problem that cannot be easily resolved. I do not wish for him to disturb you and your mother, so I took the liberty of sending him to my family's mine, Ye Zhou clarified, knowing he could not conceal this from Bai Mengxue. Momentarily at a loss for words, Bai Mengxue remained silent while Ye Zhou observed her. At that moment, the bus had arrived at the city gates. After presenting the necessary documents, the heavy gates swung open. The coastal city is bordered by the sea, yet to the southeast, several towering mountains rise. Their destination on this journey is Gushin, though Gushin is not particularly high. With an altitude of merely 101 meters, its steep terrain deters many visitors. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, even fewer people have ventured there. Primarily hunters seeking to slay ferocious beasts for cultivation resources. Once the gates opened, the bus did not immediately exit until several military vehicles appeared, signaling the departure towards their destination. The appearance of the military vehicles quieted the students within the bus, each of them scrutinizing the armored convoy ahead. Those are military personnel, here specifically for your protection, Gu Yudi explained with a smile, noticing the curious gazes of the students. The military, Ye Zhou echoed, equally intrigued. The Yi family also had a military force, yet theirs was cultivated independently, while the soldiers before them belonged to the state. Ye Zhou, perhaps your actions are justified. Bai Mengxue suddenly spoke after a prolonged silence. What do you mean by justified? Ye Zhou, distracted by the military vehicles, momentarily failed to grasp her words. Sending my father to mine is justified. He developed a penchant for gambling during my childhood, and he also struggled with alcoholism. Each time he drank excessively, he would assault my mother and, at times, me. Bai Mengxue recounted her childhood experiences. Misfortune is but a fleeting phase. You now have me. And I shall not allow anyone to bully you, Ye Zhou assured, albeit clumsily, as he patted his chest in confidence. The sole reason for sending Bai Su to mine was the contract he had signed to betray Bai Mengxue and her mother. Naturally, he would not divulge this to her, especially after learning of her unfortunate past. As the convoy continued onward, Bai Mengxue fell silent once more, yet Ye Zhou sensed a subtle strengthening of their bond. Suddenly, a screeching sound of abrupt braking echoed through the vehicle, causing many to lurch forward unexpectedly, colliding with the seats in front of them. What is happening? A collective gasp filled the air as everyone's gaze turned towards the front. This is not good. An E-class ferocious beast has appeared ahead, an altered black flame dog. Gu Yudi's earpiece crackled with the voice of the school authorities. An altered black flame dog, an E-class ferocious beast, she announced, her voice carrying clearly throughout the bus. Some individuals have begun to express alarm, considering they are merely students, most of whom are only first-level abilities, with only a few reaching the second level. A D-grade beast can effortlessly tear them all apart, which makes their panic quite understandable. There is no need for concern. It is merely a D-grade beast. Gu Yudi realized her earlier slip of the tongue had incited the students' fear. Everyone, do not panic. It is just a D-grade beast. With the army's intervention, it should be easily resolved, Zhou Gongxian declared as he stood up. As the class monitor, his presence garnered immediate agreement from many. Boom. At that moment, a loud rumbling erupted from the front of the military vehicle. Clearly, someone was engaged in combat with the mutated black flame dog. A creature towering at 2 meters with a body length of 4 meters, covered in black fur, and capable of spewing forth black flames. The temperature of these flames is exceedingly high, capable of melting steel, and any individual scorched by them would almost certainly meet a grim fate. At that moment, 2 officers clad in military uniforms were joining forces against the mutated black flame dog. One was enveloped in fiery orange flames, while the other wielded a massive hammer. Engaging the beast in close combat, the soldier with the hammer swung it down towards the dog's head, creating a fierce gust as it sliced through the air. The black flame dog, seemingly possessing some intelligence, opted not to confront the descending hammer head-on, but instead attempted to evade. However, the 2 soldiers worked in perfect harmony, unleashing a pillar of fire towards the beast, with simultaneous attacks from both sides. The black flame dog was left with no choice but to unleash its own black flames to counter the fire pillar, while raising its forepaw to strike at the giant hammer. Seeking death, the soldier wielding the hammer sneered coldly. His awakened ability was one of immense strength, now exceeding 10,000 pounds. Boom. The 2-meter-tall black flame dog was sent flying over 10 meters by the force of the blow, crashing into a large tree, which splintered upon impact. When it finally managed to rise, one of its legs had been broken, revealing red flesh and stark, white bone beneath. "Well done, Lao Lei," exclaimed the soldier engulfed in flames, unable to restrain his praise. Hee. Lao Lei chuckled and replied, "With so many youngsters watching, I cannot afford to tarnish the honor of our soldiers. Lao Lei, give it your all. I'll treat you to drinks later." The other soldier said with a light laugh. "Rest assured, although the black flame dog is formidable, I, Lao Lei, will make it aware of the might of my hammer." With that, Lao Lei stomped one foot on the ground and launched himself towards the black flame dog like an arrow released from a bow. The injured dog, hindered in its agility, could only unleash a burst of flames directed at Lao Lei. He promptly raised his enormous hammer, as solid as a door, in defense. The colossal hammer he wielded was crafted by a master weaponsmith, who had awakened the ability to forge extraordinary weapons at a great cost, thus rendering him impervious to the searing flames of the black flame hound. Old Lei's arm muscles bulged as he boldly approached the beast through the flames. Observing this, another individual gathered a fireball in his hand and, with a forceful push, sent it hurtling towards the black flame hound. Caught between the 2 attacks, the creature was powerless to resist and was struck directly by the fireball. With a resounding explosion, the massive body of the black flame hound was sent flying, while orange flames ignited upon it like maggots on flesh. What an opportunity! Old Lei shouted, swiftly appearing before the black flame hound like an arrow, and then brought down his colossal hammer. The beast barely had time to emit a cry of despair before its skull was shattered by the blow. Old Lei, your strength seems to have increased, remarked the soldier who controlled fire, unable to suppress his astonishment. Chapter 14. Prejudice in the Human Heart is a mountain classmates. The D-rank ferocious beast, the black flame hound, has been slain. When we pass by shortly, we shall behold its true form, Gu Yudi chuckled lightly. However, she truly regarded the D-rank beast with disdain. As a level 5 ability user who had awakened the SSS level ability of Spatial Storm, she could effortlessly slay the black flame hound with her mastery over space. With her words, the previously halted convoy resumed its journey. Gu Yudi then approached Ye Zhou and Bai Mengxue. Turning to the latter, she said, Mengxue, your talent is exceptional. Do not let certain individuals hinder your cultivation. As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Ye Zhou. This left Ye Zhou feeling somewhat speechless, as he found himself unjustly looked down upon. Teacher Gu, can we refrain from peering at others through the cracks of the door? Ye Zhou could no longer contain himself. After all, he was a soul from another world, with an actual age comparable to Gu Yudi, lacking the natural awe a student typically has for a teacher. Furthermore, Ye Zhou had a mission, to astonish Gu Yudi within a month and alter her perception of him. Ye Zhou, you are most aware of your own actions, Gu Yudi remarked. Bai Mengxue is my most promising pupil, destined to become a top expert in our nation. You shall not deceive her feelings during her naive years. Gu Yudi's gaze towards Ye Zhou was one of suspicion. She indeed treated Bai Mengxue with great care, often looking after her. Alas, Ye Zhou sighed softly. What is this sigh for? Has the teacher wronged you? Gu Yudi retorted, pouting. The prejudice within the human heart is a mountain. No matter how hard I strive to change, in Teacher Gu's eyes, I remain the same. Ye Zhou sighed again, then spoke in an affected manner. Gu Yudi was taken aback. She had not anticipated such words from Ye Zhou. Teacher, I too strive diligently in the unseen. Ye Zhou donned an air of profound depth. The world deems me, Ye Zhou, a worthless individual incapable of awakening any extraordinary abilities, merely a pretentious, extravagant, lecherous scion of a wealthy family. You slander me, deride me, mock me. Yet, I have never wielded my identity as the young master of the Ye family to oppress you. With the power of the Ye family, I could easily silence you, but I refrain, for I am acutely aware that I am merely an ordinary person, incapable of awakening any extraordinary gifts. The more Ye Zhou spoke, the more he found himself ensnared in his own words, even discreetly pinching his thigh to elicit tears in his eyes. Gu Yudi found herself momentarily at a loss for words, beginning to reflect on whether she had indeed viewed Ye Zhou through a distorted lens. Indeed, Ye Zhou is but an ordinary individual unable to awaken any special abilities. As Gu Yudi contemplated this, she recalled Ye Zhou's various behaviors. Perhaps he merely sought attention, prompting such actions. Confusion clouded her mind, making her realize that she had indeed been somewhat antagonistic towards Ye Zhou. Even Bai Mengxue, upon hearing Ye Zhou's speech, fell into contemplation, questioning whether she had been excessively harsh towards him in the past. Observing the changes in their expressions, Ye Zhou felt a profound sense of appreciation. Those motivational quotes from his past life held considerable power. Ye Zhou, although you harbor sorrows, you must not act like a wastrel. I understand your family is affluent, yet that wealth has been earned through your father's diligent efforts. After uttering these words, Gu Yudi turned and returned to her seat. Watching her retreating figure, Ye Zhou felt a sense of satisfaction. His current aim was to alter Gu Yudi's ingrained perception of him, and when the time came to reveal his awakened abilities, the stark contrast should leave her astounded. Ye Zhou mused. However, he remained oblivious to Bai Mengxue's gaze upon him. The convoy continued to advance. As this was a road forged by human hands, observation posts were established every 10 miles, manned by several soldiers. Throughout the journey, aside from encountering a D-grade beast, the black flame dog, no other creatures were seen. Classmates, in half an hour, we shall reach our destination. Just as they emerged from a grove, a sprawling expanse of golden wheat fields came into view. Wow, is this the grain base? It's truly beautiful. For the next half hour, Ye Zhou was enveloped in a sea of gold. Moreover, he observed numerous individuals toiling in the fields. Such valuable crops must not be ravaged by wild boars. I must ensure to hunt a few. Among the students, only Ye Zhou had yet to awaken any extraordinary powers, although some had manifested abilities that, while not combat-oriented, were nonetheless useful. Yes, let us hunt a few. Wild boar meat is a delicacy, even if it lacks the spiritual essence of beast meat. Voices echoed in agreement. After all, they were still a group of students, their youthful vigor seeking an outlet. Hunting wild boars is encouraged, but one must also prioritize personal safety. Gu Yudi chuckled lightly, offering a reminder. This marks their inaugural encounter with the beast, and lacking experience, certain complications are inevitable. With you here, Teacher Gu, we shall encounter no misfortune, a bold student proclaimed. Gu Yudi, undeterred, relished the camaraderie with her pupils. At merely 25 years of age, she is not significantly older than her students. Though not originally from Haishur, she arrived here due to unique circumstances, creaking to a halt. The vehicle parked in a vast grain-drying yard. Not far off loomed the solitary mountain, surrounded by a dense forest, bordered by an iron-clad city wall. This formidable barrier serves as a shield for the grain base, atop which a regiment is stationed, tasked primarily with safeguarding the food supply from ferocious beasts. While Haicheng boasts multiple grain bases, the destruction of this one could precipitate a brief food crisis for the city. Initially, the military intended to eradicate the wild boars directly, but for reasons unknown, it devolved into a trial for these students. As the vehicle came to a stop, a squad of fully armed soldiers, each carrying a specially designed sword, approached in disciplined formation under the leadership of an officer. Students, these are the soldiers assigned to protect you covertly. Gu Yudi communicated through her earpiece. The notion of being safeguarded by soldiers ignited intrigue among the students. Ye Zhou, too, felt a surge of curiosity. In his past life, he harbored an aspiration to serve in the military, yet before he could act upon it, he found himself lost to fate. Chapter 15. The massacre. They look so impressive. After I graduate from university, I shall enlist as well. I've heard the benefits are exceptional, exclaimed a student, unable to contain their excitement. So do I. A true man should aspire to the battlefield, to vanquish the enemy and earn glory. The soldier's presence stirred a commotion among the students. However, their stay was fleeting. After a brief conversation with the officials from the Education Bureau, they promptly marched toward the Iron City Wall. Under the guidance of their teacher, Ye Zhou and his peers disembarked, only to be met with a lengthy discourse from the leadership of the Education Bureau and school officials. Ultimately, the message was distilled into 4 words: exercise caution. Following the meeting, soldiers approached, carrying wooden crates, which they opened before the crowd. In the sunlight's reflection, a gleam of metal emerged, revealing an array of long swords. As Ye Zhou beheld the specially forged blades, a surge of fervor coursed through him, as if something deep within him had awakened. His peers shared his enthusiasm, their eyes alight with excitement. After the weapons were distributed, the students chattered animatedly as they followed the soldiers toward the Iron City Wall. By this time, the gates had swung open, and a contingent of soldiers stood guard outside. Even before stepping beyond the city gates, the chilling sounds of beasts echoed in the air. Dear students, whether we can indulge in wild boar meat this afternoon hinges upon your actions. With a command from the school leadership, thousands of students surged forth like unleashed tigers towards the wild boars beyond the city walls. Nurtured by the essence of vitality, these wild boars, while not mutated, had significantly increased in size. Ye Zhou, remain close behind me, Bai Mingxue stated, her intentions unclear. Young Master Zhou, I shall protect you. Wang Laohu approached as well. But upon seeing Bai Mingxue, he turned away decisively, as if resolved in some manner. Indeed, perceptive individuals like him are valuable assets, Ye Zhou thought, nodding in approval of Wang Laohu. Just then, an ill-mannered wild boar lunged at Ye Zhou. However, an ice spear, swift as an arrow, pinned the creature to the ground. Ye Zhou, stick close to me. Bai Mingxue aimed for first place without hesitation, dispatching one wild boar before rushing towards another. Each participant bore a pin the size of a button on their chests, concealing a camera that recorded every event, making the slaughtered boars inconsequential. Ye Zhou understood Bai Mingxue's ambition for victory and followed closely in her wake. Ye Zhou, do you only dare to hide behind women? They had scarcely advanced when they encountered Yi Qing, Ye Zhou, and Yi Lin. It was Yi Qing who mocked Ye Zhou, her irritation palpable whenever she laid eyes on him, especially in the company of Bai Mingxue. How could she bear to see him, who seemed to seize all the advantages, while her brother was the truly exceptional one? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, wishing nothing but misfortune upon Ye Zhou. Ye Zhou, if you were a man, step forward. Hiding behind a woman is a disgrace to the Ye family, Yi Lin chimed in, equally derisive. Both he and Yi Qing were followers of Ye Zhou, consistently regarding Ye Zhou with disdain. Fools! Ye Zhou dismissed their taunts, unwilling to engage. This was not the moment to reveal his awakened abilities. He would have ample opportunities to deal with them later. Particularly Ye Zhou, who maintained a facade of amiability while deftly orchestrating behind-the-scenes schemes, a true master of duplicity. Ye Zhou, how dare you insult? Yi Qing's fury ignited as he ignored her. Yet Ye Zhou had already followed Bai Mingxue deeper into the woods, leaving only his silhouette behind. As Ye Zhou's retreating figure faded, a deep-seated resentment flickered in Ye Zhou's eyes. The blue-eye spears, akin to a volley of arrows, rendered the wild boars, clad in black fur and bearing sharp tusks, fragile as paper in Bai Mingxue's wake. In mere moments, she had felled 10 wild boars, while Ye Zhou refrained from action, content to trail behind her. He paid little heed to the rewards offered by the school, for as a scion of wealth, money was the least of his concerns. If he were to disclose his awakened abilities to his father, Ye Wentian, he would undoubtedly spare no effort in acquiring resources for his training. Conversely, Bai Mingxue is in dire need of such rewards. Thousands of students, akin to ravenous wolves, descended upon the wild boars on the periphery. A myriad of extraordinary abilities ravaged the feeble bodies of the wild boars. Observing this scene, the school leaders displayed satisfied smiles. It appears that this cohort of students is exceptionally strong, mused the vice principal of School 1. Indeed, our students from School 2 seem to surpass yours by a slight margin, the vice principal of School 2 remarked, his words laced with subtle sarcasm. For years, School 1 has prided itself on being the strongest, yet School 2 has invested significantly to attract exceptional students. This is merely the beginning. Let us not forget that this year, 2 students from our School 1 awakened SSS-level abilities. The vice principal of School 1's eyes glimmered with amusement. Just this statement rendered the vice principal of School 2 momentarily speechless. What SSS-level abilities signify is clear to those who understand. They represent top-tier talent with boundless potential for future growth. Provided these 2 students face no unforeseen circumstances, the advantages for School 1 are monumental, allowing for the application of additional educational resources from the Ministry of Education. Their verbal sparring did not dampen the students' fervor for hunting the wild boars. Mingxue, you are truly remarkable, worthy of being an awakener of SSS-level abilities. After Bai Mingxue felled a wild boar, Ye Zhou immediately lavished her with praise. Although he did not engage directly, it was imperative to provide emotional support. The reason why those single men struggle to find partners is their inability to create emotional value for women. Continuously praised by Ye Zhou, even the usually aloof Bai Mingxue could not help but feel a slight blush. Suddenly, a wild boar, larger than the others and sporting elongated tusks, lunged at Ye Zhou from behind. Be careful! Bai Mingxue's heart raced. She hurriedly summoned a 2-meter-long ice spear in front of her and shot it towards Ye Zhou's rear. An icy chill swept past Ye Zhou's face, and in an instant, a thin layer of frost coated several strands of his hair. In truth, Ye Zhou had sensed the wild boar's approach the moment it charged forth, yet he refrained from acting, trusting in Bai Mingxue's abilities. The 2-meter-long ice spear directly pierced the F-level beast, the black-armored wild boar. This creature had evolved from the wild boar and possessed the F-level ability of copper skin and iron armor. Its formidable defenses rendered typical weaponry ineffective, akin to mere tickling. Chapter 16. The Might of SSS-level Ice Enchantment Roar. However, Bai Mingxue wielded an SSS-level ability, and the frigid power she commanded was unparalleled. Thus, the 2-meter-long ice spear pierced through the black-armored wild boar's defenses, firmly pinning its massive body to the ground. Vivid crimson blood flowed from the blue ice spear, pooling upon the earth. In the blink of an eye, the ice spear vanished, and the lifeless body of the black-armored wild boar crashed heavily to the ground. Who could have done this? An F-rank ferocious beast, the black-armored wild boar, felled in a single blow. Within a spacious conference room, spanning hundreds of square meters atop the fortified city walls, the school leaders, educational officials, and the military officers stationed there gathered. intently observing a colossal screen mounted on the wall. Haha, this is our student from number 1 high school, the principal of No. 1 high school exclaimed with unabashed glee. He has awakened an SSS level ability. Old Zhou, it seems number 1 high school is set to shine this time, boasting 2 students with SSS level abilities. This places us among the top 50 across the major universities of the Dragon Nation, praised the educational official. Next year's resources will require your assistance again, old leader. The principal of number 1 high school beamed with pride, even casting a sidelong glance at the vice principal of number 2 high school. Humph. The vice principal of number 2 high school snorted coldly. Is this the extent of the power of SSS level abilities? Ye Zhou gazed at the carcass of the black-armored wild boar, an eager anticipation stirring within him. Possessing 3 distinct abilities, he felt the fervor of a young warrior, and as he beheld the bloody scene before him, his blood surged and burned with excitement. With my current strength, I cannot fully unleash the potential of an SSS level ability, Bai Mengxue remarked, as a soft white glow began to emanate from her hands. At that moment, 3 more F-rank ferocious black-armored wild boars and a dozen wild boars charged toward the duo. Yet, Bai Mengxue remained remarkably calm in the face of this onslaught. Lightly tapping her toes on the ground, she gracefully positioned herself beside Ye Zhou. In the next instant, a pair of hands glowing with white light waved forward, striking 2 of the charging wild boars. What followed was astonishing, centered around the 2 slain wild boars. A chilling blue light flashed, instantly encasing the corpses in ice. The speed of this icy encasement was rapid and relentless. Within moments, the black-armored wild boars and the dozen wild boars that had lunged towards them were frozen in place. Ye Zhou watched in awe at this remarkable spectacle. Bai Mengxue was merely a second-tier ability user at present. Should she reach the 9th tier or transcend into the extraordinary? Would she not effortlessly encase the entire solitary mountain in ice with a mere gesture? The ice sealed swiftly, and just as quickly, it shattered. In an instant, the dozen wild boars, including the F-rank ferocious beast, were reduced to mere fragments of flesh. At this moment, it was not only Ye Zhou who was astonished. The attendees in the conference room were left utterly speechless. Is this the terrifying power of SSS level abilities? If she were to mature, even S-rank ferocious beasts would likely be no match for her, someone mused. She must be cultivated with utmost priority, regardless of how many wild boars she slays this time. The Ministry of Education will allocate an additional 5 spirit stones for her. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the eyes of the educational officials. Spirit stones are a rare resource. Although there are numerous spirit stone mines within the territory of the Dragon Nation, they are not abundant, and their extraction is immensely challenging. Although the Ministry of Education is a national department, the prevalence of opportunists within renders it difficult to procure even 5 spirit stones. The vice principal of First High School's eyes sparkled, and he quickly remarked, "Then I shall express my gratitude to the esteemed leader on her behalf." After Bai Mengxue effortlessly dispatched a dozen wild boars, her ranking ascended to first place on the large screen. Trailing closely behind her was Ye Zhou, with the 3rd and 4th positions occupied by students from Second High School, one named Wang Zi and the other Wang Teng. Both hailed from the prominent Wang family of Haiqing, equally esteemed as the Yi family. Amidst this, a particular student remained with a count of 0 wild boars slain. At that moment, the leaders of the Ministry of Education suddenly noticed that at the bottom of the ranking, one individual had not yet killed a single wild boar. Ye Zhou, who is he? The education officials pondered with curiosity. Upon hearing Ye Zhou's name, the vice principal of First High School appeared somewhat perturbed, just as he intended to speak privately. The vice principal of Second High School abruptly stood up and chuckled. This Ye Zhou, I know well. Due to health reasons, he is incapable of awakening his abilities. What? Unable to awaken his abilities? Shouldn't he be attending an ordinary school? How did he manage to enroll in our prestigious First High School? The leaders of the Education Bureau were typically busy and, despite having encountered Ye Zhou several times, no one had mentioned him before. They often discussed Ye Zhou, who had awakened an SSS level ability. It seemed that some individuals at First High School might have been accepting bribes, scoffed the vice principal of Second High School. Although this incident would not significantly impact First High School, he relished the opportunity to provoke his rival. Sir, our entire teaching staff at First High School has always upheld principles of fairness and integrity. We would never engage in corruption or bribery. As for why Ye Zhou is at our school, it is because he is a member of the Yi family. His father is Yi Wentian. The vice principal of First High School hastily clarified. He is a member of the Ye family and the son of Ye Wentian. Yet I have never heard anyone mention him, reflected the Education Bureau leader, whose initial anger was significantly quelled upon learning of Ye Zhou's lineage. However, he still commented, "This is unacceptable. How can First High School, renowned as the top high school in Haicheng, tolerate a student incapable of awakening abilities? It is a disgrace to us as ability users." Though the Education Bureau leader fell silent, the vice principal of Second High School was unwilling to let the matter rest against his longtime rival. As for the implications of the Ye family, he felt no fear. Being a member of the Wang family himself, Second High School could easily be considered the stronghold of the Wang family, akin to a private institution. Wang Mingyu. Do not overstep. The Ye family has made significant contributions to First High School. Even if Ye Zhou cannot cultivate, he is still our student. The vice principal of First High School retorted angrily, taken aback by Wang Mingyu's boldness in addressing the issue. You are merely covering for him. Wang Mingyu shot back defiantly. Both men were filled with fervor. If you are unsatisfied, we can settle this with a duel. The vice principal of Ye Zhou flashed a cold glint in his eyes, rolling up his sleeves, eager to step outside. If a duel were to ensue, so be it. Who would be afraid? Wang Mingyu felt the same way. Enough of you two. The Education Bureau leader bellowed, slamming his hand on the table. As educators, how can you behave like common ruffians brawling on the streets? His fury rendered both men momentarily subdued. Naturally, Ye Zhou was oblivious to the events unfolding in the conference room, as he and Bai Mengxue had already ventured deep into the forest. Although wild boars were plentiful, they possessed a modicum of intelligence. After being relentlessly hunted by a group of students, they instinctively began to flee deeper into the woods. Chapter 17. The trial concludes. We have ventured too far into the woods. Should we not conclude this trial? The vice principal of Ye Zhou exclaimed. Noticing that Bai Mengxue and Ye Zhou had penetrated significantly into the thicket. The area 20 miles and has been thoroughly searched. There is no danger whatsoever. Before the Education Bureau leader could respond, the vice principal of Ye Zhou quickly countered. This is merely a trial, a chance for the students to experience bloodshed. There is no need to take it so seriously. Hu Haiba's irritation grew. Wang Mingyu glanced at the rankings before stating, if this is a trial, let the students advance further and slay more wild boars, so they are not caught off guard by ferocious beasts later on. Vice Principal Wang is correct. Since it is a trial, a little more bloodshed would benefit them, the Education Bureau leader chimed in, surprisingly siding with Wang Mingyu. This left Hu Haiba momentarily speechless. He recognized that after the earlier incident involving Ye Zhou, the leader had shown some favoritism towards him. Now, his actions seemed to be an attempt at impartiality. Suddenly, a formidable F-grade beast, the black armored wild boar, crashed violently into a tree, splintering it like a twig. As they pressed onward, the deeper they went, the higher the level of the beasts they encountered. Before them now stood an E-grade beast, the fire-armored pig. Towering at 3 meters and stretching 5 to 6 meters in length, it loomed like a small house. Its long, menacing tusks glinted ominously in the light. E-grade beast. Ye Zhou's heart raced. Ye Zhou, get behind me, Bai Mengxue urged, her expression grave. Though unafraid herself, she worried for Ye Zhou, an ordinary person without awakened abilities. Fearing he might be harmed in the fray, Ye Zhou nodded. While he too felt no fear, he was burdened by the long-standing label of being a useless individual. The fire-armored pig, entirely encased in black scales, boasted formidable defenses and could breathe fire, far surpassing the black-armored wild boar. It was only due to Bai Mengxue's SSS grade ability and her status as a level 2 ability user that they stood a chance. Had any other students encountered this beast, they would have had no choice but to flee, lest they become mere prey for the fire-armored pig. Bai Mengxue's demeanor was exceedingly serious. This was her first encounter with an E-grade beast. What is happening? Wasn't it said that only F-grade beasts existed? She pondered. In the conference room, Hu Haiba rose abruptly, casting a frigid glare at the military commander. The military commander, too, frowned as he regarded the E-grade beast, the fire-armored pig. It is merely an E-class ferocious beast. If my memory serves me right, Bai Mengxue is a level 2 ability user. She can certainly handle it. The military commander had yet to speak, but Wang Mingyu was the first to voice his thoughts, wearing an expression of malicious glee. Wang Mingyu, do you still have no shame? Hu Haiba retorted angrily. Notify everyone that students may only venture 1 mile into the depths of the forest. instructed a leader from the Education Bureau. The sudden emergence of this E-class beast also stirred a twinge of concern within him. After all, this was a remote area, and despite the military's thorough sweep, some remnants might still remain. The E-class fire-armored boar roared, unleashing a torrent of flames directed at Bai Mengxue. Yet, upon witnessing this, Bai Mengxue maintained her composed and ethereal demeanor, devoid of any hint of panic. She extended a hand, and a chilling aura swiftly coalesced before her, forming a blue ice shield that stood between her and Ye Zhou. This displayed her profound mastery over her abilities. With a thunderous crash, the flames collided with the ice shield, producing a tremendous roar. Bai Mengxue remained steadfast, unfazed, effortlessly neutralizing the E-class beast's assault. Her awakening of an SSS-class ability was evident. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely sustained severe injuries. Seeing that its flames proved ineffective, the fire-armored boar began to dig its hind legs into the ground, gathering strength to crush the two insignificant beings before it with its massive and resilient body. Observing this, Bai Mengxue summoned a brilliant white light, swiftly conjuring a blue spear formed of ice in her grasp. As she wielded the blue spear, Ye Zhou was momentarily entranced. The combination of her frigid aura and the poised elegance with the spear was undeniably captivating. With a single step, Bai Mengxue was enveloped in a thin veil of white ice. The blue spear, imbued with an icy essence, clashed head-on with the E-class fire-armored boar. With a piercing sound, the blue spear pierced through the boar's thick scales, fatally striking its head. However, despite its demise, the colossal body continued its momentum, hurtling toward Bai Mengxue. With a resounding crash, she was knocked back, but fortunately, Ye Zhou was quick to catch her. "Mengxue, are you all right?" he asked, noticing her slightly pale complexion with concern. "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued," she replied. Though her face was indeed pale, her body was unharmed. It was at this moment that she realized she was in Ye Zhou's arms. In an instant, her pallor transformed to a rosy hue. "Mengxue, are you truly unscathed?" Ye Zhou inquired, observing the swift change in her complexion, fearing she might have sustained internal injuries, as often depicted in dramas of his past life. "I am fine," Bai Mengxue stammered, feeling a sense of shyness, for apart from her father's embrace in her childhood, she had never been held by another male. Now, being cradled by Ye Zhou felt somewhat unnatural to her. "Observing your complexion, which fluctuates between pale and flushed, it seems you may have sustained an internal injury. Allow me to examine you," suggested Ye Zhou, his gaze wandering over the form of Bai Mengxue, nestled in his arms. "No need," Bai Mengxue replied, her cheeks reddening further, especially under Ye Zhou's unabashed scrutiny. "What do you mean, no need? You are my girlfriend," Ye Zhou exclaimed sharply, momentarily startling Bai Mengxue. He gently propped her up, meticulously inspecting her from every angle, leaving no detail overlooked. "Ye Zhou, I'm perfectly fine," Bai Mengxue protested, a flicker of inexplicable emotion crossing her eyes at his sincere concern. Could it be that she truly had an internal injury? After all, why else would her face be so flushed? Ye Zhou, not easily convinced, contemplated leaning in closer to her chest to listen to her heartbeat, knowing that individuals with internal injuries often have rapid heart rates. "Ye Zhou, I assure you, I am really fine." However, as he leaned in closer, Bai Mengxue hastily stepped back. "Students, the trial has concluded. Please proceed cautiously on your way back," announced the voice of the school administration through a sudden intercom. The trial was over. Ye Zhou was taken aback, but the appearance of the E-class beast earlier clarified the abrupt halt. Clearly, the Education Bureau and the school were concerned about potential dangers, prompting such measures. Yet, just as Ye Zhou and Bai Mengxue prepared to retrace their steps, a strange splashing sound erupted from a nearby water pool. Suddenly, a scaled head, resembling that of a water tank, emerged from the depths. Chapter 18. Ye Zhou's abilities not good. Ye Zhou was the first to notice, instinctively grabbing Bai Mengxue and fleeing. He sensed a perilous aura emanating from the head that had breached the water's surface. That was a D-class beast. Bai Mengxue also sensed the imminent danger. Hadn't the school officials stated that this area had been cleared? Why was there still a D-class beast present? Ye Zhou cursed inwardly. Bang! It wasn't only him. Hu Haiba slammed his hand on the table, standing to confront the commanding officer stationed there. "Commander Chen, what is going on? Wasn't it stated that the military had already cleared this area? Why is there still a D-class beast?" Hu Haiba glared at Commander Chen. Ye Zhou was the son of the Yi family head, and Bai Mengxue was the most promising student of this cohort. If anything were to happen to them at the jaws of a beast, Hu Haibao knew he could forget about retaining his position as vice principal. Commander Chun was equally anxious. If any students were harmed, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from superiors. What is happening? He demanded, turning an accusatory glare at his aide. I had personnel investigate that deep pool. However, it is exceedingly deep and contained nothing of note. If anything were to happen to those two students, you may as well prepare for a military tribunal. Commander Chin's anxiety was palpable. Send someone immediately to that location. We must ensure their safety. At that moment, the conference room's screen magnified, clearly displaying Ye Zhou, Bai Mengxue, and the massive serpent that had now fully emerged from the water. The D-class beast, the azure pool python. Upon discerning the true nature of this serpent, a collective gasp echoed through the conference room, and concern for the two individuals present gripped everyone. Ye Zhou cast a glance back, feeling a surge of dread. The creature's head, as large as a water vat, was adorned with dark, ominous scales. This colossal serpent had emerged from the water, its length estimated to be around 17 or 18 meters. As its immense body swayed, it effortlessly snapped a tree, thick as a bowl, in half. Ye Zhou, you have not awakened your abilities. You should leave. I will hold it back, Bai Mengxue urged, pushing Ye Zhou forward. In the next moment, she turned, a blue-eye spear materializing in her hand. After stumbling slightly, Ye Zhou looked back at Bai Mengxue, astonished that she would forsake her chance to escape in order to confront the D-class beast and allow him to flee. As he beheld Bai Mengxue's captivating silhouette, he realized at that moment that he had succumbed to her charm, drawn to this seemingly delicate yet remarkably strong girl. Bai Mengxue often exuded an icy demeanor, projecting an aura that kept others at bay. Otherwise, Ye Zhou would not have leveraged that incident to compel her to feign being his girlfriend. However, reflecting on the situation now, he felt justified in his actions, for it had led to this rare opportunity for the two of them to be alone together. The D-class beast, the azure pool python, though immense, was not sluggish. It first devoured the E-class beast, the fire-armored pig, which Bai Mengxue had slain, and then pursued the two with remarkable speed. They were unable to evade it, prompting Bai Mengxue to choose to confront the azure pool python instead. As for the danger, she hardly contemplated it. Seeing the python lunge, Bai Mengxue did not resign herself to inaction. Instead, she opted for a proactive approach. The blue spear in her hand met the serpent's head with a resounding clang. The spear flew swiftly, yet the azure pool python did not evade, its vertical pupils reflecting mockery towards Bai Mengxue. After a faint sound, the force of the impact sent her hurtling away, and the spear shattered into fragments. The scales of the azure pool python were impervious, particularly around its head, which was its most fortified area. Observing Bai Mengxue being thrown back, the python did not linger. It lunged at her, its gaping maw wide open, intent on devouring her whole. Not good. The onlookers in the conference room, witnessing the scene unfold on the screen, wore expressions of distress, save for Wang Mingyu, who bore a grin. Wang Mingyu, what the hell are you laughing at? Hu Haibao erupted in anger, chastising him in front of the assembly. Which of my eyes did you see laughing? Wang Mingyu retorted, unwilling to concede his amusement in the presence of the Education Bureau officials. If Bai Mengxue were to perish, not only would the first high school bear responsibility, but the Education Bureau would also not escape unscathed. He had no desire to attract trouble or scrutiny. Moreover, it was deeply saddening to witness a classmate's life extinguished by a beast. Wang Mingyu feigned a look of sorrow. Please, refrain from arguing. She may not necessarily perish. At that moment, the voice of an Educational Bureau leader resonated beside them. What? Both individuals were momentarily taken aback, given the circumstances depicted in the video. Bai Mengxue was undoubtedly doomed. Their expressions varied, one filled with elation, while the other bore a hint of disappointment as they turned their heads. Just then, a new image emerged in the video. Mengxue. Ye Zhou's heart sank as he witnessed Bai Mengxue being hurled away, while the Qingtan python opened its maw, ready to engulf her. In this perilous moment, he instinctively summoned the power of his S-class ability, Wings of Wind. A gust of wind swept through, manifesting a pair of ethereal wings composed of wind energy behind him. With a whoosh, the sound of flapping wings echoed, and Ye Zhou's figure vanished from his original position. Am I truly about to die? Bai Mengxue's eyes brimmed with tears as she beheld the gaping maw approaching her. She thought of her ailing mother. If she were to perish, it would surely devastate her mother. A foul stench assaulted her senses, leaving her with no choice but to make a final struggle. Encasing herself in a thick layer of ice, her entire strength condensed into this last defense. Just as the massive jaws were about to engulf her, a sudden rush of wind whispered past her ear. In the next instant, Bai Mengxue felt herself enveloped in the strong embrace of two arms, her body ascending away from the python's gaping mouth. She was flying. Bewildered, Bai Mengxue blinked her eyes, watching the deadly jaws recede further below her. After missing its target, the colossal python crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Indeed, she was flying. At that moment, a light laugh reached her ears. Realizing what had occurred, Bai Mengxue quickly turned her head, only to be greeted by a mischievous smile. Ye Zhou, she gasped in astonishment, the thick layer of ice enveloping her dissipating. How do you possess such abilities? Bai Mengxue stared in shock at the wings of wind energy that adorned Ye Zhou's back. The words Ye Zhou awakened his powers flooded her mind, leaving her momentarily unable to think. The stark contrast of a mediocre student transforming into an academic prodigy would bewilder anyone, allowing them a moment to process the shock. Be careful. Just then, the Qingtan python, undeterred by Ye Zhou's elevation, launched another attack. It opened its mouth wide, unleashing a jet of dark green water, shrouded in mist, aimed at Ye Zhou. Chapter 19. The astonished Gu Yudi as he watched the water column, crafted from spiritual energy, hurtling toward him. Ye Zhou couldn't help but curse inwardly. Yet, he had no alternative. Landing on the ground would almost certainly spell his doom. Thus, he remained airborne, becoming a moving target, while the Qingtan python relentlessly shot water jets at him. To inquire why he does not ascend higher, it is due to the limited reservoir of spiritual energy within him, which can only sustain him at a height of several dozen meters above the ground. Ye Zhou, when did you awaken your extraordinary abilities? White Mengxue, cradled in Ye Zhou's embrace and sensing a temporary reprieve from danger, could not help but voice her profound curiosity. I awakened not long ago, Ye Zhou replied candidly. Your body has recovered. White Mengxue had heard rumors about him. Having inadvertently consumed something, he had, through a twist of fate, awakened his powers. As Ye Zhou deftly evaded the attacks of the Qingtan python below, he pondered how to obscure the truth of his awakening. The sudden manifestation of abilities in someone who was believed incapable of such feats would inevitably raise suspicions. Hu Haiba, did you not assert that Ye Zhou could not awaken his powers? Questioned someone incredulously, observing Ye Zhou's evident prowess. In the meeting room, as they witnessed Ye Zhou rescuing White Mengxue, the leaders of the Education Bureau exhaled in relief, yet turned their gaze towards Hu Haiba, the vice principal of the first high school, whose expression mirrored their confusion. The notion that Ye Zhou could not awaken his powers was a well-known secret within the institution. How is this possible? Wang Mingyu exclaimed, equally astonished, seemingly more so than Hu Haiba. Wang Mingyu, are you privy to some hidden truths? The leaders of the Education Bureau were intrigued, for the reactions of the two suggested that there was more beneath the surface. It was a widely acknowledged fact that Ye Zhou's mother had perished due to foul play during childbirth, resulting in his congenital inability to awaken powers. For years, Ye Wentian had sought ways to enable his only son to achieve that awakening, as Wang Mingyu succinctly explained. Observing Ye Zhou's current display, it was evident that he had long since awakened his abilities, achieving a level of prowess only accessible to second-tier ability users. The leaders of the Education Bureau watched the footage of Ye Zhou soaring through the air, evading the strikes of the Qingtan python. It must be wind attribute abilities. Hu Haiba mused, now composed. Prompted by the leader's inquiries and his own deductions, Hu Haiba attributed the series of events surrounding Ye Zhou's awakening to his father, Ye Wentian. After all, as the head of the Ye family, it was only natural for him to strive to restore his son's abilities. Have the rescue teams arrived? The Education Bureau leader inhaled sharply, sensing a growing anxiety. If anything were to befall White Mengxue and Ye Zhou, he too would likely face dire consequences. White Mengxue, Ye Zhou, are you both unharmed? Just as Ye Zhou's spiritual energy waned, rendering him unable to sustain flight, the previously tranquil space nearby suddenly fractured. A graceful figure emerged before them. It was none other than their homeroom teacher, Gu Yudi, having awakened an SSS-level spatial ability. Gu Yudi's appearance amidst the ruptured space elicited no surprise from Ye Zhou. Conversely, Gu Yudi gazed at the wings of the wind behind Ye Zhou, somewhat astonished. However, this was not the time for conversation, The immediate priority was to deal with the chinked in python below. Without hesitation, Gu Yudi transformed her palm into a blade and struck towards the void. At the moment she appeared, the chinked in python seemed startled and turned to flee. However, escape was not an option. As Gu Yudi spoke, a rift opened in the space above the python, and a spatial blade cleaved its head in two. Under Ye Zhou's astonished gaze, the chinked in python lacked even the strength to struggle, effortlessly slain by Gu Yudi. The power of space was indeed formidable, and Ye Zhou's eyes sparkled with admiration. He found himself rather fond of this spatial force. Gu Yudi had also awakened her SSS-level ability, the Space Storm. Just by the name of the ability, one could surmise its potency. It seemed imperative to find a way to replicate the SSS-level ability possessed by Gu Yudi. As Ye Zhou descended from the sky, cradling by Mengxue, his gaze remained fixed on Gu Yudi. She, too, was observing him, and they locked eyes. Ye Zhou's expression radiated warmth, while Gu Yudi's was filled with astonishment. She was indeed taken aback by Ye Zhou, for not long ago, she had mocked him, advising him to stay away from Bai Mengxue. Yet today, it was Ye Zhou, whom she believed incapable of awakening any abilities, who had saved the talented girl in her eyes. A stark contrast that left her utterly astonished. Congratulations, host. The time-limited task has been completed. You have earned 2 chances for a system lottery. The system's notification echoed in Ye Zhou's mind. Ye Zhou, you had already awakened your abilities. Why have you kept it a secret? Gu Yudi questioned him, a hint of indignation in her tone. Teacher, you all insisted that I could not awaken any abilities, yet none of you ever inquired whether I had actually done so. Ye Zhou replied, feigning a sense of helplessness as he raised his hands. Gu Yudi paused, realizing she had indeed never asked him about his abilities, treating him as an ordinary person all along. Humph, just wait until I get back. I'll make you pay for this, she could only mutter resentfully. The chinked-in python had been resolved, and shortly thereafter, a group of soldiers hurried to the scene. Ye Zhou, Bai Mengxue, and Gu Yudi had already departed. Having faced a life-and-death crisis, their bond had undeniably strengthened, albeit they felt somewhat fatigued. Once back within the walls of the city, they boarded a bus and began to rest their eyes. The events of their encounter with the D-grade ferocious beast, the chinked-in python, and Ye Zhou's awakening of abilities spread rapidly among the students of the first high school. Upon learning of Ye Zhou's abilities, the students were astonished, their surprise palpable. Yet, there were a few exceptions: Ye Zhong, Ye Qing, and Ye Lin. Upon discovering Ye Zhou's awakening, their jaws nearly dropped to the floor in disbelief, prompting them to seek out their teacher for clarification. However, upon receiving a positive response, the expressions of the trio grew exceedingly somber. The awakening of Ye Zhou's extraordinary abilities was, without a doubt, a significant event for all 3 of them. It was equally momentous for the Ye family. Ye Zhou's newfound powers were akin to a deep-sea bomb for the Ye clan, with Ye Wentian having a successor. The days for the other 2 branches would inevitably become increasingly arduous. Chapter 20. Brazen and shameless, of course, aside from the 3 of them. There was another who felt a pang of fear, Zhou Gongxian. Having covertly conspired against Ye Zhou on numerous occasions, he could not help but feel a sense of trepidation upon learning of Ye Zhou's awakening. Unbeknownst to him, his repeated antagonism had already placed him on Ye Zhou's list of targets. In any case, the exuberant students who had arrived were now departing with altered mindsets. Fortunately, Bai Mengxue had secured the top position in this trial, and along with the rewards from the Education Bureau, they were bestowed upon her by Gu Yudi. As night fell, several buses slowly made their way into Haiqing. Mengxue, it's getting late, and you're injured. I am concerned about you going back alone. Allow me to escort you, Ye Zhou said, firmly grasping Bai Mengxue's delicate arm at the school gate. Bai Mengxue instinctively attempted to withdraw, but Ye Zhou held on tightly. Rest assured, I have changed my vehicle today. It's not as extravagant as you might think. At Ye Zhou's gesture, a sleek black business car gradually came to a halt before them. Seeing the ordinary van, Bai Mengxue, feeling genuinely fatigued, consented to let Ye Zhou drive her home. Ye Zhou was elated, hastily moving aside to allow the eager driver to step forward, as he personally opened the car door for her. However, as he settled into the vehicle, he felt somewhat uncomfortable under the gaze of 5 peculiar stares. Bai Mengxue, too, felt the awkwardness. Her actions were perceived by outsiders as a tacit acknowledgement that she was indeed Ye Zhou's girlfriend. Silence enveloped them as the vehicle, guided by Bai Mengxue, gradually made its way to Nanqing. In Haishi, Nanchang, in comparison to other areas, was notably impoverished, with dilapidated buildings and individuals relieving themselves in public spaces. The car traversed the streets, an unpleasant odor seeping through the windows. Sensing the strange atmosphere, Bai Mengxue felt a touch of embarrassment. Suddenly, Ye Zhou clasped her hand and flashed her a radiant smile. Bai Mengxue's residence was nestled within an old community, and the black business car smoothly passed the unattended security booth, entering the premises. The narrow roads of the community were crowded with others, resulting in a slow pace for the vehicle. Despite its understated appearance, the black business car drew considerable attention. Eventually, it came to a halt in front of an apartment unit. "I've arrived, thank you." Bai Mengxue expressed her gratitude as she exited the car, only to find Ye Zhou following suit. "Old Zhao, bring out the gifts I prepared for Auntie," Ye Zhou called out as he stepped out of the vehicle. "Young master, I have already prepared everything as per your instructions." Today, old Zhao is particularly cheerful, striding forward with an air of exuberance. Soon, the trunk swings open, revealing a plethora of gifts and supplements. Observing the numerous gift boxes in old Zhao's hands, Bai Mengxue feels somewhat bewildered. "Mengxue, why are you still dawdling? Lead the way," Ye Zhou urges. "Ye Zhou, you really need not purchase so many items. Even if you do, my mother would not accept them," Bai Mengxue replies, feeling helpless. She had not anticipated that Ye Zhou would actually visit her home. "Do not worry, Mengxue. I consulted a fortune teller who assured me that I am particularly liked by elders. Thus your mother will surely take a liking to me," Ye Zhou states, nudging Bai Mengxue with his shoulder while balancing the items in his hands. Bai Mengxue hesitates, showing no intention of taking part. "Mengxue, what are you afraid of? A son-in-law must eventually meet his mother-in-law, and given my handsome appearance, she is bound to adore me," Ye Zhou insists, pushing Bai Mengxue forward without a second thought. Just then, the door to Unit 101 suddenly swings open, and a middle-aged woman, appearing somewhat pale and dressed simply, steps out. "Mother, why are you out here?" Bai Mengxue rushes forward to assist the woman. "Nice to meet you, Auntie. I am Ye Zhou, Mengshue's boyfriend." Ye Zhou quickly introduces himself with a smile. "Mother, don't listen to his nonsense. We are merely classmates," Bai Mengxue interjects, her face flushing as she attempts to clarify Ye Zhou's falsehood. "So you are Ye Zhou? Mengxue has mentioned you," the middle-aged woman replies politely, moving forward to greet him. "Annie, I heard from Mengxue that you are not feeling well. These are some supplements I bought especially for you." Ye Zhou gestures with the gifts in his hands. "You dear boy, your presence is enough. There is no need for gifts." Su Xiaomei reaches out to accept them. "Auntie, I am quite strong. Let me carry them while you rest." Ye Zhou cleverly sidesteps her offer, casting a glance at Bai Mengxue, who is staring at Su Xiaomei with incredulity. "Xiaoxue, dear, how has your mother taught you? Why are you not helping Ye Zhou?" Su Xiaomei scolds Bai Mengxue with a glare. Bai Mengxue snaps back to reality, astonished that her normally gift-averse mother would accept Ye Zhou's presence and smile so joyfully. Yes, it is joy, an all too familiar joy that Bai Mengxue has not witnessed in a long while. "Mother wants you to help carry them." Ye Zhou nudges Bai Mengxue and winks, then shoves the gifts into her hands. "Auntie, I will assist you." Once Bai Mengxue takes the items, Ye Zhou dashes towards Su Xiaomei, holding the gifts in her hands. Bai Mengxue suddenly finds it difficult to discern whether she is truly Su Xiaomei's daughter or if Ye Zhou is her son. To her, the entire situation feels utterly turned upside down. As Ye Zhou was about to enter Bai Mengxue's home, he glanced at the 4 words "debts must be repaid," inscribed in red paint on the wall. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and turned to say, "Lao Zhao, I find those words rather displeasing. We should arrange for someone to renovate this space soon." "Rest assured, young master." Lao Zhao nodded, fully understanding the implication. Su Xiaomei observed Ye Zhou in silence, her heart filled with satisfaction towards him. "Xiaozhou, have you had your meal?" Bai Mengxue's abode was quite simple. Aside from essential items, there was little else. "Auntie, I haven't eaten yet," Ye Zhou replied with a smile. "Then wait a moment, Xiaozhou. I'll prepare something for you right away," Su Xiaomei said as she promptly rose and headed towards the kitchen. After Lao Zhao and the others placed the gifts down, they returned to the business vehicle to await further instructions. "Ye Zhou, you are shameless." Bai Mengxue felt deceived, as they had initially agreed to pretend to be in a relationship. However, such pretense did not typically involve visiting one's home, nor the incessant reminders of little son-in-law. "Mengxue, while we are merely pretending, the line between reality and illusion can often blur. What is false may transform into truth," Ye Zhou remarked, reflecting on his own audacity. Bai Mengxue, infuriated, could hardly find words and hurried into the kitchen. Mom, how could you accept his gifts? Didn't you say we shouldn't accept things from others so casually? In the kitchen, Bai Mengxue looked at her mother, Su Xiaomei, with confusion. Xiaoxue, I think Xiao Zhou is quite a good person. Su Xiaomei expressed her favorable first impression of Ye Zhou. Bai Mengxue recalled Ye Zhou's actions and found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Xiaoxue, I once secretly visited the Luo Club, which has since disbanded. I heard it was due to a young man. Could it be Ye Zhou? Su Xiaomei cast a meaningful glance at Bai Mengxue. It is he. Bai Mengxue did not conceal her acknowledgement. Your father. Su Xiaomei seemed to ponder something. He is well. Bai Mengxue offered no further elaboration. Xiaoxue, Xiao Zhou is a decent young man. If you have feelings for him, I won't stand in your way. Su Xiaomei said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, feeling a deep sense of guilt towards Bai Mengxue. Mom, we haven't even begun to establish anything. Bai Mengxue glanced in Ye Zhou's direction. Make your own decisions, but I have high hopes for him. Now go on and keep him company. Su Xiaomei gently pushed Bai Mengxue out of the kitchen. Mengxue, I told you that I am quite favored by the elders. Ye Zhou said, unabashedly approaching Bai Mengxue. Humph. Bai Mengxue let out a soft scoff. Her demeanor was typically reserved, yet her behavior towards Ye Zhou was notably different. Ye Zhou understood well that one should not act in haste. After approximately half an hour, Su Xiaomei had prepared a reasonably appetizing meal. Following a hearty feast, Ye Zhou departed, warmly sent off by Su Xiaomei. Young master, the head of the family wishes to see you. Lao Zhao's expression in the business vehicle was somewhat serious, yet it could not conceal the excitement and pride in his eyes. Ye Zhou had anticipated that Ye Wentian would wish to meet him. After all, one cannot conceal the awakening of one's extraordinary abilities. The business vehicle traveled swiftly, soon arriving at the heart of the city, where a towering commercial edifice, entirely owned by the Ye family, stood tall. The Ye family's enterprises in this metropolis encompass a multitude of sectors, ranging from daily necessities to cultivation resources. However, their most significant venture lies in fishing at sea. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, the fish within the ocean have thrived, their flesh becoming more succulent and, when consumed regularly, capable of enhancing one's physical constitution, making them highly sought after in various regions. Yet, venturing into the ocean is no trivial matter. The resurgence has given rise to numerous mutated sea beasts, whose powers often surpass those of ferocious creatures. Consequently, Ye Wentian has invested substantial resources to cultivate a specialized militia exclusively for the Ye family, firmly under his command. The present standing of the Ye family in Haicheng is largely attributable to Ye Wentian's endeavors. Young master, as Ye Zhou alighted from the vehicle, the men in black stationed at the entrance bowed in deference. They served as security for the building and were also devoted bodyguards to Ye Wentian. Here, as a reward. Upon Ye Zhou's words, Uncle Zhao promptly produced 60,000 and distributed it among the 6 guards at the door. Thank you for your hard work. Let us enjoy a drink tonight. Old Zhao chuckled, patting their shoulders. Thank you, young master. The 6 responded, bowing once more. They held a fondness for Ye Zhou, as encounters with him often brought them benefits. Even this time, their welcoming duty had been shared among them in rotation. Entering the elevator, Ye Zhou made his way to the exclusive lift for the president, ascending directly to the 33rd floor. At that moment, only one individual occupied the office on that floor, Ye Wentian, who sat resolutely in his executive chair, his expression grave. Father, you summoned me. Ye Zhou feigned nonchalance, striding in boldly and reclining on the conference room sofa. Get up, Ye Wentian commanded sternly. Father, if you have something to say, please do. Otherwise, I shall return home. I ventured outside the city today, and it has thoroughly exhausted me. Ye Zhou remained seated, even taking a bite of an apple from the fruit platter on the table. Humph, a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Indeed, you are quite fatigued. Ye Wentian remarked, somewhat exasperated. Due to Ye Zhou's mother, he had indulged Ye Zhou since childhood, never once scolding or striking him. Father, how did you learn of this so swiftly? Ye Zhou lifted his head from the sofa, feigning confusion. I am already aware, now. Enlighten me. What exactly transpired? Ye Wentian, unable to assert his authority over Ye Zhou, allowed his previously stern demeanor to soften. Father, a charming lady indeed. A gentleman's perfect match. Ever since I entered the first high school, I have been smitten with Bai Mengxue. Just a few days ago, through clever stratagem, I managed to advance our relationship, and today I met her parents. Prepare to welcome a grandchild, Ye Zhou exclaimed, rising from the sofa and animatedly recounting the tale of how he won by Mengshua's heart. Yi Wentian gazed silently at Ye Zhou as he performed before him, not uttering a single word. Dad, I've finished. After about half an hour, Ye Zhou sensed that the atmosphere had shifted and hesitantly came to a halt. No, you haven't finished. Continue, Yi Wentian replied, shaking his head, indicating that Ye Zhou had more to say. Dad, I truly have finished, Ye Zhou insisted stubbornly. Humph, do you take me for a fool? Trying to deceive me as well? Yi Wentian's expression darkened, a line of frustration appearing on his forehead. I am not deceiving you. Everything I said is true. Bai Mingxue is now my girlfriend, Ye Zhou asserted confidently. Don't feign ignorance. Is that what I was asking about? Yi Wentian found himself laughing in disbelief, astonished by his son's audacity, which seemed nearly as thick as a city wall. Dad, Ye Zhou feigned confusion, looking up. I asked how you awakened your powers. When he noticed Ye Zhou attempting to sidestep the question, Yi Wentian felt his defenses crumble and directly inquired. Oh, so that's what it is. Ye Zhou pretended to have an epiphany. Haven't I already awakened my powers? Didn't you know? He gazed at Yi Wentian with wide, innocent eyes. You never told me. How could I possibly know? Yi Wentian was momentarily taken aback by Ye Zhou's response. Dad, I believe you should know, Ye Zhou replied with conviction. I know, but know what? Yi Wentian could no longer contain himself and stood up, realizing that his son was exceedingly exasperating. Dad, really think about it. You should be aware of my awakening, Ye Zhou stated before turning to leave. The suddenness of his awakening was too extraordinary to elaborate upon. The more he said, the more inconsistencies would arise, and he trusted that Yi Wentian would grasp his meaning. As he watched Ye Zhou's retreating figure, Yi Wentian felt the urge to call him back, but refrained from doing so. However, at that moment, he comprehended the deeper implications of Ye Zhou's words. Chapter 22. Two System draws this boy. Yi Wentian could only express these 3 words in exasperation. He had gleaned the answer from Ye Zhou's remarks. Ye Zhou's message was clear. Do not inquire further. Even if you do, I cannot divulge anything. If you truly wish to know, then it is you who awaken my powers. The child has grown, harboring secrets of his own. Yi Wentian lowered his gaze, tears welling in his eyes, as he picked up an old photo frame from beside his computer, speaking softly to it. After exiting the building, Ye Zhou exhaled deeply. He understood that the matter of his sudden awakening was too startling, thus he could only attribute everything to Yi Wentian. As the head of the Yi family and a level 9 ability user who had awakened an S-class power, only he could help Ye Zhou safeguard this secret. As for Ye Zhou's urgent desire to return, it stemmed from his need to accomplish an important task, specifically, to engage in the 2 lottery draws awarded by the system. System, I wish to draw, he exclaimed comfortably from within the bathtub, narrowing his eyes in anticipation. No sooner had the words left his lips than a mist-shrouded wheel materialized before him. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the draw? The system's prompt echoed. Absolutely. Ye Zhou responded without hesitation, feeling that the system was rather stingy, lacking even the essential novice gift pack, and often offering only spirit-gathering pills as rewards for task completion. It was the lottery that truly excited him, especially since he had remarkably drawn an awakening pill on his first attempt. The system notified him that he had 2 opportunities to choose from, either a single draw or a double draw. Single draw, double draw. Ye Zhou hesitated, sensing that the system might be leading him into a trap. System, I choose the single draw, he declared. What nonsense is this double draw? Not even a dog would partake. Ultimately, he opted for a single draw, feeling it was the more prudent choice. Ding! With a soft chime, the wheel began to spin wildly before him. After approximately 10 seconds, the wheel gradually slowed to a halt. Once it completely stopped, the system's voice resonated in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a breakthrough pill. Breakthrough pill assists the ability user in transcending their current level, no side effects. A breakthrough pill, what a splendid item. Ye Zhou's eyes lit up. System, let us draw again. His interest in the lottery had been piqued. The system's wheel whirled into action once more, and after 10 seconds, it announced, Congratulations, host. You have acquired a spatial ring. Spatial ring contains 1,000 cubic units of space for storing items, living beings excluded. Delighted at the description of the spatial ring, Ye Zhou recognized its immense utility for storing a significant quantity of belongings, making it an essential item for anyone venturing out. This world, too, possessed spatial rings. Yet their prices were exorbitantly steep, crafted only by spatial ability users who sought spatial stones within the void, subsequently collaborating with masters of awakening and forging abilities to successfully create them, a desperately needed commodity. Though he had not drawn a treasure like the awakening pill, the spatial ring and breakthrough pill were still commendable finds. With the pure black ring in hand and glancing at the jade vial contained within, an unprecedented ambition flickered in his eyes. "Young master." Just then, a melodious voice resonated from outside the 100-square-meter bathroom. "What is it?" Ye Zhou did not rush to exit. "The head of the family has sent someone to deliver some cultivation resources," Chun announced from outside the door. Since the young master had awakened from his coma, there seemed to be an inexplicable change in his demeanor that Chun herself could not articulate. After donning his bathrobe, Ye Zhou opened the door, only to find Chun holding a redwood box. He accepted the box and retreated into his room, while Chun dutifully closed the door behind him. It appeared that his father understood his intentions. Ye Zhou had been patiently waiting for Ye Wentian's attitude. If Ye Wentian insisted on uncovering all of his secrets, he would seize the opportunity to depart from the Ye family. With a system and the ability to replicate SSS-level powers, he could carve out his own domain anywhere. However, gazing at the rosewood box before him, a serene smile graced Ye Zhou's face. The intent behind Ye Wentian presenting the rosewood box was straightforward. He had taken upon himself the burden of Ye Zhou's sudden awakening of abilities. Upon opening the box, he was met with a small jade vial and 15 spirit stones. Inside the vial lay 10 tranquil, gathering spirit pills. The value of these 10 pills was considerable, roughly equivalent to 30 spirit stones in the market. It was time to strive for the rank of a second-level ability user. He refused to believe that with so many spirit stones and gathering spirit pills, he could not break through. After all, he was a student with a system and aspired to be the strongest high schooler. Ye Zhou smirked coldly and consumed the gathering spirit pills as if they were mere candies. The pills dissolved instantly, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that surged throughout his body, violently crashing into the pool of spiritual energy within him. The pool began to expand rapidly under the force of this energy. Yet, it was still insufficient. Sensing the pool's outward expansion, Ye Zhou hastily grasped the spirit stones from the rosewood box, continuing to absorb the energy they harbored. With the renewed influx of energy, the pool transformed, swiftly extending beyond its original meter-wide boundary. One spirit stone after another was absorbed by Ye Zhou, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his body ablaze with heat. When only a single spirit stone remained in the box, he finally ceased his absorption, acutely aware that further intake could lead to his own explosion. At this moment, the pool of spiritual energy within him had morphed into a small pond measuring 10 meters in length and width, with waves of energy surging within, exuding a formidable presence. Once the pond had expanded to this size, no amount of absorption could further its growth. Now was the moment he had been awaiting. The breakthrough pill could elevate his rank, but Ye Zhou wished to maximize the pond's expansion before utilizing the upgrade pill to enhance his level. In his heart, he harbored a singular ambition to become the most powerful being of his level, aligning with his desire to be the ultimate king. He opened his spatial ring and retrieved the jade vial without hesitation, swallowing the pills contained within. In an instant, a scorching sensation surged from his throat into the spiritual energy pond. The next moment, he felt as if an explosion had occurred within him, a sensation that threatened to render him unconscious, yet it was fleeting. Upon regaining his composure, he quickly examined himself, only to discover that the once small pond had transformed into a vast expanse of 100 meters in diameter, though only the central 10-meter area brimmed with spiritual water. Chapter 23. The second-level ability user. Is this what it means to be a second-level ability user? As Ye Zhou felt the abundant spiritual power surging within him, a confident smile graced his face. Just then, the sound of an alarm bell echoed, prompting Ye Zhou to hastily wash up before making his way to the family dining room. He selected a few of his favorite breakfast items and, assisted by Meng Xue in choosing hers, preparing to leave the dining area. Ye Zhou, when exactly did you awaken your abilities? Yi Qing interjected, her brow furrowed and expression dark as she blocked his path. Good dogs do not obstruct the way. How many times must I say this? Ye Zhou's countenance darkened. Humph. Why did you conceal the fact that you awakened your abilities? Yi Qing scoffed, still standing in his way. Madwoman, Ye Zhou retorted, uninterested in her antics, as he pushed her aside and exited the dining room. Ye Zhou, don't get too full of yourself. Even if you have awakened your abilities, you are still no match for my brother. Yi Qing shouted at his retreating figure. Madwoman. Ye Zhou had no desire to engage with her, nor did he wish to converse with fools. The same ordinary business vehicle awaited him, while the ostentatious Rolls-Royce remained in storage, collecting dust. At Haisher No. 1 High School, in Class 1 of the first year, Ye Zhou sat beside by Mengxue. Mengxue, look at the delightful treats I brought for you, he said, retrieving an assortment of breakfast items from his bag. Today, however, the other students were silent, their gazes complex as they regarded Ye Zhou. The news of his awakening had spread throughout the school, and somehow, a video of the event had leaked, causing many to view it, even trending on the campus network. The title read, "Shocking. The waste of Haisher No. 1, previously believed incapable of awakening abilities, has awakened." The post had garnered over 3,000 clicks, with comments reaching a staggering 1,000, leaving viewers astounded. The primary concern among the students was the level of Ye Zhou's awakened abilities. Bai Mengxue did not refuse Ye Zhou's breakfast after the events of the previous day. Her feelings had grown somewhat complicated. At the tender age of 17 or 18, one is often at the threshold of budding affection, and such vague sentiments make one treasure these moments even more. At that moment, Zhou Gongxian entered the classroom with several companions. Observing the close interaction between Ye Zhou and Bai Mengxue, Zhou Gongxuan's eyes brimmed with malice and hatred. He was already aware that the incident with the Di Luo Society had been thwarted by Ye Zhou, and he wished nothing more than for him to perish. Young Master Zhou. At that instant, Wang Laohu hurried into the classroom and rushed to Ye Zhou's side. In keeping with custom, Ye Zhou produced a 100 yuan note and tossed it to Wang Laohu. Young Master Zhou, I thought you would abandon me now that you have awakened your abilities. Wang Laohu lamented, squatting before Ye Zhou with a pitiful expression. Get lost. Ye Zhou scolded with a laugh. All right, young Master Zhou. Wang Laohu immediately donned a wide grin and stepped aside. Truly nauseating. Flatterer. Lackey. Observing this scene, the students could not help but feel disdain for Wang Laohu's actions, murmuring their discontent under their breaths. In the past, they would have openly criticized him. However, now that Ye Zhou had awakened his extraordinary abilities, an instinctual fear prevented them from doing so. After all, Ye Zhou's status had changed. Previously, they derided him because he had not awakened any powers and was not valued by the Yi family. The situation was now altered. Having awakened his abilities, he had truly become the esteemed young master of the Yi family, a position that commanded respect and caution in Haisher. The classroom bell rang, resonating through the air. The sound of Gu Yuti's high heels echoed precisely outside the classroom door. Today, she donned a professional ensemble that exuded an alluring charm. Students, it is time once again for the National University ranking, she announced. Soon, you will proceed directly to the ranking battle room. The National University Ranking Competition is a special live simulation battle initiated by the National Education Bureau. The rankings are divided into two categories: individual battles and team dungeon monster hunts. The higher the rank, the more substantial the rewards, which include spirit gathering pills, spirit gathering powder, and spirit stones. Ye Zhou, you will first assess the level of your awakened ability. Gu Yuti's demeanor had undergone a significant transformation. Understood. Ye Zhou responded with a nod, as this assessment was mandatory for every student. I hope each of you can improve your ranking in this competition. With less than 100 days until the college entrance examination, if everyone makes the most of this time, even a slight enhancement in strength could lead to acceptance into a desirable university, ensuring that your youth is not squandered. Gu Yuti gazed at her students, reminiscing about her own cherished moments during the college entrance examination. Rest assured, Teacher Gu, we will not bring shame upon you, the students of Class 1 declared, their spirits soaring, with Ye Zhou no exception. He was aware of the ranking but had never participated before. Ye Zhou, do not feel pressured. Although the ranking experience feels incredibly real, it is merely a virtual battle, and you will not be harmed, Bai Mengxue reminded him, knowing he had never taken part in such a competition. Mengxue, I never expected you to be so concerned for me. It seems my care for you was not in vain. Ye Zhou chuckled softly, leaning closer to whisper in her ear. Ye Zhou, do not overthink it, Bai Mengxue replied, her cheeks flushing. She was uncertain of her feelings towards him, but she certainly did not dislike him. Gu Yuti observed this exchange, her brow furrowing slightly. The ranking battle room was vast, capable of accommodating thousands of participants. Ye Zhou, channel your wind power into the testing device before you, Gu Yuti instructed him. Without hesitation, Ye Zhou infused his wind energy into the apparatus. In the next moment, the device illuminated brilliantly, and soon a large appeared prominently on the screen. S-class ability. Gasped the onlooking students, astonished. Who would have thought Ye Zhou awakened an S-class ability? That would place him among the top 10 in our school. After a reminder, the crowd's gaze towards Ye Zhou began to shift to one of increased reverence. An S-level ability user, while not quite on the caliber of an SSS level, commanded respect wherever they roamed. Indeed, he was an S-level extraordinary. Gu Yudi nodded, recalling her initial suspicions in the woods beneath the solitary mountain. The test is complete. Here is your simulation pod key. Gu Yudi produced a black card from her pocket and handed it to him. Ye Zhou accepted the key and began searching for his designated simulation pod according to its number. Each simulation pod was akin to a private chamber, accessible only to the holder of the key. If anyone attempted to force entry, the pod would emit a series of warning beeps, ensuring that one could remain undisturbed within. Upon locating pod 66, Ye Zhou discovered that Bai Mengxue was situated right next door. After exchanging a brief glance, both of them simultaneously swiped their keys to open the doors to their respective pods. Chapter 24. The ranking commences. 50 consecutive victories. The simulation pod was modestly sized, filled with various instruments and wires. Following Bai Mengxue's instructions, Ye Zhou donned a specially designed suit interwoven with numerous wires and secured a helmet upon his head. He then pressed a red button atop the helmet. A surge of electrical sound coursed through the air, and as his vision blurred momentarily, a colossal screen materialized before him. Student ID. Name. Affiliated high school. As he gazed upon the fields requiring completion, Ye Zhou hesitated not, swiftly inputting the information. The screen then transformed once more. Student ID. 420683200111167983. Name. Ye Zhou. Affiliated high school. Haicheng number 1 high school. Ranking attempts. 0. Ranking points. 0. Ranking position. 0. Ability user rank. Unknown. Would you like to begin ranking? Observing the details displayed about himself, Ye Zhou couldn't help but smile wryly, particularly at the string of zeros that seemed to mock him. Commence ranking. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked to begin. The instant he pressed the ranking button, the screen abruptly receded, revealing an arena the size of a basketball court before him. Match successful. Your opponent is Wang Ming from Linqing number 3 high school. A smile crept across Ye Zhou's lips upon seeing the successful match notification. Shortly thereafter, a somewhat diminutive figure appeared before him, hastily retreating upon arrival. You're a newcomer. No one has ranked against you yet. Upon reviewing Ye Zhou's information, Wang Ming's initial concern evaporated, replaced by an expression of arrogance. You truly scared me. Turns out you're just an inexperienced rookie. Wang Ming scoffed. Kid, you'd best surrender quietly, or you'll suffer the consequences. He refrained from launching an immediate attack, instead opting to persuade Ye Zhou to concede. As a novice with a newly created account, my first opponent should not be overly formidable. Ye Zhou had previously played Honor of Kings in his past life, and thus was well acquainted with the ranking rules. Given the weakness of his opponent, he deemed it unnecessary to squander time. Without exchanging pleasantries with Wang Ming, Ye Zhou summoned the power of the wind, transforming it into a cerulean spear, and thrust it directly toward Wang Ming. The manifestation of spiritual energy indicated that he was a second-tier ability user. A sense of foreboding arose. The saying goes, an expert reveals their prowess immediately. Upon witnessing the spear formed from Ye Zhou's spiritual energy, Wang Ming recognized that he was no match for his adversary. I surrender, he exclaimed, uttering those 3 words in desperation. However, Ye Zhou's spear, once unleashed, had no intention of retracting. With a piercing sound, the spear penetrated Wang Ming's body. I have already declared my surrender, Wang Ming managed to utter before his figure dissipated. Curse it. Newcomers truly lack understanding of the rules. In the simulation chamber of Linqing 3rd High School, Wang Ming awoke, grumbling. Ye Zhou, Haicheng number 1 middle school. I will remember you. Wang Ming glanced at Ye Zhou's profile, confirming his suspicions. Being a new account, he was matched with those of lower ranks. With a victory in the rankings, his score increased by 1. Observing the changes on his profile, Ye Zhou felt a slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth. In that case, I shall strive to amass points. Just as Ye Zhou intended to continue clicking for a ranked match, a system notification echoed in his mind. System time-limited mission. Achieve the highest score in Haicheng High School rankings within 1 month. Reward: 1 lottery draw from the system. Achieve the highest score within a month? Ye Zhou pondered over the system task and hastily accessed the ranking situation in Haicheng District. To his astonishment, he was indeed startled by the results. The top scorer in Haicheng was Bai Mengxue, just as he had inferred. Bai Mengxue had a total score of 766, placing her 501st in the national rankings. Ye Zhou found himself perplexed upon seeing Bai Mengxue's score and ranking. She was a genius with an awakened SSS level ability. Yet her rank was merely in the 500s nationally. This was rather inconceivable. What happens if the system task is not completed? Ye Zhou inquired tentatively. Failure to complete the system task will result in a punishment. The mechanical voice of the system responded. What kind of punishment? Ye Zhou asked, intrigued. A random item will be taken from the host as a penalty. Goodness, that's ruthless. Ye Zhou remarked with a hint of sarcasm before resolutely pressing the ranking button once more. In the next moment, he found himself back on the arena. Match successful. Opponent: Zhu He, Linqing 3rd Middle School. Still from Linqing 3rd Middle School. Is this school truly that lacking? As Ye Zhou lamented, an ethereal figure manifested before him. Ranking Match 1. Rookie, you might as well surrender to avoid the agony of defeat. Zhu He's voice resonated even before his form solidified. How is it that they all share the same disposition? Ye Zhou did not afford him an opportunity. A flurry of wind blades was unleashed in an instant, leaving Zhu He no time to react, and he was swiftly defeated by Ye Zhou. A mere second, Ye Zhou murmured as he returned to the screen. Points increased by 1. Total points, 2. Ranked matches, 2. National High School student ranking, 9999. Outside the top 10,000. Ye Zhou glanced at Bai Mengxue's ranking, feeling the weight of the journey ahead. Charge. Ye Zhou clicked to enter the ranked match once more. Match successful. Name: Lu Sanwan. School: Linqing No. 3 Middle School. Seeing yet another opponent from Linqing No. 3, Ye Zhou could only shake his head in resignation. A colossal crescent-shaped wind blade sliced through Lu Sanwan's form, delivering him a swift defeat yet again. Name: Ye Zhou. Points: 3. Ranked matches: 3. National High School student ranking, 9999. Observing the rank of 9,999, Ye Zhou once again entered the ranked matches. From then on, Ye Zhou remained entrenched in the ranks and against his adversaries. He almost always achieved victory in a single strike. Thus, his initial points accumulated rapidly, particularly with a streak of consecutive wins, quickly surpassing 50 points. And he completed 50 matches, all victories, all with a single strike. Simultaneously, his national high school student ranking transformed from 9999 to 9998. Upon witnessing that he was no longer at 9999, Ye Zhou exited the ranked matches. Having engaged in 50 consecutive matches, while each was brief, an entire day had nearly passed. With a click, the door of the simulation pod opened, and Ye Zhou emerged, somewhat fatigued. Just then, Bai Mengxue stepped out as well. Ye Zhou, how do you feel? Bai Mengxue inquired curiously. I played 50 matches and only garnered 50 points, far less than your 500 plus, Ye Zhou replied, sharing his ranking situation without much thought. What? 50 matches, 50 points? Did you win every single one? At that moment, a classmate nearby could not help but exclaim upon hearing Ye Zhou's words. Chapter 25. You three, step up together. Ye Zhou's 50 consecutive victories. Soon, this news spread throughout the class, and everyone regarded Ye Zhou with incredulous eyes. It is known that in ranked matches, if you win one match, the subsequent opponent will be stronger than the last. If Ye Zhou achieved 50 consecutive victories, it signified that his strength was indeed formidable. Do not be too pleased. Today was merely your first foray into ranked matches, and you faced only low-ranked opponents. The higher your points, the tougher your adversaries will become, Bai Mengxue cautioned. Mengxue, how many points did you gain today? Ye Zhou, eager to complete his task, knew he needed to surpass her points, so he was curious. I faced some seasoned opponents today, but my strength has improved over the past few days, so my points increased by 10. Bai Mengxue did not conceal her feelings. At their level of ranking, she encountered only familiar adversaries. An increase of 10 points in her score was a testament to her significant improvement in skill. Should she gain another 10 points, her total would ascend to 776. Ye Zhou's expression grew somewhat pained, realizing that the path to fulfilling his system tasks was fraught with challenges. Why are you so concerned about my score? Bai Mengxue questioned, her curiosity piqued. Her nature was such that she preferred not to engage with strangers, Yet once familiarity was established, her words flowed freely. Because I aim to surpass you. After all, I am destined to be your future partner, Ye Zhou asserted, lifting her chin with a gentle gesture, their gazes locking. His eyes brimmed with confidence and fervor, while Bai Mengshua's reflected a hint of embarrassment and annoyance. What nonsense are you spouting? There are so many people watching. She hurriedly swatted away his hand from her chin. Ye Zhou, I challenge you, came a sudden voice as Zhang Chao appeared before him, seething with animosity. You wish to challenge me? Ye Zhou replied, puzzled. Although you have awakened your abilities, in my eyes, you remain a waste, Zhang Chao retorted disdainfully. Your 50 consecutive victories are merely a result of facing off against the dregs of the rankings. Indeed, if we were to re-rank, I could easily achieve 60 or 70 consecutive wins, Hu Chunyu added, her tone laced with mockery, standing beside Zhang Chao. To challenge young Master Zhou, you must first contend with me, Wang Laohu declared, fixing Hu Chunyu with a fierce glare. Wang Laohu, one must maintain certain principles. Your sycophancy towards Ye Zhou may not earn you his respect, Lu Shui interjected. Surprisingly, Zhou Gongxian remained silent behind them. Aren't you all equally fawning over Zhou Gongxian? Wang Laohu shot back, unfazed by Lu Shui's derision. We are different. We are true friends with Gongxian, unlike your shallow attempts, Lu Shui retorted, her expression darkening. Though she indeed admired Zhou Gongxian, hearing it spoken aloud in front of classmates was a blow to her pride. Humph. You act like a harlot yet seek to maintain a facade of virtue. You both are truly repugnant, Ye Zhou interjected, pointing directly at their vulnerabilities. Ding. System task. As a man determined to become the strongest ruler, one must respond to provocations with decisive action. Task 1. Accept Zhang Chao's challenge and defeat him within a single strike. Reward, 2 spirit gathering pills. Task 2. Accept Zhang Chao's challenge and defeat him within 10 strikes. Reward, 1 spirit gathering pill. Task 3. Decline Zhang Chao's challenge and choose to retreat like a coward. Reward, 3 days of misfortune. Ye Zhou had long harbored disdain for Zhou Gongxian and his entourage. Had he awakened his abilities earlier, he would have relished the opportunity to teach them a lesson. Now, as a level 2 ability user with system rewards at his disposal, and with them presenting themselves willingly, he found no justification to refuse. The strongest man, of course, would only choose task 1. Ye Zhou had firmly made his decision. Zhang Chao, having merely awakened a B-level ability, stood no chance against him with just a slight display of his own prowess. Ye Zhou, do not slander Hu Chunyu and Lu Shui, he said, thoroughly incensed. At that moment, the faces of the 2 women turned ashen. Ye Zhou's words struck a nerve deep within them. Some things were permissible for them to do, but others must not be spoken of. Ye Zhou, if you have the courage, accept Zhang Chao's challenge, Hu Chunyu spat through clenched teeth. System, I wonder if there are any system tasks available? Ye Zhou suddenly inquired of the system. Host, what do you mean? The system paused momentarily before responding in its mechanical tone. System, if all 3 of them come at me together and I defeat them in a single move, what reward will you grant me? Ye Zhou was determined not to miss this opportunity to exploit the system. After a brief pause, the system declared, System Task 4. Defeat all 3 opponents in 1 move. Reward, 6 spirit gathering pills. 6 spirit gathering pills were indeed a fitting reward for them. Ye Zhou scoffed, glancing at Zhang Chao, Hu Chunyu, and Lu Shui. You 3 should come at me together. Don't claim I'm bullying you if you lose. Ye Zhou, you certainly have a grandiose opinion of yourself. One might think you have awakened an SSS level ability, Zhang Chao retorted. The reason he dared to challenge was that he was already a 2nd level ability user. Although Ye Zhou possessed an S-level ability, victory was not guaranteed. Despite the advantages of higher ability levels, the suppression between ability users was more pronounced. After all, the disparity of spiritual energy within them was immense. The spiritual energy of a 1st-level ability user resembled a mere puddle, while that of a 2nd-level user was akin to a pond. Despite the gap in abilities, quantitative differences could still lead to qualitative changes. Are you not brave enough? Ye Zhou surveyed the group with an air of haughty disdain, his mockery palpable. Humph. What do we have to fear? Hu Chunyu, having received the go-ahead from Zhou Gongxian, readily accepted Ye Zhou's challenge. Let us head to the arena. Lu Shui sneered, already envisioning the ways to humiliate Ye Zhou. After all, this was an opportunity. Even if she were to defeat Ye Zhou mercilessly in the arena, retaliation from the Yi family was unlikely. Very well, A smirk of derision curled at the corners of Ye Zhou's mouth. The three of them had all awakened B-level abilities, with only Zhang Chao being a second-level user. For Ye Zhou, defeating them would be akin to a walk in the park. With the richness of spiritual energy within him, even without employing his SSS-level ability, he was confident that Bai Mingxue could also hold her own against them. Within the school, there existed a dedicated arena for sparring, specially constructed due to the overwhelming destructive power of ability users. Naturally, the impending duel piqued the curiosity of their classmates, and even Gu Yudi refrained from intervening, eager to witness Ye Zhou's true strength. Chapter 26. Go for dental fillings. Don't say I bully others upon the arena. Ye Zhou wore an expression of indifference, paying no heed to the few individuals before him. His motive for wanting to teach them a lesson, aside from the system's rewards, was to issue a warning to Zhou Gongxian. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Below the stage, students from Class 1 engaged in animated discussions. It is undoubtedly Zhang Chao and Lu Shui who will prevail. Although Ye Zhou has awakened an S-class ability, his awakening has occurred too recently, and he is surely lacking in spiritual energy, rendering him incapable of harnessing the true power of his S-class ability. I have heard that Zhang Chao has already become a second-tier ability user, and with the support of Hu Chunyu and Lu Shui, Ye Zhou is destined to fail. I too believe Ye Zhou is no match for them. After all, the trio has engaged in thousands of simulated matches and possesses extensive combat experience. Ye Zhou has merely just awakened his abilities and likely struggles to control his internal spiritual energy, thus he is bound to lose without a doubt. I firmly believe that young Master Yi will triumph. Wang Laohu huffed coldly, his fierce gaze fixed upon those who had spoken. Wang Laohu, what do you mean by that? The others glared back at him, equally displeased. Dare you wager with me? Wang Laohu proposed, eyeing them intently. What wager? The group, irked by Wang Laohu, responded with a hint of hostility. Let us wager on whether young Master Yi or Zhang Chao's trio will win. Wang Laohu regarded Ye Zhou with unwavering confidence. What shall be the stake? The trio glanced at the arena, intrigued by Wang Laohu's proposition. Let us use the spirit-gathering powder distributed by the school this month as our wager. A calculating glint shone in Wang Laohu's eyes. Today marked the distribution of the spirit-gathering powder, prompting Wang Laohu to propose it as a stake. Very well, we accept your wager, but if Ye Zhou loses, your single portion of spirit-gathering powder will hardly suffice for so many of us. One individual raised an objection. What if I were to add mine to the mix? Bai Mingxue, who was not far away, had overheard their conversation. Hearing their lack of faith in Ye Zhou inexplicably stirred discomfort within her, prompting her to join this impromptu bet. The sight of the usually aloof Bai Mingxue entering the wager and betting on Ye Zhou's victory left the others exchanging glances. However, recalling recent rumors regarding the two, they soon understood her involvement. Of course, that is acceptable. The individual who had initially objected acquiesced, thereby affirming the bet. Bai Mingxue, having awakened an SSS class ability, was a key focus of the school's resources, far surpassing what the others could claim. I too will place my bet, wagering that Ye Zhou will lose. Zhou Gongxian likewise joined this wager he had instigated. Bai Mingxue cast a cold glance in his direction, but chose not to elaborate further. Surrounding students grew increasingly interested in the wager, eagerly placing their bets, though most were inclined to bet on Ye Zhou's defeat. Despite having witnessed Ye Zhou's heroic act of rescuing Bai Mingxue on Gu Mountain, the deeply ingrained impressions of many years would not be easily swayed. Gu Yudi observed from a distance, refraining from intervening, for she had already arrived at her own conclusion. The isolated mountain bore witness to Ye Zhou's ability to manifest his spiritual power, indicating that he had ascended to the rank of a level 2 ability user. Such individuals naturally exert an overwhelming dominance over level 1 ability users, unless the disparity in abilities is excessively vast. The prospect of engaging in cross-tier combat resembles an insurmountable chasm. With the gambling stakes established, Zhang Chao regarded Ye Zhou with a mocking smile, declaring, Ye Zhou, within the arena, fists and feet are devoid of sight. I hope you can accept defeat like a man. In his estimation, 3 against 1 assured Ye Zhou's inevitable downfall. Are you prepared? Ye Zhou's icy gaze swept over the trio. Humph, you are indeed arrogant, Zhang Chao retorted, stepping back as a formidable blade fashioned from water energy materialized in his grasp. We are certainly ready, but the question remains. Are you prepared to endure a beating? Lu Shui's eyes glinted with malice. Since you are ready, it is time to conclude this. No sooner had he spoken than a sharp gust of wind surged forth. Slap, slap, slap. 3 crisp sounds of applause resonated. The figures of Zhang Chao, Lu Shui, and Hu Chunyu were propelled off the stage. Gasp! Zhang Chao and his companions, sent flying by Ye Zhou's strike, could not help but spit blood, their mouths stained with their own teeth. What? Zhang Chao and Hu Chunyu have actually been defeated. Those who had recently wagered on their victory could scarcely believe their eyes. The trio had been dispatched by Ye Zhou in a single blow, unable to mount any resistance. Yet, as they reflected on their hasty bets, regret flooded their hearts. However, with their wagers placed, they had no choice but to accept their losses. Redirecting their frustrations onto Zhang Chao and his companions, Ye Zhou descended from the arena, approaching the 3 with a dispassionate remark. Is this all you've got? The utterance prompted them to cough up another mouthful of blood. Those 2 words were a stark derision, far more painful than a thorough beating. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of $300 bills descended before them. Use this for dental work. Don't say I bullied you 3. With that parting quip, Ye Zhou turned with a flourish toward Bai Mengxue. Mengxue, did I look handsome just now? Ye Zhou sidled up to her, his tone light and teasing. You rogue. How unrefined. Bai Mengxue blushed under Ye Zhou's intense gaze. Young Master Yi, this is the wager we just won. At that moment, Wang Laohu approached, exuberantly carrying several bags of spirit-gathering powder. Get lost. Ye Zhou was about to tease Bai Mengxue further when Wang Laohu, oblivious to the budding romantic tension, interrupted. Young Master Yi, this is your share along with young Lady Yes. After handing Ye Zhou 20 bags of spirit-gathering powder, Wang Laohu turned to leave. Wang Laohu, what nonsense are you spouting? Upon hearing Wang Laohu refer to her as Lady Yi, Bai Mengxue felt her face flush crimson. Laohu, do not depart just yet. This 70,000 is a gift from me, Ye Zhou said, casting an appreciative glance at Wang Laohu, momentarily forgetting that he had just told him to leave. Thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you, Lady Yi, Wang Laohu replied, accepting the 7 stacks of cash before turning to depart. Ye Zhou, filled with a sense of pride, observed the now slightly embarrassed Bai Mengxue. Birds of a feather, Bai Mengxue exclaimed, her face still aflame as she turned to leave. Mengxue, those words were spoken by that scoundrel Wang Laohu. They have nothing to do with me. You cannot wrongfully accuse me. Ye Zhou hastily pursued her. Ye Zhou, it is you who has ruined my good fortune. And that wretched Bai Mengxue. I have professed my feelings to you numerous times in private. Yet you have chosen to act cold and aloof. All because that good-for-nothing Ye Zhou possesses more wealth than I. Zhou Gongxuan's gaze was icy as he watched Ye Zhou and Bai Mengxue depart, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. Chapter 27, Wang Tong. Dare to make a bet, Ye Zhou, Bai Mengxue, just you wait. Zhou Gongxian spat through clenched teeth before sneering and turning away. Mengxue, allow me to escort you home. Ye Zhou invited once more after school. Bai Mengxue did not refuse, seeming to grow accustomed to his presence. The sleek black business car glided smoothly, the driver already aware of their destination, requiring no further reminders. Haicheng, a coastal city, was graced by the sea breeze each night. The slightly warm evening air, infused with the scent of the ocean, wafted through the open window, caressing their faces. Ye Zhou, could we stop at that cake shop? Bai Mengxue suddenly requested as they passed a relatively upscale bakery. The driver, perceptive and astute, gently pressed the brakes upon her utterance. Why, Mengxue? Ye Zhou asked, puzzled. He knew it was not her birthday. Today is my mother's birthday. I wish to buy her a cake, Bai Mengxue replied, her gaze fixed on the bakery. Oh, it is your mother-in-law's birthday. You should have mentioned it sooner, Ye Zhou remarked, contemplating before addressing Lao Zhao. Please prepare some gifts for elders. Rest assured, young master. I shall arrange it immediately, ensuring nothing hinders your good intentions, Lao Zhao assured. Ye Zhou felt confident in Lao Zhao's abilities. After disembarking, he accompanied Bai Mengxue as they made their way to the cake shop together. Hello, I would like to order a custom cake, Bai Mengxue politely addressed the clerk. Apologies, but we are fully booked for cakes today, the attendant, a lovely young woman, responded courteously. Fully booked? Bai Mengshue's disappointment was evident upon hearing the news. If you don't mind, I can assist you in ordering one for tomorrow, the clerk suggested with a smile. No, thank you. Bai Mengxue shook her head in disappointment. What is going on? How can such a large cake shop be fully booked? Ye Zhou inquired, puzzled. I apologize, but one customer has reserved all the cakes for today. The staff member explained hastily, her demeanor polite. All the cakes reserved by one person. Ye Zhou frowned. Let's south try another place, Bai Mingxue suggested, eager to reach the next shop. All right, we shall go to the next one. Ye Zhou agreed without further thought, accompanying her. The black business vehicle resumed its journey as the two hurried to the next bakery. However, the response was disappointingly similar. All the cakes had been claimed by a single individual. Undeterred, they pressed on to yet another shop, and after visiting over a dozen establishments, they were met with the same disheartening news. All the cakes had been reserved by one person. With no other options, they made their way to the largest bakery in Haiqing. At the entrance of the Black Swan cake shop, the black vehicle came to a stop. Ye Zhou exited with a sullen expression and marched directly to the front desk. I wish to order your most expensive cake, he stated, his voice chilling, causing the young staff member to flinch. I'm sorry, but all our cakes have been reserved by customers, she explained, relieved by Ye Zhou's youth, but still smiling. All reserved again. Do not let me find out who that scoundrel is, or I shall make him pay dearly. Ye Zhou seethed with indignation. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed as a steward descended the stairs, his face twisted in anger. It's you. The man recognized Ye Zhou. Who are you? Ye Zhou frowned, struggling to place him in his memory. It is only natural that you do not remember me, Ye Zhou. However, it's rather excessive for you to insult my young master. The man replied, revealing his awareness of Ye Zhou's status without a hint of fear. You are from the Wang family, and the young master you speak of must be that Wang Tung brat. In an instant, Ye Zhou discerned the man's identity. Today is my sister's birthday. I will overlook your insults, but you must apologize to me, or I will not let this matter rest. The man stated as a young man in a black suit descended the stairs. Wang Tung. Ye Zhou narrowed his eyes at the newcomer. Wang Tung, a member of the Wang family in Haiqing, was part of one of the two prominent families alongside the Yi family. What gives you the illusion that I would apologize? Ye Zhou's expression turned icy. Oh, since awakening your abilities, you've grown quite bold in your words. Have you forgotten how you once bowed your head before Ye Zhou? Wang Tung taunted, a peculiar expression on his face, as if mocking Ye Zhou. Ye Zhou, if you do not apologize today, do not expect to purchase a single slice of cake. Allow me to be candid. Today is my sister's birthday, and I have reserved all the cakes in the city. Wang Tung declared arrogantly. Madness. A birthday package encompassing the entire city's cakes. Ye Zhou was utterly amused by Wang Tung's antics. What do you understand? It is my sister's birthday. Naturally, I must gift her 9,999 cakes to demonstrate my sincerity as a brother. Wang Tung regarded Ye Zhou as a country bumpkin. Madness. Ye Zhou found himself laughing in irritation. Initially, he harbored some anger, but upon witnessing Wang Tung's childish behavior, he was relieved. What do you mean by that? Wang Tung was incensed by Ye Zhou's expression. How about we make a wager? A clever idea struck Ye Zhou. A wager? Wang Tung eyed him warily. Have you not always looked down upon me? Today, I present you with an opportunity, a one-on-one duel. If I win, I need only one cake. Should you emerge victorious, I shall apologize to you. Ye Zhou regarded Wang Tung with a provocatively challenging gaze, fully aware of Wang Tung's character. Forget the cakes, Bai Mingxue interjected, her concern evident. No, today is my mother-in-law's birthday. There must be cake, Ye Zhou replied, turning to Bai Mingxue with a confident smile. Do not worry, Mingxue. I am certain of my victory. Do not be reckless. Beware of treachery. The butler behind Wang Tung rushed forward to intervene upon noticing his inclination to accept. Humph. Am I to fear him? Though he too has awakened an S-class ability as a secondary ability user, I am equally formidable, perhaps even stronger. I accept your challenge. Wang Tung declared, his gaze brimming with confidence. On the arena, Ye Zhou and Wang Tung stood opposite each other. The arena, constructed in every city, was specifically designed for battles between ability users to prevent damage to surrounding structures. Chapter 28. Assassination of Ye Zhou. Ye Zhou, this is of your own making. As Wang Tung's words fell, a spear conjured from the power of water materialized in his hand. You shall be the defeated. Ye Zhou, too, manifested a spear. This one transformed from the power of wind. Let us see who is superior. Wang Tung wasted no words, thrusting his spear toward Ye Zhou. As the spear shot forth, a serpentine water dragon seemed to coil around it. Ye Zhou remained unperturbed. Had he not concealed his prowess, he could have defeated Wang Tung with a single strike. With a rush of wind, Ye Zhou struck first, the tips of their two ethereal spears clashing with a resounding crack. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Wang Tung was sent reeling by Ye Zhou's force, nearly toppling out of the arena. How can you be so powerful? Wang Teng gasped in astonishment as he regained his footing. I have always been this strong, Ye Zhou replied with a cold smirk, his spear slicing through the air. A massive shadow of wings manifesting behind him. Humph, I shall not be defeated by you. Wang Teng launched his spear once more, a colossal water dragon's shadow faintly appearing behind him. However, this time Wang Teng chose not to confront Ye Zhou head-on. Instead, he executed a sweeping thrust aimed directly at Ye Zhou's vital points. Observing this, Ye Zhou smirked, firmly positioning his spear to counter the strike. A resounding clash ensued as the two spears collided, yet Ye Zhou remained steadfast, while Wang Teng was forced to retreat several steps. Ye Zhou, you have been concealing your true strength all along, Wang Teng realized, sensing that he was no match for his opponent. The pressure he felt was reminiscent of the intensity he experienced in the presence of his elder sister. Nevertheless, despite recognizing his inferiority, he was not one to concede easily. No matter how formidable you are, I shall not yield, Wang Teng bellowed, shattering his spear of spiritual energy. In an instant, the fragmented shards of power fused together, morphing into a small water dragon that surged towards Ye Zhou. Calmly facing the approaching water dragon, Ye Zhou extended a finger, summoning a gust of wind that gradually coalesced into a swirling vortex at his fingertip. With a decisive thrust, he directed his finger at the dragon's head, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The water dragon disintegrated midair, transforming into countless droplets that fell like stars, vanishing without a trace. As the dragon shattered, the wind vortex at Ye Zhou's fingertip similarly dissipated. You have mastered the control of spiritual energy to such a degree, Wang Teng observed, refraining from making another move. His complexion pale as he acknowledged his defeat, utter and complete. Shall we continue? Ye Zhou withdrew his hand, his expression serene, devoid of any taunts towards Wang Teng. Defeated foes were never worthy of his scorn. I concede. This cake shop is yours, Wang Teng admitted with unexpected composure, recognizing that Ye Zhou had shown him mercy. Let us depart. He leapt down from the arena, leading his family away. Ye Zhou, though I have lost today, I vow I shall not falter against you in the college entrance examination, Wang Teng declared earnestly, turning back for a moment to fixate on Ye Zhou. I give you the chance to pursue me, until you can no longer see my figure. Ye Zhou rarely indulged in such bravado. Wang Teng cast one last glance at Ye Zhou and Bai Mengxue before decisively turning away. Bai Mengxue, meanwhile, regarded Ye Zhou with a slight daze, captivated by the unshakable confidence he had displayed. Dream Snow, are you perhaps a little infatuated with my brother? Ye Zhou, having just been ostentatious, now appeared somewhat abstract as he stood before Bai Mengxue. Uffed. Bai Mengxue scoffed lightly, as a rebuttal. Following this, the two of them busied themselves in the cake shop, crafting a cake together before heading towards Bai Mengxue's home. As night fell over Haiqing, a city rife with disorder, the southern district stood out as the most chaotic. Within an unassuming two-story building, a figure clad in black and wearing a mask ascended to the second floor, guided by another individual similarly dressed in black. The masked figure walked cautiously, frequently glancing back over his shoulder. The entire second floor of the small building has been completely opened up, revealing only a spacious room. After the masked figure in black was escorted upstairs, the guide in black retreated. At this moment, the empty room was left with only the masked figure. He nervously surveyed his surroundings, a hint of fear evident in his demeanor. Are you aware of the rules of the Heavenly Earth Society? Just as the masked figure was feeling anxious, a raspy voice echoed in the vacant room. Ah! The sudden sound startled the masked figure. I know the rules of the Heavenly Earth Society, he stammered, producing a small redwood box from his person. Here are 5 spirit stones as a deposit. He opened the redwood box, revealing 5 spirit stones that emitted an unusual glow. The target you are to assassinate is the eldest son of the Ye family, the foremost family in Haiqing. Surely, this amount of spirit stones is insufficient. In the darkness, the raspy voice spoke once more. This is merely a deposit. Upon completion of the task, the amount will increase. The masked figure intentionally lowered his voice, attempting to appear composed. No, what I mean is that the deposit is inadequate, the raspy voice retorted. According to the rules of the Heavenly Earth Society, the deposit is 5 spirit stones. Are you suggesting that you wish to violate this rule? The masked figure felt a surge of anger. While the standard deposit is indeed 5 spirit stones, it can be adjusted based on the target of the assassination. Ye Zhou is the only son of the Ye family's patriarch. Should we assassinate him, Ye Zhou will undoubtedly be furious, posing a significant risk for us. Therefore, the deposit must be increased. Otherwise, our society will not accept this task. The raspy voice remained calm, seemingly unaffected by external pressures. How much deposit do you seek? After much contemplation, the masked figure finally mustered the courage to inquire. To assassinate Ye Zhou, 50 spirit stones are required, with a deposit of 10. The raspy voice stated a price. 50 spirit stones? Why don't you go rob a bank? The masked figure was taken aback by the figure. In light of the risks we face, 50 spirit stones are not excessive. The raspy voice remained unruffled by the masked figure's words. The masked figure paced the empty room, lost in thought. Give me a few days to prepare the spirit stones. Ultimately, his desire to eliminate Ye Zhou prevailed. You have 5 days. If the deadline passes, this transaction will be void. With those words, the raspy voice fell silent once more. Ye Zhou, you must die? The masked figure muttered through clenched teeth before turning to leave. Chapter 29. The cunning and devious fat man. Mom, happy birthday? Auntie, happy birthday. In by Mengshua's home. Ye Zhou raised a glass of pure milk before Su Xiaomei to offer his congratulations. Ah, Xiaozhou, next time, just come yourself. You needn't bring so many gifts. As she gazed at the living room filled with an assortment of gifts, Su Xiaomei, despite her verbal expressions, could not hide the joy in her eyes. Auntie, this is all quite fitting, Ye Zhou said as he finished his glass of milk, glancing at Bai Mingxue. I like Mingxue. The moment I laid eyes on her, I knew she was someone I cherished. Ye Zhou, what nonsense are you spouting? Beneath the dining table, Bai Mingxue could not help but kick Ye Zhou lightly. However, he reacted swiftly, grasping her smooth, fair calf with his hand. Bai Mingxue attempted to withdraw her leg, but Ye Zhou held on tightly. Mingxue, what troubles you? Su Xiaomei inquired, her expression filled with bewilderment. Under her scrutinizing gaze, Bai Mingxue's face flushed crimson. At that moment, her calf remained in Ye Zhou's grasp, his thumb gently caressing her skin. Bai Mingxue made another effort to reclaim her leg, yet Ye Zhou refused to relent, even raising an eyebrow in a playful manner when Su Xiaomei was not looking. Mom, I'm fine. Bai Mingxue finally managed to suppress her inner turmoil and feigned composure under Su Xiaomei's watchful gaze. Just then, Ye Zhou released her leg. Mom, we must thank Ye Zhou for helping us procure the birthday cake this time, Bai Mingxue said, standing and walking over to Ye Zhou. Before he could react, she quickly pinched the soft flesh at his waist. The suddenness of it was both unexpected and painful, prompting Ye Zhou to emit a cry of distress. Xiaozhou, what happened? Su Xiaomei inquired with concern. However, upon witnessing Ye Zhou's pained expression and her daughter's somewhat triumphant smile, she quickly understood the situation, smiled, and busied herself in the kitchen. Mingxue, you are quite heavy-handed, Ye Zhou grimaced, rubbing his waist. What did you expect? Bai Mingxue's face turned a deeper shade of red. After all, this had occurred in front of her mother, and the consequences of being discovered were too dreadful to contemplate. What did I do? Ye Zhou's expression of pain vanished, replaced by a mischievous grin. Observing Ye Zhou's cheeky demeanor, Bai Mingxue scoffed. Tomorrow, we shall spar in the arena. What? Ye Zhou was taken aback. Did you not just awaken your powers? I shall give you a few lessons, Bai Mingxue replied, her eyes gleaming with pride. You mean to settle a personal score? Ye Zhou quickly grasped her intent. The idea of lessons in the arena was merely a facade. She aimed to teach him a lesson. Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more formidable she could be. Mother was right, he mused. In the Yi family courtyard. Within Ye Zhou's room, he addressed the system, extract 6 spirit-gathering pills. Having defeated Zhang Chao and Lu Shui in a single move today, the system rewarded him with 6 additional pills. Now, as he urgently sought to enhance his cultivation, he locked himself away upon returning home. Gazing at the 6 spirit-gathering pills in his hand, along with the 2 spirit stones delivered by Ye Zhou, Ye Zhou once again immersed himself in his cultivation. The medicinal effects of the spirit-gathering pills began to emanate, with spiritual energy flowing through his meridians into the spiritual energy pond. Originally spanning a radius of 10 meters, the pond started to expand as the energy was infused. After consuming the 6 pills, the pond expanded outward by approximately another meter. The 2 spirit stones were similarly absorbed. The system had set a mere 1-month deadline for the ranking task. I must expedite the elevation of my ranking points and position. Should I fail to accomplish this, who knows what the system might take from me? If it were my own brother, my happiness for this lifetime would be irrevocably shattered. Contemplating this, a sense of urgency welled up within Ye Zhou. The following day, in front of the simulation pod, Ye Zhou hurriedly stepped inside, followed closely by Mingxue. Name, Ye Zhou. Points, 50. Ranking, 9998. Upon glancing at his own rank and then at Mingxue's, Ye Zhou wasted no time and directly accessed the ranking. Ding. Ranking successful. Matched opponent, Wang Bo from Linqing No. 3 Middle School. Not again with Linqing No. 3, Ye Zhou muttered. Ye Zhou. At that moment, a cold voice emanated from across the way. Ye Zhou was puzzled. The tone of the person opposite seemed to suggest familiarity. Do you know me? Ye Zhou inquired. As the figure solidified, a portly individual appeared before him. I do not know you, but my cousin does, the stout man replied, unfazed. Your cousin? Ye Zhou's confusion deepened. He was well aware he had never left Haiqing, nor had the original owner of this body. My cousin's name is Wang Ming. The opponent you faced in your first ranking match, the stout man elucidated. Wang Ming. Ye Zhou recalled. Indeed, he had encountered a student named Wang Ming from Linqing No. 3 in his initial match. Ye Zhou, you are quite formidable, a level 2 ability user. However, my cousin had already surrendered at that time. Yet you mercilessly struck him down. Although it was merely in a simulated world, your actions were still quite displeasing. The stout man rambled on like a chatterbox. Thus, I seek revenge for him. Ye Zhou pondered whether this Wang was of sound mind. I have no desire to harm you. All I require is for you to record an apology video for my cousin and then surrender, the stout man stated matter-of-factly. Record an apology video. Ye Zhou found himself at a loss for words at the absurdity of the request. I have already activated the recording. You need only apologize. The stout man insisted once more. Insane. Without further hesitation, Ye Zhou summoned a spear fashioned from wind energy. If you wish to fight, so be it. The stout man remained unfazed at this display. Something's amiss underfoot. Just as the stout man's words fell, Ye Zhou sensed something was off. With a sudden push from one foot against the ground, he soared into the air, reaching a height of 5 or 6 meters in an instant. At that moment, a green vine burst forth from the earth, racing towards Ye Zhou. The vine. Upon recognizing its nature, Ye Zhou swiftly plunged his spear downwards, pinning the vine to the ground. You cunning rascal, he thought, realizing the extent of the plump man's deceit. The earlier chatter had merely been a diversion to distract him. 50 consecutive victories indeed demonstrated his skill. The rotund man, taken aback by how easily Ye Zhou had countered his meticulously crafted strike, was equally astonished. Chapter 30. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. As Ye Zhou landed, the spear that had secured the vine vanished, only for him to conjure another spear in his hand. How dare you scheme against me? Ye Zhou's figure darted like lightning, his wind-based abilities enhancing his speed. Ye Zhou, let's talk. I can apologize, the plump man stammered, realizing he was no match for Ye Zhou after that initial blow. Enough of your nonsense, go bother your cousin. In a flash, a spear streaked past, and the plump man let out a wretched cry before vanishing from sight. Damn it, Wang Ming, you've led me to this. He cursed as he regained consciousness. Although simulated battles were not lethal, the National Education Bureau ensured that participants could feel pain and the terror of facing death for a more authentic experience. After defeating the plump man, Ye Zhou resumed his rankings. Perhaps due to his overwhelming strength, he achieved yet another rapid 50 consecutive victories. This time, his points rose swiftly, accelerating as his opponents grew stronger. Points, 201. Ranking, 8905. As Ye Zhou glanced at the panel, intending to continue his ranking matches, a small red dot began to blink at the bottom of the screen. Curiosity piqued. He clicked on it to discover 2 individuals attempting to add him as a friend, Mingxue and the aforementioned plump man, Wang Bo. Without hesitation, he accepted both requests. Ding ding ding. The moment he accepted the friend requests, a message from Mingxue arrived. Ye Zhou, let us team up for a ranking dungeon. Following her message were 2 options, accept or decline. Naturally, Ye Zhou would not refuse Mingxue, so he chose to accept. The rewards for completing ranking dungeons were exceptionally generous, particularly for defeating formidable elite monsters. Treasures such as spirit stones, gathering elixirs, and even weapons used by abilities wielders could be obtained within these dungeons. These rewards were part of an initiative by the National Education Bureau aimed at nurturing the new generation. Upon successfully clearing a dungeon, the system would record the achievement, and a dedicated postal service would ensure that the rewards were delivered to the students. At the moment the consent button was pressed, Ye Zhou felt a brief flash before his eyes. In the next instant, a cacophony of sounds reached his ears. Ye Zhou, over here. Just as Ye Zhou was still in a state of confusion, he felt a hand grasping his arm. Turning around, he saw Bai Mengxue standing before him. This was the instance lobby. Observing the crowded hall, Ye Zhou felt a shiver run down his spine. It's your first time here. You'll get used to it soon. Bai Mengxue reassured him, recalling her own first experience. Mengxue, is this the person you were looking for? At that moment, 3 more individuals approached. Among them was a striking young man and 2 beautiful young women, the latter possessing an enduring charm. Allow me to introduce. This is Ye Zhou, my classmate and boyfriend. Bai Mengxue said, holding Ye Zhou's hand. Hello, I'm Ye Zhou, Mengshue's boyfriend, he replied with a friendly smile, nodding at the trio. Hi, I'm Mingfei from Shunqing No. 1 High School, a friend of Mengxue. The girl with short hair and a cherubic face introduced herself first. Hello, I'm Zhao Yunlan from Zhejiang No. 1 High School, also a friend of Mengxue. The other girl, with long hair and a beauty mark on her forehead, followed suit. So, you are Mengshue's boyfriend? However, when it came to the young man, his expression soured. I'm Ye Zhou, Mengshue's boyfriend, he stated, sensing the tension, and firmly grasped by Mengshue's hand. Why haven't I seen you before? The young man's demeanor darkened, especially upon seeing Ye Zhou holding by Mengshue's hand. I'm a newcomer, just starting with the ranking system, Ye Zhou replied candidly. Curious about the young man's intentions. A newcomer? What is your ranking score? The young man pressed aggressively. Over 200 points. What of it? Ye Zhou's expression shifted. A 200-point novice has the audacity to team up with us? Our lowest score is 700. The man sneered upon hearing Ye Zhou's score. Qiandong, don't be like that. He.S. Mengshue's boyfriend, Zhao Yunlan interjected hastily. We're here to clear the instance, not to enjoy a spring outing. Bringing along a burden will hinder our progress and diminish our chances of acquiring training resources. Qiandong's gaze remained fixed on Ye Zhou, clearly targeting him. Qiandong, that's enough. Bai Mengxue was now visibly angry. Taken aback by Qiandong's unexpected demeanor, which contrasted sharply with his usual polite facade. Mengxue, you've awakened an SSS-level ability. Your future is boundless. I advise you to distance yourself from this 200-point waste. Besides, Haiqing is merely a small place. Don't be misled by his flowery words. Qiandong feigned concern for Bai Mengxue, completely dismissing Ye Zhou. A waste with over 200 points. Ye Zhou scoffed. With over 200 points, one cannot be deemed anything but a failure. Qiandong is utterly indifferent to Ye Zhou. Given this, I wonder if this so-called failure, can challenge you. A genius with over 700 points. Ye Zhou's gaze fell upon a nearby area that resembled an arena. Oh, a smirk of triumph appeared at the corner of Qiandong's mouth. His sole purpose for joining this group was to pursue Bai Mengxue, a SSS level awakened with limitless potential, who also happens to be extraordinarily beautiful. Such a highly gifted and attractive girl naturally captured his attention. However, Qiandong did not anticipate that before he could even initiate his pursuit of Bai Mengxue, someone else had already claimed her affections, leaving him enraged. Thus, he sought to provoke Ye Zhou into a one-on-one duel, allowing him to defeat Ye Zhou in front of Bai Mengxue, thereby revealing the truth. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Qiandong's little tricks could not possibly elude Ye Zhou. Ye Zhou merely decided to play along, as he was equally eager to teach Qiandong a memorable lesson. A mere failure with over 200 points. Who gave you the audacity to challenge me? However, since you are so oblivious to your own limitations, I shall enlighten you on the fact that there are always greater heights and more formidable individuals. Today, I will impart a lesson upon you, lest you remain ignorant of your own demise. Qiandong sneered, taken aback by Ye Zhou's foolishness, as he fell easily into his trap. Chapter 31, Elite Creature D-Class Early Stage Blood Wolf. Such excessive chatter. Ye Zhou strode directly towards the virtual arena. Ye Zhou, be careful. Bai Mengxue instinctively grasped his arm. Let you savor your moment of glory for now. Observing their interaction, a glint of coldness flashed in Qiandong's eyes. The virtual arena was specifically established by the Education Bureau within the instance area. After all, these individuals are students, youthful and impassioned, and conflicts are inevitable. The virtual arena operates similarly to ranking matches. Any player defeated within the arena will be forcibly logged off. The commotion drew the attention of several onlookers. It is in the nature of the people of Longhua to gather around any spectacle. Soon, The area surrounding the virtual arena was teeming with spectators. With over 200 points, I shall allow you to strike first. Observing the crowd gathered below the arena, Qiandong deliberately announced Ye Zhou's ranking score. Over 200 points, such a low score. Some turned their gazes towards Ye Zhou. He remained remarkably composed, eager to witness Qiandong's expression upon his defeat. A spear, conjured from the power of wind, materialized in his hand. A level 2 ability user. I have indeed underestimated you, Qiandong scoffed. As a flash of azure energy manifested in his hand, transforming into a curved blade forged from the spirit of wood. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through as Ye Zhou, empowered by the wind's spirit, swiftly charged towards Qiandong. As Qiandong approached, he abruptly swung his spear towards him with great force. Alarmed, Qiandong silently cursed his misjudgment. He had initially perceived Ye Zhou as a novice with a mere score of over 200. Little did he anticipate the swiftness of Ye Zhou's strike. And the oppressive force emanating from the spear was far beyond that of an ability classified below a level. Faced with the impending onslaught of the spear, Qiandong brandished his blade, ready to engage Ye Zhou in a fierce contest. A resounding clang echoed through the air, yet Ye Zhou remained steadfast. While Qiandong staggered backward several paces. I recognize him. He is Qiandong, with a ranking score of 720, placing him 524th among high school students nationwide. As the two clashed, someone in the audience identified Qiandong. What? A ranking score above 700 and positioned 524th nationally? This implies he could gain admission to the prestigious Longmen University, the top institution in the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing of Qiandong's impressive ranking, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Who, then, was this formidable opponent confronting him? Curiosity about Ye Zhou began to brew among the spectators. Just moments ago, Qiandong had claimed his ranking score was only a little over 200. Some recalled his words, questioning how a score so low could possibly repel someone with over 700 points. Was Qiandong deliberately misleading them? Who was this individual? Inquiries rippled through the audience. Logically, a student ranked over 500 would be considered a genius, making it improbable for anyone to remain anonymous. However, upon scrutinizing the list of the top 600 names, no one bore a resemblance to Ye Zhou. While the audience continued their speculations, the battle reignited. Although Ye Zhou lacked extensive combat experience, he had not been a stranger to martial arts dramas in his previous life. While those moves were often dramatized, they proved remarkably effective in this context. After successfully repelling Qiandong with a single strike, Ye Zhou pressed on. His internal reservoir of spiritual energy surged, creating waves of power. The spear, embodying his spiritual energy, began to radiate a brilliant light. A flash of cold brilliance coursed through the air as the spear lunged towards Qiandong's throat. The towering silhouette of a massive tree emerged as Qiandong hastily summoned his strongest attack. A colossal phantom materialized, standing resolutely before him, signifying his own awakening of the S-level wood attribute ability, Colossal Tree Ascension. The spear's energy collided violently with the colossal tree, causing it to tremble under the immense impact. Observing this, Ye Zhou intensified his strength, unleashing a torrent of energy into the spear. With a thunderous roar, the colossal tree shattered beneath the overwhelming force, while the spear, undeterred, hurtled towards the astonished Qiandong. No, he cried out, suffocated by the oppressive dread of impending doom. Ultimately, the spear halted just before him, sparing him from a fatal end. With a score exceeding 700, I find it ironic that I am deemed inferior to this wretched individual with a mere 200. Who, I wonder, embodies true worthlessness? Ye Zhou delivered a swift kick, sending Qiandong sprawling into the crowd. Ye Zhou had no intention of ending his life. That would be too merciful. Instead, witnessing him reap the consequences of his actions before the eyes of many would inflict far greater torment. Both wielded S-class abilities. Yet Ye Zhou's ease in overpowering Qiandong stemmed from the innate spiritual energy coursing through him. Ye Zhou, are you all right? Bai Mengxue rushed over, her concern palpable. A twinge of guilt gnawed at her. Had she not been involved, Ye Zhou would not have faced such unwarranted ridicule. Mengxue, I'm fine. Ye Zhou replied with a reassuring smile. Humph. I never imagined Qiandong could be such a despicable character. It truly disgusts me. Meng Fei interjected, her eyes brimming with disdain. Indeed, his pretense has finally been unmasked, Zhao Yunlan concurred. I apologize for the embarrassment caused to the two lovely ladies, Ye Zhou spoke. attempting to lighten the mood. Ye Zhou, your prowess is commendable. Individuals like him deserve to be reprimanded, Meng Fei remarked, her distaste for Qiandong's hypocrisy evident. We were initially oblivious to his true nature. It is a relief to finally see it clearly, Bai Mengxue added, fully aware that the incident had originated from her. I will remove him from my friend list right now, Meng Fei declared, promptly accessing her contacts to delete him. I shall do the same. And let us expel him from our team, Zhao Yunlan echoed. Ye Zhou remained silent, merely observing. He had hoped for a 5-member squad to tackle the elite dungeon. But it seemed they would have to proceed with just 4. Meng Fei felt a pang of disappointment. Bai Mengxue had initially invited Ye Zhou because they sought to challenge an elite dungeon monster. A 5-member team was optimal for success, whereas 4 would face considerable difficulty. Mengxue, shall we attempt it anyway? Meng Fei proposed. That sounds reasonable, Bai Mengxue nodded. As the leader, she ultimately made the decisions for their team. With Ye Zhou still acclimating to their dynamics, he naturally deferred to Bai Mengxue. Since everyone agrees, let us venture into that dungeon. Following their discussion, a shimmering screen materialized before Bai Mengxue, visible to all team members. Elite Monster, D-Class Early Stage Blood Wolf. Chapter 32, Slaying the Pack of Wolves Blood Wolf. Upon seeing the fearsome creature's name, Ye Zhou felt a surge of curiosity. Bai Mengxue promptly clicked to enter the dungeon. In an instant, a radiant portal appeared before them. She grasped Ye Zhou's hand and stepped through without hesitation. What a marvelous virtual realm, Ye Zhou marveled. The moment they crossed the threshold, the once bustling square vanished, replaced by a symphony of chirping insects and singing birds. They found themselves amidst a verdant forest, leaving Ye Zhou utterly astonished. Everything here appeared so remarkably real that he even spotted a white wild rabbit bounding playfully before him. However, in the next instant, a chilling howl of a wolf echoed through the air. The very rabbit that had just frolicked was now ensnared in the jaws of a gray wolf. Vivid crimson blood dripped from the wolf's sharp teeth, falling onto the ground in a steady trickle. As he gazed at the scarlet splashes blossoming upon the verdant grass, Ye Zhou momentarily found himself believing this to be reality rather than a mere simulation. These gray wolves were the minions of the blood wolf. I had studied the strategy, and only by vanquishing all the gray wolves would the blood wolf reveal itself. At this moment, Meng Fei was attentively watching the gray wolf. Meng Fei, you have awakened an S-grade ability, Heavenly Arrow Descends, hence you are responsible for ranged attacks. Yunlan, your S-grade ability is Mending Resurgence, so you will assist us in restoring our states. Ye Zhou, we shall take the lead in the offense. Upon entering the dungeon, Bai Mengxue seemed to transform entirely, shedding her previous icy demeanor for a poised and gallant presence. All right, Ye Zhou nodded, and the other 2 followed suit in agreement. It was at this juncture that the gray wolf had consumed the rabbit meat, its blood-red eyes now fixated upon the group with a ferocious and cruel glint. Kill, Bai Mengxue commanded coldly. In Meng Fei's hands, a longbow fashioned from spiritual energy materialized, an arrow radiating a white light already nocked and ready to fly. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow slicing through the air pierced the silence, and the gray wolf was instantly impaled. This was merely an ordinary gray wolf from the outskirts of the forest. The deeper one ventured, the higher the level of the wolves. With the blood wolf lurking at the center, Meng Fei had meticulously prepared for this, especially regarding the conditions within the woods. Let us proceed. Bai Mengxue and Ye Zhou forged ahead, with Meng Fei and Zhao Yunlan following closely behind. A gust of wind swept through, rustling the leaves overhead. Suddenly, from the thicket to Ye Zhou's left front, a robust gray figure sprang forth. It was an ordinary gray wolf standing nearly 2 meters tall, and as it lunged, Ye Zhou could sense an aura of ferocity emanating from it. With a swift motion, Ye Zhou transformed the wind energy in his hand into a spear, piercing the gray wolf and lifting it into the air. Everyone be cautious. The deeper we go, the higher the level of the beasts. As Ye Zhou spoke, 3 gray wolves materialized before him, one of which was significantly larger than the others, adorned with a patch of crimson fur on its forehead that resembled a blood-red eye from a distance. According to the Gongdit, there were a total of 8 F-grade blood-eyed gray wolves, 4 E-grade red-blood gray wolves, and the elite D-grade beast, the blood wolf, within this forest. Meng Fei relayed the details of the strategy to the group. Numerous dungeons had been conquered by senior students, who generously shared their strategies on the Simulation Battle Forum. Meng Fei had a penchant for browsing forums. Thus, prior to embarking on their expeditions, she would meticulously strategize, ensuring they were well prepared for what lay ahead. As her words faded into the air, two F-class ferocious beasts, the blood-eyed gray wolves, emerged from the nearby thicket, flanked by a dozen ordinary gray wolves, all regarding them with predatory intent. Mengxue, leave those two F-class beasts to me, Ye Zhou declared without hesitation, charging straight towards the menacing blood-eyed gray wolves. Mengxue paused momentarily, before also making her way to another side. As the duo of F-class blood-eyed gray wolves caught sight of the approaching humans, they instinctively opened their jaws, unleashing a surge of crimson energy directed at Ye Zhou, launching their ultimate attack right from the start. Ye Zhou thought, momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, he did not retreat. Instead, he executed a sweeping motion with his spear, shattering the two blood-red beams. The two ordinary gray wolves that lunged towards him were also bisected by the strike, their blood splattering and staining the ground. Witnessing the bloodshed ignited a fervor within Ye Zhou, causing his own blood to boil and the energy within his spiritual reservoir to surge violently. Kill! He bellowed, brandishing his spear and charging into the fray. Ye Zhou had not undergone formal training in spear techniques. His movements were characterized by a raw, unrestrained ferocity. With a flick of his wrist, multiple spear beams erupted forth, instantly piercing the foreheads of three gray wolves. Two more beams of crimson light surged towards him, which he similarly deflected with a sweeping motion. In tandem with neutralizing the attacks, he swiftly kicked one of the advancing gray wolves, sending it crashing violently against a large tree. Noticing the two blood-eyed gray wolves continuing their assault from a distance, Ye Zhou conjured two blades of wind in his left hand and unleashed them towards the beasts. The two blood-eyed gray wolves sensed the impending danger and darted aside. The sound of slicing air was followed by a resounding crack as a large tree was cleaved in two. Seizing this opportunity, Ye Zhou executed a sweeping maneuver with his spear, delivering a devastating blow that cleaved through the 4 or 5 gray wolves charging at him, their blood instantly saturating the ground. Then, infusing his legs with the power of wind, his speed escalated dramatically, allowing him to match the ferocity of the blood-eyed gray wolves. A fleeting shadow darted through the remaining pack, and in the next instant, a crimson line appeared across the throats of the last few gray wolves. Thuds resonated as several wolf heads fell heavily to the ground. "He-s incredible," exclaimed Meng Fei and Zhao Yunlan, who had been on high alert, now rendered speechless by the display before them. The sheer brutality with which Ye Zhou dispatched the ferocious beasts sent their hearts racing. To be noticed by Mengxue, they were indeed kindred spirits. Meanwhile, Mengxue, wielding her azure spear, pierced through one of the F-class blood-eyed gray wolves with precision. After dispatching the ordinary gray wolves, Ye Zhou maintained his relentless speed. Two more blades of wind shot forth, forcing a blood-eyed gray wolf to retreat, while the spear in his grasp pierced directly into the skull of another gray wolf. With a howl, the last remaining blood-eyed gray wolf did not flee. Instead, it lunged directly at him. In response, Ye Zhou executed a swift counterstrike, and with a flash of his spear, the creature was impaled through the abdomen, hanging lifelessly from his weapon. Chapter 33. The warrior with a healer, truly a striking couple, both exuding charm. Zhao Yunlan gazed at the returning duo with the adoration of a devoted fan. With the two of you, the couple duo, how could the blood wolves possibly endure? The dungeon is but a mere challenge. Dream Fei shared a similar sentiment. Ye Zhou exchanged a knowing glance with Mengxue, the significance of which was unmistakable. This was merely the first stage of the blood wolf dungeon. Ahead lay the formidable E-rank beast, the blood-red gray wolf. Dream Fei directed her gaze into the depths of the forest. The designer of this dungeon had shown some mercy. Had all those beasts been unleashed at once, it was doubtful many would emerge victorious. Zhao Yunlan expressed her thoughts with a hint of nostalgia. Let us proceed and continue our quest. Ye Zhou felt a surge of excitement, invigorated by the recent battle that had awakened his inner warrior. Wait, Zhao Yunlan called out to the group, her hands glowing with iridescent light. With a graceful motion, she directed the vibrant energy into the bodies of Ye Zhou and Mengxue. In that moment, Ye Zhou sensed an extraordinary change. The spiritual energy he had expended during the fight began to replenish rapidly under the nurturing glow. Healer, Ye Zhou exclaimed instinctively. Zhao Yunlan, caught off guard by his words, immediately flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of an apple. Mengxue cast a cool glance at Ye Zhou. In truth, Ye Zhou's words held merit. Yunlan's ability to restore health and replenish expended spiritual energy indeed defined her as their healer. Dream Fei, ever the extrovert, nestled against Zhao Yunlan's shoulder, giggling uncontrollably, contrasting with Zhao Yunlan's more endearing demeanor. With their spiritual energy restored, the group set forth once more, pressed for time. The elite dungeon featured a ranking system based on completion time. The shorter the duration, the higher the rank and the more bountiful the rewards. The fastest team would be heralded throughout the virtual dungeon space, especially if all 4 members cleared the elite dungeon. Although it appeared that Ye Zhou and Bai Mengxue took an eternity to vanquish the blood-eyed gray wolves, it had only spanned a brief 2 minutes. The group hastened deeper into the forest, a perilous domain rife with gray wolves. Fortunately, their formidable prowess allowed them to dispatch the wolves with ease. In their haste, Bai Mengxue even froze a section of their path, swiftly replenished by Zhao Yunlan's healing energy. With a series of howls echoing from the depths of the dense woods, the wolves were indeed upon them. Ye Zhou's keen eyes darted ahead, alert to the impending encounter. As the leaves rustled, 4 E-class blood wolves emerged, leading a pack of over 20 gray wolves, alongside the F-class blood-eyed wolves, before the group. Everyone, be cautious, Dream Fei warned, according to the strategy. Once 3 of the 4 E-class blood wolves are slain, the blood wolves will appear. At this moment, Ye Zhou's expression turned grave, flames flickering fiercely in his eyes. Ye Zhou, please be careful, Bai Mengxue cautioned. Attack. Ye Zhou was the first to raise his gun and charge towards the pack of wolves. As he approached within 10 meters of them, he swept his gun in a wide arc, unleashing a streak of gunfire that sliced through the air towards the wolves. This strike consumed 1/10 of his energy from the reservoir of spiritual power. A crescent-shaped beam of energy cleaved through the air, severing several trees. As thick as a bowl, in its path, among the wolves, the 4 blood wolves let out a chilling howl, simultaneously unleashing a torrent of blood-red light that clashed with the gunfire. The explosion sent several gray wolves hurtling backwards, bloodied from the shockwave. Ye Zhou remained steadfast, his countenance unwavering as he discerned the might of the E-class blood wolves. Dream Fei, after you handle the ordinary gray wolves, wait for your moment to strike. Mengxue, I will hold off the 4 blood wolves. You must swiftly deal with those blood-eyed wolves, Ye Zhou instructed. At that moment, a radiant spectrum of light enveloped him, replenishing his expended energy. Could this be dangerous? Bai Mengxue expressed her concern, for they were facing 4 formidable E-class blood wolves. No, Ye Zhou assured her with unwavering determination. As he charged towards the 4 wolves, seeing Ye Zhou take action, Bai Mengxue hesitated no longer. Dream Fei, an adept 2nd-level ability user, swiftly drew his longbow, launching a barrage of spiritual arrows towards the gray wolves. The wolves had no chance to resist. One by one, they were pinned to the ground. As Ye Zhou surged towards the E-class beasts, he once again expended 1/10 of his energy, striking at the blood wolves. All the attention of the blood wolves was drawn to him. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Mengxue struck, swiftly dispatching a blood-eyed wolf. She then unleashed a palm strike infused with chilling energy, sending another blood-eyed wolf flying, encased in ice. Bai Mengxue understood the urgency of swiftly eliminating these blood-eyed wolves to assist Ye Zhou. She recognized the rationale behind Ye Zhou's strategy. Only by vanquishing these F-class and E-class wolves could they focus their efforts against the powerful D-class blood wolf. Boom! The clash between the gunfire and the 4 beams of red light sent clouds of dust swirling into the air. A shadow darted forth like a bolt of lightning, emerging from the swirling dust, and thrust a spear towards the crimson-gray wolf's brow. The blood-colored wolf, sensing the immense power behind Ye Zhou's strike, hastily sidestepped. However, Ye Zhou merely feigned the thrust, transforming it into a sweeping motion. With a resounding impact, the wolf, caught off guard, was struck in the abdomen and sent sprawling several meters away. Yet, Ye Zhou did not revel in his success, for as he attacked the crimson-gray wolf, 3 others lunged towards him. Fortunately, he had imbued his legs with the power of the wind, narrowly evading this perilous encirclement. Despite his escape, a wolf's claw grazed his shoulder, leaving behind a crimson wound. Ye Zhou paid little heed to the injury, but Zhao Yunlan could not ignore it. Another radiant burst of multicolored light descended, enveloping the still bleeding wound. A warm sensation enveloped him, a comforting touch amidst the chaos. Indeed, a warrior accompanied by a healer becomes an invincible force. Ye Zhou cast a glance towards Bai Mengxue before charging once more at the 4 blood-colored wolves. One of them, already injured from his previous strike, was now less agile. Thus, Ye Zhou set his sights on the weakened beast. With the wind's might enhancing his speed, he surged forward, deftly avoiding the attacks of the 3 wolves. He then aimed his spear once more at the injured gray wolf. Chapter 34. Beasts know not the art of war. A glimmer of savagery flickered in the blood-red eyes of the wolf. It stood its ground, supported by its robust hind legs, while its front claws shimmered with a blood-colored radiance. Truly a beast, utterly oblivious to the principles of Sun Tzu's art of war. Ye Zhou's strike appeared directed at the injured wolf, but in truth, he sought the perfect moment to unleash a counterattack. Now was the time. Behind him, a blood-colored wolf believed it had found an opening and lunged towards him. In a flash, a spear's shadow swept through the air. A sickening sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed. The wolf that had leapt at Ye Zhou was instantly pierced through the abdomen by his counterstrike. Scarlet blood flowed down the spear, but he dispersed it with his spiritual energy. Wow, Brother Zhou is incredible, Zhao Yunlan exclaimed in awe at the spectacle before her. Indeed, it was a remarkable display. In a heartbeat, one wolf lay dead while another was wounded. Such ferocity was unparalleled. At that moment, Meng Fei unleashed a rapid succession of 3 arrows, pinning the last 3 wolves to the ground. Not far off, Bai Mengxue gazed at Ye Zhou with sparkling eyes. As the saying goes, heroes may find it difficult to pass the beauty's barrier, yet the beauty too struggles with the hero's challenge. After piercing through the blood-colored wolf, Ye Zhou swung his spear, hurling the wolf's carcass towards the other crimson-gray wolf, which stood tall, its front claws emanating a bloody glow. 2 gray wolves, their blood-red claws glowing ominously, severed the corpse of the gray wolf that Ye Zhou had thrown, fragmenting it into several pieces. After fending off one blood-colored gray wolf, the other gray wolves on either side of Ye Zhou lunged simultaneously. In that critical moment, a pair of wind wings unfurled from Ye Zhou's back. With a rush of wind, his figure soared, evading the lethal strikes of 2 blood-colored gray wolves. Impressive. Ye Zhou truly excelled. Zhao Yunlan hurriedly cast a 5-colored spiritual light to replenish Ye Zhou's drained spiritual energy. At that juncture, an ice-blue spear pierced through the gray wolf that Ye Zhou had already injured. Bai Mengxue, having just dispatched the blood-eyed gray wolves, seized the opportunity to strike and swiftly eliminated the injured gray wolf. Observing Bai Mengxue's success in vanquishing the blood-eyed gray wolves and subsequently slaying the blood-colored gray wolf, only 2 blood-colored gray wolves remained. Ye Zhou retracted his wind wings, for each use of his internal spiritual energy drained him swiftly. 1 wolf for each of them. A smile graced Ye Zhou's lips. Meng Fei had mentioned that when 4 blood-colored gray wolves fell, a D-grade blood wolf would emerge. Now, with the 2 of them facing 1 blood-colored gray wolf each, only 1 blood wolf would remain. Combining their strengths, they should find it manageable. However, just as they prepared to engage the 2 blood-colored gray wolves, a chilling howl echoed from deep within the forest. This is bad. It's the blood wolf. Ye Zhou's gaze sharpened, and the radiance upon his spear intensified as he frantically channeled his spiritual energy into it. A flash of spear light sliced through, cleaving the blood-colored gray wolf before him in 2. Bai Mengxue was not lagging behind. She unleashed a palm strike that encased the ground in ice, simultaneously freezing the blood-colored gray wolf. In that instant of freezing, her blue spear pierced its skull. Both had swiftly dispatched their respective gray wolves. A harrowing howl resounded once more, now alarmingly close. The rustle of leaves and the cracking of branches filled the air. A blood wolf, smaller than the blood-colored gray wolves yet entirely crimson, emerged before them, accompanied by an overwhelming stench of blood that made it hard to breathe. This was the blood wolf. Ye Zhou's expression turned grave, tinged with curiosity. Bai Mengxue shared the same intrigue, having never encountered one in reality. The blood wolf was notoriously ferocious, with a penchant for human flesh. Each year, low-level ability users fell prey to its jaws, justifying its classification as an elite creature. At that moment, Meng Fei approached them. Yes, I heard my brother mention that they encountered blood wolves during their travels. Zhao Yunlan chimed in. Everyone, be cautious, Bai Mengxue warned. After all, they were all 2nd-level ability users, and while the blood wolf was merely a D-grade initial stage creature, its strength was formidable. I shall probe its depths first. Dreamfei swiftly knocked an arrow and aimed for the throat of the blood wolf. The creature, seemingly endowed with a semblance of intelligence, gazed at her with a flicker of disdain in its crimson eyes. It allowed the arrow to approach, only to raise a forepaw at the last moment, swatting the projectile into a cloud of ethereal powder that scattered to the ground. Is this the extent of the Bloodwolf's prowess? It truly is formidable. Dreamfei, a level 2 ability user herself, realized that even though she had not exerted her full strength, the ease with which the Bloodwolf deflected her attack indicated its power surpassed mere appearances. Dreams now. I will provide support. You coordinate our efforts. Ye Zhou directed towards Bai Mengxue. No, I should take the lead. Bai Mengxue replied, a trace of concern evident in her voice. Not a problem. I will take the lead while you support me. Dreamfei, you will assist from a distance, focusing your attacks solely on the Bloodwolf's eyes, Ye Zhou stated solemnly. Fixing his gaze on Dreamfei. Understood, Dreamfei nodded in agreement. Yunlan, you will assist in restoring our ethereal energy. Ye Zhou turned his attention to Zhao Yunlan. Rest assured, I will ensure your restoration is timely, Zhao Yunlan affirmed, nodding in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, Ye Zhou had begun to dominate their small team. Perhaps due to his recent valor in slaying the Crimson Grey Wolf, or perhaps due to his inherent leadership qualities that naturally drew others to follow him. The Blood Wolf advanced slowly towards them, unlike the other Grey Wolves that charged recklessly. Just a mere beast, Ye Zhou gripped the spear of ethereal energy tightly, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Had it not been for the necessity to conceal his SSS-level ability, Icebound Expanse, he would have been confident in facing the Blood Wolf head-on. The power coursing through him was markedly more ferocious than that of his companions. He had discreetly inquired about this with Bai Mengxue, who, despite ascending to level 2 before him, possessed an ethereal energy radius of merely 5 meters. In contrast, the energy required for her to break through to the next level was a modest 49 meters, while Ye Zhou's was nearly double that, encompassing 100 meters. A radiance emanated from the spear as Ye Zhou thrust it forward, his figure darting towards the Blood Wolf like a wraith. The creature, displaying a hint of sentience, stood upright on its powerful hind legs as it perceived Ye Zhou's advance, preparing to strike with its formidable claws. At that moment, a 2-meter-long blue ice spear materialized before Bai Mengxue, who had not held back her ethereal energy. The chilling essence radiating from the spear was formidable, causing frost to blanket the grass beneath it even before it was launched. Go, Bai Mengxue commanded. And the blue ice spear shot towards the Blood Wolf's exposed white underbelly with a velocity of 100 meters in 3 seconds. Clang! Ye Zhou's spear was intercepted by one of the Blood Wolf's sharp claws, merely severing a few crimson hairs from its paw. Meanwhile, the creature's other claw lunged directly at Ye Zhou's face. If captured, even with Ye Zhou's exceptionally thick skin, he would inevitably suffer severe injuries and disfigurement. Chapter 35. A perfect collaboration in a moment of dire urgency. Bai Mengxue's azure ice spear hurtled forward, a chilling force aimed directly at the Blood Wolf's abdomen. The Blood Wolf seemed to sense the impending danger, redirecting its claws that were originally aimed at Ye Zhou towards the incoming ice spear. Humph. A beast is merely a beast. A smile crept onto Ye Zhou's lips as he too altered the trajectory of his spear, sweeping it horizontally towards the Blood Wolf, which had nowhere left to evade. However, just as Ye Zhou believed his strike was certain to land, a flash of crimson light appeared before him, and the Blood Wolf evaded the attack with astonishing speed. A howl erupted from the creature, as if mocking him. Damn, it's fast, Ye Zhou cursed inwardly. Yet, after dodging that strike, the Blood Wolf seemed to enter a state of frenzy, transforming into a streak of blood-red light charging towards Ye Zhou. Its speed was remarkable, covering the distance before him in the blink of an eye. Alarm surged within Ye Zhou, and he quickly infused his legs with the power of wind. With a rush, the Blood Wolf's claws lunged towards Ye Zhou's neck, but he narrowly sidestepped the attack, propelled by the wind's force. At that moment, yet another ice spear shot towards the Blood Wolf's head. The Blood Wolf, thwarted from attacking Ye Zhou, had to halt its advance, facing the glimmering ice spear that radiated a hint of danger. With a crack, the ice spear shattered into several fragments under the force of the Blood Wolf's claws. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Zhou launched another sweeping strike towards the creature's abdomen. Once again, the scene repeated itself. A flash of crimson light indicated that the Blood Wolf had vanished from sight before him. Is speed all you have? Ye Zhou's internal energy surged, fervently channeling it into his legs. In the next instant, A rush of wind accompanied a fleeting shadow. A spear of light surged towards the blood wolf's neck. The creature chose not to move, for an ice spear had already locked onto it, so it swiped at the spear with its claw. Boom! Ye Zhou felt an immense force reverberate through his spear, nearly wrenching it from his grip, and he was sent stumbling back several steps. Just then, he sensed a chilling force whizzing past his ear. An ice-blue spear shot towards the blood wolf's head, which had retreated several paces. Now was the moment. At this juncture, Meng Fei also found an opportunity. Drawing her longbow into a crescent shape, an arrow, thick as a cucumber, was poised to launch. Zhao Yunlan had been assisting by Meng Xue and Ye Zhou in restoring their energy throughout this encounter. With a twang, the bowstring sang, and Meng Fei's arrow transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the blood wolf's left eye at a speed of 100 meters per second. Just as the blood wolf had shattered the blue ice spear with its claws, Meng Fei's arrow was fast on its heels. Even though the D-class beast, the blood wolf, possesses formidable strength, it finds itself cornered at this moment. However, the blood wolf is indeed powerful, although it could not evade the arrow. It managed to twist its body at a critical juncture. It was this very twist that allowed it to avoid becoming the cyclopean blood wolf. With a sharp sound, the arrow pierced through the wolf's skin, embedding itself in its back. Blood flowed down its spine, staining its fur an even deeper crimson. Seeing this, Ye Zhou felt his internal energy boiling over, and ethereal wings of wind materialized above his legs. In that instant, his speed reached its zenith, and he thrust his spear down towards the wounded area on the blood wolf's back. The sound of wind howled as the spear descended like a meteor. Sensing the pressure from Ye Zhou's strike, the wolf's red fur bristled in alarm. A mist of blood began to envelop the area, and in the next moment, a shadow of blood streaked past, causing the wolf to vanish from sight once more. Boom! Ye Zhou's strike was just a moment too late, crashing heavily into the ground. Damn it! How can it move so swiftly? His gaze remained fixed on the blood wolf. His brother had once told him that the blood wolf excels in speed. Its innate ability being blood shadow, a trait that contributes to its status as an elite creature. Its tremendous physical strength, coupled with terrifying speed, is what makes the blood wolf so formidable. Zhao Yunlan interjected, speed. Ye Zhou also realized that, despite the wind's enhancement, he was still slightly slower than the blood wolf. Meng Xue, Ye Zhou turned to Bai Meng Xue. Yes, Bai Meng Xue nodded. In the next heartbeat, she surged forward towards the blood wolf. At that moment, an aura of frost enveloped her, and when she was within 20 meters of the beast, she released her chilling energy in an instant. Frost began to spread rapidly from her, forming a layer of ice. Seeing this, the blood wolf attempted to retreat, but Ye Zhou was determined not to let it escape. The sound of an arrow slicing through the air rang out, and as the wolf attempted to pull back its leg, an arrow struck the ground less than a foot away from it. This very arrow bought Ye Zhou precious time. He rushed forward, raising his spear once more to strike at the blood wolf. The wolf, seeing this, had no choice but to retreat again. In that fleeting moment, a layer of frost appeared beneath its feet, binding its limbs to the ground. Well done, Ye Zhou praised Bai Meng Xue with a glance. I need to act quickly. I cannot maintain this state for long, Bai Meng Xue said, her complexion pale, with faint multicolored lights circulating around her, a sign of Zhao Yunlan replenishing her internal energy. With a sudden rush, a tempest arose around Ye Zhou, his clothes billowing in the wind, and his spear trembled in his grasp. With a swift motion, he glided towards the blood wolf as if skating on ice. The wolf, engulfed in a mist of blood, felt the ice on its limbs rapidly melting away. Useless. A mournful sound echoed as the long spear sliced through the air. At that moment, the ice encasing the blood wolf's limbs had only just begun to thaw, rendering any attempt to evade futile. In a bid to deliver a crushing blow to the blood wolf, Ye Zhou summoned a significant portion of his internal strength for this strike. Thus, this attack was both heavy and formidable. Realizing evasion was impossible, the blood wolf let out a howl and charged directly at the spear. With a resounding crash, the blood wolf was struck and sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ice. The ice shattered beneath its weight, creating a deep crater in the ground. Ye Zhou, propelled backward by the immense force, stumbled back several steps before steadying himself with the spear planted in the ground. Just then, the blood wolf emitted a heart-wrenching howl as it rose from the crater, albeit in a pitiful state, bloodied and limping on one leg. Suddenly, a sharp arrow whistled through the air, and the blood wolf's left eye burst open, splattering blood everywhere. This was a precise shot from Meng Fei. The blood wolf howled again, its massive form staggering slightly. Chapter 36. Ye Zhou, do not blame me for my ruthlessness witnessing this. Ye Zhou gritted his teeth against the ache coursing through his body. Raising his spear once more as a gust of wind surged beneath him. A swift whoosh filled the air. Thunk! The sound of steel-piercing flesh resonated. The spear pierced the blood wolf from head to tail. We have triumphed. We have completed the Blood Wolf Elite Dungeon. Meng Fei exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Hooray! We cleared the Blood Wolf Elite Dungeon. My brother will no longer underestimate me. Zhao Yunlan shouted in delight. Bai Mengxue quickly approached Ye Zhou to support him. We won, she said with a gentle smile. Indeed, Ye Zhou affirmed with a nod. However, unbeknownst to them, the moment Ye Zhou vanquished the Blood Wolf, an electronic female voice echoed throughout the entire dungeon world. Congratulations to the Bai Mengxue team, Bai Mengxue, Meng Fei, Zhao Yunlan, and Ye Zhou, for successfully defeating the elite monster, the Blood Wolf, in 19 minutes, surpassing the Hu Tian team's time of 21 minutes, temporarily securing first place in the elite Blood Wolf dungeon. The electronic voice broadcast echoed 3 times throughout the dungeon space. What? Someone has once again set a new record in the Blood Wolf dungeon, and in just 19 minutes. In disbelief, they exclaimed, wow, the Bai Mengxue team is incredible. It was noteworthy that Hu Tian ranked within the top 100 among high school students nationwide. While the Blood Wolf was merely a D-class beast in its early stages, it was known for its incredible speed. No one expected that someone could complete the dungeon in under 20 minutes. I've previously teamed up with others to attempt this, but it took us over half an hour. The Bai Mengxue team truly has remarkable skill. In the realm of the dungeon, upon hearing the announcement, the crowd erupted into discussions, and the names of the 4 individuals became etched in many minds. Wow, I can't believe we have actually shattered the record for the elite dungeon Blood Wolf, exclaimed Meng Fei, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she beheld the crimson letters indicating the new record set by the Bai Mengxue team. 19 minutes, surpassing the previous 20-minute mark. This moment was destined to catapult them into fame. Zhao Yunlan shared in the exhilaration. Initially, their intent was not to break records. They were simply taken aback by Ye Zhou's ferocious prowess in slaying monsters, which inspired the thought of achieving a new record. Little did they anticipate that they would indeed succeed in doing so. Bai Mengxue was equally thrilled. While breaking the record was delightful, the rewards were equally substantial. Wow! We received 20 spirit stones and 20 packets of spirit gathering powder as rewards. The celebratory cheers resonated through the dungeon hall as they reveled in their accomplishments. After deliberating on how to distribute the rewards, the group exited the dungeon. Upon returning to the ranking hall, Ye Zhou wasted no time and promptly reopened the ranking system. With only 200 points and a ranking in the 4-digit range, he was dissatisfied with his standing. Ranking successful. Opponent matched. Wang Bin from Lynching No. 3 Middle School. Yet again, it was a student from Lynching No. 3. Ye Zhou felt a tinge of confusion. He had encountered students from Lynching more than any others, and all with the surname Wang. So, you are Ye Zhou, Wang Bin remarked, not immediately launching an attack, but rather sizing him up. Ye Zhou had just vanquished the Blood Wolf, and an aura of ferocity still lingered about him. He sought to channel this intensity through continuous ranking matches. With a surge of spiritual energy, Ye Zhou summoned his spear and unleashed a colossal spear beam. In an instant, before Wang Bin could utter a word, he was eliminated. What is going on? Not even a chance to speak? In the simulation chamber, Wang Bin, incensed, exited the ranking match. Ye Zhou, however, remained unconcerned with others. He was filled with battle intent, and it was the perfect time to unleash it. What followed was a series of consecutive victories, with nearly all opponents falling to a single strike. He did not afford them the opportunity to plead for mercy. This also served as a testament to his formidable strength. Ye Zhou's ranking ascended rapidly. Having recently been in the 8,000s, he now found himself in the 5,000s. Within the simulation chamber of Ye Zhou, a glimmer of resentment flickered in his eyes as he observed Ye Zhou's ranking soar. He had harbored animosity towards Ye Zhou since childhood. Despite being the true prodigy of the Ye family, Ye Zhou was merely a waste, incapable of awakening any special abilities. Yet, Ye Wentian had shown him undue favoritism, showering him with the finest gifts, including a top-tier luxury car akin to a Rolls-Royce during high school. In Ye Zhou's view, these treasures rightfully belonged to him. Ye Zhou, that worthless individual, had usurped the identity of the Ye family's young master and stolen everything that was rightfully his. Due to Ye Zhou's inability to awaken his extraordinary powers, he has endured in silence. When others insulted him, he would intervene, for he understood that the Ye family would ultimately belong to him, Ye Zhou. However, now that Ye Zhou has unexpectedly awakened his powers, and at that, an S-class ability, he senses a flicker of threat. Consequently, he has been discreetly monitoring Ye Zhou's every move, particularly the fluctuations in his ranking and points, as these will significantly influence Ye Zhou's future. With the impending college entrance examination, positioning and points are of utmost importance. Witnessing the changes in Ye Zhou's scores and rankings has instilled a sense of urgency within him. He cannot allow Ye Zhou to ascend the ranks so effortlessly. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Ye Zhou's eyes. His previous indifference towards Ye Zhou stemmed from his disdain for him. After all, a wastrel could hardly contend with him. Yet, the situation has shifted dramatically. The once inconsequential has transformed, and even the elders of his family, who once aligned with him, have begun to waver in their support. Ye Zhou, do not blame my heartlessness. Blame your awakening of extraordinary powers and your lineage as the son of Ye Wentian. Ye Zhou exited the ranking and closed the simulation chamber. Brother Zhou. Outside the simulation chamber, his subordinates, Yi Qing and Yi Lin, awaited at the door. Brother Zhou. I just heard Ye Zhou and Bai Mengshue's names in the copy space. Yi Qing exclaimed impatiently. The copy space. Ye Zhou furrowed his brow. He had not entered the copy space in recent days, focusing instead on Ye Zhou's ranking. What has transpired between them? Curiosity mingled with an unsettling feeling within him. The Bai Mengxue team has slain the elite monster Blood Wolf and currently holds the record for the shortest completion time, ranking first among the teams. Yi Qing's eyes glinted with something unusual as he spoke. What? They defeated the elite monster Blood Wolf in record time? Ye Zhou was taken aback. He was well aware of the elite monster Blood Wolf copy and had previously formed a team to tackle it. Although they had ultimately succeeded, it took them over half an hour, resulting in the loss of 2 teammates before they managed to defeat the Blood Wolf. The announcement confirmed it, and I checked. It was indeed Ye Zhou and Bai Mengshue's team, Yi Qing revealed, having been present in the copy space at the time. Chapter 37, Rose Bar, Room 108. This is impossible. A flash of anger crossed Ye Zhou's eyes. In my opinion, the credit should go to Bai Mengxue and those 2 teammates, given Ye Zhou's capabilities. He was likely just along for the ride. Yi Qing scoffed. Humph. Ye Zhou, you deserve to die? Ye Zhou's expression darkened exceedingly as he unconsciously uttered these words. Brother Zhou, Yi Qing remarked, his face awash with surprise, a sentiment echoed by Yi Lin. It was the first time they had heard such words from Ye Zhou, who usually defended Ye Zhou. Never mind. Ye Zhou realized he had misspoken and hastily sought to redirect the conversation. By the way, in a few days, it will be great-grandfather's birthday. Have you prepared your gifts? I have everything ready, Yi Qing replied without much thought. The celebration of the elder Ye's birthday was a significant event for the Ye family, and thus the younger generation took it very seriously. That's good. Make sure not to upset great-grandfather, Ye Zhou said before taking his leave. However, shortly after their departure, a figure emerged from around the corner. It was none other than Zhou Gongxian, Ye Zhou's classmate, who now wore a cold smile as he watched Ye Zhou's retreating figure. Interesting. Zhou Gongxian chuckled to himself before leaving the scene. With a glance at his latest ranking, Ye Zhou wore a satisfied smile. If things continued this way, he would surely catch up to Bai Mengxue within a month, and perhaps even surpass her soon. He eagerly anticipated the system lottery. Having already drawn 3 remarkable items, an awakening pill, a spatial ring, and a level-up pill, each of these treasures would be highly coveted by others. After an extended period of ranking matches, Ye Zhou felt somewhat fatigued. Thus, after reviewing his points, he exited the ranking simulator. At that moment, Bai Mengxue also emerged from the simulator. As high school seniors, their primary focus was on ranking matches, with the simulator operational 5 days a week, and the remaining 2 days dedicated to maintenance, coinciding perfectly with their days off. Mengxue, what do you plan to do during the 2 days off? Ye Zhou inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. I'll be going to the hospital tomorrow. My mother has a follow-up appointment, Bai Mengxue replied candidly. Having just referred to Ye Zhou as her boyfriend in the ranking space, the two found themselves in a burgeoning romantic phase, where the sweetness of new love permeated their interactions. Perfect, I'll accompany you tomorrow. I want to have time the day after, as it's my great-grandfather's birthday. The two strolled side by side beneath the shade of the campus trees, and Ye Zhou's left hand brushed against Bai Mengshue's right hand intentionally. Just as he attempted to grasp her hand, she shyly evaded him, her cheeks flushed. "Tomorrow morning at 8, at the first hospital of Haicheng," she said, hurrying away with a rosy complexion. "All right, tomorrow at 8, let us not miss each other," Ye Zhou responded with a smile. "Young master, have you prepared the gift for the elder?" Old Zhao inquired from the business vehicle, his gaze warm as he looked at Ye Zhou. Since Ye Zhou had awakened his powers, Old Zhao's demeanor had brightened considerably. "The gift for great-grandfather?" Ye Zhou paused, but soon. Memories of the elder Ye flooded back to him. "Young master, there is no need to worry. The master is aware that, given the young master's nature, he is likely to forget, so he has prepared several treasures for you to choose from. Has my father truly made the arrangements?" Ye Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. That night, within Ye Zhou's chamber, he gazed at the two spirit stones nestled in a redwood box on the table, feeling a surge of emotion. It is often said that a father's love is as steadfast as a mountain, and indeed, Ye Wentian embodies this sentiment towards Ye Zhou. Ye Zhou has caused his fair share of troubles, yet it is always Ye Wentian who resolves them. With the two spirit stones in hand, Ye Zhou resumed absorbing the spiritual energy contained within. His internal reservoir of spiritual power had expanded from a radius of 10 meters to 11. As the two stones were consumed, the energy within him began to spread outward once more. To ascend to the rank of a third-level ability user, he must fill a radius of 100 meters. If he were to continue cultivating in this manner, it would take an eternity. Ye Zhou mused that this method of training was far too slow. After ruminating without arriving at a solution, he succumbed to slumber. "Hey, who are you?" Ye Zhou had fallen asleep, yet Ye Zhou received an unfamiliar phone call. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that we both wish for Ye Zhou's demise." The voice on the other end was clearly distorted by a voice changer. "Who on earth are you?" Ye Zhou frowned, feeling a wave of panic. Should the details of their desire for Ye Zhou's death be revealed, he was certain that Ye Wentian would show him no mercy. In the Ye family, it is Ye Wentian who holds the reins, though their branch possesses some strength. It pales in comparison to Ye Wentian's. "Ye Zhou, do not concern yourself with my identity. Rest assured, I will not divulge your secrets, for we are allies, not foes." The tone of the caller was particularly unsettling to Ye Zhou. "What do you mean?" Ye Zhou, being a clever man, chose not to dwell on the matter. Since he had been caught in a compromising position, he might as well discover the other's intentions. "Ye Zhou, I know you harbor resentment towards Ye Zhou. How about we join forces to eliminate him?" The voice on the other end echoed with a hint of malice. "How do you propose we collaborate?" Ye Zhou inquired, maintaining his composure. If they could indeed rid themselves of Ye Zhou, it would be a boon for him. "This is not the place to discuss details. Meet me at the Rose Bar, in private room 108. The caller hung up abruptly after delivering the message. The Rose Bar, private room 108. Ye Zhou furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before rising to leave his quarters. The Rose Bar, the premier establishment in Haicheng, is frequented only by the affluent and powerful. By the time Ye Zhou arrived at the bar, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. However, the venue was teeming with patrons. On the elevated stage, an exquisitely proportioned woman in lingerie danced provocatively against the pole. From some of the booths, suggestive sounds could even be heard. Do not be deceived into thinking that the wealthy are inherently noble. Behind closed doors, they indulge in far more extravagant pleasures. Ye Zhou was no stranger to this place, having grown accustomed to everything it offered. "Young Master Ye, you have arrived," a waiter exclaimed upon spotting him, hastily approaching with enthusiasm. "Leave me be," Ye Zhou snapped, feeling irritable and disinclined to engage with those he deemed beneath him. Chapter 38. Conspiracy and Collusion. Ye Zhou rapped on the door of box 108. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a shroud of darkness within. What a farce, he thought, hesitating momentarily before stepping inside. "It's you," he gasped, taken aback upon recognizing the figure within the room. "Surprised, are you?" Zhou Gongxian observed Ye Zhou with a playful smirk. "Humph. Your Zhou family is merely a second-rate clan. What could you possibly do against Ye Zhou?" Ye Zhou was known for his decisiveness. He had heard of the conflict between Zhou Gongxian and Ye Zhou, and thus harbored no doubt regarding Zhou's intentions to eliminate Ye Zhou. After all, his affection for Bai Mengxue was common knowledge even in the adjacent class. "Young Master Ye, we are here to discuss collaboration, not to debate familial prowess," Zhou Gongxian replied, unperturbed. If he were threatened, he would be just as incensed, if not more so than Ye Zhou. What sort of collaboration do you propose? Ye Zhou inquired, furrowing his brow. Tian Di Hui, Zhou Gongxian stated succinctly. You wish to enlist Tian Di Hui to assassinate Ye Zhou? Ye Zhou exclaimed, rising abruptly from the sofa. There's no need for such a strong reaction, young Master Yi. You are well aware of Tian Di Hui's capabilities. They can eliminate Ye Zhou without exposing our identities. Zhou Gongxian maintained his smile, having anticipated Ye Zhou's response. The depth of Tian Di Hui's strength was indeed formidable, yet their status as an external force raised concerns for Ye Zhou. He recalled his father's cautionary tales about Tian Di Hui, infused with a hint of apprehension in his father's tone. Rest assured, I will handle the dealings with Tian Di Hui. All you need to do is provide some assistance. Zhou Gongxian directly addressed Ye Zhou's apprehensions. What kind of assistance? Ye Zhou felt a flicker of interest. If you could provide me with 50 spirit stones, Zhou Gongxian stated plainly, without any preamble. 50 spirit stones? Why so many? Ye Zhou frowned, as that was no trivial sum. Tian Di Hui demands 100 spirit stones, and I have already gathered 50. Otherwise, I would not have sought you out, Zhou Gongxian replied with casual honesty, not even batting an eye at the fib. They truly are unscrupulous. Ye Zhou thought, yet found himself believing Zhou. If Tian Di Hui's demand was merely 50 spirit stones, it would indeed be hard to swallow. Although Ye Zhou was not particularly formidable, his unique identity would certainly command a higher price were he affiliated with Tian Di Hui. What are your thoughts? Inquired Zhou Gongxian. Give me a moment. I shall return to make preparations. Ye Zhou pondered for a while before ultimately acquiescing. The adage, fortune favors the bold, echoed in his mind. For only in the face of calamity could he hope to rise within the Yi family. Absent a crisis involving Ye Zhou, he would remain overshadowed by Ye Wentian, requiring extraordinary prowess to emerge from his shadow. Beneath the cloak of night, Haiqing resembled a ferocious beast lying low upon the earth. Within its depths, individuals harboring sinister intentions took advantage of the darkness to engage in clandestine dealings. In that familiar two-story building, within a dim and desolate room, a raspy voice pierced the silence, casting an eerie atmosphere. Are the spirit stones prepared? 50 stones, neither more nor less, declared Zhou Gongxian, his voice resolute beneath the mask. Once you deposit the stones, you may depart. The task to assassinate Ye Zhou had been accepted by the Tian Di Society. The raspy voice reverberated ominously in the empty chamber, yet Zhou Gongxian's figure had vanished. Time passed, and another voice, heavy with foreboding, broke the silence. This course of action, will it lead to unforeseen consequences? What are you afraid of? The raspy voice retorted, tinged with irritation. Investigations reveal that Ye Wentian is fiercely protective and dotes on his only son, Ye Zhou. If we eliminate him, will Ye Wentian not go mad and jeopardize our plans? A note of hesitation lingered in the somber voice. That will not occur. No one will suspect us in Ye Zhou's demise. The culprits will be Zhou's young master and Ye Zhou from the second branch of the Yi family, the raspy voice scoffed. To think 50 spirit stones could sway us. How naive the Zhou heir is, it added, dripping with derision. You had already contemplated framing the Zhou family, as well as that SSS class awakened individual from the Yi family, the somber voice remarked without surprise. In executing plans, one must employ wisdom. Brute force is the folly of beasts, the raspy voice responded confidently. Moreover, only when chaos reigns in Haiqing will we find our opportunity. I await your report. But do not falter. That vein of spirit stones is crucial to us. With that, the somber voice fell silent. The dark, empty room once again succumbed to silence, so profound that a pin drop could be heard. The following morning, though a holiday, Ye Zhou awoke early. He had arranged with Bai Mengxue to accompany her for a follow-up examination for Su Xiaomei. After a hasty breakfast, Ye Zhou departed from the Yi residence. Curiously, he noted that Yi Qing had not sought to trouble him today. Uncle Zhao, to Haiqing First Hospital, Ye Zhou instructed, reclining comfortably on Chun Bai's soft lap as sleep overtook him. The business vehicle glided smoothly through the streets of Haiqing, bustling with traffic due to the Saturday morning. Some individuals venture out for leisure, while others prepare to form a group to leave the city, hunting ferocious beasts for profit. In any case, the road to the hospital is incredibly congested. At this moment, outside the first hospital of Haiqing, Bai Mengxue and Su Xiaomei arrived early. Mengxue, did you not say you had arranged to meet Xiao Zhou? Su Xiaomei scanned the area, failing to spot Ye Zhou. It is Saturday, and traffic is likely to be heavy. He has never been to the hospital and does not realize the necessity of arriving early. Bai Mengxue hurriedly defended Ye Zhou. A young lady should not be left unattended. Su Xiaomei, being a woman of experience, could easily discern her daughter's sentiments. As they conversed, the hospital doors creaked open promptly at 8 o'clock. Upon witnessing the entrance ajar, they hastened inside, only to find themselves amidst a throng of people. The first hospital of Haiqing boasts 10 floors, and they needed to reach the 6th. Su Xiaomei suffered from internal injuries. Conventional treatments were of no use to her. You cannot enter. A nurse in white attire obstructed their path as they located the office of Su Xiaomei's attending physician. We have registered. Here is our number. Bai Mengxue quickly presented their registration number. Director Liang is not seeing patients today. Please return tomorrow. The nurse's tone was curt, as though they had incurred a significant debt to her, her demeanor exceedingly impatient. Why are we being denied entry when we have clearly registered? Bai Mengxue's expression darkened as she glimpsed the open door and the figure in white within. They had arrived by 6 o'clock and endured over 2 hours of waiting. Now, seeing Director Liang inside the consultation room, they were being turned away. I have already stated that Director Liang is not seeing patients today. You should leave. The nurse waved dismissively, akin to swatting away flies. On what grounds? We have registered. And I can see Director Liang in the consultation room. Why are we being refused? Although typically aloof, Bai Mengxue possessed a stubborn streak. No grounds at all. Simply put, you cannot enter. Your shouting here is futile. I advise you to leave promptly, or I shall call security to escort you out. The nurse's attitude was exceedingly abrasive. On what basis does your hospital expel patients? If Director Liang is unavailable today, then why is it still possible to register for his services? Their argument had already attracted the attention of onlookers. What number? Seizing the opportunity while Bai Mengxue was distracted, the nurse snatched the number from her hand and tore it in two. How could you do this? Bai Mengxue seethed with anger, her gaze icy. You paupers do not deserve to seek treatment, the nurse retorted with derision. Meanwhile, the crowd gathered around them murmured and pointed fingers. Make way, make way. The matron of the Zhou family is arriving. At that moment, a voice rang out from beyond the crowd. In the next instant, 4 or 5 men clad in black, exuding an aura of intensity, forcefully parted the throng, creating a clear path. The matron of the Zhou family, indeed, the illustrious Zhou family. Judging by the grandiosity of their procession, it could only be the esteemed Zhou family. There is but one in Haiqing. Upon hearing the name Zhou, the onlookers promptly stepped aside. Madame Zhou, you have arrived. The nurse in white, who had been in a standoff with Bai Mengxue, immediately donned a sycophantic demeanor, greeting her with a smile. Xiao-sun, is Director Liang available? The matron inquired as she walked. Madam, Director Liang has been awaiting you for quite some time, replied the nurse named Xiao-sun, her tone exceedingly deferential. Stop. We were here first. Why should they be allowed inside? Bai Mengxue, her eyes ablaze with fury, interjected, blocking the entrance. Xiao-sun, who are they? The matron's gaze was icy, her expression inscrutable. Madam, they are merely 2 impoverished souls. With your stature, they hardly merit your concern, Xiao-sun replied apologetically. Madam, Director Liang is waiting inside. You should proceed, and I shall handle them. The matron of the Zhou family cast a disdainful glance at Bai Mengxue and her mother. Very well, this is a hospital, not a marketplace. I do not wish to hear any clamor. Yes, madam. Xiao-sun responded respectfully. You won't let us in. So why permit her? Bai Mengxue stood her ground at the entrance, refusing to let anyone pass. Xiao Shui, perhaps we should let this go, Su Xiaomei suggested, fearing for Bai Mengxue in light of their numbers. Mother, we have already waited outside for 2 hours. How can they simply cut in line and demand we leave? Bai Mengxue's discontent was palpable. Oh, little girl, do you not know who I am, daring to obstruct my path? The matron's brow furrowed. Her eyes filled with disdain and mockery as she regarded Bai Mengxue. Whoever you are, we arrived first, Bai Mengxue retorted, unflinching. How audacious. To defy the matron of my family. 2 men in black behind the Zhou matron stepped forward, intent on seizing Bai Mengxue. Stop. With a wave of her hand, the matron commanded the men to retreat. This is a hospital, not the Zhou family's backyard. Such matters should be resolved by the hospital. A cold smile graced her lips. Security, quickly remove these 2. Xiao-sun urgently called for security. Before long, 2 security personnel appeared before Bai Mengxue. One conjuring a fireball in his palm, while the other wielded a green vine. Little girl, consider this a warning. Not everyone is someone you can provoke, the matron stated. Stepping back. At Xiao Sun's signal, the two security guards advanced toward Bai Mingxue. Where did this little girl come from, daring to act wildly in a hospital? One of the security guards scoffed and charged towards Bai Mingxue. Bai Mingxue possessed an exquisite beauty, and the guard, contemplating his approach, thought to take advantage of the situation. Alas, such a stunning young lady is bound to suffer greatly today. The onlookers had grasped the general situation and cast sympathetic glances towards Bai Mingxue as the guard advanced. In order to protect Su Xiaomei, Bai Mingxue took the initiative. Two ice spikes emerged, and with a flick of her wrist, they shot directly towards the two men. The guards, initially taken aback by the sudden attack, soon sensed the imminent danger. Not good. They simultaneously shouted in alarm, swiftly attempting to defend themselves. However, they had underestimated Bai Mingxue. With a couple of thuds, both guards were sent flying several meters away. Had Bai Mingxue not held back, that single strike would have left them either dead or grievously injured. This girl is formidable. As the guards were knocked back, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Yet they couldn't help but feel even more pity for her. Little girl, you indeed possess some skill. Madame Zhou, standing nearby, was also momentarily taken aback. She had assumed that the two security guards would suffice to handle Bai Mingxue. Although hospital security personnel were not particularly skilled, they were at least second-level ability users. She never expected them to be easily defeated by Bai Mingxue. Xiao Sun, your hospital is so large. How could you employ such useless individuals? Madame Zhou remarked, casting a few disdainful glances at the two moaning figures on the ground. Madame Zhou, I apologize for the embarrassment, Xiao Sun replied, bowing respectfully. However, rest assured, I will personally handle this matter. Xiao Sun was also an ability user, recently having ascended to a third-level ability user. I have already warned you that Director Liang is not seeing patients today, yet you insisted on making a scene, ruining my plans. Xiao Sun's expression darkened. She had initially intended to serve Madame Zhou well and seize the opportunity to enter the Zhou family, but two impoverished fools had unexpectedly interfered. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. She sought to deliver a severe and unforgettable lesson to the two before her. As she moved, a 2-meter-long earth spike emerged behind Xiao Sunday. She had awakened an B-grade Earth-type ability, Earth Spike. Upon witnessing this, Bai Mingxue narrowed her eyes slightly, yet she remained unfazed. In response, a 2-meter-long ice spike materialized behind her, seeking death. Upon seeing this, Xiao Sun directed the Earth Spike straight towards Bai Mingxue's throat. The moment the ice spike appeared behind Bai Mingxue, a wave of intense jealousy surged within Xiao Sunday. She knew that Bai Mingxue's ability level surpassed her own, which only fueled her envy. Coming from an ordinary background, her achievements were a result of her hard work, and she could not bear to see Bai Mingxue thrive. Bai Mingxue could naturally perceive the murderous intent in Sun Zhao's eyes. Thus, originally intending to hold back, she unleashed her full power without hesitation. The clash between the earthen spikes and the ice shards produced a thunderous sound in midair. However, in an instant, the earthen spikes were shattered by the ice shards. This is impossible. Sun Zhao stared, disbelief etched across her face, as the ice shards hurtled towards her. Enough! Lady Zhou's voice rang out in fury. Behind her, a figure clad in black sprang into action, obliterating the ice shards that were perilously close to Sun Zhao. Such a young age, and yet to wield such ruthlessness. Such lack of upbringing. One must wonder how your mother raised you. Lady Zhou frowned, her expression darkening. With so many onlookers surrounding them, the Zhou family's reputation was on the verge of being tarnished, particularly against the backdrop of a seemingly impoverished mother and daughter. My mother only taught me that when confronting villains, there is no need for courtesy. As for your claims of lack of upbringing, perhaps you should take a look in the mirror. Although Bai Mingxue found herself at a loss for words against Ye Zhou, she was no longer the naive individual she once was, having been nurtured over the past days. Boldness! How dare you two wretches insult my lady? The figure in black bellowed. Chapter 40. Ye Zhou's fury. You two paupers, why don't you hurry and leave? I have no time to attend to you today. Treating people like you is already a grace bestowed upon you. At that moment, Director Liang, who had been in the consultation room, emerged with a grim countenance. He had initially come to attend to patients, but was abruptly summoned by the principal, informed that an important individual required his attention. Upon learning that he was to receive the matriarch of the Zhou family, He envisioned a pathway to advancement. In a hospital, without connections, ascending the ranks is nearly impossible. Hence his heightened regard. However, he never anticipated that one of his patients would disrupt this opportunity. Su Xiaomei, let me speak candidly. Your illness has no hope of recovery. Given your family's impoverished circumstances, I advise you to return home and await your demise. Director Liang, infuriated, spat venomous words. Are you still a doctor? Do you possess any semblance of medical ethics? Just because we lack wealth like them, does that mean we are unworthy of treatment, destined to wait for death at home? Is this a hospital or Zhou family's private clinic? Is this a place meant for saving lives, or merely a restaurant that serves only the privileged? Furthermore, we have already registered. On what grounds do you refuse treatment? How dare you curse my mother to death? Bai Mengshue's expression turned icy to the core. Particularly, the words of Director Liang ignited extreme anger. Indeed, where is the doctor in this? He is nothing but a beast in human guise. Looking at the plaque at the hospital's entrance proclaiming the duty to save lives, I now feel utterly disgusted. This is nothing but a pack of beasts wearing human skin. Must one be impoverished to be denied medical care? Damn it. From this day forth, I shall not set foot in this place, even if it means my demise. The onlookers heard Dr. Liang's words. Some, enraged, vocally expressed their indignation, while others chose to leave. Why, you ask? I shall tell you. There is no reason at all. If you truly wish to know, it is simply because you are impoverished. Were you to possess wealth akin to that of Madame Zhou, I would kneel and humbly tend to your every desire. Dr. Liang, too, was aware of the patient's remarks, yet he remained indifferent. For as long as he could ingratiate himself with Madame Zhou, a future of opulence awaited him. Such scum as you is utterly repulsive. Bai Mengxue was genuinely incensed today. Otherwise, her character would not permit her to speak so much. Little girl, this is the might of wealth. Money can command even the most stubborn of spirits, and can even compel the very essence of existence. Madame Zhou was thoroughly pleased with Dr. Liang's performance. Bring this girl here. How dare she defy me? Today, I shall demonstrate the true power that wealth bestows upon one, rendering even your abilities useless. Madame Zhou's gaze turned icy, fixated on by Mengxue. Humph, two insolent wretches. Do you not know who Our Lady is? How dare you obstruct her? Behind Madame Zhou, a figure clad in black let out a sinister chuckle as he approached Bai Mengxue. You truly are quite beautiful, he leered, his eyes filled with malevolence. Bai Mengxue furrowed her brow, and a blue spear materialized swiftly in her grasp. I am aware that your awakened abilities are remarkable, but I am a level 4 adept, the figure declared, raising his hand without any visible motion. However, Bai Mengshue's expression changed dramatically. This is bad. It's gravitational manipulation. Panic surged within her as she felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to a mountain, weighing down upon her. She struggled to lift her spear, yet found herself unable. Xiaoxue. Su Xiaomei, in her urgency, attempted to rush forward. Useless. The figure sneered, raising his hand, causing Su Xiaomei to be frozen in place, unable to move. Madam, we have secured both individuals. Please advise on your next course of action, he said with utmost respect. This little girl has a sharp tongue. She deserves a slap. Madame Zhou scoffed coldly. The black-clad figure grinned wickedly as he approached the incapacitated Bai Mengxue. Such fair and tender skin. It would indeed be a pity to mar it with a handprint. As he spoke, a vicious expression crossed his face as he raised his arm high, preparing to strike her fiercely. Whoosh. However, just as the figure was about to swing down, a blade of wind swiftly sliced through the air from the outskirts of the crowd, severing his head before he had the chance to react. Humph. You all possess quite the audacity, daring to bully not only my woman but also my future mother-in-law. The crowd was stunned by the gruesome scene that had just unfolded, and then someone with formidable strength parted the throng, creating a pathway. Who dares to brazenly kill a member of the Zhou family? Madame Zhou was first taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of fury. As for being frightened by the headless corpse and the bloody scene, that was highly improbable. The Zhou family was merely a minor clan, insignificant in stature, yet they had the audacity to act with such arrogance, oppressing the common folk. At this moment, Ye Zhou approached with a darkened expression, emerging from the parted crowd. If the Zhou family is inconsequential, then who might you be? Upon seeing Ye Zhou, Madame Zhou experienced an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered him before. Humph. Uncle Zhao, discipline her. She does not recognize the identity of this young master. No sooner had Ye Zhou spoken than Uncle Zhao appeared beside Madame Zhou. The few men in black behind her attempted to intervene, but with a mere wave of Uncle Zhao's hand, they were all sent flying by a terrifying force, plummeting directly from the building. You cannot strike me. I am the esteemed matriarch of the Zhou family. If you dare to lay a finger on me, my family will not let you go unpunished. Witnessing her subordinates all subdued, panic filled Madame Zhou's eyes. She usually maintained an air of superiority as the matriarch, but today she had unwittingly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Meng Shui, are you all right? Ye Zhou hurriedly rushed to by Meng Shui's side, concern etched across his face. I am fine. After the black-clad assailant was slain by a gust of wind from Dong, Bai Meng Shui was free to move about. Annie, are you unhurt? Today's situation is my fault. The traffic was simply unbearable. Ye Zhou cast an apologetic glance at Su Xiaomei, whose complexion was somewhat pale. Xiao Zhou, thank goodness you arrived in time, otherwise. I fear for Meng Shui's safety, Su Xiaomei lamented as she gazed tenderly at Bai Meng Shui. Auntie, rest assured, as long as I am here, no one shall bully Meng Shui, Ye Zhou assured fervently. Slap. At that moment, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Ah! A scream erupted as Madame Zhou was sent flying 4 or 5 meters away by a single strike from old Zhao. Director Liang, witnessing this scene, was paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He had never anticipated that the seemingly high and mighty Madame Zhou would be slapped in front of everyone, and the ferocity of the act demonstrated a complete disregard for the Zhou family. Chapter 41. Ye Zhou's lethality, however. What astonished him even more was the revelation that this seemingly ordinary mother-daughter duo was acquainted with such a formidable figure as Ye Zhou. Formidable indeed. Ye Zhou exuded an aura of ruthlessness. Plop. Hence, he promptly knelt on the ground, bowing his head in a plea for mercy. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were rendered speechless. They had believed that the Zhou family was already insufferably arrogant, but Ye Zhou surpassed their expectations. Not only committing murder, but also humiliating Madame Zhou before the crowd with a single blow. Bai Meng Shui had already recounted the events to Ye Zhou. As he beheld Director Liang kneeling and begging for mercy, a long spear materialized in his hand. Before Director Liang could react, a long spear pierced through his body, pinning him against the marble pillar behind him. Humph! Such a lack of medical ethics. He truly deserves this fate. The spear transformed into specks of ethereal light, and Liang's lifeless body crashed onto the cold marble floor. What do you intend to do, Mrs. Zhou covered the swollen side of her face as Ye Zhou approached her step by step. Smack! Without uttering a word, Ye Zhou delivered a resounding slap to the other side of her face. You look too hideous this way. Symmetry is far more pleasing. He then pressed his foot firmly on Mrs. Zhou's ample chest, lowering his gaze upon her face, now swollen like a pig's. No matter how arrogant your Zhou family is before others, I am indifferent. However, if you dare to provoke the women of Ye Zhou, regardless of who you are, you will pay the price. With that, Ye Zhou exerted force with his foot. A sharp crack echoed as Mrs. Zhou's ribs shattered under the pressure. Old lady, remember my name. Ye Zhou, the eldest son of the Ye family. You bullying my woman is far from over. Return and inform the head of the Zhou family to send 50 spirit stones to the Ye family as compensation for my woman's emotional distress. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking action against your Zhou family. After delivering those words, he kicked Mrs. Zhou in the face once more. Ah! A piercing scream escaped her lips as she could no longer endure such humiliation and fainted. Seeing her unconscious, Ye Zhou finally ceased his assault. Young Master Ye, please wait. Just as he turned to leave, a robust figure, unmistakably of high stature, hurriedly approached. Who are you? Ye Zhou frowned at the approaching portly man in white. Are you here to defend him? He glanced at the lifeless body of Director Liang, which he had just dispatched. Young Master Ye, how could you say such a thing? A scoundrel like him, dead or alive, is irrelevant. Otherwise, our hospital's reputation would be utterly tarnished, the man in white replied with a persistent smile. And you are? Ye Zhou inquired, somewhat puzzled. Oh, young Master Ye, forgive my wretched memory. I am Yu Kai, the vice president of the hospital. I was preoccupied with some matters earlier. Otherwise, I would not have allowed your girlfriend and mother to endure such humiliation. As a token of our hospital's apology, from today onwards, Ms. Su Xiaomei shall receive complimentary services at our establishment until her full recovery. From the moment he appeared, my Yu Kai wore a smile on his face. Ye Zhou observed him in silence, not uttering a word. Young Master Ye, how about this? Our hospital will send personnel weekly to conduct health checkups for Ms. Su Xiaomei, sparing her the need to visit the hospital frequently. Ma Yukai was a shrewd man. Ye Zhou's silence indicated that Ma Youcai's offerings were insufficient. Emotional distress compensation. Ye Zhou stated directly, "Our hospital is willing to pay Ms. Su Xiaomei 1 million as compensation for her emotional distress." Ma Yukai was taken aback by Ye Zhou's straightforwardness. Without a hint of hesitation, "Ye Zhou, auntie is fine." At that moment, Bai Mingxue assisted Su Xiaomei to approach Ye Zhou. "In light of this, I hope Dean Ma will fulfill his promise." Ye Zhou's tone was frigid. "Rest assured, young Master Yi. Here are 2 spirit stones, as a gesture of apology." Ma Yukai hastily retrieved a small wooden box from his pocket. Ye Zhou, naturally, did not hesitate to accept the small box. "To all the families visiting our hospital, due to a rather unfortunate incident involving a rodent." As he spoke, Ma Yukai pointed to the lifeless body of Director Liang on the ground. "I sincerely apologize for causing you worry. Hence, I have decided that all families visiting our hospital today will receive a 50% discount. As a token of our sincere regret." Seeing that Ye Zhou had no intention of causing further trouble, Ma Yukai quickly turned his gaze to the onlookers. What Dean Ma said is indeed true. Some were skeptical. After all, while KFC and McDonald's often have second-item discounts, it was their first encounter with a hospital offering such a deal, leading many to believe they had misheard. "Ladies and gentlemen, I, Ma Yukai, Deputy Dean of the First Hospital, speak with unwavering conviction. Today, when I say hospital visits are half price, they are indeed half price," Ma Yukai declared with confidence. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the crowd that had been gathered to watch hurriedly dispersed. One by one, they took out their phones, calling friends and family who needed medical attention. After all, seizing such an opportunity to benefit from the hospital's generosity was indeed a rare occurrence. One many were eager not to miss. Approximately 3 hours later, Ye Zhou and Bai Mingxue emerged from the hospital. The Yi family had a private doctor, and while Ye Zhou initially intended to take them to the Yi residence, he ultimately acquiesced to Bai Mingxue's rejection. "Come to my home for dinner, little Zhou, today. I owe you a great deal," Su Xiaomei said warmly, pulling Ye Zhou along. "Sure, today is a holiday, and I have nothing planned," Ye Zhou readily agreed. On the way, Ye Zhou stopped by a gift shop to purchase numerous items, prompting Su Xiaomei to repeatedly exclaim that it was enough. The moments spent with Bai Mingxue were always fleeting yet delightful. As the beautiful times passed, nightfall quietly descended. In the Zhou family's villa in Haiqing, Madame Zhou implored, "Old Zhou, you must avenge me. Look at what that worthless Ye Zhou has done to me. I am your wife. If you do not take action, the other factions in Haiqing will laugh at the Zhou family." With a look of grievance, Madame Zhou gazed at her husband. Smack! Just as she finished speaking, Zhou Zhangkai, the head of the Zhou family, struck her sharply across the face. "You foolish woman. Why did you provoke anyone but that little brat Ye Zhou? He is the precious son of Yi Wentian. If anything were to happen to Ye Zhou, Yi Wentian would go mad. Yi Wentian is no benevolent man. He is capable of murder." The head of the Zhou family seethed with rage. "Although our family is not among the top clans in Haiqing, we possess considerable strength. Does Yi Wentian truly dare to lay a hand on us?" While Madame Zhou was somewhat willful and capricious, Zhou Zhangcai's slap had awakened her to the gravity of the situation. Humph, such a narrow-minded view. Chapter 42. The assassination begins. Why do you think Yi Wentian is capable of becoming the head of the Yi family? It is through relentless struggle and the formidable army he commands, an army that he alone can command. Zhou Zhangcai harbors some trepidation towards Yi Wentian precisely for this reason. Otherwise, as a man, he could not possibly remain indifferent to the brutal treatment of his own woman. Father, is mother to be subjected to such indignities without recourse? At that moment, Zhou Gongxian, who had been lurking in the shadows, emerged with an expression of discontent. "What could you possibly understand, you child?" Zhou Zhangcai's countenance darkened, his displeasure evident. "Lao Zhang, fetch 50 spirit stones from the Zhou family's treasury. I shall personally deliver them to Ye Zhou tomorrow." He had no intention of engaging with his son. "Father, you always instruct me to defer to Ye Zhou. Today, he has assaulted mother in such a manner. And you still wish to bring spirit stones as an apology? Since you refuse to defend mother, allow me to take action." Zhou Gongxian's eyes glinted with madness. Slap! "You know nothing, just like your mother." Zhou Zhangcai struck Zhou Gongxian, turning his back and departing, thoroughly exasperated by the duo. "Son, are you all right?" Zhou Madam rushed to comfort her son upon witnessing the altercation. "Get away. Zhou Gongxian angrily shrugged off his mother's hand. Humph. After tonight, Ye Zhou will vanish from this world. While you all fear Ye Wentian, I do not. His eyes sparkled with malice and self-satisfaction. Xiao Zhou, please be cautious on your journey, and remind the driver to proceed slowly. Su Xiaomei bid farewell at the entrance of the building. And, rest assured, in Haicheng, no one dares to provoke me. Ye Zhou waved his hand, signaling Su Xiaomei and Bai Mengxue to return. Ye Zhou, my mother advises you to take care. Heed her advice. Bai Mengxue chided him with a glance. All right, I shall be careful, Ye Zhou replied, a smile gracing his lips, his heart swelling with pride. After all, Bai Mengxue was renowned as the aloof school beauty, yet here she was, expressing concern for him. Humph. Bai Mengxue huffed softly, somewhat flustered. Before entering the house alongside Su Xiaomei, the business vehicle gradually set off towards the Yi residence. Meanwhile, Ye Zhou reclined on the soft lap of Xiaobai, gazing through the sunroof at the multitude of stars above. He searched for the Big Dipper, the solar system, and that long-forgotten place from his memories. He stared for a long time, until his eyes began to ache, yet he could not find the familiar constellations. Only a full moon hung high, reminiscent of a past life. Suddenly, a dark shadow streaked swiftly across the moon, not quite, but rather across his line of sight. Not good. An ominous feeling gripped Ye Zhou. Master, be careful. Lao Zhao's warning rang out just as he appeared before Ye Zhou in a flash. Boom. In the next moment, a tremendous force surged forth, compressing the black business vehicle, which emitted a cacophony of creaking metal as it contorted. Protect the young master, old Zhao exclaimed, raising his hand in a simple yet powerful gesture, devoid of any mystical energy. Boom. Yet, this unadorned strike caused the entire vehicle to shatter into fragments. As the vehicle splintered, a flash of sword light lunged towards old Zhao's brow. Humph. You scoundrel. Old Zhao raised his arm, delivering a punch that met the oncoming blade. Ye Zhou, standing in close proximity, could distinctly observe a layer of compressed air manifesting above Uncle Zhao's fist. Boom. Uncle Zhao's fist crashed down upon the sword, sending the cloaked assailant soaring into the air. With a decisive step, Uncle Zhao ascended as if traversing a staircase toward the heavens. As he pursued, the black-clad figure struck again with his sword. Who are you to dare assassinate my young master? Old Zhao, unperturbed, retaliated with another punch aimed at the assailant. We are merely mercenaries, hired for a job, the dark figure rasped, his voice gravelly, while the eyes behind his mask glimmered with an unsettling light. You are assassins. Old Zhao furrowed his brows. As a seasoned veteran accompanying Ye Wentian, he was taken aback by the assailant's blatant admission of a paid contract to kill the young master, leaving him perplexed. Ah, I misspoke. I didn't expect you to be so astute, old man. The black-clad figure feigned a look of regret, yet his sword remained merciless. Humph, you play your tricks. Old Zhao snorted coldly and charged forward again. Come at me. The masked figure's eyes glinted with excitement. He had heard tales of an elderly man beside Ye Wentian, a level 9 ability wielder, and today he sought to witness that prowess firsthand. The black-clad figure unleashed a blade of light, slicing towards old Zhao. You have only recently entered level 9. You are no match for me. Old Zhao discerned that his opponent was indeed a level 9 ability wielder, albeit a novice in comparison. I merely need to hold you off, the black figure rasped. At that moment, 5 more figures in black emerged, surrounding Ye Zhou and his companions. Protect the young master. Dong's voice was icy as she unfurled a pair of wind-like wings from her back, darting towards one of the advancing assailants with remarkable speed. With a flourish of her wings, she unleashed wind blades that hurtled towards the incoming foe. The attacker, unfazed, wielded a water sword with a swift motion, splitting it into countless smaller water blades that intercepted the flying wind blades. The clamor of their confrontation was immense, prompting nearby onlookers to flee in alarm. The black-clad assailant proved formidable, matching Dong blow for blow in their fierce exchange. 3 men clad in black launched their attack, yet they were intercepted by Chun, Xia, and Xiao. The area descended into chaos as their fierce battle ensued. Brat, prepare to die. The remaining black-clad assassin sneered at Ye Zhou. You are assassins. Ye Zhou realized the imminent danger as the assassin advanced, hastily retreating. He sensed that the assassin was stronger than himself. Someone has paid for your life. So your death is certain today. The assassin did not conceal his intentions, igniting flames upon his arm after speaking. Wait, do not act hastily. Ye Zhou exclaimed. attempting to halt the confrontation. If you wish to deliver your last words, save them for the underworld. The assassin had no intention of pausing. For the amount of spirit stones they offered, I will pay double. You know I am the young master of the Ye family. My father, Ye Wentian, dotes on me immensely. Should I speak, it could be not just double, but triple. Spare me this once, and all those spirit stones will be yours. Fool, I am an assassin, not a courtesan to haggle with you. Do not think to stall. Your demise is inevitable. The assassin hurled a punch towards Ye Zhou, a surge of heat rushing forth. He was a level 4 ability user, and the force of his strike could easily demolish a 2-story building. Old Zhou, help! Ye Zhou cried out, knowing he was no match for the assassin. With the wings of wind unfurling from his back, he soared into the sky. Humph! You cannot escape. The assassin seemed to anticipate this, launching his fiery fist towards Ye Zhou in midair. Only those who reached level 6 could briefly fly by harnessing their abundant spiritual energy. And the stronger the ability user, the longer they could remain airborne, except for those who had awakened flight abilities. As the flaming fist approached, Ye Zhou deftly evaded it. However, just when he thought he was temporarily safe, another black-clad figure with genuine wings appeared rapidly from behind a tall building. Not good. Ye Zhou's heart raced as he quickly turned to flee in another direction. Observing the unfolding scene, Old Zhou rushed forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent the sword-wielding assassin staggering back before he turned to confront the winged figure. Boom! A fiery fist shot towards Old Zhou, attempting to intercept him. Seeking death, Old Zhou retaliated with a punch, the opponent trying to dodge but unable to escape Old Zhou's precise targeting. The greater the disparity in levels between ability users, the more exaggerated the crushing power. Boom! As Old Zhou's punch landed, the black-clad assassin was obliterated by the overwhelming force. A mist of blood erupting and showering the ground, leaving onlookers in terror. With a swift flash, a sword beam sliced through the air, prompting Old Zhou to hastily sidestep. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the sword light severed a nearby street lamp. Our duel is far from over. Do you wish to flee now? The swordsman in black showed no concern for the black-clad man who had just been obliterated by Old Zhou. As long as he could delay him, Ye Zhou was doomed. For this assassination, they had meticulously prepared for several days in advance. Watching Ye Zhou and the black-clad man soaring away, Old Zhou turned, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the swordsman. Should anything happen to the young master, I, Zhao Tian, vow to tear you to shreds. With that declaration, a formidable aura erupted from Old Zhou, an overwhelming force that distorted an unattended car below. This is bad. The black-clad man sensed the impending danger, and his sword suddenly gleamed with golden light. Cracking the air, Old Zhou unleashed a punch towards the black-clad man. As the fist was propelled forward, a sonic boom resonated through the heavens. The sword cleaved the earth. The black-clad man exerted all his strength, slashing his sword to collide with Old Zhou's fist. Boom! A tremendous force radiated outward from the two, causing a nearby 2-story building to crumble into pieces. Those engaged in battle below were violently thrown back by the shockwave. The sounds of blood spurting echoed as Chun, Xia, Qiu, Dong, and the surrounding black-clad figures were all injured by the residual force. With a cough, the swordsman in black spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he did not retreat. Killing me will not be so simple, his hoarse voice rang out once more. Old Zhou frowned, his expression growing serious. He began to worry for Ye Zhou's safety. Ye Zhou was merely a 2nd-tier ability user, while his pursuer was clearly a 4th tier. The disparity was insurmountable. As he glanced back at the approaching black-clad man, Ye Zhou's brow furrowed deeply. If this continued, he would inevitably be caught. He needed a strategy to shake him off. As he contemplated his options, Ye Zhou's peripheral vision caught sight of a towering dark silhouette standing amidst the sky. The Little South Mountain. His eyes brightened. How could I have forgotten it? With nightfall approaching, if he could reach the Little South Mountain, unless his pursuer possessed tracking abilities, it would be nearly impossible for him to locate him. Resolute, he altered his course and soared towards the Little South Mountain, though not particularly high. The Little South Mountain was densely forested, a scenic area in South City, featuring an ancient Taoist temple halfway up the mountain, an attraction for many ordinary people and even ability users. After flying for an extended period, Ye Zhou began to feel fatigued. His speed gradually waned, yet the Little South Mountain was now within sight. However, danger loomed as the black-clad man was less than 100 meters behind him. In just a few breaths, he would be upon him. It was now or never. Ye Zhou gritted his teeth and persevered. If he could escape this calamity today, he vowed to annihilate those wretched souls intent on taking his life. As he cursed, he made a final sprint toward the small southern mountain. Ye Zhou, it's futile. You might as well save your energy, came a voice from behind, belonging to a figure cloaked in black with wings sprouting from their back, who wore a smirk of amusement. Humph. How about we strike a deal? I will offer you 100 spirit stones if you let me go. Realizing that his chances of evading the pursuer were slim if he continued to flee, Ye Zhou attempted to stall for time. A deal? He questioned, his naivety evident. The winged assassin found it utterly laughable that Ye Zhou would dare to negotiate with him. Ding. The system detected that the host was in imminent danger and issued a survival task. Task 1. Escape the assassin's pursuit and return alive to the Ye family. Reward: 5 spirit gathering pills. Task 2. Counterattack and kill the assassin. Reward: 20 spirit gathering pills. Initially focused solely on his escape, Ye Zhou was suddenly inundated with the system's tasks, his mind racing with expletives. Damn system, what nonsense is this? After a moment of begrudging contemplation, he realized he had to divert his attention to the system's demands. He knew well that if he ignored the tasks, the system would impose draconian penalties. Task 1. Evade the pursuers. Reward: 5 spirit gathering pills. Task 2. Execute a counterattack. Reward: 20 spirit gathering pills. What are these ridiculous tasks? Counterattack? I'm merely a second-tier ability user, while they are 4th tier. How could the system assign such absurd tasks? He scoffed, knowing that even a dog wouldn't choose the second task. Yet, the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. One must endure hardship to rise above others. Let us take a gamble. From a bicycle to a motorcycle, he declared. System, as the strongest man, I choose the second task. Without hesitation, Ye Zhou opted for the more perilous task, recognizing the substantial rewards it promised. Chapter 44. The acting skills of an Oscar winner. Countering the opponent upon selecting the task, Ye Zhou began to strategize on how to retaliate against his pursuer. After all, his opponent was a 4th tier ability user, while he was only at 2nd tier. If he revealed all his trump cards, he might barely hold his ground against a 3rd tier user. Ye Zhou calculated the situation. The speed of his flight was no slow affair. The small southern mountain loomed closer. Yet he was taken aback to find that his pursuer had not closed in rapidly. With a swift motion, Ye Zhou darted into the woods, retracting his wings and channeling wind power into his legs, pressing deeper into the forest. Humph! Tracking lock, the winged figure shouted, unleashing a slender beam of light visible only to him, which extended along a peculiar trajectory into the depths of the woods. Ye Zhou, it is impossible for you to evade my pursuit. However, I did not anticipate your choice to come to the Little South Mountain. The man in black cast a glance in a specific direction before pursuing deeper into the woods, following the trajectory of the light. Why hasn't he caught up yet? I have left such obvious traces. After running for 2 miles along the mountain path, Ye Zhou could not resist glancing back. What are you looking at, kid? Suddenly, a somewhat teasing voice emerged from a large tree. How could you possibly catch me? I clearly left no traces. Ye Zhou feigned astonishment, startled by the appearance of the man in black. His body involuntarily retreated a few steps. The expression of surprise on his face, along with his flawless body language, was sufficient to outshine the performances of many young actors. Hee, the man in black chuckled ominously. If you wish to know how I caught up to you, you shall find out once you descend into hell. With that, he lunged directly at Ye Zhou. Humph! I am the young master of the Ye family. If you kill me, my father will not let you go. Ye Zhou pretended to threaten the man in black in feigned terror. Yet, a spear formed from the power of wind coalesced in his hand. Rest assured, no one will know we were the ones who killed you, the man in black sneered. In an instant, a streak of dark light surged toward Ye Zhou's head. Seeing this, Ye Zhou swiftly positioned the spear to block in front of him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Ye Zhou was sent flying from the impact, crashing into a large tree, and the spear he had conjured shattered instantly. While spiritual energy can materialize into weapons, it pales in comparison to genuine arms. The man in black glanced at the entirely black, curved blade in his hand. A look of disdain etched on his face as he gazed at Ye Zhou. Die! He shouted once more, charging at Ye Zhou with his blade raised. Even in death, I shall not allow you to have it easy. Ye Zhou's spiritual energy surged within him, and another spear materialized in his grasp, this time adorned with faintly visible wings. In the moment the wings manifested, His speed of attack nearly doubled. An S-class ability user is indeed formidable. Too bad you are merely a second-level ability user. If you were at the 4th level, I would not stand a chance against you. The man in black's gaze turned icy as he unleashed a crescent-shaped arc of blade energy. Boom. The blade energy collided with the spear midair. Puffed. Ye Zhou spat blood and was sent hurtling backward, landing heavily on the ground. This was the disparity in strength. The man in black watched Ye Zhou struggle to rise. But he collapsed again, heavily injured. Do not resist, he said, slowly approaching Ye Zhou. Yet, Ye Zhou, summoning his strength, gradually attempted to crawl backward. I wish to know one question. After a few labored movements, Ye Zhou ceased to struggle, pretending to surrender as he lifted his gaze toward the man in black. I understand what you wish to inquire about. You seek to know who orchestrated the assassination, do you not? A mocking glint flickered in the gaze of the cloaked figure. Indeed, I am eager to learn. Blood welled at the corners of Ye Zhou's mouth, rendering him a pitiful sight. We have our protocols. Divulging the employer's identity is forbidden. However, you are but a dying man, and I fear not the leaking of information. The one who contracted the assassination is your classmate. The cloaked figure refrained from revealing the individual's name. Zhou Gongxian. The thought struck Ye Zhou instantaneously. Who would have imagined you to be so astute? The cloaked figure chuckled lightly, filled with derision towards Ye Zhou. In his eyes, Ye Zhou was merely a fish on the chopping block, ripe for the slaughter whenever he wished. I offer you thrice, no, quadruple the spiritual stones. Will you not spare my life? A glimmer of hope flickered in Ye Zhou's eyes. No, even if you were to offer me tenfold the spiritual stones, it matters not. You must die today. Only in your death can my mission be deemed complete. As he spoke, the cloaked figure had already approached Ye Zhou. Do not hold it against me, young man. The cloaked figure raised his curved blade high, poised to strike Ye Zhou down. Fear not, I shall not blame you. What did you say? Just as the moment hung in the balance, a flash of icy blue light surged forth, an ice spike piercing directly through the chest of the cloaked figure. I said, it is you who shall perish, not I. A smirk curled upon Ye Zhou's lips, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. You possess more than one ability. Thud. The black, curved blade clattered to the ground. Who informed you that I had only awakened a singular power? Ye Zhou chuckled lightly, retrieving the fallen blade and turning to face the cloaked figure. SSS level ability. The cloaked figure was overwhelmed with shock. At that moment, a powerful icy force ravaged his wound, draining his vitality. You are correct, but alas, you have underestimated me. Ye Zhou raised the blade, aiming it at the cloaked figure's neck. Your concealment is profound, and your schemes are intricate. The cloaked figure coughed up blood in great heaves. It is not my concealment that is deep, but rather your ignorance of a fundamental truth. Ye Zhou adjusted his stance, careful to avoid splattering blood upon himself. What truth? The cloaked figure paused, bewildered. Villains often perish from their own verbosity. With a swift motion, the blade fell, blood splattering as a severed head rolled away. What a close call. Ye Zhou sank to the ground, gazing at the headless corpse. He had indeed sustained injuries from the cloaked figure's previous attack. Zhou Gongxian, I never anticipated it was you who sought my demise. It appears I have been too merciful. Henceforth, any enemies I encounter must be dealt with swiftly to prevent future repercussions and avoid unforeseen incidents. Ye Zhou felt a twinge of regret for not having acted against Zhou Gongxian sooner. Congratulations, host, on your successful counterattack. You have been rewarded with 20 spirit-gathering pills. The system's completion notification chimed just as a faint noise echoed in the vicinity, now abruptly silenced. As Ye Zhou contemplated retrieving the system's gathering elixir, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of two individuals conversing nearby. Chapter 45. Ye Wentian's Fury. Ye Wei assembles. There were indeed others present. A jolt of alarm coursed through Ye Zhou, prompting him to grip the curved blade tightly and cautiously edge away, to stifle any sound. He even concentrated his spiritual energy beneath his feet, just as he had stealthily maneuvered behind a nearby tree. Two figures clad in black appeared at the very spot where he had just stood. The air was thick with the stench of blood, indicating that a fierce battle had indeed transpired. The darkness of the woods rendered it difficult for one of the black-clad figures to ascertain the situation, relying solely on his sense of smell. The pungency of the blood was undeniable. It was evident that someone had recently met their demise. The other figure, too, recognized the scent. Turn on the light. One of them commanded. All right. A click resonated as a faint glow illuminated a 2-meter radius around them. Be cautious. We must not be discovered, one of the black figures urged, revealing their palpable fear of being noticed. Meanwhile, Ye Zhou remained hidden behind the tree, quietly observing the two. In the clearing lay a headless corpse. At that moment, one of the men gasped in astonishment. "It truly is a corpse." The other hurried over, exclaiming, "He appears to be one of ours." After discerning the clothing of the headless body, one of the black figures could not suppress his exclamation. "This is bad. Could it be that we have been discovered?" Panic gripped one of the men. "Do not fret. It is unlikely we have been found. If we had, there would not have been a battle here," the other replied with an air of calm. "Then how do you explain this? While he may have been one of ours, he is not from our faction. Are you suggesting he belongs to that department?" "Indeed. He likely was on a mission and was then ambushed." Observing the signs of the recent struggle, it was clear that the conflict had been brutal, and the opposing party must have sustained severe injuries. Given that the battle has just concluded, he cannot have gone far. Should we pursue him to eliminate the threat? Let us not complicate matters. Our primary concern is this situation. However, we must return to report what we have discovered here. With that, the two extinguished the light and retraced their steps along the same path. To Ye Zhou's astonishment, these two were allies of the corpse on the ground. He was not far from them, and thus he had overheard their conversation in its entirety. Their clandestine activities in the Shaonan Mountain piqued his curiosity. What significant matter could compel them to abandon their pursuit of him? With a deep gaze fixed on the silhouettes of the two as they vanished into the darkness, Ye Zhou resolved to follow them. Curiosity ultimately triumphed over reason, and he stealthily trailed behind, venturing deeper into the woods towards the rear of Shaonan Mountain. As he followed, his intrigue only intensified. The two individuals in front proceeded with utmost caution, frequently glancing back and even concealing themselves behind trees, pausing momentarily before advancing. Their deliberate care suggested that they were indeed concealing something of great significance. Ye Zhou felt no regret for trailing behind them. After traversing the darkness for approximately half an hour, Ye Zhou was jolted as he turned a corner. Beyond that bend lay a sheer cliff, and below it, an artificially created opening. A faint glow emanated from within the cave, and several makeshift structures stood at its entrance. From deep within the cave, the sound of clinking and clattering echoed intermittently, accompanied by figures hauling basket upon basket of stones from below. At that moment, a flicker of torchlight caught his eye. It was raw spirit stone. Ye Zhou nearly gasped in astonishment, for in that fleeting moment, he had glimpsed a shimmer of ethereal light on one corner of the stone. Remarkably, a vein of spirit stones was concealed here. The glow of the cave reflected in Ye Zhou's eyes, leaving him pondering the identity of these individuals. How had the Ye family, after so many years in Haicheng, failed to discover the spirit stone vein in the Shaonan Mountain? While these people seemed to possess such knowledge, doubt clouded his mind, yet he was acutely aware of what he must do now. I must inform my father of this matter. Moreover, the assassination attempt tonight was shrouded in mystery. Those assassins appeared to have motives beyond mere monetary gain. Though Ye Zhou had been fleeing for his life, he had been analyzing the actions of those pursuers. Gradually, he edged backward from the corner, retreating silently. He wondered how old Zhao and the others were faring. Enduring the pain from his injuries, Ye Zhou hastened toward the edge of the forest. "Master, it is entirely our subordinate's fault that the young master has gone missing. Please, we implore you to dispatch personnel to search the entire city for his whereabouts, and to conduct a thorough investigation into those assassins in black," pleaded old Zhao in the study of Yi Wentan. Bloodied and kneeling before Yi Wentan, he was flanked by the four maidens, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, each injured and equally stained with blood. "Has he gone missing, Zhou?" Yi Wentan's body trembled slightly. He had sensed something amiss upon their entrance, and the mere thought of the possibility sent waves of anxiety coursing through him, robbing him of the strength to stand. "Not long ago, while we were returning, we encountered an ambush by the assassins in black. These individuals were well prepared, and it was the failure of my subordinates that led to the leader being severely injured while escaping," old Zhao admitted, his head bowed in shame. As for Zhou, Yi Wentan, regaining a modicum of composure, wore an expression dark as storm clouds. "Young master was pursued. We do not know where he fled. We have searched the vicinity for quite some time, yet have been unable to locate him." Old Zhao's head drooped even lower. The once frail body appeared even more aged at that moment. Ye Zhou had been under his watchful eye since childhood, treated like a beloved grandson. Thus, his disappearance, shrouded in uncertainty about his fate, brought him not only anguish but a profound sense of guilt. With a resounding clap, Ye Wentian's expression darkened immensely as he shattered the mahogany desk before him. A formidable and terrifying power radiated from him, pressing down upon old Zhou and others, rendering them unable to lift their heads. Bring forth the Ye guards. Issue the command for all the guards of the Ye family to mobilize and seal off the entirety of Haiqing. How dare anyone lay a hand on my Zhou? They must be tired of living. Should any harm come to Zhou, I, Ye Wentian, vow to annihilate their entire lineage without mercy. Ye Wentian's fury was akin to that of an enraged tiger. Ye Zhou was his Achilles heel. To dare to act against him was to stab at his very heart. No sooner had Ye Wentian spoken than a chilling atmosphere of impending doom enveloped the Ye family estate. Chapter 46. Feigning Coma, Imitating Gu Yudi's Abilities. One by one, robust men clad in leather armor began to converge upon Ye Wentian's courtyard. The source of that ominous aura emanated from these men. What had transpired? Why had the Ye guards suddenly assembled en masse? Were they preparing for battle? The members of the Ye family were roused from their slumber by the commotion, their expressions filled with alarm as they cast anxious glances toward the courtyard of the family head. I must return swiftly. If my father discovers my absence, he will undoubtedly lose control. Ye Zhou, weary yet determined, channeled his scant spiritual energy into his legs. After approximately 40 minutes, he finally emerged from the thicket onto an asphalt road, the sole access route to the Shaonan Mountain scenic area. However, darkness had descended, and the road was nearly devoid of vehicles, while Ye Zhou's phone lay forgotten in the business car. Curse it, next time I must bring a compact phone. After walking for about 10 minutes without encountering a single vehicle or even a soul, he continued for another 10 minutes, still finding no signs of life. Could I be this unfortunate? Ye Zhou mused with a bitter smile. Yet, as he rested with his hands on his knees, a beam of light pierced through his legs, followed by the roar of an engine. A vehicle was approaching. Elated, Ye Zhou quickly turned around, only to be greeted by a rather flamboyant sports car appearing before him. Halt! Stop the car. He waved his arms in the middle of the road. The sports car screeched to a halt mere inches from him. Have you lost your mind? Inside the car, Gu Yudi angrily flung open the door. Were it not for her experience as a seasoned driver, the person blocking her path would surely have been run over. Gu Yudi, teacher Gu. Ye Zhou was somewhat astonished, not expecting that the driver would be his own homeroom teacher, Gu Yudi. Ye Zhou, what brings you to Shaonanshan? Gu Yudi was equally surprised, for Ye Zhou appeared rather disheveled and even somewhat tragic. Teacher, I was just being chased. I implore you to help me get home. Ye Zhou weakly uttered before he abruptly fainted. With a thud, he collapsed elegantly before Gu Yudi, leaving her no time to react. Ye Zhou, what has happened to you? Upon seeing Ye Zhou in distress, Gu Yudi hurriedly rushed over to support him. What she failed to notice was a sinister hand stealthily gripping her delicate wrist. Commence copying. Ye Zhou silently commanded within his mind. In the next moment, a peculiar force began to emanate from Gu Yudi's wrist, spreading throughout her body. Gu Yudi had also awakened as an SSS-level space ability user, possessing the power of spatial storms. Ye Zhou had long coveted this ability, yet had not found the opportune moment to replicate it. Now, feigning unconsciousness, he had the perfect opportunity for intimate contact with Gu Yudi. Ye Zhou, wake up. Gu Yudi shook him, but he remained in his act of fainting. A feigned unconscious individual cannot easily be roused. Seeing that Ye Zhou continued to be unresponsive, Gu Yudi felt a sense of helplessness. She had no choice but to bend down and lift him into her arms. What a delightful fragrance. An exquisite aroma wafted directly to Ye Zhou's nostrils. After cradling Ye Zhou, she placed him gently in the passenger seat. Just as she intended to rise and leave, she felt something tugging at her. She hurriedly looked down to find Ye Zhou's hand firmly gripping her wrist. She tried to pull away but found it impossible to free herself. Attempting to pry open Ye Zhou's fingers, she realized that his power replication was not yet complete, and there was no way he could release her, resulting in a stalemate. Unable to extricate herself, Gu Yudi resorted to her supercar, saying, Xiao Gu, adjust the passenger seat and activate intelligent driving, destination Ye family mansion. As she spoke, the passenger seat began to adjust backwards, and she took the driver's seat. The supercar roared back to life, heading towards the Ye residence in Haiqing. Meanwhile, Ye Zhou lay quietly in the passenger seat, his hand still tightly grasping Gu Yudi's wrist. Who would have thought that the esteemed young master of the Ye family, surrounded by numerous bodyguards, would find himself in such a predicament? The interior of the car was illuminated, revealing Ye Zhou's pale complexion and the dried blood at the corner of his mouth, indicating that he had indeed faced danger moments ago. After what felt like an eternity, Ye Zhou suddenly released Gu Yuti's hand. "Where's this?" He feigned a headache, rubbing his temples as he drowsily opened his eyes. Certainly, while he feigned unconsciousness upon awakening, he had awakened an extraordinary power of space within him. This power was formidable, possessing immense destructive capabilities. "This is my vehicle. You had just lost consciousness," Gu Yuti remarked, not pondering too deeply, for Ye Zhou was her student, inherently cloaked in an aura of trustworthiness. "I just regained consciousness," Ye Zhou replied, still massaging his head. "Thank you for saving me, teacher. I am your teacher, naturally. I would assist you when the occasion arises." Gu Yuti harbored a sense of bewilderment. After all, the Ye family in Haiqing was of the highest caliber, and yet, someone had dared to attempt Ye Zhou's life. "Teacher, may I borrow your phone for a moment? I wish to call home to alleviate their worries and avoid causing undue commotion." Ye Zhou felt a bit embarrassed. The disappearance of the Ye family's eldest son would undoubtedly stir up quite a ruckus. Gu Yuti completely understood. Thus, she handed her phone to Ye Zhou without hesitation. "Yi Wei, I command you to seal off the entirety of Haiqing, search for the young master, and thoroughly investigate the men in black. If the young master is not found by dawn, eliminate anyone or any force that has had any conflict with him, leaving no one alive." Yi Wentian's gaze was icy, though a hint of madness lurked in the depths of his eyes. "Yes, head of the family." Yi Wei nodded, turning to depart with his men. Just then, Yi Wentian's phone rang unexpectedly, displaying an unfamiliar number. In his current state of agitation and concern for Ye Zhou's safety, he contemplated hanging up. However, after a brief moment of reflection, he decided to answer the call. "Dad, I'm fine. You need not worry." As soon as the call connected, Ye Zhou's voice resonated through the receiver. "Everyone, please hold." Yi Wentian hastily called out to stop Yi Wei from leaving. "Zhou, where are you?" Upon hearing Ye Zhou's voice, Yi Wentian felt a surge of excitement and relief, even tears welling in his eyes. "I'm on my way home. I have something important to discuss with you." With Gu Yuti present, there were certain matters Ye Zhou preferred to keep discreet. "All right, your father will await your return." Yi Wentian wiped away the tears of emotion. It was indeed the young master's voice. Old Zhao was equally exhilarated. The young master is safe. The four young ladies, Chun, Xia, Qiu, and Dong, exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of relief. Chapter 47. Rooting out the threat. "Zhouer, you've been injured." A luxurious supercar came to a halt at the entrance of the Yi residence. Ye Zhou emerged from the passenger's seat, his complexion pale and his clothing torn. Upon seeing Ye Zhou, Yi Wentian rushed towards him, embodying a father terrified of losing his son. "Dad, I'm all right. Thanks to Teacher Gu for bringing me back." Ye Zhou glanced at Gu Yuti, who had exited the driver's seat. "Thank you, Teacher Gu." Yi Wentian expressed his gratitude. "I merely happened to be passing by and did not provide much assistance." Gu Yuti was somewhat taken aback by Yi Wentian's demeanor. His reputation in Haiqing was immense, and today was her first encounter with him. Teacher Gu's intervention is already a considerable help. Rest assured, even the smallest kindness will be repaid with the greatest gratitude. Yi, in all earnestness, resolved to prepare a substantial gift of gratitude. As he uttered these words, Yi Wentian's demeanor was grave. Upon witnessing the departure of the supercar, he turned to scrutinize Ye Zhou with great care. "Father, please do not worry. I am unscathed, merely suffering from superficial injuries," Ye Zhou assured, demonstrating his well-being with a couple of energetic hops. "Truly, I am fine." Yi Wentian regarded him with a hint of skepticism. "By the way, father, I have uncovered the identity of the person behind the assassination attempt against me, and I have also discovered a significant secret concerning those dark-clad assailants." Ye Zhou whispered conspiratorially into his father's ear. "Who is that person?" Upon hearing that his son had identified the enemy, Yi Wentian's eyes gleamed with an ominous intent. "It is Zhou Gongxiu of the Zhou family," Ye Zhou replied, a similar glint of vengeance evident in his gaze. "The Zhou family indeed possesses audacity. Daring to orchestrate an attack on my son." Yi Wentian's voice dripped with a chilling resolve. "Father, the Zhou family must not be spared." Ye Zhou harbored a burning desire for retribution, believing that while a gentleman may wait a decade for vengeance, he could not afford even a single day of delay. "Rest assured, they shall not survive the night." Yi Wentian's murderous intent surged within him. "It appears that my prolonged restraint has led them to forget the past." His gaze shifted towards the direction of the Zhou family. In the confines of the Ye household, within his chamber, Ye Zhou resolved to refine the 20 spirit-gathering pills awarded by the system in order to personally eliminate Zhou Gongxiu. Grasping the pills, he swallowed one whole. The spirit-gathering pills, renowned for their potency, contained spiritual energy far surpassing that of spirit stones. With a vigorous effort, Ye Zhou consumed the 20 pills in rapid succession. The energy reservoir within him began to expand wildly. 12 meters, 13 meters, 20 meters, 30, until it finally stabilized at 45 meters. Bai Mengxue had once remarked that her own energy reservoir measured only 49 meters. Observing that he had just filled half of his own, a bittersweet smile crept across his face. His body had nearly recovered. It was time to exact vengeance upon Zhou Gongxiu. Rising to his feet, Ye Zhou opened the door. Young master, greeted Chun, Xia, Qiu, Dong, and old Zhao, who awaited him outside. Let us go. It is time for retribution. With a fierce determination, Ye Zhou led them to the entrance of the Ye estate. At that moment, no fewer than 40 black sedans were stationed outside the Ye residence, including Ye Zhou's luxurious Rolls-Royce. Onward, to the Zhou family. As Ye Zhou commanded, the fleet of vehicles surged forward, creating a most impressive spectacle. Zhouer, how do you intend to deal with the Zhou family? Ye Wentian inquired from within the Rolls-Royce. To eradicate the roots of the problem. If we merely cut the grass, it shall regrow with the spring breeze. Ye Zhou replied succinctly. Excellent. You are indeed my son, Ye Wentian. He affirmed with a satisfied nod. In the face of adversaries, one must possess a ruthless spirit. To eradicate the roots is essential. Should they remain, retribution would inevitably befall oneself in the future. The procession of black luxury vehicles traversed the darkened streets of Haiqing. Little did anyone suspect that by dawn, the entire Zhou family would vanish without a trace. Master, something terrible has happened. Our Zhou family is surrounded. The steward of the Zhou family hurriedly rushed to the door of Zhou Zhongxai's bedroom, his tone brimming with urgency. What transpired? Who possesses such audacity to stir trouble at our Zhou family? Zhou Zhongkai, still somewhat dazed, inquired. Master, it is the Ye family. They have encircled the Zhou residence and even slain 2 of our guarding sentinels. The steward's complexion paled. The Ye family has indeed gone too far. My wife merely offended Ye Zhou by mere chance. For such a trivial matter, they dare to invade our Zhou family? Do they truly believe we are defenseless? Zhou Zhongxai's indignation grew. He had prepared 50 spiritual stones, intending to visit and apologize. However, the Ye family's aggression indicated an intent to sever all ties. The commotion at the Zhou family's entrance also caught the attention of many within the household. Dong, I despise that door of the Zhou family. Ye Zhou had already disembarked from his vehicle. Young master, fear not. Dong harbored a similar ire. As Ye Zhou's devoted protector, she felt a sense of shame for having lost her charge. With a mighty gust, an immense blade of wind cleaved through the Zhou family's grand entrance, splitting it asunder. A guardian stationed behind the door, unable to evade in time, was met with a similar fate. Ye family, what is the meaning of this? Zhou Zhongkai witnessed the destruction of the entrance. The Ye family's actions were a clear message. Today, it is a matter of life and death. Humph. The Zhou family indeed possesses audacity. Ye Wentian coldly scoffed as he stepped forward. Ye Wentian, my wife merely offended your son. Must you pursue this matter so relentlessly? Gazing upon the sea of dark-clad Ye guards outside, Zhou Zhongkai realized that today, the Zhou family was likely doomed. Ye Wentian seldom deployed the Ye guards in recent years. Their involvement indicated the gravity of the situation. Zhou Zhongkai, today you shall understand the truth. If you wish to know why I intend to annihilate the Zhou family, you ought to inquire directly with your beloved son about his actions. Ye Wentian's gaze was frigid as he surveyed the approaching members of the Zhou family. My son Xianer. A chill ran through Zhou Zhongxai's heart as he recalled Zhou Gongshuan's earlier words. No good, that ungrateful child. At that moment, Zhou Gongxian and Madame Zhou also appeared at the entrance. Ye Zhou, you have survived. Before Zhou Zhongkai could inquire, Zhou Gongxian expressed his astonishment upon seeing Ye Zhou. What? Are you surprised that I am alive? Ye Zhou retorted with a cold smile, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Zhou Gongxian. You ungrateful wretch. Look at the immense trouble you have brought upon the Zhou family. Zhou Zhongkai, consumed by fury, stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to Zhou Gongxian. Father, I did nothing wrong. Zhou Gongshuan's eyes burned with anger, yet fear lingered beneath the surface. He beheld the grandeur of the Ye family, the The grand entrance cleaved in twain, and the three lifeless bodies sprawled upon the ground. Chapter 48. The annihilation of the Zhou family. Zhou Gongxian was a man of intellect. Observing the scene before him, he recognized that his plot to hire assassins had undoubtedly been unveiled. Father, at this juncture, we must confront the Ye family head-on. Zhou Gongxuan's gaze towards Ye Zhou was laden with intense animosity. Zhou Zhangkai understood that, given Ye Wentian's disposition, the Zhou family would never be spared. The members of the Zhou family, upon hearing this, realized that their only chance of survival lay in confronting the Ye clan. Barely had Zhou Zhangcai's words left his lips when he took the initiative to strike, aiming directly at Ye Wentian. However, he was acutely aware that he stood no chance against Ye Wentian. Yet, as the head of the Zhou family, he resolved to die with dignity, even if it meant his end. Meanwhile, the other members of the Zhou family, still bewildered by the unfolding events, found themselves encircled by the Ye guards. The Ye guards were a formidable force, meticulously nurtured by Ye Wentian himself. Having grown alongside him, even the weakest among them possessed abilities at the 4th level, while 2 commanders were at the 8th level, teetering on the brink of 9th. The pinnacle of the Zhou family, Zhou Zhangkai, was merely an 8th level ability user. Ye Wentian, the Zhou family is prepared to offer compensation. What do you propose? Though Zhou Zhangkai was aware that survival was unlikely, a flicker of hope still lingered within him. Humph. Ye Wentian let out a disdainful snort. In an instant, a flash of sword light cleaved through the air, and Zhou Zhangkai was severed in 2 before he could utter a sound, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. A corpse dares to negotiate. Ye Wentian did not spare Zhou Zhangkai a glance. Kill. Avenge our young master. Old Zhao surged into the throng of Zhou family members like a ferocious tiger. His first target was Madame Zhou, for he believed her to be the root of all this chaos. Madame Zhou was also an ability user, boasting a 5th level prowess. Yet she seldom employed her powers, let alone possessed any combat experience. Old Zhao approached without hesitation, delivering a thunderous punch. Boom. Madame Zhou did not utter a sound. She was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Mother. Zhou Gongxian felt a heart-wrenching agony upon witnessing the scene. Kill. The 4 young women of spring, summer, autumn, and winter had now found their adversaries. Burdened by guilt over the loss of Ye Zhou, they unleashed their fury upon the Zhou family with unparalleled ferocity. Ye Wentian had always regarded them as the loyal guardians of Ye Zhou, and they held no fear of death. The Ye guards were equally formidable, comprising numerous skilled fighters, some of whom had battled alongside Ye Wentian for decades, especially the 2 commanders, who showed no mercy in their slaughter. Wherever their blades struck, Zhou family heads fell like ripe fruit. This world is unforgiving, governed by the law of the jungle. Though nations exist, they intervene only externally. In the internal strife among families, the state does not intercede. Armed with their war blades, the Ye guards decimated the Zhou family, leaving them in disarray. Some members of the Zhou family, sensing the dire situation, sought to surrender. However, Ye Wei received orders to eradicate the entire Zhou lineage. The phrase uproot the weeds is not merely a platitude. Ye Zhou, I shall take your life. Although the Zhou family faced annihilation, none dared to lay a hand on Zhou Gongxian, for he was the one explicitly marked for death by the young master. They were unwilling to violate the established order. Just so, I too wish to end your existence. At that moment, Ye Zhou appeared before Zhou Gongxian, wielding a black, curved blade, an armament snatched from the hands of the cloaked assailants. Zhou Gongxian was similarly armed. Though those with extraordinary abilities can manifest weapons through their spiritual energy, such constructs are invariably inferior to those forged specifically for them by master blacksmiths, who can even imbue these weapons with unique enhancements tailored to an individual's attributes. Ye Zhou, why do you not meet your demise? Zhou Gongxian tightened his grip on the longsword. I must concede, the assassins you hired are formidable. They nearly succeeded in ending my life. Yet, alas, my acting prowess prevailed, and I ultimately turned the tables. Ye Zhou's gaze was icy, as he refrained from hastily slaying Zhou Gongxian, for he desired to unveil the identities of the shadowy figures. If the cloaked ones cannot eliminate you, then allow me to do so. Zhou Gongxian, now teetering on the brink of madness, witnessed the slaughter of his family and kin, a torment that drove him nearly to insanity. After all, this calamity stemmed from his own jealousy. As Zhou Gongxian spoke, a small blue water dragon manifested atop his longsword. Ye Zhou, how much better it would be if you remained a mere worthless fool. Why must you suddenly awaken extraordinary powers? Why are you so close to Bai Mingxue? Why must you sabotage my meticulously crafted plans? You truly deserve to perish. Zhou Gongxian roared in fury. As he charged at Ye Zhou with his sword, Ye Zhou remained motionless, simply observing. With a swift sound of metal clashing, Zhou Gongxuan's strike was as fast as lightning. Ye Zhou, you are exceedingly arrogant. Zhou Gongxuan's eyes burned with madness as he perceived Ye Zhou's stillness. Humph, a mere clown. In the instant the longsword descended, Ye Zhou moved. He effortlessly raised his curved blade and delivered a casual strike. Clang. The sound of metal meeting metal echoed. Zhou Gongxuan's longsword was sent flying, and the small water dragon dissipated into nothingness. How can this be? Zhou Gongxian stumbled backward, several paces, a result of Ye Zhou's restraint. A frog in a well. Overly self-important. You hold yourself in far too high regard. As Ye Zhou's words fell, he instantly materialized before Zhou Gongxian and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Poof! A mouthful of blood erupted from Zhou Gongxian as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the wall. Before he could rise, Ye Zhou decisively placed his foot upon Zhou Gongxuan's chest. Bai Mingxue is not someone you can touch. With a forceful press, a series of bone-cracking sounds echoed. Ah! Zhou Gongxian cried out in agony, attempting to struggle, yet he found himself unable to escape the weight of Ye Zhou's foot. Who were the ones that attempted to assassinate me? Ye Zhou's gaze was cold, piercing into Zhou Gongxian. Ha ha ha, Ye Zhou. Do you truly wish to know the identity of your assailants? Ha ha ha. Do you think I would divulge such information? Even if you were to kill me today, others would still seek your demise. You merely possess a few extra days of life. Zhou Gongxian relinquished his struggles, instead wearing a peculiar smile as he regarded Ye Zhou. Ye Zhou, you too shall perish. Bai Mingxue shall also meet her end. All of you will die. After uttering these words in pain, Zhou Gongxian closed his eyes, appearing to yearn for death. Zhou Gongxian, you truly are a fool, devoid of any intellect. Ye Zhou replied, laughter escaping him. Ye Zhou, a man may be killed, but not humiliated. If you wish to kill, then do so. There is no need for mockery here. I will not reveal what you seek to know. Zhou Gongxian, incensed by Ye Zhou's words, opened his eyes wide, filled with rage. Chapter 49. The Slaying of Zhou Gongxian. Zhou Gongxian, I call you foolish. Yet you refuse to believe it. Do you not desire my demise? Were I in your position, I would reveal who seeks to kill me, rather than engage in this mindless concealment. Ye Zhou pressed down harder, causing Zhou Gongxian to grimace and howl in pain. Ye Zhou, you speak so much only to uncover the identities of the men in black, do you not? I advise you to spare your efforts. I will not speak. Just kill me. Despite his excruciating pain, Zhou Gongxian was resolute in his wish for death. Zhou Gongxian, I insist you are foolish, yet you remain unconvinced. If my assumptions are correct, the men in black possess considerable power. Were I you, I would certainly reveal their identities before my demise, thus inciting conflict between the two parties. Regardless of who ultimately triumphs, both sides would suffer greatly. Ye Zhou shook his head, displaying a mix of jealousy and disdain. The men in black belong to the Tindi society, a formidable force that is not to be trifled with. They are among the most wanted by the state. Should the Ye family seek vengeance for Ye Zhou, they would inevitably cross paths with them, potentially leading to bloodshed. Perhaps this truly is an opportunity. Ye Zhou's words seemed to awaken Zhou Gongxian from his stupor. The more he contemplated, the more sense they made. Ye Zhou, I can reveal to you the identities of those men in black. Furthermore, I can inform you that the one who hired assassins to kill you is not solely me. Zhou Gongxian paused deliberately, relishing the moment. What a simpleton! With such casual deception, he had indeed spoken the truth. It appeared that students were the most naive and easily deceived. Ye Zhou felt a pang of reflection. Zhou Gongxian, do not presume to deceive me. You are the only one who sought to hire assassins against me. He feigned disbelief. Ye Zhou, although I am aware that you are feigning ignorance, I have come to a realization. There exists an assassin hired to take your life, and it is none other than a member of your own Ye family. Ye Zhou, to be betrayed by your own kin, it seems your standing within the Ye family is rather precarious. Zhou Gong's bloodied visage broke into a sardonic grin. What? A member of the Ye family? Ye Zhou was genuinely taken aback. However, he swiftly recalled a certain individual. Ye Zhou. Ye Zhou. Both Ye Zhou and Zhou Gongxian exclaimed in unison. How did you know? This time, Zhou Gongxian appeared somewhat astonished. How could I not know? Ye Zhou retorted. exerting force with his feet, though his countenance was grim. Ye Zhou was an exceedingly hypocritical person, often presenting himself as benign. It was unexpected that he had become embroiled in this affair. Ha ha ha. Ye Zhou, I shall relish watching you attempt to eliminate him. Observing the shift in Ye Zhou's expression, Zhou Gongxian found a rare joy in confronting him. Speak. Who are those men in black? Ye Zhou pressed on, applying pressure once more. Ye Zhou, who would have thought you would find yourself in such a predicament? Zhou Gongxian laughed boisterously, his demeanor turning increasingly deranged. Fratricide is indeed intriguing, truly fascinating. His laughter grew louder. Let me inform you, those men in black are assassins from the Heavenly Society. I eagerly await to see how you will seek vengeance. Zhou Gongxian's expression darkened as he fixed a malevolent gaze upon Ye Zhou. You may as well perish. Ye Zhou remained eerily calm, devoid of his earlier fury. You are toying with me. Zhou Gongxian suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation, his eyes widening as he attempted to seize Ye Zhou. Die? Ye Zhou whispered, and in the next moment, a black curved blade descended, silencing Zhou Gongxian's frantic cries. Fool! Ye Zhou spat the words, then turned and strode towards his Rolls-Royce. As the battle drew to a close, the majority of the Zhou family had been slain by Ye Wei. Some of the Ye Wei were already gathering the spoils of war from the Zhou household. A larger redwood box had been delivered to Ye Wentian. Upon opening it, he discovered 60 spirit stones within. Once Ye Zhou entered the vehicle, Ye Wentian handed him the redwood box. 60 spirit stones. Ye Zhou was taken aback. You are in dire need of these spirit stones for your cultivation. Ye Wentian stated without elaboration, his affection for Ye Zhou evident. Ye Zhou accepted them gratefully, recognizing his necessity for the 60 spirit stones. Father, those men in black are from the Heavenly Society. Ye Zhou relayed the information he had gleaned from Zhou Gongxian. The Heavenly Society. Ye Wentian's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Ye Zhou was equally aware of the Heavenly Society, a group that had been placed on the national blacklist to be executed on sight. Yet, their influence was vast, with their presence felt in nearly every city within the Long Kingdom. Many factions, despite being aware of their existence, dare not act against them for fear of retaliation from the Heavenly Society. Knowing their identity, one might think it prudent to eliminate them entirely. Ye Wenning's eyes shimmered with murderous intent. Ye Zhou was his forbidden zone, akin to a dragon's reverse scale. Touch it, and one faces certain death. Ye Wenting cared little for the repercussions from the Heavenly Society. Anyone who dared to bring harm to Ye Zhou would find themselves hunted down without mercy. Father, the members of the Heavenly Society are clandestinely mining spiritual stone veins in the Little South Mountain. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Zhou resolved to share this crucial information with Ye Wenting, allowing him ample time to prepare. What? There are spiritual stone veins in the Little South Mountain? Ye Wenting was taken aback by this revelation. Spiritual stone veins are of immense significance. A family that possesses such veins can continuously nurture formidable talents. Ye Wei was cultivated through the spiritual stone veins controlled by the Ye family. Yes, I witnessed them mining there with my own eyes, Ye Zhou affirmed, recounting the events of his narrow escape and the discovery of the spiritual stone veins. Naturally, he embellished the details of how he turned the tables on the assailants in dark attire for dramatic effect, sharing the tale with those present. If that's the case, we must eradicate the members of the Heavenly Society. Ye Wenting's murderous intent intensified. Father, should we consider leaking news about the Heavenly Society? Ye Zhou cautiously inquired. The importance of the spiritual stone veins is paramount. This matter must remain concealed. We shall resolve it discreetly. Ye Wenting contemplated. Ye Zhou understood Ye Wenting's intentions well. The allure of spiritual stone veins to a family is immense. Possessing such veins signifies a continuous influx of new talent. In the Ye residence, within Ye Zhou's chamber, he had just finished a hot bath and sat cross-legged before a wooden box. The box lay open, revealing over 70 spiritual stones, all bestowed upon him by Ye Wenting. He pondered whether refining these 70 stones would elevate his powers to that of a third-tier ability user. Chapter 50. Ye Zhou, tomorrow is your day of reckoning. Ye Zhou, tomorrow is your day of reckoning. A cold smile graced Ye Zhou's lips as he gazed at the 70 spiritual stones. Since the moment he traversed into this world, he had silently established a rule. Anyone harboring ill will towards him would be eliminated without exception, granting them no opportunity for reprisal. With Ye Zhou having already made his move against him, there was no doubt he would meet his demise. No one could save him, as I have proclaimed. With a stone in each hand, Ye Zhou once again immersed himself in the sensation of absorbing spiritual energy, replenishing the reservoir of his strength. The experience was exquisite, akin to witnessing the growth of a child. The joy derived from each expansion of the spiritual reservoir was unparalleled. One by one, the spiritual stones were absorbed, causing the reservoir within him to expand at an astonishing rate. 50 meters, 60 meters, 70 meters, 90 meters. In the depths of his being, Ye Zhou's reservoir of spiritual energy was filled to the brim, teetering on the edge of its limits. Just as he believed he was poised to make a breakthrough, the reservoir expanded outward once more under the surge of spiritual energy. However, at that moment, the spiritual stones in Ye Zhou's possession had been completely depleted. The reservoir, which had initially spanned a radius of 100 meters, now extended to 110 meters. What on earth was happening? Staring at the newly enlarged reservoir, Ye Zhou felt somewhat bewildered. Selected by the most formidable system, the host naturally differed from others, capable of battling beyond his level. And possessing a slightly larger reservoir of spiritual energy was merely to be expected. Suddenly, a prompt from the system resonated in his mind. Wow! Ye Zhou uttered those two words before collapsing onto his bed. The following morning, as Ye Zhou indulged in a much-needed slumber, the entire Ye residence buzzed with activity. Today marked the grand celebration of the elder Ye's birthday, prompting a flurry of preparations throughout the estate. As for the events of the previous night, when Ye Wei had dispatched forces to annihilate the Zhou family, it was a topic conspicuously absent from discussion, as if it had never occurred. The demise of the Zhou family was, for the greater city of Hai, barely a whisper in the wind. Young master, the head of the family requests your presence. He has matters to discuss with you. In the midst of his drowsiness, the melodic voice of Chun floated in from outside. My father seeks me. Ye Zhou sprang from his bed. Despite the tumult of the previous night, after absorbing the spiritual energy from the stones, he felt invigorated rather than fatigued, especially with the surging power coursing through him. Dad, you called for me. Ye Zhou sauntered into Yi Wentian's presence, casually seizing an apple from the table and taking a bite. Having practiced late into the night, he had missed mealtime and was feeling quite famished. The growth of his abilities was intricately linked to the fortification of his physique. This pertains to the investigation regarding the Heavenly Society in High City, Ye Wentian said, handing a folder to Ye Zhou. Already? You've uncovered so much so quickly. Ye Zhou exclaimed in astonishment. Zhouer, prior to your awakening of extraordinary powers, I refrained from discussing many matters with you. I wished for you to enjoy life as an ordinary person, free from worry, Ye Wentian said, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Old Yi, you have done exceedingly well, Ye Zhou said, stepping forward to pat his shoulder. Ye Wentian's affection for the original host was clear to Ye Zhou. He was indeed a father who cherished his son deeply. Mind your manners. I am your father, Ye Wentian retorted, playfully brushing Ye Zhou's hand aside. Dad, the Heavenly Society is not to be underestimated. The individuals in High City may merely be a branch of their operations, Ye Zhou remarked, furrowing his brow after reviewing the dossier on the Heavenly Society. Indeed, the branch in High City was not particularly powerful, according to the investigation, with only 2 9th-tier supernatural beings stationed and merely 4 8th-tier supernatural beings. The rest are hardly formidable. As Ye Wentian spoke, a flash of icy intent flickered in his gaze. Father, do you intend to take action against them? Ye Zhou instantly comprehended Ye Wentian's meaning. They dared to attempt an assassination. Thus, they must face the corresponding consequences. Ye Wentian's eyes were deep and frigid. Ye Zhou vaguely perceived a glimmer of sword light passing through his father's gaze. Father, I wish to join. Ye Zhou spoke succinctly. He preferred to take revenge personally, relishing the direct confrontation. Very well. Ye Wentian nodded. Your father too once fought his way through adversity. Otherwise, Ye Wei would not be so loyal to me. He patted Ye Zhou's shoulder reassuringly. Father. Ye Zhou pondered for a moment, then suddenly regarded Ye Wentian with utmost seriousness. What is it? Ye Wentian was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen such earnestness on Ye Zhou's face. This was hardly the son he remembered, had he not been standing before him. He might have doubted if he had been switched at birth. Father, today I wish to undertake a significant endeavor, though I may encounter some difficulties. Ye Zhou awkwardly scratched his head. Ye Wentian did not respond immediately, but scrutinized Ye Zhou thoughtfully. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke. Son, you have grown. You are soon to graduate high school. Whatever you wish to do, pursue it. Rest assured, your father will always be your strongest support. Even if the sky were to fall, I would hold it up for you. Ye Zhou moved closer and firmly patted Ye Zhou's shoulder. Father, aren't you going to ask what it is? Ye Zhou felt deeply moved, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Go ahead and do it. Ye Zhou chuckled lightly. A true man must face challenges courageously. If one shrinks back, how can they call themselves a man? Father, how about we share a drink tonight? Ye Zhou said, then dashed out of the room without looking back. You rascal, you've grown bold enough to invite me for a drink. Ye Zhou pretended to pursue him. Yet a warm smile graced his face. Today marked the birthday of Ye Zhou's great-grandfather, and as the current young master of the Ye family, he had much to attend to, including welcoming the guests. The Ye family was one of the premier families in Haicheng, possessing numerous minor factions eager to align themselves with them. Even government officials came to offer their congratulations, reflecting the Ye family's strength and heritage. Ye family head. I am the head of the Sun family, here to celebrate the old master's birthday. Guests are always welcome. Please come in. Ye Zhou greeted with a smile. Outside the Ye manor, Ye Zhou stood behind Ye Zhou, observing the diverse array of individuals arriving to present their gifts. This is indeed young Master Ye. Quite the striking figure. Ye family head, I have a young daughter of similar age to young Master Ye. Might there be a chance for a match? At that moment, a middle-aged man, stout and weighing 300 to 400 pounds, approached with a round face, his gaze fervently fixed on Ye Zhou. Chapter 51. A resounding slap. Ye Zhou, engrossed in his studies, deemed the matter of marriage to be premature. Naturally, Ye Zhou was aware of the thoughts occupying Ye Zhou's mind. Thus he did not afford him the chance to speak, promptly escorting him into Ye Manor. Today, the manor had prepared a lavish banquet accommodating over 1,000 guests. Many attendees were unfamiliar not only to Ye Zhou but also to Ye Zhou. The two remained stationed at the entrance, welcoming guests until nearly noon when they finally ceased their efforts. Look at Ye Zhou, so full of himself, remarked a voice. He merely awakened his S-class ability. I believe it should be you, Zhonggu, who greets the guests. After all, you are destined to inherit the Ye family. Not far from the entrance, Ye Zhou, Ye Qing, and Ye Lin lurked in the shadows, observing Ye Zhou and Ye Zhou. Ye Zhou, just a petty man reveling in fleeting success. Once Zhonggu matures, there will be little room for him in the Ye family. Ye Qing scoffed, unable to tolerate Ye Zhou's smug demeanor. How fortunate he is. In a hushed tone, Ye Zhou expressed his thoughts. Last night, when Ye Wei mobilized, I initially believed something had befallen Ye Zhou, which is why Ye Zhou was so frantic in gathering Ye Wei. I even celebrated momentarily. However, just as I uncorked a treasured bottle of wine, news arrived that Ye Zhou had returned, escorted by his homeroom teacher. Before I could vent my frustration at the unfairness of fate, I was then informed of Ye Wei's full mobilization to eliminate the Zhou family. Consequently, I felt both anxious and fearful, spending the night in restless anticipation. Thus, I arrived early at Ye Manor, secretly observing Ye Zhou and his father, hoping to discern whether they were aware of my involvement in the assassination attempt on Ye Zhou. From morning until noon, I saw no indication of anything amiss with Ye Zhou or Ye Zhou, which eased my troubled heart. What are you muttering about, Zhonggu? Ye Qing and Ye Lin noticed Ye Zhou's distracted demeanor. Nothing. Ye Zhou replied curtly, turning away. Congratulations, old Master Ye, on your 80th birthday. Congratulations, old Master Ye. On reaching this venerable age, the grand banquet hall of the Ye family was filled to capacity. Atop the elevated platform, a vigorous, white-haired elder presided over the gathering. The guests below had already taken their designated seats. Great-grandfather, this is a birthday gift from your grandson. A Ye family descendant presented a sandalwood box concealed beneath a red cloth. Zhang, you are truly well-behaved. The elder chuckled heartily, retrieving 2 spirit stones from his robe to bestow upon him. Great-grandfather, what is this? A birthday gift prepared for you by your grandson? Ye Zhou approached, clutching a slender redwood box. Zhong'er, how have your studies been of late? The elder's smile blossomed like a chrysanthemum upon seeing Ye Zhou. As the most promising descendant of this generation, Ye Zhou received the elder's special regard. The elder promptly produced 5 spirit stones from his robe and handed them to Ye Zhou. As Ye Zhou was about to step down with a beaming smile, the speakers around the banquet hall suddenly echoed his voice. Your Zhou family is merely a second-rate clan. What could you possibly do to confront Ye Zhou? It was evident that this was a recording, surreptitiously capturing the dialogue between Ye Zhou and Zhou Gongxian. When these words reverberated through the hall, the smile on Ye Zhou's face vanished instantaneously, replaced by a pallor of dread. He turned to glance at his great-grandfather, only to find the previously amiable elder now wearing an expression of profound anger. Great-grandfather, Ye Zhou uttered in a tone laced with fear. Yet, his great-grandfather paid him no heed. Ye Zhou, you conspired with outsiders to plot my murder. You don't truly believe I am unaware, do you? At that moment, Ye Zhou strode into the banquet hall, wielding a black, curved dagger, his countenance dark and foreboding. This unexpected scene left the guests in stunned silence. They had anticipated a celebration, not a revelation of such scandal. Ye Zhou's face contorted in horror as he beheld Ye Zhou advancing towards him. What's this? I'm still alive? You must be quite disappointed. Ye Zhou sneered, his gaze brimming with derision. The recording of his collusion with Zhou Gongxian continued to play in the background, amplifying Ye Zhou's humiliation. Ye Zhou, today is great-grandfather's birthday. Shut off the speakers. Do you wish to ruin his celebration? Ye Zhou's expression darkened further. Each utterance from the speakers felt like a dagger to his pride. Do not pin this on me. Your conspiracy with outsiders to assassinate me has nothing to do with great-grandfather. Ye Zhou's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Ye Zhou, you wouldn't dare to kill me here, would you? Ye Zhou finally grasped the gravity of the situation. I once vowed that anyone who sought my life would meet their demise, regardless of their identity. Ye Zhou's demeanor remained cold and devoid of emotion. Zhou has merely been momentarily misguided and influenced by the Zhou family. It is great-grandfather's birthday, so step back and cease this chaos. At that moment, Ye Zhou's father, Ye Wentao, emerged from the side, his face a mask of displeasure as he regarded Ye Zhou. What a convenient excuse, being momentarily misguided, being influenced. Second uncle, your ability to speak falsehoods with your eyes wide open is a skill I cannot acquire, nor do I possess your audacity, Ye Zhou retorted, unyielding and scornful. When he had previously inquired of Ye Wentian, who had assured him of support, Ye Zhou had already resolved to eliminate the venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. Ye Zhou, how dare you speak like this? Do you not recognize the hierarchy? Ye Wentao's expression darkened significantly. After all, Ye Zhou's mockery in front of so many was a humiliation he could hardly endure, even if he was brazen. Indeed, he is your second uncle. How can you speak so insolently? You are standing here quite well, are you not? I'll have Zhou apologize to you, and let this matter pass. At this moment, Ye Zhou's mother stepped forward to accuse Ye Zhou. Suddenly, before Ye Zhou could retort, Ye Wentian struck her across the face with a resounding slap, sending her crashing against the wall. Second brother, if you cannot discipline your siblings, allow me to take on that responsibility, Ye Wentian declared, his expression icy. He had only just learned that Ye Zhou was also involved in the assassination attempt against Ye Zhou. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would not have waited until now. Elder brother, you have gone too far, Ye Wentao exclaimed, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. Mother, are you all right? Ye Zhou hurried to his injured mother, who was bloodied and missing several teeth. Ye Wentian, my son is a top-tier genius who has awakened an SSS-level ability. Even if he has previously plotted against your son, you cannot kill him. Despite her injuries, Ye Zhou's mother stood protectively behind her son. Chapter 52, The Partiality of Old Master Yi. Elder brother, you are being excessive, Ye Wentao asserted, also stepping forward. Though Zhou has erred, all that is needed is for him to apologize to Zhou. There is no need for this uproar. With a swift motion, Ye Wentian vanished again, and the next moment, Ye Wentao was sent flying by another slap. If a son is not taught, it is the father's fault. Like father, like son. Second brother, I once thought your jealousy and pride were merely strong, but I never imagined you could be so malicious. In the past, out of consideration for you being my brother, I overlooked many things, but now, you have plotted against my son, Ye Wentian said. Disappointment etched across his face. Elder brother, this is merely a conflict among the younger generation, Ye Wentao replied, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, madness flickering in his eyes. He is merely a level 7 ability user, no match for you. 50 spirit stones. Do you truly believe I am foolish? Without your assistance, how could he possibly acquire them? Ye Wentian's figure vanished once more, and with another resounding slap, he struck Ye Wentao on the opposite side of his face. I have treated your branch of the family generously, yet you have plotted against my son. Very well, he said, delivering a powerful kick that sent Ye Wentao sprawling. Ye Wentian, you have gone too far. Remember, the Ye family is not solely under your command. At that moment, members of the Ye family allied with the second branch began to speak out. Ye Wentian, although Zhong is at fault, Ye Zhou is unharmed now, isn't he? Today is old Master Ye's 80th birthday. Do you truly wish to ruin this celebration and allow outsiders to mock the Ye family? A middle-aged woman from the Ye family admonished. This was merely a matter between two young ones, which could have been resolved privately. Yet you insist on escalating it to this level, another male member of the Ye family added. Absurd. Your son was nearly assassinated, and you still seek to forgive your enemy? While some sided with Ye Wentao, others supported Ye Wentian. Ye Wenchuan, the third son of the Ye family, remains unmarried in his 40s, yet he stands as the most fervent supporter of Ye Weniang. Ye Weniang is your elder brother, one remarked. Humph, he is unworthy, retorted Ye Wenchuan with a cold snort. Enough of this bickering. At that moment, the venerable patriarch of the Ye family, seated at the head of the table, finally spoke. As he did, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, pressing down upon all present. Such a formidable presence. The guests could not help but gasp in astonishment. Rumors suggested that the patriarch had transcended the 9th level and entered the realm of the extraordinary. It now seemed those rumors held truth. I have heard such tales. Yet the Ye family has consistently claimed that no extraordinary beings exist within their ranks. Perhaps the Ye family is merely deceiving their rivals, deliberately disseminating false information. A murmur of speculation arose among the attendees, their gazes filled with reverence for the patriarch. This matter shall be considered settled, the patriarch declared with an icy tone, evidently biased in favor of Ye Zhou. At this moment, Ye Zhou cast a disdainful glance at Ye Zhou. Ye Weniang furrowed his brow, poised to speak. Great-grandfather, your favoritism is rather excessive. Ye Zhou's expression was icy. His impression of the patriarch was far from favorable, having failed to awaken any extraordinary abilities since childhood. While Ye Zhou had awakened an SSS-level power, he bore considerable prejudice against him. Were it not for Ye Weniang's protection, he likely would have perished long ago in the Ye family. Ye Zhou, how dare you question the patriarch? Ye Zhou, emboldened by the patriarch's support, found newfound courage. An SSS-level awakener, such a resounding title indeed. Tell me, Ye Zhou, do you possess the audacity to challenge me, an awakener of an S-level ability, to a duel? Ye Zhou ignored the patriarch's darkening expression, disinterested in his reaction. Do you truly believe that merely possessing an S-level ability is sufficient to act arrogantly within the Ye family? Ye Zhou, shedding his usual facade, glared at Ye Zhou with palpable hatred, a jealousy that had festered since childhood. Ye Zhou, do you dare to engage in a life-and-death battle? Ye Zhou's gaze remained cold, devoid of any emotion as he fixed his stare on Ye Zhou. What do I have to fear? Ye Zhou had long harbored a desire for Ye Zhou's demise, yet he refrained from expressing it in the presence of Ye Weniang. However, today, emboldened by the patriarch's protection, he had decided to harbor murderous intent against Ye Zhou. On the arena, let us settle this once and for all. With that, Ye Zhou exited the banquet hall. Ye Weniang frowned, perplexed by his son's behavior. Master, the young master has merely awakened an S-level ability, whereas Ye Zhou possesses an SSS level. Such a life-and-death duel may prove disadvantageous for him. Old Zhao expressed his concerns to Ye Weniang. Fear not. Zhou is not one to act recklessly, Ye Weniang replied, though he too was worried. Yet, he had been observing the changes in Ye Zhou during this time. Humph. Seeking death. Ye Zhou let out a cold snort, filled with confidence in himself. Although Ye Zhou had rapidly ascended in both ranking and points, Ye Zhou was not without his own hidden cards. The arena of the Ye family was vast, typically utilized for sparring among family members. At this moment, aside from the Ye clan, all other guests were barred from entry. After all, this was a private matter for the Ye family, and regardless of the outcome, outsiders could not be permitted to witness it. Ye Zhou, I have long desired to eliminate you. What gives a worthless being like you the right to claim the finest resources of our clan? A useless individual who cannot awaken any abilities has no right to be the eldest son of the Ye family. Clutching a long spear, the eyes of Ye Zhou glinted with hatred and murderous intent. He had endured for a decade, and today, all his resentment towards Ye Zhou would erupt. Is this truly the Ye Zhou I once knew? Below the arena, Yi Qing gazed on in bewilderment. Ding. System task notification. faced with the challenge of his peer. As a man aspiring to become the strongest king, he must withstand the trial. Successfully slaying Ye Zhou would grant one lottery draw from the system. He is undoubtedly doomed. Ye Zhou let out a cold snort, a spirit-powered spear manifesting in his hand. The curved blade he had seized from the dark-clothed man felt somewhat ill-suited for him. Today, I shall show you what it means to be the pinnacle genius of the younger generation in Haiqing. As Ye Zhou's words fell, an orange-red flame ignited upon his spear. The SSS level ability he had awakened was the fire-based power known as Flames of the Inferno. The blazing spear lunged swiftly toward Ye Zhou, while a layer of flames gradually enveloped Ye Zhou. Chapter 53. Do you truly believe that you are the only one who has awakened an SSS level ability? As the flames drew nearer, Ye Zhou's expression remained unperturbed. A gust of wind surged around his spirit-powered spear. In the next moment, Ye Zhou's spear shot forth with unprecedented speed. Boom! The two spears collided in midair, producing a resounding explosion. A wave of spiritual energy radiated outward, causing Ye Zhou to stagger back several steps. Ye Zhou, did you not anticipate this? I am now a third-tier ability user. If it weren't for the need to conceal my true strength, how could a mere commoner like Bai Mengxue possibly surpass me? Ye Zhou sneered, further mocking Ye Zhou. What? Young Master Zhou is already a third-tier ability user? The onlookers, allied with the second branch, expressed astonishment, followed by a chorus of flattery and praise. Even the elder of the Ye family could not help but nod in approval. Ye Winda and Ye Zhou's mother raised her head with an air of arrogance. Her face contorted with fury as she glared at Ye Wentian. Zhounger, you must eliminate Ye Zhou. Ye Winda ground his teeth, harboring an intense hatred for both Ye Zhou and Ye Wentian. Yes, kill that little wretch Ye Zhou, echoed Ye Mother, equally seething with rage. Today, due to Ye Zhou, both had lost face in the eyes of the entire Haiqing, and they could not wish for anything more than Ye Zhou's demise. A third-level ability user. Master. The young master is merely a second-level ability user, and his awakened power is of S rank. Continuing this battle could be perilous. Allow me to intervene and interrupt the duel, suggested old Zhao, anxiety gnawing at him as he worried for Ye Zhou. Ye Wentian remained silent, frowning as he observed Ye Zhou on the stage. Upon hearing Ye Zhou declare himself a third-level ability user, he noticed no trace of panic on Ye Zhou's face. There's no need to rush. Zhou has a plan. Ye Wentian felt an inexplicable confidence in Ye Zhou, perhaps a natural trust that parents have in their children. Although he was indeed worried, he was certain he could rescue Ye Zhou in a critical moment, which was the primary reason for his composure. A third-level ability user? I am eager to witness just how formidable you truly are. Ye Zhou, undeterred by Ye Zhou, had yet to reveal his trump card. Whether it be the SSS level ability of Ice Enclosure or the SSS level ability of Spatial Storm, both were of the same caliber as Ye Zhou's SSS level ability, Blazing Inferno. Without hesitation, Ye Zhou took the initiative to strike. A rushing wind enveloped his legs, his speed reaching an apex in that moment. Dong, watching this scene, felt an odd sensation brewing within. Seeking death, Ye Zhou thought, believing his previous strike had sufficiently intimidated Ye Zhou. To his surprise, Ye Zhou continued his offensive. The fiery spear transformed, resembling a serpent of flames coiling around the weapon. As the fiery serpent emerged, Ye Zhou's pupils seemed to ignite with flames of their own. An S-ranked ability is but an ant before me. Now, let me show you that even awakened powers are mere refuse in my presence. With that, Ye Zhou stomped his foot upon the ground, propelling himself forward like a fiery serpent, targeting Ye Zhou's vital points. Who the true refuse is? It is still too early to declare, Ye Zhou thought, enveloped in the power of wind, a dragon of wind entwined around his spiritual spear. Humph, refuse is refuse. You have never possessed an SSS level ability and cannot fathom its might. Before an SSS level ability, all others pale in comparison. Ye Zhou's eyes were filled with derision and disdain. Boom. The two spears clashed once more in midair, the orange-red serpent of flames entangled with the wind dragon at their tips. A faint hiss of fire serpents and the roar of wind dragons echoed through the air, both forces locked in a tense stalemate, making it difficult to discern a clear victor. What could be the reason for this? Wasn't Ye Zhou merely a second-tier ability user? How could he possibly hold his ground against Zhong? Shouldn't he have been effortlessly crushed? Below the arena, observing the two adversaries in their deadlock, Ye Wendao's eyes flickered with confusion, while Ye Mu spoke up directly. Perhaps Zhonggu wishes to toy with him before delivering the fatal blow, she speculated. Yi Lin, hearing his mother's words, conjectured alongside her. Zhong'er could simply eliminate Ye Zhou outright. Yi Mu seemed to concur with this notion. Master, it appears that the young master has made some progress, old Zhao remarked, his previously tense heart now somewhat eased as he assessed the scene before him. As a 9th-tier ability user, he could discern the intricacies of the confrontation on the stage. Indeed, Yi Wentian nodded, yet a hint of concern crept into his expression. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resonated from the arena. Crack. Following this, a series of shattering sounds erupted. This is bad. Ye Zhou sensed the collapse of the spear formed from his spiritual energy and quickly summoned his power to evade to the side. Boom. Another deafening blast rang out. After shattering Ye Zhou's spear, Ye Zhou created a large crater in the ground. Ye Zhou's spear, a manifestation of his spiritual energy, could not withstand such intense confrontation. Yi Wentian had already discerned the issue, hence his furrowed brow. The young master had not awakened his abilities previously, and crafting a suitable weapon was not something that could be achieved in a fleeting moment. Old Zhao's previously calmed heart now rose to his throat once more. Zhong'er. Well done, Yi Wendao exclaimed, elated to see Ye Zhou in such disarray. Especially Yi Mu, who called out excitedly. Zhong'er, quickly eliminate Ye Zhou. Ye Zhou, is this your trump card? Although I am uncertain why your internal energy is so formidable, let me assure you that the might of an SSS level ability is beyond the comprehension of ordinary ability users like yourselves. However, you are fortunate, for I shall now amplify the power of my SSS level ability, Blazing Inferno, to its utmost, allowing you to truly experience its prowess. No sooner had Ye Zhou spoken than flames erupted around him, soaring to a height of 2 meters above his head, while flames spread beneath his feet. From a distance, it appeared as though 2 clouds of fire were converging upon Ye Zhou, one above and one below, forming a fiery cage intent on incinerating him entirely. Ye Zhou, do you see this? This is the true strength of an SSS level ability, Ye Zhou sneered, convinced of Ye Zhou's inevitable demise. Is that so? Do you truly believe that you are the only one to have awakened an SSS level ability? Ye Zhou retorted, his gaze filled with derision as he beheld the encroaching flames. Chapter 54. I am actually a triple attribute ability user. What do you mean? Ye Zhou was taken aback, only to witness a sudden surge of white, cold mist enveloping Ye Zhou. Subsequently, a blue layer of ice began to materialize beneath Ye Zhou's feet, extending towards the flames. In the next moment, a blue ice spear reappeared in Ye Zhou's hand. What? A dual attribute ability awakener? At the instant Ye Zhou unleashed his SSS level ability, ice envelopes the land. Everyone beneath the arena gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape, as if witnessing a ghost. He is, in fact, a dual attribute ability user. Unsurprisingly, the most astonished of all was Yi Qing. The young master is actually a dual attribute ability user. Lao Zhao was so astonished that his speech faltered. Zhou'er, how much more do you conceal from me? Why did you not inform me upon awakening your abilities? Yi Wentian's expression was a complex tapestry of shock, joy, confusion, and an underlying hint of concern. Ye Zhou, who had once been deemed a useless individual incapable of awakening abilities, was now revealed to be a dual attribute user. Someone, please explain to me what is happening, Yi Wentian implored, his gaze fixed on Ye Zhou, sensing the chilling aura emanating from him. His countenance darkened in an instant. The icy chill felt remarkably extraordinary, nearly rivaling Ye Zhou's SSS level ability, Flame of the Inferno. Could it be that Ye Zhou's other awakened ability is an ice-type SSS level power? As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Wentian's complexion turned ashen. He contemplated a troubling possibility. Today's events were orchestrated as a scheme against Ye Zhou and their branch of the family. However, he was uncertain if this scheme was devised by Yi Wentian himself or by Ye Zhou atop the arena. It certainly must be that boy's malicious idea. Yi Wentian would never engage in such treachery. As this realization washed over him, a chilling dread enveloped him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Husband, what should we do? Beside him, Yimu also sensed that something was amiss, particularly as she noticed her son's face turning pale when the blue ice manifested around Ye Zhou. Smack! In his current state of turmoil, Yi Wentian could no longer tolerate Yi Mu's incessant chatter, and with a swift motion, he silenced her. A dual ability user, and an ice-type ability at that, is certainly destined to bring great fortune to our Yi family. The elder Yi regarded Ye Zhou with a countenance filled with gratification. The previous aloofness had vanished entirely, as though he had always held deep affection for Ye Zhou. They must not come to harm. A dual SSS level ability user will undoubtedly ensure that our Yi family holds dominion over Haiqing in the future. The elder Ye's eyes sparkled with ambition, and in an instant, he appeared to have regained many years of youth. The remaining members of the Yi family were equally astounded, their jaws dropping in disbelief. They could never have anticipated that the once notorious wastrel of the Yi family would, in less than a month, transform into a top-tier genius awakened with dual abilities. Upon the arena, Ye Zhou gazed coldly at Ye Zhou. Is an SSS-level ability truly formidable? Regrettably, I possess it as well. As Ye Zhou spoke, he twirled his spear in the air, and suddenly, a gale surged from behind him. A pair of wings made of wind materialized at his back. Have you ever witnessed a spear technique descending from the heavens? Ye Zhou soared high, surpassing the height of the fiery clouds. Then, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a blue ice dragon emerged upon his spear. At that moment, the spiritual energy pool within 100 meters around Ye Zhou began to boil. In an instant, a third of the spiritual energy surged uncontrollably into the spear. The ice dragon, originally 5 meters long, instantly expanded to 15 meters. Its massive form glided through the air, allowing the crowd to discern the individual scales upon its body. A formidable sense of pressure emanated from the ice dragon, showcasing Ye Zhou's extraordinary mastery over his internal spiritual energy. The manifestation of spiritual energy into physical form is the ultimate test of an ability user's control. With a thunderous roar, the colossal ice dragon circled in the air before Ye Zhou raised his spear high and struck down towards the fiery clouds below. The dragon, accompanied by a mighty roar, lunged at the flames, an aura of extreme cold enveloping the surroundings as if the very air could freeze. Upon the moment of contact between the dragon and the flames, a resounding explosion echoed through the space. White smoke billowed upwards as the flames dissipated at a visible rate. Yet, the scales of the dragon began to melt under the searing heat, albeit at a pace noticeably faster than the flames' disappearance. On the ground, the flames and coldness engaged in a stalemate, both forces counteracting each other. In an instant, the arena was shrouded in a veil of white mist. Ye Zhou, you cannot defeat me. Ye Zhou watched as Ye Zhou stepped forth from the dense fog, having dispelled the sky's flames with ease. At that moment, Ye Zhou, with a pair of wings wrought from wind energy and a blue spear in hand, regarded Ye Zhou with an expression of utter indifference. What other tricks do you possess? A failure is eternally a failure, Ye Zhou scoffed, perceiving Ye Zhou merely as a treacherous scoundrel. I have not been defeated. I cannot be a failure. Even if you are a dual ability user, I will not concede, Ye Zhou retorted, his eyes bloodshot and his demeanor grotesquely fierce. Who told you I am merely a dual ability user? A wicked smile crept upon Ye Zhou's lips as a small spatial rift materialized before him. What? Ye Zhou was momentarily taken aback. However, before he could utter a word, a blue ice spear pierced through his chest. The ability. Replication. Ye Zhou feared that Ye Zhou might cry out in his final moments and expose him, so he swiftly covered his mouth with his hand, ensuring that no sound escaped. The reason Ye Zhou dared to employ the third type of ability was due to the thick mist that had enveloped the arena after their earlier clash, rendering it impossible for onlookers to discern the events unfolding within. Ye Zhou, I must concede that your strength is indeed formidable. Let us engage in 100 more rounds. To prevent the spectators from noticing any anomalies that might hinder his replication of Ye Zhou's SSS level ability, Ye Zhou, while covering Ye Zhou's mouth, raised his voice and shouted loudly. Amidst his impending demise, Ye Zhou, upon hearing such shameless words from Ye Zhou, despite having lost his strength and feeling the life ebbing away, glared at Ye Zhou with fury, his body struggling with all its might. Chapter 55. Avenge the grievances of years past useless. Give up your struggle. Before you attempt to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed. Ye Zhou firmly covered Ye Zhou's mouth and whispered into his ear. Gradually, Ye Zhou's body, once thrashing violently, ceased its struggles, his hands falling limply as he breathed his last. Fortunately, the ability had been successfully replicated. Looking at Ye Zhou's unblinking eyes, Ye Zhou exhaled deeply. Sensing the burning power within him, he nodded in satisfaction. Now, I possess 3 SSS level abilities. It is time to focus on enhancing my power. Otherwise, The spiritual energy within me may prove insufficient. Just moments ago, while utilizing spatial power, 2/3 of my spiritual energy was nearly depleted, allowing me to barely open a passageway that extended 10 meters forward. Engaging in combat with 3 abilities requires a greater reservoir of spiritual energy. As the replicated mist began to dissipate, a shadow was forcefully ejected from the fading fog, crashing heavily to the ground. When the crowd discerned the figure lying there, they collectively gasped in shock. Zhong'er! Oh, Zhong'er! 2 anguished cries echoed simultaneously. Yi Wenda and Yi Mu rushed towards Ye Zhou's lifeless body, while Yi Lin and Yi Qing stood pale, pulled close by their respective parents. With Ye Zhou now deceased, Ye Zhou emerged as a dual attribute ability user, one of which was an SSS level ability. Such talent would undoubtedly make him a focal point for cultivation and protection within the Yi family, destined to become the next head of the family. If tensions were to escalate with Ye Zhou at this moment, it would surely invite repercussions within the Yi family in the future. Oh, my Zhong'er, your death is so tragic. Ye Ma embraced the lifeless body, now growing cold and devoid of warmth, her expression gradually twisting into a grotesque mask of fury. Ye Zhou, how cruel your heart is. Zhong'er was your brother, yet you took his life. Raising her gaze, madness danced in her eyes. Ye Zhou, you have slaughtered my son. Today, I shall take your life. With that declaration, she charged directly at Ye Zhou, her eyes reflecting a terrifying madness. Impudent. Yet, before Yi Wentian could make a move, a voice, cold and aged, interjected first. As the chilling words resonated, Yi Wentian, who had been rushing towards Ye Zhou, found himself ensnared by an overwhelming force. Subsequently, his body was violently hurled away, crashing heavily against the ground. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Yi Wentian's complexion turned ashen. Old master, why do you stop me? Were you not the one who cherished Zhong'er the most? You even said you would let him become the head of the Yi family once he matured. Blood spilled from his lips, yet despair clouded his eyes. The second branch dared to oppose Yi Wentian only because of the old master's support. Humph. The second branch will always remain the second branch. How could it possibly govern the vast Yi family? Zhong'er is a dual attribute ability user. How could I allow you to end his life? The old master's gaze was frigid, showing no regard for past affections. Ha ha ha. Yi Wentian erupted into maniacal laughter upon hearing the old master's words. You have never cared for Zhong'er. Your only concern has always been his awakening of the SSS level ability. Your true interest has consistently been the Yi family. His fierce gaze bore down on the old master. Zhong'er's demise was merely an accident. If you choose to depart, I can let you leave. The old master sighed softly. Initially, Ye Zhou could not awaken his abilities, while Ye Zhou had awakened the SSS level power. He had indeed chosen to support Ye Zhou in secret, providing him with ample resources. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Ye Zhou to become a level 3 ability user at such a young age. However, Ye Zhou's recent emergence had unveiled a brighter future, compelling him to protect Ye Zhou from any harm for the sake of the family's future. Old fool, cease your pretense. Yi Wentian gradually rose, a mocking glint flashing in his eyes. Today, as Ye Zhou has slain my son, I shall take vengeance, even at the cost of my own life. Xiaolan, behold. Suddenly, he bellowed, charging toward the old master. Ye Ma was already prepared, the moment Yi Wentian made his move. She lunged at Ye Zhou. Humph, unaware of your own demise. The old master snorted disdainfully, extending a frail arm, and in an instant, Yi Wentian found himself grasped by the throat. Meanwhile, Yi Wentian directly confronted Ye Ma, a long sword piercing through her abdomen and emerging from her back. Yi Wentian, may you and your son meet a wretched end. Ye Ma uttered her final, venomous curse before succumbing to darkness. Humph, you wretched woman, you should have perished long ago. With a swift kick, Yi Wentian sent her flying. Old fool, the Yi family will surely meet its demise. I curse the downfall of the Yi clan. Yi Wentian gazed upon his slain wife, and a profound sense of mortality flickered within his eyes. Humph, the Yi family is beyond your curses. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in the aged and murky eyes of the elder Yi. Crack. With a firm grip, Yi Wentian's neck was snapped, and he was carelessly discarded like refuse. Wentian, do you still blame me? At that moment, the elder Yi suddenly turned his gaze toward Yi Wentian. The younger generation dares not. Yi Wentian's expression was cold and distant. Wentian, I admit that I acted thoughtlessly regarding Rur's matter. Now that the three of them have met a tragic end, cannot you find it in your heart to forgive me? The elder Ye's eyes brimmed with remorse as he spoke. Humph, how dare you mention Ruayer? Had it not been for my misplaced trust in you, I would never have entrusted the pregnant Ruayer to you. If I had not given Ruayer into your care, how could she have fallen victim to the treachery of Ye Zhou and his wife, ultimately leading to her tragic death during childbirth? For all these years, I have quietly investigated this matter while you, in your pursuit of the so-called awakening of the SSS level ability in Ye Zhou, have aided them at every turn. You even destroyed numerous pieces of evidence to hinder my inquiries into the events of that year. Do you think that my inaction over the years was due to a lack of evidence? Hatred and tears mingled in Ye Zhou's eyes. For today he finally avenged his deceased wife. Father. At that moment, Ye Zhou approached Ye Zhou and softly called out. Ye Zhou was acutely aware that the Ye Zhou family was responsible for his mother's death during childbirth, as well as the root cause of the original host's inability to awaken abilities. Chapter 56, A Strike Against the Heavenly Society. It was precisely for this reason that today, on the occasion of the elder Ye's grand birthday celebration, the Ye Zhou family was to be executed. Zhou, you know I harbor no selfish intentions. Everything I do is for the continuation of the Ye family. The elder Ye's eyes reflected a sense of helplessness. All his actions within the Ye family were aimed at its betterment, including his covert support for Ye Zhou. However, such actions could also be perceived as ruthless. Since it is for the Ye family, a significant operation will take place tonight, requiring your expertise to oversee. Ye Zhou preferred not to engage further. Very well. The elder Ye nodded in agreement, aware of Ye Zhou's intentions for the night. This matter must remain undisclosed to outsiders, especially given that Ye Zhou is a dual attribute ability user. Any breach of this confidentiality will be dealt with according to family rules. Ye Zhou's icy gaze swept across the assembly. Let it be as Zhou has decreed. From now on, the Ye family shall be under his command. The elder Ye nodded in support. Indeed, the family head, upon witnessing the support of the esteemed elder Ye for Ye Zhou, the Ye family felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, silencing any rebellious thoughts they might have harbored. Thus, the meticulously plotted scheme of vengeance reached its irrevocable conclusion. Subsequently, the members of the Ye family returned to the banquet hall, each adorned with genuine smiles. The absence of 3 individuals was a topic best left unspoken. Those present were seasoned veterans of the social arena, adept at reading the room. The ensuing birthday celebration was filled with merriment. With the elder Ye entirely forgetting his prior disdain for Ye Zhou, he now grasped Ye Zhou's hand, extolling him as a dragon among men and heralding a future replete with promise. Ye Zhou maintained a courteous yet somewhat awkward smile, which persisted until the festivities drew to a close, leaving his facial muscles somewhat stiff from the strain of his forced cheer. As Ye Zhou rubbed his face in an attempt to alleviate the stiffness, a voice, tinged with both awkwardness and reluctance, broke through the revelry. Ye Zhou, I acknowledge my previous missteps, and we extend our apologies to you. Turning to see Yi Qing and Yi Lin, their faces flushed. He realized it was Yi Qing who spoke. I do not accept, Ye Zhou declared, promptly departing the banquet hall. He had more pressing matters to attend to than engaging in idle chatter with 2 individuals he deemed inconsequential. The Tiandi society was not to be trifled with. Its influence in Linlong Kingdom was formidable, with numerous branches established across various cities. Their faction in Haiqing was bifurcated. One group was clandestinely mining spiritual stones in the Shaonan Mountain, while the other sought to sow discord within Haiqing, aiming to profit from the ensuing chaos and ultimately destabilize the entire city. Assassinating Ye Zhou was but one facet of their grand design, and their failure had only resulted in the annihilation of the Zhou family and the family of Ye Wenda. The head of the family, the Tiandi society, had operatives stationed in 2 locations within Haiqing, one near the bustling Nanshan Street, not far from the Bar District, and another at the rear mountains of Shaonan, where they were extracting spiritual stones. Old Zhao, holding an investigative report, turned to Ye Wentian. How goes the arrangement with the Yi Wei? He inquired, following the master's instructions. We have utilized the guise of the elder's birthday to send our elite Yi Wei in 2 separate teams. Just now, the 2 commanders relayed that they have reached their designated locations and are awaiting your command, Old Zhao replied, his eyes brimming with a palpable animosity towards the Tiandi society. The society's power should not be underestimated. Although investigations revealed that only 2 level 9 ability users were stationed in Haiqing, caution was paramount. I will send the elder to Shaonan Mountain, Securing the spiritual stone mines would confer immense advantages upon the Ye family, and we cannot afford failure, Ye Wentian stated, his expression inscrutable. What about the young master? Uncle Zhao inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. This venture against the Tiandi society was undeniably perilous. He hoped the elder would ensure the young master's safety. Ye Wentian contemplated for a moment before responding. Indeed, master. Following a day of merriment, the Ye family descended into a profound silence. In the vicinity of the Little South Mountain, at the rear mountain, I had warned you against taking risks. Yet you chose to disregard my counsel. Now, we have inadvertently alarmed the enemy so early, and both the Yi and Wang families are likely already on high alert. Within a hastily constructed wooden cabin beside the spiritual stone mine at the rear mountain, two middle-aged men clad in black robes sat facing each other. This was my oversight. I never anticipated that such a trifling scion would prove so challenging to eliminate. A frail, hoarse voice interjected. Humph, Zhu He. I have long cautioned you that High City is not as simple as you presume. Yet, you were dismissive, relying solely on your cousin. The speaker, Su Yan, wore a somber expression. He had recently ascended to the position of a hall master within the Heavenly Society and had come to High City to expand the influence of a new faction. Zhu He, the hoarse-voiced man, was dispatched by the headquarters to assist him in establishing this new faction. However, Zhu He, emboldened by his cousin's status as a seasoned hall master, often disregarded Su Yan's directives. This was merely an unforeseen circumstance. I did not anticipate that the old servant beside Ye Zhou would also be a level 9 ability user. Zhu He, having been injured by old Zhao, felt a sense of vexation. Zhu He, your disruption of my plans has compelled me to request your reassignment back to the headquarters, Su Yan stated. His demeanor remarkably calm as he regarded Zhu He. What do you mean by this, Su Yan? Zhu He glared at him with ill intent. Your failure to heed my orders has led to the collapse of our plans to control High City, which significantly impacts the headquarters strategy, Su Yan retorted with a cold chuckle. He had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Zhu He, considering himself the rightful authority as the hall master in High City. Su Yan had contemplated removing him several times. And had it not been for Zhu He's cousin being a hall master, he would likely have already faced dire consequences. Su Yan, I merely failed in an assassination attempt. This has no bearing on our control over High City. Are you not afraid of me informing my cousin? Zhu He's countenance darkened. No bearing? Zhu He, have you not engaged your intellect? Ye Zhou is the most cherished son of Ye Wentian. When he is attacked, do you truly believe Ye Wentian will remain passive? Su Yan was incensed, realizing he had an incompetent ally by his side. The Ye family, while formidable in High City, posed little threat to the Heavenly Society. I cannot fathom Ye Wentian daring to strike against us. If he did, would he not fear our retribution? If you genuinely believe this, you greatly underestimate Ye Wentian. Prior to my arrival in High City, I conducted a covert investigation into him. Ye Wentian is exceptionally astute and decisive in his actions. Ye Zhou's biological mother was the woman he cherished most, and Ye Zhou is her sole descendant. Had the assassination been successful, Ye Wentian might have succumbed to madness, providing an opportunity for his demise. However, with the failure of the attempt, it is certain that, given Ye Wentian's nature, he will exact vengeance upon our heaven and earth society. Su Yan's extensive explanations serve merely to prompt Zhu He to depart sooner. Are you suggesting he will retaliate against us in the coming days? Zhu He inquired, still harboring doubt. Today marks the 80th birthday of the Yi family's patriarch, and Ye Wentian is likely preoccupied with the festivities. I speculate that the Yi family will likely strike against us tomorrow. Su Yan has indeed studied Ye Wentian closely. Humph. A mere Yi family. Should they dare approach, let them come and not return. Zhu He remained unconvinced by Su Yan's assertions. Patriarch, young master. The spirit stone vein lies just ahead, a voice reported. In the shadowy depths of the Little South Mountain, a group of cloaked figures, armed with uniform sabers, moved silently through the darkened forest. Old Zhao, have the scouts been dealt with? Ye Zhou inquired quietly, acutely aware of the hidden sentinels within the woods. Rest assured, young master, their scouts are under our surveillance and can be eliminated without a sound at any moment. Old Zhao replied confidently. Ye Zhou's grandfather remained silent, merely nodding in approval at Ye Zhou's leadership. Eliminate the scouts discreetly. We must not alert those at the spirit stone vein, Ye Zhou commanded, as they were now in close proximity to their target. Continuing forward posed a risk of detection. prompting Ye Zhou to order the elimination of the Heaven and Earth Society scouts. Young master, fear not. Old Zhao's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. For daring to assassinate the young master, they shall pay a bloody price. Old Zhao had always regarded Ye Zhou as his own grandson. While an attempt on his life was tolerable, one against Ye Zhou was utterly unacceptable. Engage and eliminate those sentinels, Old Zhao whispered. The eyes had been extinguished without raising alarm. Shortly thereafter, Ye Zhou's earpiece crackled with two low voices. Continue to lie in wait, maintain vigilance. After imparting a few more instructions, Ye Zhou led the cloaked figures onward. Before long, they arrived at the location of the scouts, where two lifeless bodies lay on the ground, their throats slit. Not far ahead, faint glimmers of light were visible. The spirit stone vein lies just ahead. Leave none of the Heaven and Earth Society alive. Ye Zhou's gaze turned icy as he issued the order. Understood, young master, Ye Wei responded softly. This marked Ye Zhou's first joint operation alongside Ye Wei. The Ye Wei were not defiant. Rather, they cooperated seamlessly under his command. Under Ye Zhou's leadership, they cautiously advanced toward the spirit stone vein. As they drew closer, the sounds of stone being quarried faintly reached their ears. On either side of the mine's entrance stood 20 small wooden cabins, from which light emanated. Outside the wooden cabin, a patrol team of 7 or 8 men was making rounds between the structures. Kill. Leave none alive. Ye Zhou's cold command echoed through the air. In an instant, 8 of his guards stood up, each wielding a longbow crafted from an unknown black metal. The next moment, arrows of various hues ignited on the bows. Whoosh! A flurry of arrows pierced through the air, aimed directly at the 7 patrolling men. Which audacious scoundrel dares to assault the stronghold of the Heavenly Society? However, just as the 8 arrows were about to strike their targets, a powerful force obliterated the central wooden cabin. A figure soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the arrows, which had been flying swiftly, were abruptly frozen in midair, unable to advance even a fraction. An extraordinary domain, wielded by a transcendent being. Ye Lao Yi furrowed his brows and stepped forth, instantly appearing before the figure. Ah, a transcendent being, Su Yin remarked, his expression tightening as he regarded the white-haired elder before him. This one is mine. You all go and eliminate the others. Ye Zhou had initially intended to seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack while the Heavenly Society was unprepared, but he had not anticipated the presence of a transcendent being guarding them. Such a being could manifest an extraordinary domain, rendering them nearly invincible within its confines. Only a stronger extraordinary domain could counter it. Kill! Ye Zhou shouted, his voice brimming with murderous intent. Under Uncle Zhao's leadership, the guards charged toward the members of the Heavenly Society. Naturally, Ye Zhou also joined the fray, but he did not act recklessly. After all, he was merely a level 2 ability user. Rushing in blindly would be tantamount to courting death. Yi family's elder, Su Yin gazed at the aged figure before him, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Is the Heavenly Society so audacious as to dare assassinate even the descendants of the Yi family? The elder's gaze was icy, filled with a palpable murderous intent. He had not anticipated Yi Wentian's speed to be so formidable. He had underestimated the situation. Observing the members of the Heavenly Society falling into a disadvantage at the first clash, Su Yin felt no anger, only a twinge of guilt. You were the one who led the assassination against my young master that day. At that moment, Uncle Zhao zeroed in on Zhu He. Upon seeing the elder Zhao, who had previously injured him, Zhu He turned to flee in terror. Today, you won't be able to escape. Uncle Zhao struck with a fist aimed squarely at Zhu He. Having already been injured by Uncle Zhao, and still recovering, Zhu He knew he was no match for him and attempted to flee. However, Uncle Zhao harbored deep-seated hatred and would not allow him to escape. Meanwhile, Ye Zhou also penetrated the crowd, but under the deliberate guidance of Chun, Xia, Qiu, and Dong. All ability users below level 3 were left to Ye Zhou. As he faced a burly man in black, Ye Zhou's eyes blazed with fierce flames. A powerful battle intent erupted from him as he gripped the long spear he had acquired from Ye Zhou. Youngster, you are merely a level 2 ability user. Yet you dare to underestimate me. Ye Wei's actions, along with those of the 4 seasons, are evident to any discerning observer, which is why this level 3 ability user claims that Ye Zhou looks down upon him. Humph, just a trifling level 3 ability user. I have slain many like you before. Ye Zhou snorted coldly and struck first. a gust of wind swirling beneath his feet as a dragon of wind swiftly manifested atop his spear. Such bravado at such a tender age. Allow me, an elder, to teach you a lesson in humility today. The burly man grunted in response, his muscles bulging rapidly, and he swung a massive hammer weighing 1,000 pounds toward Ye Zhou, a strength-type ability user. Ye Zhou remained unfazed, yet the wind howled around his feet as he evaded the burly man's colossal hammer in an instant, reappearing at his side. In the next moment, a flash of spear light pierced through the giant's body. Only a fool would engage you in a direct confrontation. Without even glancing at the burly man, Ye Zhou withdrew his spear and advanced toward his next opponent. Boom! The giant's lifeless body crashed to the ground, filled with reluctance. The strength of the Heavenly Earth Society is indeed formidable, as most present are ability users of level 3 or higher, with very few at level 2. Moreover, most of them are engaged in mining spiritual stones in the earth veins. The Heavenly Earth Society, being newcomers, could never trust the locals of Haiqing. Without hesitation, Ye Zhou followed the path cleared by the Four Seasons and the elite Ye Wei, charging towards the cavern. At this moment, members of the Heavenly Earth Society, alerted by the commotion, rushed out wielding weapons. Kill! Ye Zhou, spear in hand, exuded a presence reminiscent of Zhao Zilong, the legendary warrior. A glimmer of cold light heralded his strike, and the spear shot forth like a dragon. With each use of the spear, Ye Zhou gradually unraveled its intricacies. A level 3 ability user from the Heavenly Earth Society, having just exited the spiritual stone mine, was met with a flicker of silver light before him. Without time to think, he hastily erected an earthen wall before himself. Ability users capable of mining in the caverns usually have powers related to earth, wood, or stone. The Earth-type level 3 ability user underestimated Ye Zhou. The spear, propelled by a gust of wind, pierced through the earthen wall, simultaneously penetrating the chest of the Earth-type user and emerging from his back. Blood dripped from the spear tip, startling a nearby ability user. However, that individual reacted swiftly, encasing himself in a layer of stone skin. In the next moment, a pair of stone fists rapidly struck toward Ye Zhou. Observing this, Ye Zhou deftly flicked the spear, hurling the corpse toward the stone fists. Boom! Crack! The sound of shattering bones and tearing flesh echoed. The body of the Earth-type ability user was violently split in half by those stone fists, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground. Roar! A haunting dragon's roar echoed through the air as Ye Zhou wielded his spear, performing 2 elegant flourishes. A spectral wind dragon roared forth from the weapon, and with a swift thrust, he aimed it at the pair of stone fists. Crack! In an instant, shards of stone flew in all directions, prompting the 3rd-tier ability user to retreat hastily. Despite his efforts, Ye Zhou's strike severed his hand. However, just as Ye Zhou prepared to pursue, a stone the size of a millstone hurtled toward him from the depths of the spirit stone mine. Alongside this formidable stone, a thick stone spike lurked, concealed behind the millstone. Observing this, Ye Zhou deftly transformed his thrust into a slicing motion, unleashing a brilliant beam of light that cleaved the millstone in two. Whoosh! At that very moment, a stone spike shot towards Ye Zhou's throat. Alarmed, he sensed the danger as he split the millstone and quickly conjured a blade of wind to counter the spike. Bang! The wind blade collided with the stone spike, leading to a mutual dissolution of their forces. Then, Ye Zhou beheld 2 figures, one tall and one short, one stout and one slender, emerging from the mine's entrance. The ability user he had named lingered behind them. "Kid, you possess some skill," the duo remarked with malicious intent as they stepped forth, their expressions revealing their surprise. After all, their earlier ambush, concealed with lethal intent, had been so effortlessly thwarted by this seemingly 18-year-old youth. "You two are quite treacherous," Ye Zhou remarked, narrowing his eyes at them. Their appearances were almost identical, save for their differing heights and weights. They were as if carved from the same mold. "Treacherous, indeed a fitting description. One I rather appreciate," the slender one replied, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. As he spoke, he placed his hands against the mountain wall outside the cave. A radiant yellow light burst forth as a stone, as large as a door, dislodged itself from the rock face. "Brother, today we shall teach this brat a lesson," the stout ability user declared, pressing a hand against the wall and pulling out 5 1-meter-long stone spikes, which floated ominously before him. "Eliminate him." The colossal stone was hurled toward Ye Zhou. Furrowing his brow, Ye Zhou rotated his spear and, with a graceful motion, redirected the massive rock aside. Swish! At that moment, 5 more piercing sounds sliced through the air. Without hesitation, Ye Zhou wielded his spear, creating a dense flurry of spear shadows that shattered the 5 stone spikes into dust. However, just as he demolished the spikes, he felt the ground tremble beneath him. Without delay, he summoned the wings of wind, propelling himself swiftly upward. Boom! A patch of earth was lifted by a lanky figure and hurled towards Ye Zhou, who narrowly evaded the projectile. A tremendous crash resonated as the earth struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. At that moment, while Ye Zhou was engaged in combat with 2 adversaries, Zhu could not escape and was directly struck down to the ground by a punch from old Zhao. With a spurt of blood, Zhu exclaimed, "My cousin is the leader of the Tiandi society. Do you Ye family members not fear the repercussions of your actions?" He understood that fleeing was no longer a viable option. The elderly man before him attacked with the ferocity of a rabid dog. Zhu uttered those words in a desperate attempt to invoke the Tiandi society's name, hoping to barter for a sliver of mercy. Humph! What nonsense about the Tiandi society. You dare to assassinate our young master. You are courting death. Old Zhao countered, launching another fierce punch at Zhu. Despite the pain coursing through him, Zhu gritted his teeth and retaliated against old Zhao. The impact sent him hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed through 2 or 3 large trees before finally coming to a halt. To dare to assassinate my family's young master. This is the price you pay. At this moment, old Zhao's right arm was also bleeding. He was engaging in a brutal exchange of injuries with Zhu. From the outset, Zhu was filled with trepidation and thus could not hope to match old Zhao's ferocity. In a life-and-death struggle, any hint of hesitation would lead to inevitable defeat. You cannot kill me. My cousin is a formidable power in the extraordinary realm. Once he learns of the events in Haiqing, he will surely come to annihilate the Ye family. Zhu, gravely injured, felt the crushing pain in his chest where old Zhao's punch had caved in, with ribs likely broken beyond count. Your cousin? Bah! If he dares to come to Haiqing, he will meet the same fate as you. Mark my words, old Zhao replied. With that, he raised his right arm and unleashed a full-force punch aimed at Zhu. Chapter 59, Extraordinary Realm, Divine Fire Realm, How Dare You? High above, as old Zhao prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Zhu, Su Yan, who had been locked in a standoff with the elder Ye, could no longer remain passive. Zhu was not an ordinary member of the Tiandi society. His cousin was a seasoned leader of the organization. Although he was a formidable being in the extraordinary realm, there were significant disparities even among those of such power. Su Yan raised his hand, unleashing a streak of luminous energy toward old Zhao. Your opponent is me, he declared. The elder Ye would not allow Su Yan to act unimpeded. With a mere gesture, he halted the spiritual light Su Yan had conjured in midair. In the next instant, it erupted, dissipating into countless motes of light. Humph! Extraordinary realm, divine fire realm. Su Yan scoffed, and in an instant, flames engulfed the rear mountain of the Shaonan mountain, transforming the area into an inferno. At that moment, both Ye Zhou and the members of the Tiandi society found themselves enveloped in a realm of fire, showcasing the devastating power of an extraordinary being. Once ensnared within the realm of the extraordinary, we are rendered as insignificant as ants, at the mercy of others. Old Zhao gasped in alarm. No sooner had he uttered his words than the flames, as if possessing their own sentience, surged directly towards the Ye family. Humph! Merely a newly anointed extraordinary dares to toy with realms before me. The venerable Ye patriarch emitted a cold snort, and in an instant, the flames that had been charging towards the Ye family froze in midair. Concurrently, a force of gravity descended, obliterating the fiery domain. A gravity domain. The pinnacle of a primary extraordinary. Su Yan's complexion turned ashen, disbelief etched upon his face as he gazed at the Ye patriarch. How could such a master exist in Haiqing? With his extraordinary domain shattered, Su Yan felt the backlash reverberate through his body. I have warned against meddling in the affairs of the younger generation. You have crossed the line. The Ye patriarch offered no reply, his expression a mask of indifference as he fixed his gaze upon Su Yan. I can withdraw from Haiqing, Su Yan hastily declared. Among extraordinary beings, even the slightest disparity translates into monumental differences. He was but a novice in the extraordinary domain, while the Ye patriarch before him had already attained perfection in the primary extraordinary realm, poised to ascend to the mid-tier at any moment. Haiqing is not a place where you may come and go at will. The patriarch had no intentions of sparing Su Yan. To dare to act against Ye Zhou, the heir he valued most, regardless of Su Yan's status as a hall master of the Tiandi society, was an offense that warranted death. Should the Tiandi society truly dare to retaliate, they would have to consider the destructive potential of an extraordinary being. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom would never condone the Tiandi society's wanton behavior. As the Ye patriarch concluded, he made no visible move, yet Su Yan's expression shifted, his entire being igniting in blue flames. Do you truly wish for mutual destruction? Su Yan seethed with rage. He had already contemplated withdrawing from Haiqing, yet the old man before him showed no signs of relent. Just you? The Ye patriarch stamped his foot, conjuring an invisible barrier of gravity that ensnared Su Yan. Once airborne, Su Yan began to descend slowly under the oppressive force of the gravity domain. The blue flames enveloping him writhed, as if seeking to break free. But under the weight of gravity, it was utterly futile. Leave him to me. You continue to hunt down the members of the Tiandi society. The Ye patriarch held no disdain for ordinary extraordinary beings. Die! Old Zhao bellowed, delivering a punch that sent Zhu He flying. He then pursued relentlessly, unleashing a flurry of blows. Only when Zhu He lay sprawled on the ground like a broken doll did he cease. Meanwhile, as they regained control of the situation, another squad of Ye guards, led by Ye Wentian, launched a surprise attack on the Tiandi society members on Nanshan Street. Caught off guard, Ye Wentian and his team advanced with remarkable ease. The Tiandi society had acquired an abandoned parking lot on Nanshan Street, using it as their stronghold in Haiqing. Ye Wentian led his men in a sudden assault, catching the Tiandi society completely unprepared. Within the desolate parking lot, the members of the Heavenly Society were not particularly skilled. With only a solitary level 9 ability user holding the fort, Ye Wentian swiftly dispatched the level 9 user and subsequently slaughtered all the members of the Heavenly Society. In no time, the parking lot was strewn with corpses, the air thick with the scent of blood. Meanwhile, Ye Zhou, as old Zhao dealt with Zhu He, found himself once again confronted by a pair of twin brothers, one tall and one short. Should they have faced an ordinary level 3 ability user, the twins would have likely claimed victory. However, Ye Zhou was no ordinary individual. A massive boulder hurtled toward him, but he unfurled his wings and ascended into the air in an instant. With a swift motion, 5 stone spikes launched from behind the boulder, yet Ye Zhou was well prepared. A flurry of wind blades had already been summoned, shattering the stone spikes with ease. Without pausing, Ye Zhou, empowered by the force of the wind, moved with remarkable speed. A roaring wind dragon coiled around his spear as it surged forth towards his adversary. The lanky opponent remained unfazed, pressing his hands to the ground and, with a forceful tug, conjured a stone wall over 20 centimeters thick to shield himself. Observing this, Ye Zhou felt the energy within him ignite. With a resounding dragon's roar, he unleashed a spear strike. The thick stone wall shattered into countless fragments in an instant, debris flying in all directions. After cleaving through the wall with his spear, Ye Zhou's wings flared, and he vanished from sight. In the next moment, he charged towards the stout man. The stout man, witnessing Ye Zhou's approach, rapidly gestured, summoning a multitude of stone spikes behind him, no less than several dozen. As Ye Zhou closed in, the spikes hurtled towards him, targeting vital points across his body. Ye Zhou, however, danced gracefully with his spear, dismantling the stone spikes while drawing nearer to the stout man. From the recent exchange, Ye Zhou had discerned that the stout man's awakened ability resembled that of a marksman, suited for ranged assaults. Thus, it was logical for him to engage in close combat. For a marksman would naturally fear a warrior, a fundamental truth. The spear in Ye Zhou's grasp moved like a soaring dragon, deftly obliterating all stone spikes launched by the stout man. As Ye Zhou pressed forward, the stout man began to feel genuine trepidation. His ability, classified as B-grade, allowed him to transform stones into arrows for ranged attacks. This power was indeed formidable. Wherever stones were present, he would hold the advantage. Yet, he faced Ye Zhou who, although not yet a level 3 ability user, possessed a reservoir of energy far exceeding that of an average level 3 user. Thus, he was equipped to contend with his level 3 foes. In the case of an ordinary level 3 user, a single strike would suffice to claim victory. Chapter 60, The Slaying of the Twin Brother's Second Brother, Save Me. As Ye Zhou drew closer, the stout man anxiously cast a glance at the tall, slender figure beside him. In response, the tall man unleashed his extraordinary powers, extracting a massive cylindrical stone pillar from the wall to sweep horizontally towards Ye Zhou. Observing this, Ye Zhou unfurled his wings and swiftly ascended, employing a descending shooting technique once more. The shot was rapid, akin to a flash of lightning, and with the enhancement of wind power, it appeared before the stout man in mere moments. "Second brother, help me." The stout man launched a barrage of stone spikes. Yet they were obliterated into dust by Ye Zhou's gunfire. With a piercing sound, the long spear in Ye Zhou's grasp pierced through the stout man's chest after shattering all the stone spikes. "Elder brother." The tall man's eyes widened in fury upon witnessing this scene. The two twins, inseparable in their endeavors, shared an unbreakable bond. "You dare to kill my brother? I will make you pay." With bloodshot eyes, the tall man succumbed to madness, commanding the thick stone pillar towards Ye Zhou with reckless abandon. As the pillar charged, Ye Zhou chose not to evade. Once his spear had gathered sufficient power, he thrust it forward. The spear whistled through the air and collided with the stone pillar. Boom! In the next moment, the spear shattered the top of the pillar, progressively crushing it layer by layer into nothingness. From a distance, one could see Ye Zhou wielding his spear, demolishing the pillar and subsequently piercing through the tall man's abdomen. With a swift motion, Ye Zhou's spear unleashed a tremendous force, tearing the slender man apart. This harrowing sight left the members of the Heavenly Society, who had emerged from the cavern, feeling a chill in their hearts. The two men had been the strongest within the mine, and now their demise signaled that the remaining members stood no chance against Ye Zhou's might. Although the Ye family had come prepared, their initial ambush had faltered due to the presence of formidable supernatural beings. Nevertheless, the overall strength of the Ye family was superior to that of the newly established branch of the Heavenly Society. While Ye Zhou dealt with the twin brothers, the rest of the Ye family had already decimated the members of the Heavenly Society. Only one was left, engaged in a stalemate with the patriarch of the Ye family. But judging by Su Yan's condition, he would not last much longer. After Ye Zhou had vanquished the last few foes, he charged into the spirit stone mine. The entrance was narrow, but after traversing a few meters, he found himself in a spacious hall specifically carved out for this purpose. The hall was filled with various tools, and a nearby room had been designated for the storage of spirit stones. Inside, numerous large redwood boxes were neatly arranged. Approaching, Ye Zhou opened one, and in an instant, a brilliant light emanated, nearly blinding him. "So many spirit stones!" Ye Zhou exclaimed, elated. He had thought that the Celestial Society would have transported the mined spirit stones away, but to his surprise, they remained within the mine. He hurriedly opened all the remaining rosewood boxes. Each box was meticulously filled with spirit stones. Clearly, the spirit stone vein in the lesser southern mountain was a rich deposit, and he wondered how the Celestial Society had discovered its existence. Who was lurking in the shadows? Just then, a cold voice pierced through the silence, accompanied by a slender, supple sword pointed towards the depths of the cave. As soon as the words left Dong's lips, the three women, Spring, Summer, and Autumn, swiftly stepped forward to shield Ye Zhou behind them. Suddenly, the clanking of chains echoed, and a disheveled figure emerged from the depths of the mine, weak and filthy. "Save me! Save me!" The man's voice was hoarse, nearly inaudible. Observing this, Ye Zhou passed directly through the protective barrier formed by the four women. "Young master, be careful," Summer cautioned, her concern palpable. "It's nothing." Ye Zhou could see that the man before him was in a state of extreme weakness, especially given the heavy shackles binding his wrists and ankles. "Who are you?" Ye Zhou inquired, his eyes brimming with curiosity. He never anticipated that a peculiar individual would be imprisoned within the Spirit Stone mine. "I am from Xia City, abducted by the Celestial Society." The disheveled man managed to lift his head with great difficulty, his voice barely a whisper. "Xia City," Ye Zhou exclaimed, recognizing it as one of the 10 largest cities in the Dragon Kingdom, teeming with people and formidable experts. "The Celestial Society captured you and brought you to Haicheng." Ye Zhou frowned, sensing there was more to the story. "The Celestial Society is malevolent. They seized me when I was unguarded and imprisoned me in this spirit stone mine," the filthy man explained. Ye Zhou's frown deepened further. He was skeptical of the man's words. There were too many inconsistencies. "Speak. Who exactly are you? Otherwise, I shall end your life." He pressed the tip of his spear against the man's throat, a mere inch away from piercing it. Clank. The sound of chains rattling filled the air as the disheveled man retreated a few steps in alarm. "Young brother, we were having a civil conversation. Why resort to violence?" He brushed aside his unkempt hair, revealing a middle-aged face, though his expression was tinged with embarrassment. Humph. You are adorned with shackles. Clearly, the Celestial Society regards you highly, indicating that you must be no ordinary person. Ye Zhou retracted his spear, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the man. Since you are so astute, I shall not conceal the truth from you. My awakened ability is rather peculiar. Though I possess no combat prowess, I can sense the presence of spirit stone veins. This is why that scoundrel Su Yan abducted me to this remote Haicheng. The middle-aged man ceased his pretense, reaching to unfasten the shackles binding him. Alas, originally, I contemplated that by adorning myself in such a disheveled manner, I might elicit your sympathy and subsequently secure my release. Unexpectedly, I found myself lifting a stone only to have it fall upon my own foot. Young brother, I am Xia Yusheng. May I inquire which esteemed young master hails from Haicheng? Xia Yusheng shed his disguise, presenting himself with utmost seriousness. Simultaneously, he discerned that Ye Zhou's status in Haicheng was anything but simple. The presence of bodyguards upon his departure served as the most compelling evidence, particularly when they were four strikingly beautiful protectors. The Ye family, Ye Zhou. Ye Zhou, however, did not conceal his identity. Should Xia Yusheng truly possess the extraordinary ability to locate spirit stone veins, it would be of paramount importance to any faction. Spirit stones form the foundation for enhancing the powers of extraordinary individuals. Thus, having an adept capable of uncovering such veins would exponentially elevate the strength of that faction in a remarkably short span. This realization prompted Ye Zhou to abruptly alter his demeanor and reveal his name. Chapter 61. S-Class Ability. The Spirit Qi Network. The Ye family is indeed the foremost family in Haicheng. Xia Yusheng appeared utterly astonished. Yet, Ye Zhou remained indifferent to his thoughts. If he genuinely possessed that ability, the Ye family's might would undoubtedly witness a significant enhancement, which would also benefit him. His desire to amplify his strength required an exorbitant amount of spirit stones compared to others. Contemplating this, Ye Zhou's expression shifted suddenly. He donned a broad smile and, without a hint of reluctance, draped an arm over Xia Yusheng's shoulder. Since Brother Xia was abducted by the Heavenly Society, we share a common adversary. The enemy of my enemy is a friend, and as friends, it is only fitting that you stay at the Ye residence for 3 to 5 years. On the surface, Ye Zhou jested, yet covertly, he commenced the replication of Xia Yusheng's extraordinary ability. Replication, Ye Zhou murmured inwardly. Regardless of the veracity of Xia Yusheng's claims, securing his ability first would be prudent. You are correct, Brother Ye. The enemy's enemy is indeed a friend. Upon our first meeting, I felt a connection between us. Since you consider me a brother, I shall certainly visit your home for a few days, Xia Yusheng declared as he grasped Ye Zhou's hand. His tone and expression conveyed an authenticity akin to that of true brothers. Such remarkable acting. Even Ye Zhou found himself silently admiring his performance. Excellent. I shall surely host you with fine wine and sumptuous delicacies. However, dear brother, you must also enlighten me about the locations of any remaining spirit stone veins in Haicheng. Suddenly, Ye Zhou's demeanor shifted, his gaze becoming piercing as he stared intently into Xia Yusheng's eyes. Spirit stone veins, you say? That is easily discussed. Xia Yusheng's expression remained unchanged, though the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He had not anticipated that the youth before him would prove to be so formidable. Yet, under the eaves, one cannot help but bow their head. In the Heavenly Society, as well as in the hands of Ye Zhou, the situation remained unchanged. Xia Yusheng felt a sense of helplessness within. Spring instructed to arrange a team of leaf guardians to diligently oversee the area and continue the extraction of spirit stones. The others were to secretly transport the spirit stones back to the Ye family. After issuing his orders, Ye Zhou embraced Xia Yusheng, who had just unearthed a vein of spirit stones. Outside the mine, the elder of the Ye family and Su Yan remained in a stalemate. However, judging by their expressions, it was evident that Su Yan could not sustain his position for much longer. At this moment, the flames enveloping him had been suppressed to the periphery of his body. Clearly, the elder's gravitational domain surpassed Su Yan's divine fire domain. It was time to conclude this. Once Ye Zhou had taken care of everything, the elder stretched out his somewhat withered arms and forcefully brought them together. A piercing scream erupted from Su Yan, followed by the extinguishing of his flames, which were then instantaneously crushed into a gruesome pulp by an unseen gravitational field. Su Yan was dead. Xia Yusheng, taken aback, remarked, Brother Ye. Do you not fear retribution from the Heavenly Society after killing one of their hall masters? Xia Yuxing was well aware of the Heavenly Society's formidable strength, which a mere family from Haicheng could not hope to contend with. Fear? What is there to fear? Ye Zhou retorted. Upon seeing Ye Zhou's expression, Xia Yuxing realized he had ventured into forbidden territory with his question. Su Yin had been obliterated by the elder. This assault on the Heavenly Society had reached its conclusion. Although the Yi family had suffered some casualties, the acquisition of a spirit stone vein was a considerable profit. The spirit stone vein was foundational for the development of a family. After thoroughly clearing the vicinity, Ye Zhou successfully replicated Xia Yuxing's extraordinary ability. To his astonishment, Xia Yuxing's awakened power turned out to be an S-grade ability, the spirit energy net. This ability allowed one to observe the flow of spiritual energy across mountains and terrains, while also drawing upon the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth for personal use. Such a power was indeed extraordinary. After experiencing the ability, Ye Zhou felt invigorated. Harnessing the spiritual energy of the world for himself promised to significantly enhance his combat strength and training speed. Ye Zhou had not anticipated this unexpected boon. Spirit energy net. He silently repeated in his mind, and a glimmer ignited in his eyes. Before him, the flow of spiritual energy throughout the entire Shaonan mountain unfolded. The spiritual energy traversing the world wove a magnificent net in his vision, with the most concentrated energy found within the spirit stone vein they occupied. This S-grade ability, the spirit energy net, was truly remarkable. After conducting a brief experiment, Ye Zhou retracted his ability. After all, his subject was right beside him. If discovered, it would expose him. Having tested the ability, Ye Zhou then led Xia Yusheng, Old Zhao, and the 4 women of spring, summer, autumn, and winter to depart. Upon his return home, Yi Wentian was already waiting at the entrance. After all, this was Ye Zhou's first involvement in an operation with a faction as powerful as the Heaven and Earth Society. Zhou, are you unharmed? Yi Wentian inquired with genuine concern. I'm fine. This individual is of great value to our family, Ye Zhou replied, casting a glance at Xia Yuxing. Father, this person can assist our clan in locating spiritual stone mines. It was because of him that the Heaven and Earth Society discovered the spiritual stone mine at Little Nanshan. Ye Zhou whispered into Yi Wentian's ear. What? He can locate spiritual stone mines? Yi Wentian felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. However, in the next instant, he grasped the implication of Ye Zhou's words. Such talent must be retained within the Yi family. It was akin to possessing a walking spiritual stone mine. Brother Xia, please come in. Yi Wentian greeted Xia Yuxing with utmost politeness. After all, he was a man who valued talent. Otherwise, the Yi guards would not follow him with such unwavering loyalty. By the way, Father, for the Yi guards who lost their lives, provide them with double compensation. Ye Zhou said, his eyes betraying a hint of barely perceptible disappointment. He was a person who treated his own well while being merciless to his enemies. He felt no pity for foes but held his own in high regard. Very well, Yi Wentian nodded. I shall take my leave. With a wave of his hand, Chun, Xia, Xiao, and Dong lifted a redwood box and followed closely behind him. Yi Wentian cast a glance at the redwood box, but said nothing further. Set the box down. Each person shall receive 20 spiritual stones. Ye Zhou instructed the 4. After all, they were his loyal servants, and he felt it was only right to treat them well. Thank you, young master. The 4 expressed their gratitude without hesitation. After taking the spiritual stones, they exited the room and closed the door behind them. This box of spiritual stones, when combined with the spiritual energy net, should be sufficient to fill his internal reservoir of spiritual power and elevate him to the rank of a level 3 ability user. Ye Zhou gazed at the spiritual stones quietly resting within the redwood box and directly took out 2, holding them in his hands. Chapter 62. Level 3 ability user with the spiritual stones in hand. Ye Zhou began to fervently absorb the spiritual energy contained within them to replenish his spiritual reservoir. Simultaneously, he activated his spiritual energy net ability and commenced the process of drawing in the ambient spiritual energy from the surrounding environment into his body. The spiritual energy net emitted invisible white threads, encircling all the spiritual energy around Ye Zhou. Initially, he absorbed the spiritual energy within a 1-meter radius. After 10 minutes, this expanded to a radius of 50 meters. As it stood, the range of my spiritual energy net was approximately 50 meters. Ye Zhou had been diligently exploring the capabilities of the spiritual energy net. The more he delved into it, the more he realized the extraordinary nature of this S-rank spiritual energy net. Although its offensive power was not formidable, it could draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body, facilitating his cultivation and even aiding in the recovery of his abilities during combat. Self-sustenance, indeed. After Ye Zhou had thoroughly explored the limits of the spiritual energy network, he once again immersed himself in absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. Little did he know, the commotion he had just stirred was quite significant. The four maidens, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, stood in astonishment, gazing towards Ye Zhou's chamber. For there, a whirlwind of reversed spiritual energy had manifested, drawing in all the spiritual essence within a 50-meter radius. What is this whirlwind of spiritual energy? Spring could not contain her curiosity and voiced her thoughts. I have no idea. The other three maidens replied in unison, still in a state of shock. Since Ye Zhou had awakened from his last fainting spell, he had exhibited some peculiar changes. Although Ye Zhou had concealed his transformations adeptly, the four maidens, having been by his side since childhood, noticed subtle differences. Should we inform the family head? Spring hesitated. This is the young master's personal affair. Winter replied in her characteristic cool tone before turning and retreating to her own room. The other two maidens, observing Winter's departure, gracefully turned and followed suit back to their respective chambers. Seeing the others act in this manner, Spring reluctantly returned to her own quarters as well. They were the young master's loyal attendants, bound to protect his secrets. One spirit stone after another was absorbed by Ye Zhou, gradually filling the reservoir of spiritual energy within him. To his surprise, he discovered that the reservoir had expanded outward by another 10 meters, now encompassing a radius of 120 meters. Could the enlargement of this reservoir be attributed to my recent replication of the S-class ability, the spiritual energy network? Ye Zhou pondered, recalling that the expansion of his reservoir seemed to coincide with the replication of another's abilities. He had formed a conjecture that awaited validation in the days to come. At this moment, Ye Zhou fervently absorbed the spiritual energy from the spirit stones, which rapidly dwindled within the wooden chest. Should outsiders learn of his frenzied consumption of spiritual energy, they would undoubtedly be astounded by his reckless actions. It was precisely through this fervor, coupled with the aid of the spiritual energy network, that he managed to fill his reservoir to capacity. In that very instant, as the reservoir brimmed, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated in Ye Zhou's mind, momentarily stunning him. When he regained his senses, he was astonished to find that the previously expansive reservoir of 120 meters had vanished without a trace. In its place stood a colossal lake, now stretching over 1,200 meters in radius, yet somewhat desiccated, with only the central area shimmering with spiritual water. Is this the manifestation of a third-level ability user? Ye Zhou's eyes flew open, a brilliant glint emanating from them, piercing through the wall before him and creating two minuscule holes. After sensing the immense spiritual energy coursing through his body, Ye Zhou once again immersed himself in absorbing the energy from spirit stones. The following day, at dawn, Ye Zhou emerged from his chamber, invigorated, and made his way to the Ye family dining hall. Good morning, young master. Good morning. However, unlike before, every member of the Ye family he encountered, whether familiar or unfamiliar, greeted him with a polite yet warm smile, accompanied by the phrase, "Good morning, young master." Were these people out of their minds? Ye Zhou did not ponder too deeply. Good morning, young master. At the moment Ye Zhou appeared at the entrance of the dining hall. All present, whether eating or not, turned to face him, echoing the greeting. Particularly, Yi Qing and Yi Lin hurriedly approached him, beaming with smiles and a touch of flattery. Get lost. Ye Zhou coldly uttered a single word. We shall take our leave at once. Yi Lin hastily pulled Yi Qing away. A bunch of lunatics. Ye Zhou grumbled as he finished his breakfast, then packed a portion for Bai Menxue before departing the Yi residence in an exceptionally good mood. Stepping into a brand new black luxury vehicle, young master, Xia Yuxing has agreed to assist the family head in searching for spirit stone veins. According to him, there remains a significant vein in Haicheng that has yet to be discovered. On the journey to Haicheng No. 1 High School, Old Zhao recounted how the family head and Xia Yuxing had indulged in drink until the early hours of the morning, even becoming sworn brothers through a blood pact. What? My father and Xia Yuxing have become brothers? Ye Zhou was taken aback. Indeed, young master. Last night, as they drank merrily, Xia Yuxing himself proposed the bond of brotherhood to the family head. Old Zhao witnessed it all. Cunning old fox. Ye Zhou helplessly muttered, then leaned back onto Dong's lap. Ah! Ye Zhou's sudden move startled Dong. It was no wonder she gasped. Ye Zhou had never before rested on her lap, typically favoring Chun and Xia instead. Dong, you have more flesh on your thighs. Whenever I lay on Xia's lap, it leaves my neck sore. Noticing the change in Dong's expression, Ye Zhou quickly shifted the subject with shamelessness. Young master, you previously mentioned that when lying on my lap, you also complained about discomfort when resting on Chun's. Glancing at her still ample thighs, Xia directly dismantled Ye Zhou's defense. Did I ever say that? Ye Zhou was adamant in his denial. A man's words, after all, are often unyielding. Seeing Ye Zhou's stubbornness in remaining on her lap, Dong could only huff in annoyance and avert her gaze. Young master, the family head has asked me to inquire if you wish to accompany him tomorrow in the search for spirit stone veins. Old Zhao smiled kindly. He had watched the young ones grow, much like a guardian observing their playful antics. Tomorrow, I shall embark on a quest to seek the spiritual veins. Why the haste? Ye Zhou expressed his surprise. Chapter 63. Two classmates, please continue. The family head stated that although we have eradicated the entirety of the Heavenly Society's forces in Haiqing, we must remain vigilant against potential retaliation. The Yi family must enhance its overall strength in the shortest time possible. All the spiritual stones from the Little South Mountain have been distributed to bolster the family's power. Old Zhao's position within the Yi family is akin to that of Yi Wentian's chief steward. Yi Wentian would not conceal matters from him. Is that so? Then I shall go tomorrow. Although the extermination of the Heavenly Society members yesterday was gratifying, their strength remains formidable, far beyond what the Yi family can provoke. Fortunately, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, humanity resides in cities. The vast wilderness is teeming with fierce beasts. Were it not for the roads established by the state connecting the cities, traveling from one city to another would be as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Thus, any attempt at retaliation from the Heavenly Society will not materialize swiftly. This period is opportune for the Yi family's growth. Moreover, currently, Yi Wentian is the sole voice of the Yi family. Young master, the family head has prepared a surprise for you tomorrow, Old Zhao added, teasingly withholding the details. Oh, Ye Zhou replied, seemingly unconcerned. The black luxury vehicle sped through Haiqing, and soon the sound of brakes echoed. Old Zhao, remember to request my leave, Ye Zhou reminded before exiting the vehicle. Rest assured, young master, Old Zhao replied with a warm smile. As Ye Zhou traversed the vibrant campus, he was struck by a sense of disconnection, as if he were in another world. So much had transpired during this holiday. First, an assassination attempt. Then the furious obliteration of the Zhou family, and he had even slain one of his own classmates. Following that, he had launched a night raid on the Heavenly Society in Little South Mountain. These past few days had found Ye Zhou embroiled in conflict. Suddenly entering this ivory tower of academia felt quite jarring. Yet, before he reached the classroom, he spotted a tall figure clad in school uniform. It was a remarkably beautiful girl, her face radiant in the morning light, almost as if she were emanating a glow. However, her delicate brows were furrowed, suggesting she was anxiously awaiting something. Dream Snow, are you waiting for me? Ye Zhou beamed a warm smile and rushed toward Bai Mengxue. Ye Zhou, Bai Mengxue exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him and hurriedly approached. Are you all right? She inquired with genuine concern. I'm perfectly fine. Look, Ye Zhou, noting her worry and understanding its source, held out the breakfast he had prepared for her, twirling in place with outstretched arms. How wonderful that you are unharmed. Upon hearing the news of Ye Zhou's assassination, Bai Mengxue felt her heart leap to her throat. She had only learned of it the previous day. The annihilation of the Zhou family had, after a day of intense speculation, become a widely circulated tale. Although some were unfamiliar with the Zhou family, upon discovering that they belonged to the second tier of families in Haiqing, they revealed expressions of trepidation. This was a manifestation of their reverence for the Yi family. After all, a second-tier family could be extinguished with such swiftness, and within merely a night. This was sufficient to instill fear in many hearts across Haiqing. What's the matter? Are you concerned that if I perish, no one would cherish you? Ye Zhou remarked, extending his other hand to gently tuck a stray lock of hair behind Bai Mengshue's ear. His intimate gesture instantly flushed her cheeks, yet she did not shy away. The classmates passing by, upon witnessing this scene, exhibited looks of envy and jealousy. What are you staring at? Hurry up and head to class. At that moment, the dean of the high school strode by and, noticing the gathering students, bellowed at them. Students, naturally afraid of their teachers, took off running at the sound of the renowned dean's voice. Just a moment's delay could invite the ire of this notoriously petty administrator. Both Ye Zhou and Bai Mengxue heard the dean's thunderous voice. Initially, Bai Mengxue considered fleeing, but Ye Zhou restrained her. The dean rubbed his face, waiting until he wore a satisfied smile before turning to Ye Zhou with a beaming expression. Please, continue, dear students. I hope I haven't interrupted you. Apologies, sir. You have indeed disturbed us, Ye Zhou replied, his expression cheerful, though his words lacked warmth. Ah, then I shall take my leave. As soon as the dean finished speaking, he vanished before them, moving with astonishing speed. Humph, is this the power of your affluent background? Bai Mengxue remarked with a touch of pride, a cold snort escaping her. Mengxue, this is not merely the privilege of the wealthy, it is the influence of money. Ye Zhou understood well that the Ye family provided substantial benefits to the school's leadership each month, a gesture made for the sake of the Ye descendants. Bai Mengxue said nothing further, giving Ye Zhou another glare before taking her breakfast and turning to dash towards the classroom. Ye Zhou smiled and followed suit. Today, the classroom was particularly quiet. Especially after Ye Zhou entered, those who had previously mocked him became as docile as kittens, avoiding his gaze. This was particularly true for Zhang Chao, Hu Chunyu, and Lu Shui. Upon Ye Zhou's entrance, they were drenched in cold sweat, feeling restless. They were well aware of the news regarding the fall of the Zhou family and the demise of Zhou Gongxian. It is precisely because they are aware that they harbor an even greater fear of Ye Zhou. Young Master Zhou. At this moment, Wang Laohu, exhibiting a most sycophantic demeanor, scurried over to Ye Zhou. Here, as a reward. Ye Zhou promptly extracted a stack of $100 bills from his pocket and tossed them to Wang Laohu. The classmates who had originally looked down upon Wang Laohu's obsequiousness were filled with resentment, wishing they could kick him aside and take his place, eagerly fawning over Ye Zhou instead. Naturally, Ye Zhou was not someone who would easily accept such flattery from anyone. He would welcome any individual who approached him with admiration. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, the sound of high heels echoed through the room. Everyone recognized it as their homeroom teacher, Gu Yudi. Upon entering the classroom, she first glanced at the empty seat of Zhou Gongxian before directing her gaze towards Ye Zhou. Classmates, the college entrance examination is drawing near. From today onwards, the school will no longer impose restrictions on your access to the simulation chamber. In short, everyone must earnestly engage in ranking and strive to enhance your scores, as this will determine whether you can gain admission to a prestigious university in the future. Gu Yudi refrained from mentioning Zhou Gongxian and instead informed everyone about the removal of restrictions on the simulation chamber for the senior students. Chapter 64, Total Annihilation. Ye Zhou, let us rank. After announcing this news, Gu Yudi hurriedly departed. Bai Mengxue then pulled Ye Zhou to the front of the simulation chamber. Mengxue, do be cautious, for I will soon catch up with you. Before entering the simulation chamber, Ye Zhou gestured to Bai Mengxue to be wary. Humph, I am making progress. Bai Mengxue reciprocated with a gesture and then promptly opened her designated simulation chamber. Ye Zhou smiled and similarly opened his own simulation chamber. From this point onward, he intended to surge ahead in scoring. After all, he had a system task requiring him to surpass Bai Mengxue within a month and become the top student in Haiqing. He had long coveted the rewards from the system's lottery. After equipping himself, Ye Zhou entered the ranking interface and clicked to begin. He had no interest in his previous scores and rankings, for from the moment he initiated the ranking, his points and position were destined to soar. Ding. Ranking successful. Opponent, Wang Huan from Lynching No. 3 Middle School. Why is it Lynching No. 3 Middle School again? Ye Zhou furrowed his brow upon seeing the familiar city, school name, and surname. Ye Zhou, at last, I have found you. You are the one who bullied my cousin. A virtual figure materialized before Ye Zhou. Why is it always someone named Wang from Lynching No. 3? Without granting the individual a chance to speak, Ye Zhou unleashed a wind blade, swiftly sending them back. Ye Zhou had now become a level 3 ability user, possessing formidable internal energy. Faced with these ordinary ability users, they were no match for him and were dispatched in an instant. Subsequently, Ye Zhou raced against time, engaging in one ranking match after another. The third-tier ability user stands as an exceptional figure among high school students. Consequently, in the subsequent series of more than 100 ranked matches, Ye Zhou swiftly dispatched his opponents, scarcely affording them a moment to react. Thus, his ranking points surged dramatically, propelling his name like a wild stallion galloping upwards. In no time, his score reached an impressive 522 points, and his rank soared to an astonishing 2,212th nationwide. Observing the pages of his entirely green battle record, a satisfied smile graced Ye Zhou's lips. Bai Mengxue, with a score of 801 points, ranked 498th. Ye Zhou accessed the ranking list for Haiqing High School students, whereby Mengxue still held the top position. However, her score had risen to 801, advancing her rank by 3 places. It seemed that the higher one climbed in the rankings, the more points were required. To ascend to the pinnacle of the national high school rankings, it would likely necessitate a score exceeding 1,000. Moreover, with Bai Mengshue's SSS level ability, a talent of the highest order, accruing points in the future would prove challenging, suggesting that opponents beyond the 500-point threshold would not be to be underestimated. Ye Zhou pondered this in silence. Yet, Ye Zhou was mistaken in one regard. It was not that the SSS level ability was not formidable. Rather, each individual's training resources varied significantly. Bai Mengxue was merely nurtured by an ordinary family, while others, with lesser innate talent, had amassed strength through abundant resources. Had Bai Mengxue been afforded similar resources, her ranking would undoubtedly be far superior to her current standing. At that moment, a notification chimed from Ye Zhou's friend list. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from a friend named Wang Bo. Recognizing the familiar name, Ye Zhou quickly recalled who this individual was, the devious and cunning chubby fellow. Initially reluctant to open the message, he inexplicably felt compelled to do so. Great one. I am Wang Bo from the lynching trio. Do you remember me? The message read. What does this scheming fatso want? Ye Zhou mused. Having already opened the message and aware that the sender could see that it had been read, out of courtesy, he decided to reply. Great one, you finally responded. Ye Zhou was surprised that, while he had taken several minutes to reply, Wang Bo responded instantaneously. Are you certain that this fellow named Ye Zhou is truly capable? Wang Bo queried in the instance of the instant space, his face alight with excitement as he replied to Ye Zhou's message. Beside him stood 2 others, one named Wang San and the other Wang Jia. They were all members of the same family and typically spent time together. Wang San, what do you know? This esteemed individual I speak of is undoubtedly impressive, Wang Bo retorted, shooting an annoyed glare at Wang San. Just then, Wang Bo's friend list lit up with Ye Zhou's avatar pulsating wildly. Haiqing, a small coastal town. What kind of great one could possibly emerge from there? Wang San scoffed. You do not understand, so refrain from speaking. If it were not for your initial provocation, I would not have to, as your older brother, seek assistance from others on your behalf. Wang Bo's plump face was filled with frustration. It was he who first ridiculed our Wang family, prompting me to confront him. Wang San expressed discontent. What is it? Speak. Upon Wang Bo opening the message from Ye Zhou, he was met with the sight of 3 individuals. Humph. What are you pretending for? A person who cannot even make it onto the genius list. Wang San also noticed the chilling 3 characters. Great one. I have a matter for which I seek your assistance. Wang Bo swiftly typed these words. You wish for my help? Ye Zhou gazed at the message from Wang Bo, feeling a twinge of self-doubt. It seems we are not well acquainted. If I recall correctly, after defeating you, you ought to harbor some resentment towards me. Ye Zhou was not one to possess a savior complex, readily offering aid merely because someone was in need. Great one, I understand this approach may be abrupt. Yet should you agree to assist, I assure you a generous reward. Observing the message from Wang Bo, Ye Zhou revealed a knowing smile. A generous reward. I am indeed a wealthy second-generation heir. Intrigued by Wang Bo's message, Ye Zhou inquired, how do you intend to express your gratitude? Wang Bo's eyes widened as he read Ye Zhou's response, prompting Wang San to exclaim, Brother Bo, look at this. What kind of person is this? They seek benefits without having rendered assistance. This individual you refer to as a great one appears to be nothing more than a money seeker. Brother Bo, could it be that you have encountered a fraud? Our Wang family is well known for its wealth in the Dragon Kingdom. Surely, this person is not attempting to extort us for our riches. Wang Jia began to harbor doubts, deeming Wang Bo's so-called great one somewhat unreliable. Indeed, we might as well invite the few geniuses from our family. Wang San was not particularly supportive of Wang Bo's endeavor. The geniuses within our clan. Do you believe we could possibly engage them? You all know well how we, as students from the 3rd middle school, are regarded by them. We are deemed worthless in their eyes. Wang Bo, acutely aware of his own circumstances, had never considered inviting the family as geniuses. Chapter 65. 200 spirit stones for a single favor. If one were to shamelessly approach them, they would likely face ridicule from their peers, not to mention the uncertainty of securing their assistance. After being rebuffed by Wang Bo, Wang San and Wang Jia fell silent. The reality was as Wang Bo had stated. Those of them studying at 3rd middle school were indeed looked down upon by the elite geniuses of the family. Great one, if you could lend your assistance just once, I shall offer you 100 spirit stones as a reward. Wang Bo pondered, writing and deleting, rewriting again before ultimately sending this message. 100 spirit stones for a single act of assistance. Ye Zhou frowned upon reading this. Initially, he had anticipated a monetary offer, never expecting that the transaction would involve spirit stones. Seeing that Ye Zhou had not responded for quite some time, Wang Bo began to feel a sense of urgency. Great one, if you find 100 spirit stones insufficient, I can gather some from my brothers to make up a total of 200. I implore you to lend your assistance just once. Wang Bo gritted his teeth. The vicinity of Lin City was rich in spirit stone veins, and the Wang family was the undisputed ruler of the region, standing alone in their dominance. 200 spirit stones. Ye Zhou was genuinely taken aback. Although the Ye family currently controlled 2 spirit stone mines, as the eldest son of the Ye family, he did not dare to squander spirit stones in such a manner. What kind of power did the Wang family possess that allowed its descendants to so recklessly expend spirit stones? Ye Zhou grew intrigued by Wang Bo's identity. Great one, we can only offer this many spirit stones for now. If you decline, I shall not impose further. Just as Ye Zhou pondered this, Wang Bo sent another message. After some deliberation, Ye Zhou ultimately replied with a simple affirmation. All right. Wang Bo, upon reading those 2 words, expressed his surprise with glee. Please send me your location. The dungeon space allowed one to appear directly beside others through a friend's location, something he had experienced before with by Meng Xuet during their dungeon foray. Great one. Please hold on a moment. Wang Bo promptly sent his location to Ye Zhou. In the next instant, a flash of light appeared beside Wang Bo, and Ye Zhou, grinning broadly, materialized beside them. Rest assured, Great One, the Wang family will not renege on our promise. I will ensure that the 200 spirit stones are dispatched to you promptly via the national postal system, guaranteeing their safe arrival. Before Ye Zhou could utter a word, Wang Bo hurriedly assured him, 200 spirit stones in exchange for a single act of your prowess. Ye Zhou cast a puzzled glance at Wang Bo. Great one, my younger brother has recently encountered some trouble and has offended a formidable high school student ranked over 800 nationally. Wang Bo hastened to clarify upon noticing Ye Zhou's look of confusion. Meanwhile, Wang San and Wang Jia regarded Ye Zhou with skepticism. Why seek my assistance against someone ranked over 800 nationally? Ye Zhou reflected on his own ranking, which was a modest 2,212. The disparity was so vast that he found it difficult to comprehend why Wang Bo believed he could prevail against such an opponent. It was quite perplexing to consider who had instilled them with the confidence to approach him for a duel. Great one, I know you can do it. When we last sparred, you easily defeated me, clearly demonstrating your formidable strength. Moreover, I just reviewed your ranking records. You have participated in over 200 matches, maintaining a perfect win rate. This indicates that you have yet to encounter a true adversary. I also checked the durations of your matches. Most do not exceed 5 seconds, suggesting that your opponents are almost invariably vanquished in an instant. Thus, your current ranking does not accurately reflect your true prowess. Wang Bo evidently put considerable effort into locating Ye Zhou. Upon hearing Wang Bo's words, Wang San and Wang Jia hurriedly opened Ye Zhou's profile. Their eyes were immediately drawn to Ye Zhou's current score and ranking, 412 points, positioned at 2212. Below the score and ranking, there lay page after page of unblemished victories. The more they scrutinized, the more astonished they became, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. When they reached the first page and noted the timestamp of Ye Zhou's initial ranking, they all widened their eyes in disbelief. The timestamp indicated it was merely the beginning of the month, suggesting that Ye Zhou had achieved a remarkable consecutive winning streak to ascend to his current rank of 2,212 in such a short span of time. From this, they discerned that Ye Zhou's true prowess was undoubtedly far beyond what was evident. Could he truly be a master? This question simultaneously flickered in both of their minds. Speak up. Where is he, and how shall we compete? My time is quite precious. Ye Zhou's objective was to surpass by Meng Xuet, who was ranked 498 with over 800 points, someone he hardly regarded. Humph. No need to search any further. You are but the lackluster assistant summoned by those 3 fools. As Ye Zhou's words fell, a somewhat arrogant voice reached everyone's ears. Ye Zhou lifted his gaze toward the source of the voice, spotting a tall figure of rather unremarkable appearance, approaching them with a derisive expression. Two others followed closely behind him. Wang Bo, you truly are the refuse of the Wang family. Given time, you sought assistance, only to find such an inconsequential character. Surely you do not believe he can defeat me. Zhao Kuo spoke, his gaze provocatively fixed on Ye Zhou. Zhao Kuo, you overstep your bounds. Wang Bo's expression darkened. Overstep my bounds. Then I shall bully you all. What can you do about it? The Wang family has no one capable of besting me, aside from a select few. Zhao Kuo's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant. Are you not afraid I might truly summon them? Wang Bo seethed through gritted teeth. Go ahead. Just in time, my brother wishes to spar with them as well. Zhao Kuo displayed a complete lack of concern. Kid, you are merely the assistant brought forth by those fools. Zhao Kuo directed his gaze toward Ye Zhou, reiterating his disdain. You are sufficient to handle him. Ye Zhou, who detested Zhao Kuo's arrogant demeanor, responded with equal brusqueness. Oh, well. It seems that while your strength may be lacking, your temper is quite formidable. Zhao Kuo was incensed to the point of laughter by Ye Zhou's retort. Enough noise. Ye Zhou frowned, turning to Wang Bo. When will this commence? I am eager to return to my rankings. Kid, do you presume to disrespect Brother Kuo? Zhao Kuo interjected, his tone dripping with disdain. Zhao Kuo had yet to utter a word, yet his sycophant beside him could hardly contain the urge to leap forward and bite. When did a mere dog feel emboldened enough to bark? Ye Zhou was not the type to endure insults. Uttering a single word to him might elicit a retort tenfold, each one striking at the opponent's vulnerabilities. Chapter 66, S-Class Ability, Heavenly Blade / Kid. You have some nerve. We'll meet on the arena. I hope you won't be begging for mercy by then. Zhao Kuo sneered coldly, before making his way directly to the arena within the instant space, dedicated to life and death duels. After all, those who came here were merely students, a group of impetuous youths. It was not uncommon for verbal disputes among young people to escalate into physical confrontations, a fact well understood by the education authorities. Come on up, kid. Once on the arena, Zhao Kuo turned. A mocking smile plastered across his face as he regarded Ye Zhou. Zhao Kuo, ranked 841st nationally. How had he made it to the arena? His voice boomed across the vast expanse of the task square, which seemed to stretch endlessly. Yet, someone recognized him almost immediately. Being ranked 841st nationally meant he was capable of entering Longmen University, the premier academy for abilities in Long Country, a place coveted by all practitioners of supernatural powers. However, Zhao Kuo was not the most formidable presence. His brother, Zhao Yi, was even more daunting. Whispers about Zhao Kuo's background circulated among the crowd. Zhao Yi. Why does that name sound so familiar? Some pondered aloud, perplexed by the resonance of the name. Are you referring to the Zhao Yi who ranks 99th on the genius list? Someone exclaimed, for they were all young, harboring an innate admiration for strength. Indeed, it was he. One could only wonder who had drawn Zhao Kuo's ire, and a sense of sympathy arose for that unfortunate individual. Ding. System task. As a man aspiring to be the mightiest ruler, one must embody the demeanor of a king when faced with provocation from foes. Task 1. Defeat your opponent in a single strike, instilling awe in the audience. Reward, 20 spirit gathering pills. Task 2. Defeat your opponent within 5 strikes. Reward, 5 spirit gathering pills. Just as Ye Zhou contemplated stepping onto the arena, the system's task notification echoed in his mind. I choose task 1. With such a lackluster opponent, a single strike is best. I detest such pretentiousness, as it is a role only I should play. With a swift motion, a gust of wind surged behind him, as a pair of wings of wind unfurled. The 3 brothers of the Wang family, unable to withstand the overwhelming force, were sent reeling backward. Impressive. Wang San and Wang Jia were both taken aback, while Wang Bo rejoiced in his heart. The stronger Ye Zhou became, the happier he felt. Others were equally startled by Ye Zhou's sudden display of power. However, upon sensing the formidable power radiating from the pair of wings behind Ye Zhou, some individuals who were on the verge of uttering scornful remarks abruptly withheld their words. With a powerful flap of his wings, Ye Zhou descended upon the arena with an audacious and commanding demeanor. That certainly seems to be Ye Zhou, Dream Fei exclaimed, pointing at the figure adorned with wind-like wings. Indeed, it is Ye Zhou, Zhao Yunlan affirmed with a nod. Yet, Their gazes simultaneously turned towards Bai Mengxue, who appeared troubled. "Let us go and observe," she suggested. Her brow furrowed with concern. Ye Zhou's earlier posture clearly indicated a confrontation had taken place. "Such arrogance," Zhao Kuo remarked, watching Ye Zhou's grand entrance with a glimmer of irritation in his eyes. He had originally intended to showcase his prowess before the crowd. But Ye Zhou's dramatic arrival had undeniably captivated the majority's attention. Even if he were to defeat Ye Zhou on the spot, it would not yield the effect he desired. "Ye Zhou, I initially sought to humiliate you, but my intentions have shifted." Zhao Kuo's eyes glinted with malice. "Who is this person?" Someone wondered aloud, noting the brazen confidence with which Ye Zhou ascended the stage. "I've never seen him before. I'm familiar with the names on the genius leaderboard, and he is not among them." The flamboyance of Ye Zhou's entrance sparked a flurry of discussions among the spectators. "I know who he is. Don't you recall a few days ago when a team shattered the top 20 on the genius leaderboard by defeating the elite Blood Wolf dungeon left by Hu Tian?" Someone recalled. "Yes, I remember. I even went to investigate their team to ascertain their identities, including their scores and rankings. Ye Zhou's score is only a little over 200, placing him far beyond the top 1,000. The person who had conducted the inquiry provided detailed information. Ye Zhou ranked in the thousands, while Zhao Kuo was positioned around 800. Such a stark disparity suggested that Ye Zhou was merely seeking punishment. Panic rippled through the crowd as it became apparent that Zhao Kuo would be the one to face Ye Zhou. As Bai Mengxue and her companions finally managed to reach the front of the arena and discern the two combatants, Zhao Yunlan could not help but exclaim in astonishment. "You know him?" Bai Mengxue frowned. "Zhao Kuo ranks around 180 nationally," Zhao Yunlan disclosed. "It's all right. He can win," Bai Mengxue reassured, feeling relieved at the mention of Zhao Kuo's rank. "Dream Snow, you have such unwavering faith in Ye Zhou," Zhao Yunlan teased. "Have you already forgotten about the Blood Wolf incident? If it weren't for him, we would never have cleared the elite Blood Wolf dungeon and set a new record." Bai Mengxue hurriedly clarified, thinking Zhao Yunlan doubted Ye Zhou's capability to win. "Dream Snow, you have yet to become a member of the Ye family. Yet you speak so favorably of Ye Zhou," Zhao Yunlan observed with a smile, playfully regarding Bai Mengxue. Indeed, the two individuals have yet to define their relationship. Yet they gravitate towards him, suggesting that your heart has already been captured by Ye Zhou. Meng Fei continues to tease, fully aware of Ye Zhou's true capabilities. Back during the elite dungeon Blood Wolf, had it not been for Ye Zhou, they would never have shattered the record. Bai Mengxue, momentarily flustered by their remarks, felt her cheeks flush crimson. However, she bore no resentment in her heart. "So what if I lean towards Ye Zhou?" Bai Mengxue is not of a timid disposition. Thus she readily confessed, "We have no desire to consume dog food." Both Meng Fei and Zhao Yunlan chimed in unison. This left Bai Mengxue blushing profusely once more. Despite the disparaging comments directed at Ye Zhou from the audience below, he remained unfazed on the stage, calmly observing Zhao Kuo. The disdain in his gaze caused Zhao Kuo to grit his teeth. He had awakened the S-class ability, Heavenly Blade Slash. Under the Heavenly Blade, none survive. Such is the terror of the Heavenly Blade Slash. With a sharp cry, a pure black long sword was unsheathed, gripped in Zhao Kuo's hand. Like Ye Zhou, Zhao Kuo was also a level 3 ability user. "Ye Zhou, this strike, I shall see how you withstand it." With that, Zhao Kuo's long sword emitted a resonant hum, followed by a blade of light that soared skyward, a formidable 40-meter long sword. Ye Zhou, taken aback by Zhao Kuo's appearance, recalled a popular internet meme from his previous life. Chapter 67. One wave settles, another rises. Heavenly Blade Slash. Zhao Kuo bellowed, launching his strike towards Ye Zhou. His aggressive demeanor suggested he intended to send Ye Zhou out of the dungeon with a single blow. As the massive sword descended upon him, it indeed instilled a sense of visual intimidation. Ye Zhou's wings unfurled behind him, as he quietly observed the incoming blade of light. Why is he not moving? Has he been rendered speechless by Zhao Kuo's Heavenly Blade Slash? Ye Zhou remained still and unhurried. However, below the stage, some spectators were growing anxious. Even if he were to act, he would still be defeated by this strike. It would be better not to engage at all, one remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "I have seen too many of his kind. Fully aware they are no match, they still seek to make a spectacle before others," another jeered. "How can you speak so?" Meng Fei was on the verge of defending Ye Zhou when Bai Mengxue pulled her back, understanding that the moment for Ye Zhou to strike back was imminent. The sight of the 40-meter long sword appeared daunting, yet to Ye Zhou, it was hardly a concern. Since reaching level 3, he had not engaged in combat. And now was the perfect opportunity to hone his skills against Zhao Kuo. Just as the long sword was about to descend, Ye Zhou's wings of wind began to unfurl. One by one, feather-like blades of wind detached from his wings. Wind blades, Ye Zhou exclaimed softly. The blades hovering before him resembled fleeting points, slicing through the air with a fierce whistle as they traversed the 40-meter-long sword. With unrelenting momentum, they continued to slash through Zhao Kuo's body. How could this be possible? Zhao Kuo gazed at the long sword dissipating above Ye Zhou's head, disbelief etched across his face. In the next moment, his form began to disintegrate, vanishing from sight. Zhao Kuo had, astonishingly, been vanquished by a single strike. On the arena, the crowd was utterly astonished. After a brief silence, someone finally uttered, "If Zhao Kuo was defeated in one blow, just how formidable is he? Could it be that he was merely pretending to be weak, while his true strength rivaled that of the genius ranks?" As the spectators recovered from their shock, a flurry of discussions and speculations erupted. They were all eager to ascertain the extent of Ye Zhou's might, having forgotten that some among them had just moments ago mocked him. Such a master, truly remarkable. Upon witnessing Ye Zhou's swift defeat of Zhao Kuo, Wang Bo could not contain his excitement and shouted aloud. Even Wang San joined in, unable to restrain his own exuberance. Wang Bo had known of Ye Zhou's prowess before meeting him, yet he had never anticipated such overwhelming strength, dispatching someone ranked over 800 with a single blow. Ye Zhou's true capabilities were indeed unfathomable. At this moment, Ye Zhou had descended from the stage, and many individuals willingly parted to make way for him. His recent display had indeed captivated a multitude. "You are truly extraordinary. I, Wang Bo, have not misjudged you." Wang Bo was elated, while Wang San and Wang Jia felt a touch of restraint. After all, a strong individual commands respect wherever they go. Do not forget the 200 spirit stones. Ye Zhou had spotted by Meng Xue and her companions. Thus he had little desire to engage in idle chatter with Wang Bo and the others. Their relationship was merely transactional, devoid of any deeper sentiments. After speaking, Ye Zhou turned and walked towards Bai Meng Xue. Wang Bo's words were caught in his throat at Ye Zhou's sudden turn, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Meng Xue, what brings you here?" Ye Zhou approached with a light jog. "Ye Zhou, you have no idea how worried Meng Xue was for you just now." Bai Meng Xue had yet to speak when Meng Fei interjected. "Indeed. Ye Zhou, you must not bully our Meng Xue," Zhao Yunlan chimed in. "My Meng Xue, I would never dream of such a thing," Ye Zhou replied with utmost seriousness. "Do not heed their nonsense, Ye Zhou. We came here solely to grind dungeons and accumulate some spirit stones," Bai Meng Xue clarified. The three of them were not from particularly affluent families, so they often banded together to farm dungeons for spirit stones. "By the way, how did you come to clash with Zhao Kuo?" Bai Meng Xue inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion. "Someone offered 200 spirit stones for me to deal with him. Since I had some free time, I thought I'd earn a little pocket money," Ye Zhou replied nonchalantly. 200 spirit stones. Who possesses such substantial wealth? The three women were taken aback. For them, 200 spirit stones represented a significant fortune. From the Lin City Wang family, Ye Zhou did not conceal this fact, feeling no need for subterfuge. "What? It is actually that group of affluent individuals from the Lin City Wang family. No wonder they would spend 200 spirit stones to hire someone." Meng Fei understood. The vicinity of Lin City is rich in spirit stone mines, all of which are bountiful and under the sole control of the Wang family. However, Ye Zhou, you must exercise caution. Zhao Kuo is a man who holds grudges, and his brother ranks 99th on the genius leaderboard. It is likely he will seek his brother Zhao Yi to deal with you, Zhao Yunlan cautioned from the side. "No worries. Even if Zhao Yi comes, I remain unafraid." Ye Zhou exuded confidence in himself. Were it not for the concern of prematurely revealing certain trump cards, which might arouse suspicion, he would feel emboldened by the extraordinary abilities he possessed. After all, against his unique powers, even the number one on the genius leaderboard would be but a challenge to him. Congratulations to the Hu Tian team for breaking the record for completing the elite dungeon, Bloodwolf, in 4 minutes. Congratulations to the Hu Tian team for breaking the record for completing the elite dungeon, Bloodwolf, in 4 minutes. Just as Bai Meng Xue was about to remind Ye Zhou, the electronic female voice echoed through the entire dungeon space for a third time. "What? How could Hu Tian lead a team to refresh the elite Bloodwolf? With his strength as a level 4 ability user, he hardly needed to engage with the elite Bloodwolf dungeon." Many were perplexed by the announcement. After all, Hu Tian ranked within the top 20 on the genius leaderboard, and engaging with the elite monster Bloodwolf would offer him little assistance. I suspect he may want to reclaim his record after it was broken by someone else, speculated those familiar with him. Hu Tian is notoriously arrogant. Considering his character, it is indeed plausible he would resort to such measures. The crowd's conjectures were nearing the truth. You are the Bai Mengxue team. Just as Ye Zhou and the others intended to exit the dungeon, a somewhat cold voice obstructed their path. Who are you? Faced with the trio blocking their way, Ye Zhou furrowed his brow, his expression instantly turning frosty. You insignificant beings dare to challenge the record left by young Master Tian. You are simply courting death. The leader of the trio, a tall and slender figure with dyed yellow hair, spoke with an air of arrogance.